The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself back in the wildest era of Hong Kong underworld. At the beginning, he had no background, no backing, only a life that could end at any moment. But in the very next second, a super gift package was activated. Wealth, power, intelligence, influence, connections, all instantly maxed out. While others were still struggling on the streets, he had already begun orchestrating the entire underworld. Starting from the lowest rank, he methodically absorbed territories, consolidated power, and shattered the gang's rules. When everyone assumed he was merely ruthless, he had already secretly taken control of the island's underground order. The police feared him, the gangs trembled before him, and even capital began to orbit around him. Until one day, when the four major gangs united to corner him, he sat alone at the table uttering, "This era is ready for a change of master." September 1983, Hong Kong Island. Inside an old residential building, a modest two-bedroom, one living room apartment presented a cramped yet simple layout. The air carried a faint blend of cigarette smoke and perfume. Lu Qingyu abruptly opened his eyes as a pounding headache surged over him. Before him lay an unfamiliar ceiling and yellowed mottled walls, a completely foreign environment. Struggling to sit up, he scanned the modest apartment with bewilderment. In his past life, he was merely a small-time businessman in his 50s. How could a brief slumber have led him to such a strange place? Just as panic and perplexity took hold, a torrential flood of memories violently rushed into his mind, forcefully crashing into his consciousness. A vast array of interpersonal entanglements, gang feuds, and the backdrop of 1983 Hong Kong Island surged through him. After a moment, Lu Qingyu completely absorbed the memories, leaving him utterly stunned. He had traversed time. Astonishingly, he found himself in 1983 Hong Kong Island, his soul inhabiting the body of Lu Qingyu, a subordinate under the formidable D of Lianqing. His name differed from his former self Lu Yu by only one character, and his appearance matched almost perfectly. The original owner was 26 and still a university student. Frequently bullied and once nearly beaten to death, he was fortuitously rescued by the wife of D passing by. Grateful for the rescue, and in the midst of chaotic times on Hong Kong Island, the original owner decisively joined the gang, aligning himself under D's wing. In just 2 short years, leveraging his academic background and shrewd mind, he acted with careful deliberation. Earning the deep trust of D's wife, he became a loyal confidant entrusted with managing her businesses, ranging from street stalls to bars and entertainment venues. Then came a sudden twist. A month earlier, D and his wife had died under mysterious and suspicious circumstances. Soon after, Lu, the leader of Lianqing, approached the original owner, seeking to adopt him as a godson and have him take over and consolidate all of D's territories and enterprises. The original owner sensed clearly that the deaths of D and his wife were inextricably linked to Lu, who unmistakably coveted their assets and aimed to eliminate rivals. Outwardly, he feigned acceptance of Li's offer, while secretly gathering clues to uncover the truth and avenge D and his wife. Alas, his nascent plans were soon detected by Lu. Ruthless and merciless, Lu refused to permit any lingering threat. He immediately dispatched his elite henchmen to silence opposition overnight. The original owner lost his life, paving the way for the later Lu Yu to inherit this body. After untangling all the preceding events, Lu Qingyu massaged his throbbing temples in frustration. In his past life, he had been a modest businessman, never entangled in the conflicts of the underworld, nor versed in the brutal calculations of street power struggles. Now mired in the treacherous underworld of 1983 Hong Kong gangs, where danger lurked at every turn, Lu regarded him as already dead. Remaining on the island would only lead to his inevitable and tragic end. The only path to survival was clear: immediately leave Hong Kong Island. Only by fleeing to distant lands could he preserve his life and later strategize his next moves. This made Lu Yuanhao pause. He intentionally walked into the store and noticed that some products were marked with 2 prices. After looking around, he realized this was the price. Just as he rose to take action, a cold mechanical prompt suddenly resounded in his mind. Ding. Matching soul vibrations detected, presenting a super gift package. A shudder ran through his body as overwhelming joy burst forth in his eyes. Having read thousands of online novels, he knew exactly what this meant. The Transcender's exclusive golden finger, the system. Salvation from despair, a serendipitous cosmic opportunity. The phenomenal chance destined for Transcenders had finally arrived. Suppressing the surge of excitement within, he murmured quietly to himself, "System, introduce your functions." The system replied, "Ding. Would the host like to immediately activate the newbie super gift package?" Once again, the cold, monotonous mechanical voice offered no answer to his inquiry, instead repeatedly asking if he wished to activate the gift package. Lu Qingyu was undeterred. Having read countless novels, he was well prepared to know that early systems were rarely smart. Activating the gift package was the priority. Immediately open the super gift package. The system responded, "Ding. The super gift package has been activated. Congratulations, host, you have received the martial arts gift package." Then came the system messages, "Congratulations, host, you have received the pill gift package. Congratulations, host, you have received the character gift package. Congratulations, host, you have received the skill gift package. Next, congratulations, host, you have received the item gift package." All rewards have been deposited into the system space host. Farewell. In an instant, his ecstatic expression froze, leaving Lu Qingyu utterly bewildered. Had the system vanished immediately after activating the gift package? System, stop playing dead and come out to explain. System, show yourself. Your functions have yet to be disclosed. System, get out immediately. No matter how desperately he shouted or urged, even with exasperated scolding, there was not a trace of response. The system remained completely silent, as if it had never existed. Although the system had vanished, it left behind a personal interface. By accessing this panel, he could learn everything. Lu Qingyu let out a bitter laugh, slumping onto the living room sofa with an inner emptiness, as if he had won the lottery, but couldn't claim the prize. After long moments of regaining his composure, he sighed slowly. Even without the system, receiving 5 major gift packages in the depths of despair was a miraculous opportunity, far better than facing Ali's relentless pursuit alone. With that thought, Lu Qingyu pushed aside all distractions and focused intently as he activated the first martial arts gift package. In the very next second, a series of prompt tones resounded in succession. Congratulations, host, you have received the Grandmaster level Bajiquan. Congratulations, host, you have received the Grandmaster level Taijiquan. Congratulations, host, you have received the Grandmaster level Xingyiquan. Then followed the messages. Congratulations, host, you have received the Grandmaster level Misty Steps. Congratulations, host, you have received the Grandmaster level Golden Bell Shield. Congratulations, host, you have received the Yin Yang Longevity Technique. Even a single martial arts gift package sent his heart pounding with wild intensity, his breathing growing rapid. As the adage goes, Taiji pacifies the world while Bajiquan sets the heavens in order. The 2 unparalleled national martial arts techniques propelled him into the Grandmaster realm. Coupled with the lethal prowess of Xingyiquan in close combat, the evasive art of Misty Steps, and the protective might of the Golden Bell Shield, his abilities surged forward. After fully integrating these techniques, he instantly attained the formidable strength of a top martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, the final Yin Yang Longevity Technique ignited an intense sparkle in his eyes and sent his spirit into a fervor. After carefully reviewing the technique descriptions, Lu Qingyu was instantly moved. This was a top-level dual cultivation method that not only refined his internal energy and elevated his martial prowess, but also subtly nourished his body and extended his lifespan. Crucially, it was not a one-sided benefit. In dual cultivation, both parties gain. Their chi and blood harmonize, and their cultivation grows together, yielding boundless effects. With this single martial arts gift package, his expectations were exceeded. Even if the other 4 remained unopened, he felt content. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qingyu, with a resolute thought, immediately opted to integrate all his martial cultivation and technique insights. In that instant, countless combat maneuvers, methods for channeling inner power, and techniques for coordinated strikes flooded his mind like a divine epiphany. In an instant, robust and enduring inner energy surged from every limb and sinew, transforming his entire demeanor as he experienced a quiet rebirth right there in the modest living room. In an instant, countless secret techniques, methods of circulating inner energy, and the nuances of unleashing fist and kick power flooded into his mind like a sudden divine revelation. The mastery of martial arts unfolded before him, the fierce and domineering force of Bajiquan, the soft overcoming of hardness in Taijiquan, the ruthless conciseness of Xingyiquan, the elusive agility of Mistfoot, and the unyielding sturdiness of the Golden Bell Shield. There was also the enigmatic Yin Yang Changxingju, a cultivation method that refines the meridians and circulates qi throughout the body. Engraved deep within Lu Qingyu's soul, as if decades of arduous training since youth had seamlessly integrated its principles. A torrent of scorching, rich inner strength suddenly erupted from his dantian, surging along the meridians that coursed through his body. Every limb, muscle, and sinew was relentlessly refined and reshaped by this potent energy. A faint crackling resonated from his bones as every pore expanded, allowing layers of long-forgotten filth mingled with a murky impurity to seep from his skin, sticky and reeking. Overwhelmed by an intolerable internal heat, Lu Qingyu instinctively rose to his feet and casually stepped forward in the living room of his modest 2-bedroom flat. With each step, his movement was as graceful as a gentle breeze caressing willows, unpredictable and embodying the refined charm of master-level Mistfoot. In utter silence, his figure effortlessly traversed several meters in the confined space, exuding sublime agility. Casually, he raised his hand and executed a slow Taiji Yunsho, a movement that appeared gentle and unhurried, yet emanated an intrinsic enveloping aura that effortlessly diffused force, causing the surrounding air to ripple subtly. Then, with a swift twist of his body, his strikes erupted with sudden ferocity. The explosive might of Bajiquan swept across the entire living room, akin to a crashing bridge and an unyielding mountain, as the raging fist wind roared with a force that visibly vibrated the air. The 12 forms of Xingyiquan burst forth spontaneously, like a tiger's roar and an eagle's strike, steady, incisive, and imbued with a latent lethal intent. Simultaneously, a reserved aura naturally enveloped his body, A golden bell shield in the Master Realm had materialized, rendering him nearly impervious to blades and unassailable by strikes. Within him, inner strength flowed in endless cycles as the yin-yang changxing Ju spontaneously activated by harmonizing yin and yang and nourishing his very essence. It not only solidified his martial foundations, but also quietly nurtured his longevity and refined his spirit. In just a brief moment, Lu Qingji's qi soared as he shattered layer after layer of constraints. Ming qi and qi transforming qi and pil qi surged unimpeded, ultimately stabilizing into the perfected realm of Gang Qi. Martial arts realms Hotian and Xiantian. Hotian comprises Ming Qi and Qi transforming Qi Pil Qi, and Gang Qi Xiantian includes Ji Xian Di Xiang Tian Ren, and Lu Di Shen Xian. An additional classification unfolded, cultivation stages beginning, middle, later, peak, and perfection. At that moment, Lu Qingyu stood at the pinnacle of the Hotian realm, having attained complete mastery of Gang Qi. With a body as indestructible as adamantine and inner strength as resolute as steel, capable of being projected to strike foes at a distance. Every gesture he made exuded the bearing of a true master in both motion and stillness. Ordinary thugs before him were as insignificant as mere vermin, fragile and easily crushed. Even the battle-hardened veterans of Hong Kong's underworld, tempered over many years, could scarcely withstand a single round against his perfected Gang Qi. The street brawlers under Lu, mere gangsters skilled only in urban skirmishes, seemed no different from ordinary men in Lu Qingyu's eyes, effortlessly crushed with a casual gesture. Gradually, Lu Qingyu retracted his power, exhaling a long, clearing breath as the dazzling light in his eyes softened. His entire demeanor had been utterly transformed. All traces of panic, anxiety, and dread for the future vanished, supplanted by calm composure and an unshakable confidence in mastering his own destiny. Standing in his modest two-bedroom flat on Hong Kong Island in 1983, Lu Qingyu clenched his fist as he felt the surging, boundless power within, a cold, determined smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Did Lu intend to kill him? From that moment on, the tables had completely turned. Now endowed with perfected Gang Qi, a generous gift from the system, and a visionary insight from the future, his prospects soared. No longer forced to flee Hong Kong in disgrace, he could now exact revenge on Lu and absorb the enterprises of Lin Sheng. After calming the surging Gang Qi within him, Lu Qingyu suppressed his inner turbulence, and with a single thought activated the pill gift package. A cold mechanical tone echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 Shi Sui Dan. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 Mei Yin Dan. Then came congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 Ding Yin Dan. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 Bai Chao Dan. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 Shou Yuan Dan. Next, congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 De Huan Dan. Followed by a string of pill effect descriptions by Chao Dan, capable of curing all ailments and stubborn maladies, annihilating all diseases. Shou Yuan Dan. Each pill directly adds 20 years to one's lifespan. Da Huan Dan. Each encapsulates a century of pure, robust inner strength that fortifies one's cultivation foundation. Beholding 6 types of pills, 100 of each neatly arranged within the system's space, Lu Qingyu's breath caught as his eyes filled with awe and ecstasy. Not to mention the miraculous Shi Sui Dan, Mei Yin Dan, and Ding Yin Dan that refine the body and preserve youthful allure. The latter 3 alone were almost defiant of natural law. With Bai Chao Dan in hand, it was as if he carried a peerless divine physician. Any companion stricken by a stubborn illness could be cured in an instant. And Shou Yuan Dan, each adding 20 years, 100 of them would bestow an astonishing 2,000 years of longevity. Combined with the life-prolonging effects of the yin-yang changxing Ju, the benefits nearly equated to immortality, ageless and impervious to time. Most imposing of all was the Da Huan Dan, each pill containing a century of pure inner strength without any side effects, and with an unyielding foundation. Stirred by this surge, Lu Qingyu selected a Da Huan Dan, which melted instantly upon contact, transforming into a warm, majestic current that flowed through his meridians and dantian. An immensely rich and pure inner strength materialized out of nowhere, merging perfectly with his already perfected Gang Qi without the slightest hint of discord. His meridians were further widened and fortified, his flesh and bones refined and strengthened anew, and his entire aura deepened with an ever more profound gravitas. The foundation of his perfected Gang Qi was solidified to its utmost, leaving only a thin barrier, like a fragile window, between him and transcending to the Xiantian realm. He could clearly sense that his inherent foundation, residual force, physical robustness, and the density of his inner strength had all been dramatically elevated. If he were to consume a few more De Huan Dan and accumulate sufficient inner strength, he could effortlessly shatter the Hotian constraints and ascend into the Xiantian Jixian realm. Suppressing the urge to immediately break through by swallowing more pills, Lu Qingyu's gaze swept over the remaining Shi Sui Dan, Mei Yin Dan, and Ding Yin Dan. Shi Sui Dan continuously cleansed bodily impurities, fortifying his physique to the utmost human limit. Mei Yandan subtly refined facial features to harmonious perfection, while Ding Yandan locked in eternal youthful beauty, ensuring a visage that defied the ravages of time. These pills, whether for self-use cultivation healing longevity or beauty, or later to sway hearts reward confidence or nurture subordinates, were more than sufficient for all purposes. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Qingyu's expression turned serene as he immersed his mind back into the system space, preparing to activate the next character gift package. Lu Qingyu steadied his mind, then willed the character gift package open. Instantly, a cascade of system notifications flooded his consciousness. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a bound all-round female secretary. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a bound all-round female assistant. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a bound all-round female housekeeper. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a bound shadow squad. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a bound maid squad. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a supreme culinary team, 10 members. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a supreme business team, 10 members. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a supreme medical team, 10 members. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a supreme research team, 10 members. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 supreme blade masters. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 senior blade masters. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 intermediate blade masters. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5,000 novice blade masters. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a supreme bodyguard squad, 10 members. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a top-tier bodyguard squad, 10 members. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 senior bodyguard squads. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 200 intermediate bodyguard squads. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a supreme mercenary squad, 10 members. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a top-tier mercenary squad, 10 members. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 senior mercenary squads. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 200 intermediate mercenary squads. Immediately thereafter, the hierarchy of character ranks manifested in his mind. Character rank system: novice, intermediate, senior, top-tier, supreme, and bound all-round. Novice corresponds to an ordinary mortal. Supreme signifies world-class mastery. Bound all-round, souls bound in profound resonance with the host, sharing his full martial cultivation realm and identical lifespan foundation. After absorbing every reward and rank designation, Lu Qingyu's breath caught faintly, his heart surging with a tempestuous tide of awe. First, he turned his attention to the three most exceptional bound all-round figures: the female secretary, the female assistant, and the female housekeeper. These three were exclusively bound to him, possessing from the outset the identical realm of perfected post-heavenly golden chi. Moreover, they shared his primordial life essence, ensuring eternal youth and peerless combat prowess within their tier. Next came the bound shadow squad and the bound maid squad, both likewise elevated to the bound tier. Every member mirrored his martial attainment exactly. Loyalty was etched into their very souls, rendering betrayal utterly impossible. Descending further, the array of supreme teams was staggering in its opulence: 10 supreme culinary teams, 10 supreme bodyguard squads, 10 supreme mercenary squads, 10 supreme business teams, 10 supreme medical teams, and 10 supreme research teams. Among non-combat teams, each member possessed foundational martial capability, not extraordinary, yet still attaining the realm of perfected bright chi. Though perfected bright chi was modest by elite standards, it enabled a single practitioner to effortlessly subdue 20 or 30 common thugs. Only those ranked supreme qualified as true martial cultivators. All lower tiers, including top tier, fell outside that sacred designation. 10 top-tier blade masters, 100 senior blade masters, 1,000 intermediate blade masters, and 5,000 novice blade masters. Over 6,000 warriors formed a vast, ferocious vanguard of sworn assassins. Such a force would dominate even the formidable Ho Lin Sheng Triad and command unchallenged authority across the globe. More crucially, the gulf between ranks was immense. A novice blade master surpassed ordinary gangsters just enough to best 4 or 5 at once. An intermediate blade master far outstripped them, capable of overwhelming 10 such thugs single-handedly. A senior blade master could fell 20 or 30 with ease. A top-tier blade master attained the legendary status of Twin Flower Red Staff, a solitary warrior capable of holding off 100 foes. His martial power eclipsed even cinematic legends like Langia Abu, particularly in raw physical constitution. In film, Langia Abu collapsed from exhaustion after felling scores of enemies, but system-crafted top-tier figures never succumbed so easily. Top-tier bodyguard squads and top-tier mercenary squads matched top-tier blade masters in raw power, yet their specialties diverged. The former excelled in protective detail, the latter in battlefield dominance. With the character gift package now unveiled, talent, combat strength, influence, and organizational backbone had all surged to their absolute zenith. Not even Alok, the paramount leader of Ho Lin Sheng, could withstand this force. Even if all Hong Kong's major triads united against him, they would crumble instantly before his complete entourage and his own perfected post-heavenly golden chi mastery. Suppressing the shock of acquiring such a formidable retinue, Lu Qingyu sank his awareness into the system space and selected the skill gift package. A cold, resonant system voice echoed within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine-level marksmanship. Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine-level driving. Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine-level medicine. Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine-level culinary arts. Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine-level parkour. Congratulations, host. You have acquired mastery of 10 languages. Vast torrents of skill comprehension surged into Lu Qingyu's consciousness, immediately assimilated, internalized, and embedded into instinct. Divine-level marksmanship, instant mastery over all firearms, pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, shotguns, with preternatural accuracy, blind firing, mobile engagement, and concealed sniping, all elevated to the sublime. Divine-level driving, instant peak proficiency across all vehicles, sedans, sports cars, motorcycles, trucks, yachts, aircraft, fighter jets, enabling flawless drifting, extreme evasion, and urban navigation with effortless grace. Divine-level medicine, complete mastery of both Eastern and Western medicine, surgery, internal injury regulation, bone-setting, trauma recovery, and treatment of rare or complex ailments. Divine-level culinary arts, mastery of delicacies and humble fare alike, regional Chinese cuisines, international gastronomy, and everything between. Divine-level parkour, effortless vaulting across skyscrapers, weaving through alleyways, scaling eaves and walls, movement fluid, agile, and unbound. When combined with the Grandmaster-level mysterious trace, steps, terrestrial pursuits, stealthy evasion, and close-quarters maneuvering became seamless, swift as wind, untouchable, and unstoppable. Mastery of 10 languages, fluent command of Mandarin, English, Japanese, Korean, French, German, Russian, and 7 others. Effortless speaking, business negotiation, reading, and writing without impediment. In that instant, Lu Qingyu felt himself enhanced in every dimension. He slowly closed his eyes, integrating all skill insights, his bearing deepening, his aura growing ever more serene, profound, and unshakably confident. After a moment's composure, he willed the final package, the item gift package, to open. A torrent of system notifications blazed across his awareness. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 100-fold cashback card, 1 unit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Black Tech construction card, 1 unit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a storage ring, 1 unit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Black Tech smartphone. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 12 Black Tech Rolls-Royce Phantom limousines. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 12 Black Tech Maybach Pullman limousines. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 12 Black Tech Raifa executive vans. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an infinite ammunition Desert Eagle, 1 unit. Immediately afterward, the unique functions of each item unfolded in his mind. 100-fold cashback card activated upon any purchase. Returns 100 times the expenditure instantly. Valid for 1 month, single use only. Black Tech construction card summon buildings, towers, villas, estates into existence solely by will. Maximum height 108 stories. Maximum footprint 24,000 square meters. Storage ring contains an independent spatial domain, 100 meters in length, width, and height. Accessed intuitively and instantly. The Black Tech smartphone transforms seamlessly into any communication device Lu Qingyu has ever seen, including smartwatches. It is solar-powered, fireproof, waterproof, shockproof, crushproof, and impervious to wear or decay. Most critically, the Black Tech smartphone generates arbitrary phone numbers, resists interception and geolocation, and operates via dedicated satellite linkage. Full Black Tech fleet: 12 extended Rolls-Royce Phantom limousines, 12 Maybach Pullman limousines, and 12 Raifa executive vans. Each engineered with ultimate Black Tech attributes: bulletproof, waterproof, fireproof, toxin-resistant, and capable of withstanding direct tank fire. Adaptive suspension adjusts to rugged mountain terrain. Amphibious capability allows seamless water traversal like a luxury yacht. Interior features include atmospheric recycling systems, built-in refrigeration, satellite telephony, and every other top-tier amenity. Engine output amplified 10-fold, fuel capacity expanded 100-fold, vehicle integrity remains permanently inviolate. No degradation, no obsolescence. All models are custom registered, fully legal for road use, enhanced exclusively by system-derived Black Tech. Infinite ammunition Desert Eagle unlimited ammunition. Firearm suffers 0 wear, 0 overheating, 0 mechanical failure, even during sustained fire. Integrated silencer. Bound exclusively to the host. A warm, soft luminescence shimmered into being. A simple, ancient jade ring materializing in Lu Qingyu's palm. His fingertip brushed its surface, forging an immediate soul bond. His consciousness flowed inward. Before him stretched an expansive, empty domain. 100 meters in every dimension, vast and boundless. Simultaneously, data on dozens of elite automobiles surfaced in his mind, all officially registered with Hong Kong Automotive Authority's plates already issued. Turning next to the infinite ammunition Desert Eagle, he willed it into being, its sleek obsidian frame settling cool and weighty into his grip. No loading required, ammunition flowed endlessly, absolute certainty, no hesitation. Finally, he beheld the 100-fold cashback card and the Black Tech construction card, two radiant luminous cards resting serenely within the system space. With the 100-fold cashback card secured, every future investment, real estate acquisition, corporate founding, talent recruitment, would yield 100-fold returns on expenditure. The Black Tech construction card was even more extraordinary with, but a thought palatial villas, commercial skyscrapers, or private estates would rise from nothingness. Up to 108 stories tall, spanning up to 2.0 square meters. Fully customizable, bypassing land acquisition, construction, and bureaucratic approval entirely. Thus concluded the unveiling of all 5 gift packages. Lu Qingyu stood alone in his modest 2-bedroom apartment, eyes gently closed, methodically reviewing his totality of resources. In martial cultivation, perfected post-heavenly golden chi mastery, complemented by 5 grandmaster-level martial arts, and the yin-yang longevity scripture, rendering his body indestructible and his inner energy inexhaustible. In elixirs, 100 purifying marrow pills, beautifying pills, age-stabilizing pills, herbal harmonizers, longevity enhancers, and great restoration pills, comprehensively addressing healing, lifespan extension, foundation consolidation, and corporeal refinement. In personnel-bound, secretaries, assistants, housekeepers, shadow guards, and maid squads, augmented by elite supreme teams and over 1,000 elite blade masters, equally adept at governance, commerce, or battlefield command. In skills, divine-level marksmanship, driving medicine, culinary arts, parkour, and 10 language mastery. In artifacts, a 1,000,000 cubic meter storage ring, an unparalleled Black Tech fleet, in infinite ammunition, divine firearm, the 100-fold cashback card, and the Black Tech construction card. His personal combat supremacy was absolute, his retinue was complete, wealth flowed without limit, healing and longevity were assured. He holstered the Desert Eagle, fingers curling around the storage ring, his lips lifting in a faint, detached, sovereign smile. Lu Qingyu lifted his gaze toward the aging wall clock. The hour hand had long passed 3 in the morning. Night reigned deep and absolute. The entire Tong Lu building stood utterly still, enveloped in a suffocating silence. In the eyes of A Lu, the paramount leader of the Ho Lin Sheng Triad, his original self was already dead, eliminated by Fei Ji, the assassin sent by plane. Without surprise, at dawn, A Lu would dispatch men to seize all territories, outlets, and enterprises formerly controlled by Big D, claiming them all with unassailable legitimacy. At this thought, Lu Qingyu's eyes hardened instantly. A Lu was ruthless and merciless, willing to orchestrate cold-blooded assassinations solely to swallow up rival assets, even sending Fei Ji to execute him outright. Then why should he not eliminate A Lu and Fei Ji first, eradicating the threat permanently? Moreover, Chang Mao, the trusted lieutenant of Big D, must also be removed. Left alive, he would inevitably obstruct Lu Qingyu's consolidation of Big D's power. Only after cleansing every obstacle could he assume control seamlessly and ascend unchallenged. With that resolve crystallized, Lu Qingyu hesitated no longer. He focused his will, preparing to summon reinforcements. Though the system itself had departed, its spatial domain remained intact. Within it rested all awarded items, pills, personnel, vehicles, and artifacts preserved perfectly. Yet he had just tested its limits. Physical objects from the outside world could not be stored inside. Only retrieval was possible. Inward storage remained impossible. There was no time now for such quandaries. His immediate priority was orchestrating the purge of A Lu and his faction. Calmly centering his mind, Lu Qingyu summoned the bonded Shadow Guard squad directly from the system space. In the next instant, a blinding flash of white light erupted, and 12 lithe statuesque figures materialized silently within the living room of the 2-bedroom apartment. Each woman wore form-fitting black combat attire, accentuating supple, voluptuous physiques sculpted by all wore half-faced black masks concealing most of their features, leaving only delicate chins and elegantly arched necks exposed. Their presence exuded icy austerity and restrained lethality. Standing motionless and silent, they radiated an aura so forbidding that even breath seemed to freeze in their vicinity. Then as one they dropped to one knee, movements flawless, synchronized, voices clear, cool, and unified. "We greet our master." Suppressing his inner astonishment, Lu Qingyu swiftly raised his hand. Rise. At his command, the 12 black-clad women rose in perfect unison, spine straight, postures poised, awaiting orders. "Remove your masks," Lu Qingyu commanded, voice calm and detached. Without hesitation, all 12 lifted their hands and slid off the half-masks. As their breathtaking visages emerged into view, Lu Qingyu's gaze tightened, his composure faltering ever so slightly. Each face possessed a distinct allure, one ethereally aloof, another seductively enchanting, yet another fiercely charismatic. All were peerless beauties, exquisitely proportioned, tall and fiery, endowed with transcendent poise. Their beauty struck like thunder, stunning, overwhelming, unforgettable. He instinctively swallowed, then steadied his pulse and asked, "What are your names?" The foremost woman, her bearing the coldest, most refined, stepped forward respectfully. Master, we bear no worldly names, only designated code names. I am Ing 1. The others follow in sequencing 2 through Ing 12. Lu Qingyu gave a slight nod, then asked, what are your areas of expertise? Speak plainly. Ing 1 replied with unwavering composure and crystalline clarity. Master, all 12 of us are masters of assassination, infiltration, intelligence, gathering, terrain, reconnaissance, lockpicking, disguise, identity, simulation, psychological, profiling, toxin synthesis, comprehensive medicine, anti-surveillance, anti-tracking, trap deployment, close-quarters combat with cold weapons, and full proficiency with all modern firearms. She paused briefly, then added solemnly. In addition, each of us is born with an innate supernatural ability, perfect invisibility. Hearing this, Lu Qingyu's eyes flared with sharp brilliance, his heart surging with fierce, uncontainable elation. 12 masters of every facet of covert warfare, each possessing the ultimate stealth gift. What did this mean? It meant he now commanded an unstoppable, peerless assassination unit, untraceable, unassailable beyond countermeasure. Whether undercover of night or broad daylight, silent eliminations and precision strikes would leave no echo, no trace, no whisper. Whenever he wielded, a Lu and Fei Ji would vanish, without sound, without witness. Even purging Big D's loyalists would be executed flawlessly. No evidence, no suspicion, no lingering thread. Lu Qingyu's gaze swept slowly across the 12 peerless shadow guards, his expression settling back into steely composure. From the moment they manifested, their minds had seamlessly integrated knowledge of Hong Kong's triad landscape, Ho Linsheng's internal structure, and Lu Qingyu's current entanglements, rendering further explanation unnecessary. They understood everything, root and branch, intuitively, completely. His voice cut like tempered steel, devoid of inflection, devoid of mercy. You will capture a leader of Ho Linsheng, and Fei Ji as well. Once both are secured, compel them to disclose every asset, every account, every source of wealth under their control, and reclaim what is ours. Then contact Elder Deng and the senior Triad elders. Demand 100 million Hong Kong dollars as ransom. Upon receipt, execute a Lu and Fei Ji on the spot. Yes, master. In unison, the 12 bowed deeply, voices glacial, resolute, unwavering. Lu Qingyu waved his hand, then amended softly, Ing 1. Henceforth address me not as master, but as young master. He paused, then let a sliver of killing intent gleam in his eyes also. First, eliminate Chong Mao, Big D's former confidant. Make it appear accidental. Leave no human trace. Go. Understood, young master. Ing 1 nodded once. Then with Ing 2 through Ing 12 in silent formation, they dissolved into the shadows. In an imperceptible ripple, they vanished from the two-bedroom flat, merging seamlessly into Hong Kong's nocturnal alleys. Endowed with invisibility, mastery of infiltration, disguise, and counter-surveillance, their movements were phantasmal, effortless. Infiltrating Ali's mansion, tracking Fei Ji's whereabouts, eliminating Chong Mao, staging abductions and ransom demands. All were trivial feats. Watching the shadow squad fade into darkness, Lu Qingyu walked to the living room window, gazing out upon the heavy, starless night at 3:30 a.m., his eyes glinting with cold, calculating light. His decision to demand 100 million Hong Kong dollars from Elder Deng stemmed from one fundamental truth: he possessed virtually no capital. His predecessor had served Big D for 2 years, overseeing numerous enterprises, appearing prosperous yet earning little in reality. His monthly income barely exceeded 20,000 Hong Kong dollars. After months of frugal saving, his total savings amounted to merely several hundred thousand, enough perhaps for an ordinary citizen's quiet, secure life. But Lu Qingyu harbored ambitions far grander: dominance in commerce, control over Triad factions, the forging of a vast personal empire. Against such scale, several $100,000 was nothing more than a single drop in an ocean. He held a 100-fold cashback card, a singular divine artifact usable only once with a strict 30-day expiration. Such an unparalleled treasure could never be squandered on trivial expenses. It must be deployed with surgical precision to catalyze immense transformative wealth. Yet with only 30 days remaining, there was no luxury of slow accumulation. He needed massive capital. Securing a Lu and Fei Ji and extracting the $100 million ransom from Elder Deng would solve his most urgent financial crisis. Lost in thought, Lu Qingyu sank onto the living room sofa, pulled out the last pack of Marlboro cigarettes belonging to his predecessor, lit one, and watched the smoke coil upward in languid silver-gray spirals. Through the haze, he began contemplating how best to deploy the BlackTech construction card. This card defied all logic: no land acquisition, no bureaucratic approvals, no construction crews. Only a single act of will, and towering edifices would manifest from nothing. Its limits were astonishing: maximum footprint of 24,000 square meters height, capped at 108 stories, with remarkably permissive parameters. A single contemplative breath was all Lu Qingyu needed to conceive a complete blueprint. He would maximize the footprint, every inch of the full 24,000 square meters utilized. All 108 floors would be built, but not stacked conventionally. 72 floors would rise above ground, 36 more would descend beneath, totaling precisely 108. Floor area had already been calculated with meticulous precision. Above-ground levels would taper subtly, yet even the topmost floor would retain over 8,000 square meters. Ample space for premium commercial zones, corporate headquarters, elite lounges, and grand banquet halls. The subterranean 36 levels, however, would maintain the full 24,000 square meter footprint, unreduced, uninterrupted. Fortuitously, the system had also granted him a supreme research team. The underground space, secluded, impregnable, shielded from external scrutiny, was nature's perfect secret sanctuary. He would install the research team there, establishing a clandestine world-class scientific hub dedicated to developing breakthrough technologies, biomedicine, electronics, advanced weaponry, and cutting-edge black tech, quietly amassing irreplaceable strategic depth. And the entire 180 Tower. It would serve as his global corporate headquarters, the sovereign nerve center of his future empire across commerce and industry. With the plan fully formed, Lu Qingyu exhaled a slow, steady stream of smoke, his eyes alight with quiet, unshakable certainty. Lu Qingyu finished his Marlboro, extinguished the cigarette, and rose to enter the bathroom for washing and showering. Warm water cascaded over his body, rinsing away dust and the accumulated fatigue of recent days, calming his mind completely. After drying off, he returned to the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Ing Yi, having departed Tang Building with her squad of shadow guards, immediately assigned tasks with crisp efficiency. Each order precise, every role clearly defined, no trace of confusion. First, she dispatched Ing Air with 5 shadow guards to covertly encircle the Tubdrum 1 living room apartment building where Lu Qingyu resided. They established silent round-the-clock sentry posts, unwavering, invisible, guarding Lu Qingyu's safety without pause. Next, she ordered Ing San to operate alone, to eliminate Chong Mao, Dada's most trusted lieutenant, staging it as a fatal accident. She then tasked Ing Si with 1 subordinate to locate and apprehend Fei Ji. Ing Yi herself led the remaining 2 guards toward their primary target, Lu, the dragon head of the He Lian. The 12 shadow guards had synchronized fragments of Lu Qingyu's memories upon descending into this world, including the known residential addresses of Lu, Fei Ji, and Chong Mao. Yet Triad elders and senior figures moved with habitual caution. Spending nights away from home was commonplace. Though they knew the addresses, they could not confirm whether any of the targets were currently present. They would first need to conduct discreet reconnaissance, mapping movements before striking. As peerless masters bound to Lu Qingyu, transcending even the system's super tier, their operational precision and execution speed were beyond question. Chong Mao's residence lay close to Tang Building. The night was hushed, the alleys deserted. Ing Sen moved like a wraith, her invisibility ability rendering her form utterly imperceptible as she glided through Hong Kong's aging streets. Not a whisper of footfall or breath betrayed her presence. Within moments, she arrived silently beneath Chong Mao's apartment building. Vanishing completely, she approached his doorway, unseen, slipping up to the threshold like smoke. She stood before the door, her gaze sweeping coolly over the antiquated lock. With delicate precision, her fingertips danced across the keyhole. A soft, almost inaudible click, and the door swung open without resistance. Ing Sen slipped inside. Darkness swallowed the interior, only faint streetlight filtered through the windows, illuminating the space. The living room was empty. She methodically checked the bedrooms, kitchen, and bathroom. Chong Mao was nowhere to be found. Clearly, he had not returned home that night. Ing San acted decisively. No hesitation, no wasted motion. She turned, closed the door noiselessly behind her, leaving no trace of intrusion, and vanished into the night. Orienting herself with swift certainty, she surged forward, her form dissolving into a streak of shadow, as she raced through intersecting alleys toward one of Dada's former core strongholds. As Dada's most trusted confidant, Chong Mao, when absent from home, was almost certainly indulging at his own nightclub, drinking, gambling, and reveling. Ing Sen anticipated his location with absolute certainty. Without pause, she advanced under the heavy veil of night, straight toward the Paris nightclub. This was one of Dada's flagship strongholds, where Chong Mao and his inner circle habitually gathered to drink, laugh, and unwind. At that hour, the nightclub's entrance bustled with patrons. Inside, blaring music and clamorous voices filled. Activating her invisibility, Ing San passed unimpeded through the bouncers at the door, intangible, weightless, a phantom gliding into the club's heart. The main hall shimmered with crimson lights and golden haze. The air hung thick with tobacco, liquor, and perfume. Ing San's gaze swept the room once, calm, detached, and within seconds her extraordinary perception locked onto her quarry. In a secluded, opulent booth at the far corner, Chong Mao reclined between 2 hostesses, surrounded by loyal subordinates, clinking glasses and laughing loudly. Ing San approached, expressionless steps featherlight, passing through the crowd unnoticed, as if she were air itself. She stopped beside him, leaned down slightly, and tapped his shoulder with effortless grace. A thread of exquisitely refined, soft internal energy shot from her fingertip, penetrating his body, racing along meridian straight to the heart. disrupting myocardial blood flow with surgical precision, triggering acute catastrophic myocardial infarction. Having completed her task, Ing San lingered not a second longer. She turned and melted back into the throng, her silhouette dissolving into the pulsing lights and chaos of the club. Scarcely seconds after her departure, Chang Mao's face contorted violently. His wine bottle crashed to the floor with a sharp clatter, splashing amber liquid across the carpet. He clutched his chest. Agonizing constriction seized him, breath came in ragged gasps. His body convulsed uncontrollably. His subordinates froze in shock, scrambling forward instinctively. Before anyone reached him, his heart lurched violently 3 times. His eyes rolled back, his limbs went slack, and he slumped lifelessly onto the sofa, utterly still. Panic erupted. Screams and cries pierced the din of music. No one could fathom how Chang Mao, laughing moments earlier, had collapsed without warning from sudden cardiac arrest. Meanwhile, Ing Si followed her designated route to Fei Ji's private residence. She ascended silently to the floor, pressed herself invisibly against the door, picked the lock with practiced ease, and entered. The apartment was sparsely furnished, yet eerily vacant. She searched every room, bedrooms, kitchen, bathroom. Fei Ji was nowhere to be found. Ing Si withdrew instantly, no delay, no hesitation. She closed the door softly behind her and dissolved into the nocturnal alleyways. Simultaneously, Ing Yi, with Ing Shi and Ing Shi had already arrived at Ali's residence. As the dragon head of his triad, Ali lived with remarkable discretion, not in a lavish villa, but humbly like any ordinary resident. He occupied a modest, aging Tang building flat, utterly unassuming. The night was still, the corridor dim and quiet. Ing Yi arrived at the door, her fingers flicking deftly at the lock. It yielded soundlessly. In one fluid motion, all 3 slipped inside, vanishing into the shadows of the apartment. The unit followed a standard 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout. Ing Yi signaled her comrades to split up. She herself approached the master bedroom and eased the door open. Inside, a young boy slept peacefully, the son of Allah. Ing Yi moved without hesitation, 1 swift, precise strike to the nape, no cry, no stir. The boy sank into deep unconsciousness. Elsewhere, Ing Shi and Ing Shi entered the remaining bedrooms to search. Ing Shi opened one door. There, asleep and defenseless, lay Alu himself. She stepped lightly to the bedside, her fingertip landing with exactitude on a vital cervical acupoint. Ali's eyelids did not flutter. His vision blackened, and he collapsed into oblivion mid-breath. Ing Shi pushed open the final bedroom door. Another figure slept within. Without a word, she struck with practiced efficiency, rendered him unconscious, then hoisted him effortlessly by the shoulder and carried him out. The 3 regrouped swiftly in the living room. Bathed in faint moonlight filtering through the window, they examined their captive and instantly recognized him, Fei Ji. It turned out Fei Ji had spent the night at Ali's, saving them precious time and effort. Ing Yi's voice remained calm, commanding, "Search the entire apartment. Cash, gold, luxury, watches, jewelry, everything of value. Take it all." They divided tasks seamlessly, rifling through bedrooms, wardrobes, hidden compartments, drawers, and safes. In just 10 minutes, the apartment was stripped bare. Their haul totaled over 5 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, 10 ingots of pure gold, each weighing 10 kilograms, and 2 high-end timepieces. Ing Yi secured the spoils, then issued her next order: 1 person carries 1 captive, immediate extraction. Ing Shi hoisted the unconscious Alu. Ing Shi bore Fei Ji. Ing Yi carried the dazed boy. All 3 descended the stairs with cat-like silence, emerging onto the street without a whisper. At street level, Ing Yi scanned the surroundings, selected a parked sedan at random, and moved with swift expertise, popping the window, wrenching open the door. She placed 1 captive in the trunk, seated Alu and Fei Ji in the rear, and the trio drove off, silent, purposeful, vanishing into the city's nocturnal veins. Ing Yi had pre-planned both route and destination. Within an hour, they arrived at a remote, derelict bungalow, abandoned, concealed, ideal for temporary detention. After securing the unconscious Alu, Fei Ji, and the boy inside the bungalow, Ing Yi turned to Ing Shi and spoke with quiet authority. "You will drive the vehicle away immediately, reconnect with the rest of the squad, then dispose of the car thoroughly. Eliminate every trace, leave no evidence behind." "Understood." Ing Shi acknowledged crisply and departed silently behind the wheel. Inside the derelict bungalow, dim light seeped through cracked windows, casting long shadows across the desolate, barren interior. Ing Yi's voice dropped low and commanding as she instructed Ing Shi to bind Alu, Fei Ji, and the young boy tightly to their chairs. Once secured, Ing Shi raised her hand and gently tapped Ali's forehead. His consciousness snapped awake instantly. His eyes fluttered open to reveal a crumbling, unfamiliar ceiling. Coarse ropes bit deep into his wrists and ankles, pinning him helplessly to the chair. A surge of panic seized his chest. He thrashed violently, the ropes tearing at his skin, yet not a single knot gave way. "Enough. Stop struggling. It's futile." A woman's voice cut through the gloom. Crisp, glacial, utterly devoid of warmth. Alu froze mid-struggle. His gaze followed the voice into the shadows, and there stood Ing Yi, tall, poised, radiating an aura of icy detachment. His heart plummeted like stone. He had weathered decades in the underworld, storms of betrayal, bloodshed, and power. So he forced down his rising dread, drew a slow, steadying breath, and softened his tone with practiced restraint. My friend, I am Alu, the dragon head of Yansheng. Name your terms, money, territory, favors. I'll grant them all without hesitation so long as they lie within my reach. Ying Yi's expression remained impassive, her gaze serene and unshaken by his title. We know exactly who you are. No need for formalities. We seek only wealth. Cooperate quietly, and your suffering will be minimal. Her voice paused, then sharpened with deliberate coldness. By the way, your son is bound directly behind you. The words struck like lightning. Ali's entire body jolted, his eyes widened in raw, unguarded terror. Power, land, fortune, he possessed them all. But his son, that was his one inviolable sanctuary, his very lifeblood. Yet the panic lasted only seconds. As dragon head of Yansheng, his composure ran deep. He willed himself, still mastering the storm within. Here he was meat on the chopping block. Himself, his son, and Feiji, all held captive. Defiance would only invite greater cruelty. Though fury coiled like venom in his gut, though he burned to obliterate this woman, he swallowed his rage, bowed his head, and submitted. He inhaled deeply, his face grave as he met Ying Yi's gaze. Fine, I'll cooperate. Tell me plainly. Ying Yi spared no pretense. Her tone was flat. Final 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Deliver it on time, and you walk free. 100 million. You're demanding a king's ransom. Preposterous. I don't carry that kind of sum. A glacial smile flickered at Ying Yi's lips. Her eyes, sharp as shattered ice, betrayed no compromise. Whether you possess it or can scrape it together, that is entirely your concern. She stepped forward, her presence pressing down like a physical weight. Two paths lie before you. Raise the ransom. Ali's face drained of color, shifting between ashen pallor and livid flush. He was trussed tight, immobile, his beloved son likewise imprisoned in the same room. To refuse outright, given her merciless demeanor, might seal both their fates before dawn broke over this rotting. After weighing every grim possibility, he choked back humiliation and wrath, murmuring hoarsely, fine. 100 million, yes. But I cannot produce such cash immediately. I must contact Yansheng to assemble the funds. Ying Yi's eyes turned frostier still. Without a trace of mercy, she demanded, no need to alert the syndicate. Not yet. Your personal assets, cash, gold, hidden valuables, all of it. Hand it over now. Don't feign poverty or ignorance. What we seized from your residence was merely the tip of the iceberg. You are the dragon head of Yansheng. You cannot possibly be this shallow. She advanced another step, her aura suffocating. Speak every detail, every last coin. Don't force me to extract it by force. Ali's stomach clenched. He understood her strategy instantly. She intended to drain him completely, strip him bare, before leveraging his and his son's lives to extort Yansheng itself. Crushed beneath Ying Yi's glacial presence, he knew negotiation was impossible. His life hung in the balance, and his son's fragile existence rested entirely in her hands. Concealment meant death. With no recourse left, he surrendered utterly. No more illusions, no more defiance. His face twisted in bitter resignation as he sighed heavily and began listing every secret cache, every hidden vault, every concealed fortune he'd amassed over decades. Ying Yi listened in silence, her expression unreadable. When he finished, she uttered not a word, only turned to Ying Shi with a subtle, commanding glance. Go. Retrieve everything, exactly as he described. Ying Shi bowed once, then strode out, without hesitation, vanishing into the gray morning mist. Alu watched her retreating figure, his heart hemorrhaging. These were his life's work, hoarded in silence, meant solely for his son's future. Now he could only watch, paralyzed and mute, as his legacy was carted away, piece by piece, without the strength to lift a finger in protest. Time slipped silently away. Dawn bled across the eastern horizon. 7 o'clock. Light footsteps approached outside the bungalow. Ying Shire returned. She carried steaming breakfast parcels, halted before Ying Yi, and reported crisply, Captain, all concealed assets have been retrieved. We secured 50 million HKD in cash, a 30 million HKD cashier's check, and 100 kilograms of gold. All valuables have been delivered to the young master. Ying Yi nodded faintly. No flicker of surprise, no shift in demeanor. She accepted the meal, unwrapped it with unhurried precision, and ate with quiet, methodical calm. Ali's breath hitched. That sum represented half a lifetime's labor, sweat, risk, and sacrifice, all reduced to mere inventory in her ledger. Agony knifed through his chest, but bound helpless, he lowered his head in silent, seething despair, uttering, once finished. Ying Yi set the empty container aside. Her composure re-solidified, cold, impenetrable, absolute. She turned to Ying Shire and ordered, voice low and unwavering, remain here. Guard all three. No lapses, no exceptions. Understood. Ying Shire stepped forward, swift and precise, her palm striking the nape of each captive's neck. In turn, Lu Feiji and the boy slumped unconscious, limp as rag dolls. Satisfied, Ying Yi exited the bungalow without pause. Her path now set toward contacting Deng Bo of Yansheng. Half an hour vanished in the blink of an eye. Yi slipped away from the derelict bungalow, moving with practiced stealth through the city's quiet streets until she reached an old-fashioned public telephone booth by the roadside. Assured no one was watching, she stepped inside, lifted the receiver, and dialed Master Deng's landline number with calm precision. Meanwhile, Master Deng, elder statesman of the Ho Lin Sheng Triad, had just returned home after his usual morning stroll, walking at his customary unhurried pace. He had barely settled onto the sofa when the telephone in the living room rang abruptly. With unruffled composure, he reached out and lifted the receiver, his voice low, steady, and weathered by age. "This is Master Deng." Instantly, a woman's voice answered, crisp, detached, utterly devoid of emotion. "Master Deng, yes. Alok is now in our custody." His heart lurched violently, his face hardened instantly, brows knitting tightly together. Having navigated decades of turmoil across Hong Kong's underworld, he swiftly suppressed his shock, his tone shifting into one of quiet, unassailable authority. "Since you know who I am, you must understand the consequences of kidnapping the Ho Lin Sheng's dragon head." Yi dismissed his warning without hesitation. Her voice remained glacial, her words direct and unadorned. "Spare me the theatrics, Fat Deng. One demand, only 200 million Hong Kong dollars for his release. Transfer the funds and he walks free. Refuse and he dies." Master Deng recoiled inwardly, stunned, speechless by the sheer audacity of the demand. His expression darkened, grave and unyielding. "Who are you, daring to seize the Ho Lin Sheng's dragon head?" Yi's reply was icy, dismissive. "You need not know my name. You have 24 hours to raise the sum. 200 million HKD, not a single dollar less. Deliver the money on time, and Alok will be returned unharmed. Fail, and you'll be burying him." Hearing this, Master Deng immediately attempted to negotiate, softening his tone, pleading for leniency and delay. "Friend, 200 million is absurdly excessive. Such a sum cannot be assembled in cash so quickly. Might we reduce it slightly, or extend the deadline by a few days?" Yi refused to yield, not even a fraction. Her stance was absolute, uncompromising, no negotiation, no reduction. 24 hours, no more, no less. I will call again tomorrow at noon to confirm. If the funds are not verified by then, no further warnings. Before Master Deng could utter another plea, the line went dead. Only the sharp, hollow tone of disconnection remained. He sat frozen on the sofa, gripping the receiver, brow, furrowed, face shifting between fury, disbelief, and despair. Her resolve was absolute, ruthless, decisive, leaving no room for bargaining or delay. Raising 200 million HKD within a day was a monumental burden, yet Alok's life hung in the balance. He dared not gamble that her threat was mere posturing. Moreover, Alok had been his chosen dragon head. To abandon him would render the Ho Lin Sheng a laughingstock across all of Hong Kong. With no viable alternative, Master Deng immediately placed urgent calls, summoning every senior elder and branch leader of the Ho Lin Sheng to an emergency conclave. Time slipped forward. By 9 o'clock that morning, the meeting was already set in motion. Ever since Brother Da's death, all his territories had been managed solely by Chong Mao. Yet no one anticipated that last night Chong Mao had collapsed without warning, stricken by sudden cardiac arrest, and died on the spot. His branch could not reach him, nor locate his whereabouts. In the absence of leadership, the elders naturally turned to Lu Qingyu. After all, the original heir had served under Sister Da for years, overseeing business operations across multiple fronts. He knew every district, every ledger, every key contact intimately. With Chong Mao gone, only Lu Qingyu possessed the knowledge and authority to hold the structure together. At that very moment, Lu Qingyu still lay deep in slumber, exhausted from last night's exertions, dreaming soundly in his bed. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp, insistent rapping shattered his rest. Lu Qingyu stirred groggily, rubbed his bleary eyes, yawned widely, and ambled slowly to the door, then pulled it open. Standing outside was a young underling, pale, sweating, visibly panicked, once part of Chong Mao's inner circle. Upon seeing Lu Qingyu, he blurted out breathlessly, voice trembling with alarm. Brother Yu, something terrible has happened." Lu Qingyu frowned. "Calm down. Speak clearly." "Brother Yu, last night Brother Chong Mao suffered a sudden heart attack and passed away in the middle of the night. Just now headquarters called for an emergency assembly. I've already informed them of Brother Chong Mao's death. They've ordered you to attend in his stead by 10 o'clock sharp at Ho Lin Sheng headquarters. No delays permitted." Hearing of Chong Mao's sudden demise, Lu Qingyu felt nothing, not surprise, not sorrow. It had been his own command, executed flawlessly by Yi and her team. Every detail had unfolded precisely as planned. Yet outwardly he betrayed no trace of foreknowledge, instead feigning stunned disbelief. "What? Chong Mao died last night? How could a man in full health simply vanish like that? What truly happened?" The underling stammered urgently. "Brother Yu, we were all at the Paris nightclub last night, drinking with Brother Chong Mao. Everything was fine. Then suddenly he clutched his chest, turned pale, convulsed violently, and within minutes he was gone. We rushed him to the hospital, but the doctors declared it acute cardiac arrest. No chance of resuscitation." Lu Qingyu exhaled deeply, his expression heavy with sorrow, then shifted seamlessly. "You said headquarters summoned a meeting and wants me to attend." The underling nodded vigorously. Yes, Brother Yu. With Brother Chong Mao gone Brother Da's territories and enterprises lack leadership. Headquarters knows you've long managed these affairs and has expressly instructed you to represent Brother Chong Mao at today's conclave. 10 o'clock, no later. Lu Qingyu paused thoughtfully, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. Understood. You may go. I'll freshen up and head straight to headquarters. The underling bowed hastily and fled. As his figure disappeared down the hallway, Lu Qingyu's mask of grief dissolved, replaced by a glacial stillness in his eyes. Chong Mao was eliminated. Alok and Fei Ji were already secured by the shadow guards. The Ho Lin Shang's hierarchy had fractured irreparably, creating the perfect opening for Lu Qingyu to seize Brother Da's empire and ascend without resistance. After closing the door behind the departing underling, Lu Qingyu turned calmly toward the bathroom, shedding all pretense, his demeanor now serene and focused. He washed and dressed swiftly in clean, refined attire, then strode into the living room. With a subtle mental command, he transferred the Hong Kong dollars and gold bars, seized by Sure Yi from Alok's residence the previous night, into his storage ring. The seized cash totaled 55.6 million HKD. Combined with his personal reserves of over 100,000, his liquid assets now approached 55.8 million HKD. In addition, he possessed 200 kilograms of pure gold, valued at an extraordinary sum. Gazing upon his newly swollen fortune, Lu Qingyu allowed himself the faintest, most enigmatic smile. He had effortlessly emptied Alok's lifetime hoard, and soon the 200 million HKD ransom would flow in. His capital would become truly formidable. Once laundered, he would activate the 100-fold cashback card. Then, deploying the Black Tech construction card, he would erect his headquarters, a cornerstone for his inevitable rise across the business world. Composing himself fully, he departed without delay, bound for the Ho Lin Shang headquarters, ready to step into power, claim Brother Da's legacy, and assume control of every territory and enterprise left behind. After stepping out, Lu Qingyu first stopped by to buy 2 packs of Marlboro, then settled into his Mazda, a car notorious for traffic jams, and drove away slowly. As the car glided along the road, he held a cigarette between his fingers, drew a slow, deliberate drag, and let his thoughts sink deeper, pondering his next moves with quiet calculation. He knew full well he could never truly sever ties with the Triad. His name was already inscribed in the Triad's official registry, occupying the prestigious position of White Fan. He had long since risen to the middle ranks, irrevocably bound to this vessel with no easy way to disembark. Having resolved there was no path of retreat, Lu Qingyu decided to press forward along this very road. First, he would methodically purge and replace the entrenched, antiquated elders who clung to power at the top. Then he would restructure the organization's codes and discipline. Only then might Ho Lin Shang gradually steer itself ashore, shedding its violent past and cleansing its reputation. As these thoughts unfolded, the car advanced steadily. Before long, the Mazda came to a smooth halt before the Ho Lin Shang Grand Hall. He switched off the engine, stepped out, pulled a Marlboro from the pack, lit it, and inhaled deeply, the smoke curling outward in a slow, languid exhale. His posture was effortlessly nonchalant, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his gait loose and swaggering, exuding a roguish, streetwise charm as he strolled unhurriedly toward the main hall. It was now 9:55 a.m. The Triad's mid-level members, the heads of each branch, and the elder uncles had all gathered. A low murmur filled the hall, thick with tobacco smoke. Cliques huddled in small groups, speaking in hushed tones. An oppressive stillness hung in the air like the calm before a storm. Lu Qingyu crossed the threshold with serene composure. He first offered respectful greetings to the senior elders seated at the head table, courteous, precise, impeccably formal. Then he turned, nodding gently to the branch heads he knew well, graceful, polished, neither subservient nor arrogant. Once the pleasantries concluded, he made no move toward the front. Instead, he ambled to a rear corner of the hall, pulled up a chair, and sat down with quiet ease, observing the unfolding dynamics with silent, watchful detachment. The clock neared 10. The ambient chatter began to ebb. Then, thud, thud, thud. A cane struck the floor rhythmically as Uncle Deng entered, leaning on his dragon-head staff, his steps measured and unwavering. Silence fell instantly. Every face instinctively tightened, all eyes converged upon him. Without expression, Uncle Deng strode to the central seat, the paramount throne, and took his place, saying nothing. He picked up the teaware on the table, warming the pot, rinsing the cups, pouring the brew, with unhurried, practiced grace. His commanding presence pressed down upon the room, leaving no soul daring to break the silence. Boiling water cascaded over the leaves, a fragrant steam rose softly. Uncle Deng poured a cup, lifted it slightly, and said calmly, "Please partake of the tea." Then, lifting the cup himself, he sipped gently, closing his eyes as if in quiet meditation, saying nothing more. Those present exchanged glances, their eyes clouded with uncertainty. This was a Triad assembly, but Lockhap the dragon head remained conspicuously absent. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Suddenly, a gruff, impatient voice shattered the stillness. Chenbo, known for his volatile temper, stood scowling, his brow furrowed, his tone dripping with undisguised resentment and mockery. "Uncle Deng, what urgent matter warrants this gathering? And where is Dragonhead Lockhap?" He paused, then raised his voice sharp and unrelenting. Our dragon head dares arrive late to an official meeting. Has he no regard for discipline? Does he possess even a shred of dignity befitting his station? All knew Chen Bo had been Didi's staunchest loyalist, vigorously championing him during the Dragon Head election. When Lockhap ultimately claimed the title, Chen Bo had nursed deep-seated bitterness and defiance, merely biding his time for an opening. Now Lockhap's tardiness presented the perfect opportunity to undermine his authority publicly, to strike at his credibility. Chen Bo seized it without hesitation, laying bare his intent to destabilize. No sooner had Chen Bo spoken than several branch heads, close allies and fellow Didi loyalists, indeed Uncle Deng, meetings are scheduled for a reason. For the Dragon Head to disregard timing so brazenly shows utter contempt for our Triads order. Many brothers watch from below, another added gravely. Such negligence erodes our standing. What will outsiders think? That Ho Lin Sheng has no discipline. That we've become a laughingstock. Voices rose in chorus. Tension coiled tighter in the hall, undercurrents surging beneath the surface. Uncle Deng lifted his aged gaze, sweeping slowly across the hall, his piercing eyes locking onto each branch head and elder uncle in turn. The clamor dissolved under that single glance. Silence returned, absolute and immediate. Then in a voice grave and commanding, he declared, enough. Be still. The moment the words left his lips, not a whisper stirred. His gaze settled upon Chen Bo, whose face still burned with indignation, as he spoke, unhurried, yet heavy with irrevocable weight. I convened you today for one purpose only. He paused, letting the sudden tension tighten further, then enunciated each word with solemn gravity. Our dragon head Lockhap has been abducted. A collective gasp tore through the hall. Faces blanched. Uncle Deng continued, voice low and unyielding. The kidnappers demand 200 million Hong Kong dollars, payable within 24 hours. Should the sum remain unpaid when the deadline expires, they will execute him without mercy. His words struck like thunder on still ground. Shockwaves of disbelief erupted. Shouts, murmurs, stunned silence, all etched upon every face. The elder uncles were the first to speak, each revealing hidden agendas, subtle shifts in stance. Fatwa furrowed his brow, waving his hands emphatically. Ridiculous, utterly preposterous. Lockhap is our dragon head, renowned across the underworld. Who dares lay hands upon him? This is no mere affront. It is a direct assault upon Ho Lin Sheng's honor. Old Ghost Ing leaned forward, fingertips tapping the table, slowly sighing deeply. 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Within a day? That is no trivial sum. Though our branches generate steady revenue, liquidating such a vast sum would cripple us, draining reserves, unsettling operations. Biao Shu stroked his white beard, worry shadowing his features. What troubles me most is that this may not be merely about ransom. To target our dragon head suggests powerful backing, perhaps someone seeking to dismantle Ho Lin Sheng's hierarchy entirely. Chen Bo, aligned with Didi's faction, seized the moment, his tone laced with veiled schadenfreude and reproach. I warned you, Lockhap lacks the authority to command respect. Now look, he's been snatched outright. Had Didi assumed leadership, ruthless, resolute, would anyone dare touch our dragon head? Old Ghost Ing, Uncle Deng's most trusted confidant, countered sharply. What use are such words now? Our sole priority must be raising the ransom, saving Lockhap. If he is killed, the Triad fractures. Chaos erupts as branches vie for dominance. Internal strife would follow, disgracing us across Hong Kong. Branch heads murmured among themselves, some fretted over financial strain, others quietly schemed to exploit the crisis, still others contemplated the Triad's uncertain future. Chen Bo sat motionless, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, feigning outrage while inwardly relishing the turmoil. Only Lu Qingyu, seated at the back, leaned casually against his chair, rolling a cigarette between his fingers, his expression calm, unreadable. He listened silently to the clamor, thoughts churning deep beneath still waters, utterly detached from the voices swirling around him. Amidst the grand hall, voices erupted in chaotic clamor. Everyone spoke at once, each insisting on their own view, none willing to yield. Uncle Deng's expression darkened, his brows knitted tightly together. He raised his ebony cane and struck the floor with a thunderous, resounding thud. The deep, heavy boom reverberated sharply, instantly silencing the entire hall. His gaze piercing and unyielding, Uncle Deng barked in stern command, silence. Every one of you. Is this how we conduct ourselves? Have we forgotten all decorum and every rule of our association? Stunned by the cane's shockwave and cowed by Uncle Deng's decades-long authority, every person present fell instantly mute. One by one, they composed their expressions, sat upright with disciplined stillness, and within moments the hall fell into absolute silence. Not a whisper dared disturb the hush. Clutching his cane, Uncle Deng's countenance turned grave and unflinching as he declared, Allah is our Ho Lin Sheng Tong's appointed dragon head. By loyalty and by principle, we must rescue him. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembled elders and branch leaders, before continuing, wasn't it only days ago that the dragon head election stirred unrest and nearly fractured the association? If we let the kidnappers execute Allah, what face will Ho Lin Sheng Tong have left on Hong Kong's underworld? Other associations will see us as weak, easily manipulated, effortlessly crushed. His tone hardened, abruptly decisive, and final. The decision is made. Here and now. The main hall shall contribute 100 million Hong Kong dollars. The remaining 100 million Hong Kong dollars shall be apportioned among all branches according to strength and capacity. We pool our resources. Today, without exception, the full 200 million Hong Kong dollars must be assembled. Not 1 cent less. No sooner had Uncle Deng finished speaking than the hall erupted anew. Most immediately, pleaded poverty faces twisted in dismay, offering every excuse imaginable. Uncle Deng, it's not that we refuse to act. It's that our branch's liquidity is stretched impossibly thin. One elder waved his hands, frantically sighing deeply. We support dozens of brothers on payroll as shop rents and stall leases fall due monthly. Where then could we possibly conjure such a vast sum in cash? Another chimed in, feigning helplessness. Indeed, Uncle Deng, 200 million Hong Kong dollars is no trivial sum. If the main hall shoulders 100 million Hong Kong dollars, the remainder distributed across branches leaves smaller ones utterly overwhelmed. Business has slumped. Trade is sluggish. Merely sustaining daily operations strains us to the breaking point, let alone raising massive capital. A more calculating elder, reluctant to part with wealth, deftly shifted responsibility. Saving lives is paramount, but not at the cost of sacrificing every branch's survival. To drain branch coffers so abruptly jeopardizes our brothers' livelihoods. Should chaos erupt, the entire association would suffer collateral damage. In an instant, the hall filled with lamentations and evasions. Some played pitiful, others spun excuses, many hedged or dodged the issue of contribution. The atmosphere devolved once more into disarray. Just as excuses multiplied and resistance thickened, Lao Gui's expression hardened. Cold, incisive, his eyes sweeping the squabbling assembly before he cut in, voice sharp and unrelenting. Enough of this feigned destitution and hollow pity. His voice rough-hewn and commanding spared no mercy. When your branches thrived, buying luxury cars, acquiring property, why was no one ever short of funds then? Now that our dragon head lies captive and ransom is demanded, suddenly every branch cries cash flow crisis and downturn in trade. His gaze razor-sharp, locked onto each loudest complainer. Allah is the dragon head of all Ho Lin Sheng Tong, not merely his own concern. Should he fall, our collective dignity is trampled underfoot. How will other associations regard us? Will the underworld ever again accord Ho Lin Sheng Tong respect? Refuse to pay now, and if Allah is executed, our association descends into leaderless chaos. Infighting, turf wars, mutual betrayal. Your businesses, your stalls, your very sources of wealth will vanish. This is not charity, it is self-preservation. You safeguard not just the association, but your own security. No one hides behind pretense. No one shirks responsibility. His words landed like iron weights, silencing every mouth. Many flushed crimson, then paled, speechless before his unassailable logic. Uncle Deng, observing the assembly subdued by Lao Gui's unflinching rebuke, allowed a faint trace of satisfaction to cross his features and gave a slow, deliberate nod. Still gripping his cane, his tone softened slightly, but retained its ironclad authority. I know well your hardships. Each branch sustains its brothers, upholds its enterprises. These are yet this matter strikes at the heart of our dragon head, and thus at the very dignity and foundation of Ho Lin Sheng Tong. However arduous retreat is unthinkable. Very well. Uncle Deng declared firmly, the main hall will add 20 million Hong Kong dollars to its commitment, bringing its total to 120 million Hong Kong dollars. The remaining 80 million Hong Kong dollars shall be apportioned among all present branch leaders and elders, graded precisely by territory size, business scale, and branch strength. Though inwardly resentful, none dared object aloud. Uncle Deng's prestige stood unassailable, and Lao Gui's imposing presence held the hall in check. As silence settled heavily over the hall, and each leader privately calculated their share, a figure rose calmly from the rear corner, Lu Qingyu. He held a half-smoked cigarette between his fingers, posture unruffled, and walked steadily through the crowd to stand directly before Uncle Deng. Every eye in the hall fixed upon him. No one anticipated his sudden intervention. Lu Qingyu offered a slight respectful bow before speaking, voice steady and measured. Uncle Deng, I wish to ask one question. Uncle Deng lifted his gaze. Speak. Our Tsuanwan branch faces an exceptional situation. Last night, Brother Chong Mao suffered a fatal cardiac arrest while drinking at a nightclub. Tsuanwan now stands leaderless, 2 successive heads gone. Instability runs deep. Given the association's plan to allocate the 80 million Hong Kong dollars ransom by strength, I respectfully ask, under such circumstances, how shall Tsuanwan's standing and its share be assessed? Already burdened by the weight of ransom calculations, no one expected this sudden revelation. Chong Mao's death had been known only to a handful of senior elders. Branch leaders and major figures remained entirely unaware. Lu Qingyu's public disclosure ignited immediate shockwaves. The hall exploded in murmurs, faces contorted in disbelief, whispers rippling like wildfire. What? Chong Mao is gone. Cardiac arrest at a nightclub last night. How could there be no word? Good heavens, first Big D, now Chong Mao. What ill fate has Tsuanwan drawn? A tide of stunned glances surged toward Lu Qingyu. then pivoted, searching the impassive face of Uncle Deng seated at the head of the hall. Uncle Deng's gaze settled upon Lu Qingyu standing before him, his expression calm and composed as he spoke slowly. "You are Lu Qingyu. Am I correct?" Lu Qingyu remained unperturbed, giving a slight nod and replying with quiet equanimity, "Yes, Uncle Deng. I am Lu Qingyu." Uncle Deng gave a gentle nod, his aged eyes carrying a measured, appraising weight as he spoke deliberately. "I've long heard that the business operations in Xin have been under your stewardship. Is that true?" Lu Qingyu offered no evasion. His response was forthright and unreserved indeed. "Big D's wife entrusted me fully to assist in managing the Xin affairs." As Uncle Deng observed Lu Qingyu before him, a quiet calculation stirred within his mind. He had long since dispatched trusted men to investigate the young man's background. He knew Lu Qingyu was a bona fide university student, educated, sharp-witted, and far more level-headed than the brash, brawling enforcers who populated the Triad ranks. Watching Lu Qingyu now, serene, self-possessed, neither deferential nor defiant, Uncle Deng felt the first stirrings of mentorship take root in his heart. Yet he also understood full well that Sunwan's territory was vast, its enterprises deeply entangled, a domain no mere academic credential or intellectual polish could command with ease. To hold such a formidable position and safeguard an entire branch demanded not only scholarly acumen, but ruthless resolve, commanding presence, and unassailable authority. Big D had passed just 1 month ago. Long Hair had suddenly died, leaving the Sunwan branch leaderless at its most volatile, fragile juncture. Within the Triad, many were already eyeing Xin like vultures circling fresh carrion, each scheming to seize influence, carve out territory, and claim their share. Other Triads too watched Xin with hungry intent, eager to breach its borders outright. Uncle Deng weighed his options silently: to elevate Lu Qingyu and stabilize Xin, yet also to test his obedience. His gaze held Lu Qingyu steadily, his tone unhurried, measured, deliberate, imbued with quiet assessment and subtle authority. "Here's my proposal," he began slowly. "Your Sunwan branch commands the largest territory and stands unrivaled in scale among all our branches in Walinshan." Pausing briefly, he delivered the figure with finality. "This time, the $800 million ransom will be shared proportionally. Your branch shall contribute 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Any objections?" Lu Qingyu cared little about how much Sunwan was required to pay. The money, after all, would ultimately circulate back into his own hands. His expression remained steady as he addressed Uncle Deng with composure. "Uncle Deng, the Sunwan branch's accounts have been under my direct management. Our current liquid balance stands at approximately 15 million Hong Kong dollars. The $10 million contribution is entirely feasible." He paused slightly, then added with just the right touch of hesitation, "However, withdrawing such a large sum at once may strain our cash flow, making it difficult to meet this month's mandatory remittance to the headquarters on schedule." These words struck precisely at the core concern of everyone present. Branch leaders and elder uncles alike nodded imperceptibly, each privately calculating the same risk. To pay a massive ransom outright and still fulfill the monthly dues would amount to a double loss. No one relished such a prospect. Uncle Deng, seasoned and perceptive beyond measure, instantly grasped the collective unease. He knew better than to press too hard at this juncture. After a moment's reflection, he declared decisively, "I understand your concern well. Very well. This time we unite wholeheartedly to secure Locke's safe return, and for the next 3 months all branches shall be exempt from their regular dues." Upon hearing the 3-month exemption, Lu Qingyu responded with solemn assurance, "In that case, Xin 10 million poses no difficulty whatsoever." Then, shifting tone with practiced sincerity, he added, "By the way, Uncle Deng, Brother Longhair's sudden passing has left our Sunwan branch without leadership. We respectfully request that you appoint a senior uncle or a respected elder to assume authority and stabilize our operations." At these words, the entire headquarters fell into absolute silence. Every face turned toward Lu Qingyu in stunned disbelief. Elders and branch leaders alike sat frozen, utterly unprepared for such rare, unhesitating deference, let alone a voluntary surrender of executive control. Though Sunwan lacked the glittering bustle of Tsim Sha Sui, its jurisdiction housed a dense population, countless factories, and a thriving web of entertainment venues and street markets. Beneath the surface, its shadow economy ran deep and lucrative, an irresistible prize long coveted. All had assumed Lu Qingyu would cling fiercely to power, guarding Sunwan's wealth like a dragon hoarding gold. None anticipated he would voluntarily invite external oversight. A cascade of complex glances now fell upon him. Astonishment, bewilderment, silent speculation. No one could fathom his true intention. Lu Qingyu's offer was in truth a strategic retreat. After all, he was merely a white paper fan, a strategist, not a warlord. Longhair had risen to leadership not only due to his martial prowess, but crucially, because he was Big D's brother-in-law. Uncle Deng's eyes flickered faintly with surprise, his inner composure momentarily unsettled by Lu Qingyu's unexpected proposal. He had never imagined the young man would proactively cede control of Sunwan to the Triad. For a fleeting moment, even he hesitated, uncertain how best to respond. He knew full well that every elder and branch leader present had eyes fixed on Xuanwan's fertile, profitable terrain. Were they to debate leadership succession openly, now rivalry would erupt, each vying to install loyalists, fragment authority, and destabilize the broader order. After a brief pause, his expression steadied, and he addressed Lu Qingyu calmly. Let us set this matter aside, for now. Our foremost priority remains securing Locke's safe return. With Uncle Deng having spoken so definitively, no one dared voice dissent. Even those nursing private ambitions sat quietly subdued. His gaze then swept across the assembly, finally settling upon Jimmy Z, seated silently in the corner. His voice carried unassailable weight. Jimmy Z, you run the largest enterprise here, possess the deepest reserves, and are unquestionably our wealthiest member. This ransom falls to you, 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Jimmy Z's brow furrowed faintly, his heart recoiling inwardly. He preferred conducting legitimate business, avoiding triad entanglements entirely. Yet operating within Walin Sheng demanded triad protection. To defy Uncle Deng would invite obstruction at every turn, cutting off his very livelihood. 2 million was no trivial sum, but weighing consequence against cost, Jimmy Z dared not tarnish the triad's dignity. Swallowing his reluctance, he nodded grimly. Uncle Deng has spoken. I'll provide the 2 million. Uncle Deng gave a slight nod, then turned to Si Yisu, softening his tone. Si Yisu, you're quick-witted and have profited handsomely alongside Jimmy Z. Contribute 300,000. Si Yisu harbored no grand ambition, only the desire to earn steadily and peacefully. Without hesitation, he accepted. I'll cover the 300,000. Next, Uncle Deng turned to Deng Guanzi, impulsive and reckless by nature, and said coolly, Deng Guanzi, you command numerous subordinates. Your contribution 200,000. Though disgruntled, Deng Guanzi dared not challenge Uncle Deng publicly. Grinding his teeth, he reluctantly assented. Then Uncle Deng straightened, his voice resonating with paternal gravitas. Having served as an uncle for decades and earned the respect of generations, I must lead by example. I personally pledge 1 million Hong Kong dollars. A wave of genuine admiration rippled through the hall. The remaining shortfall would be apportioned among the other branches, scaled according to their relative strength. Here a few 100,000, there another few 100,000. Some agreed readily, others winced inwardly, but dared not. The great hall filled with murmured figures, rapid scribbling, and low sighs. Smoke curled lazily upward as every face wore the pained expression of men parting with flesh. An accounting uncle jotted down each pledge swiftly and meticulously, recording every sum with scrupulous clarity. The headquarters contributed 120 million. Uncle Deng pledged 1 million. Jimmy Z 20 million and 110 million. The remainder distributed among the other branches to fill the gap. Millions flowed in, here, there, swiftly, methodically. Before long, the full $200 million ransom. The accountant verified the total and bowed respectfully before Uncle Deng. Uncle Deng, the full 200 million Hong Kong dollars has been collected. A profound hush descended. Faces grew grave, the air thick with tension. What followed was deliberation over dispatching the delegation to effect the ransom and precautions against potential traps laid by the kidnappers. As the accountant uncle fell silent, the atmosphere in the grand hall grew increasingly heavy. Smoke curled through the air, and every face tightened with tension. With the 200 million ransom now fully assembled, the immediate priority was arranging its handover and securing Ali's safe return. Uncle Deng lowered his gaze in quiet contemplation for a moment, then gently tapped his aged fingers against the tabletop. After a pause, he lifted his eyes, his gaze locking directly onto Deng Guanzi amid the crowd. He spoke firmly. Deng Guanzi, you will oversee the ransom handover and personally bring Ali home. Do you have any objections? Deng Guanzi had been promoted solely by Ali and was even formally adopted as his godson. Loyalty and duty left no room for hesitation. He rose immediately, solemn and resolute, his voice ringing with conviction. Uncle Deng, rest assured, I will carry out this task flawlessly. I swear on my life to bring my godfather home safely without a single misstep. Uncle Deng observed Deng Guanzi's fierce bearing and decisive manner, nodding in quiet approval before offering gentle counsel. Good. With those words, I am at ease. Since the matter is settled, come to my residence tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I'll walk you through every detail of the handover. Deng Guanzi bowed deeply, his tone respectful and precise. Understood, Uncle Deng. I shall arrive promptly at 10. Uncle Deng swept his gaze across the hall and declared with measured gravity, the ransom is secured. The handover and retrieval are assigned. There is nothing further. Return to your respective branches, keep your men in line, avoid provoking trouble outside, and await further word in silence. He raised a hand in dismissal. You may all disperse. Upon hearing this, the branch leaders and senior lieutenants rose in unison, bowing respectfully, none daring to linger. They filed out in small clusters, murmuring softly as they departed the hall. Once most had left and the hall gradually emptied, its air still faintly hazy with lingering smoke, Uncle Deng finally spoke, calling two names. Jimmy Zai, Lu Qingyu. You remain for a moment. Jimmy Zai, already rising to leave, paused mid-step. Lu Qingyu remained seated, calm and unruffled. In that vast hall, only three figures now sat in stillness, the silence settling like dust. Uncle Deng's gaze first rested upon Jimmy Zai, his tone softening with evident empathy and warmth. Jimmy Zai asking you to contribute 20 million Hong Kong dollars at once is no small demand. I know it weighs heavily on you. Do you harbor resentment toward me? Jimmy Zai sighed inwardly. Resentment? No, but the sting of losing 20 million was real. Invested wisely, that sum could launch multiple ventures yielding immense profit. Yet he knew full well his wealth and standing existed solely under the protection of the Walin Sheng Triad. Not a trace of complaint dared cross his lips. He quickly composed himself and replied with deference, Uncle Deng, you flatter me. Everything I am today stems from the Triad. Without Walin Sheng upholding my reputation, my business would crumble. This is simply my duty, no hardship, no grievance. Uncle Deng's brows relaxed and he nodded approvingly, his voice growing weightier indeed. Your clarity and maturity are rare. Among all our younger generation, you are the one I hold in highest regard. I remember this sacrifice of yours, and I will ensure it is never in vain. When Allah steps down, I will back you wholeheartedly for the next dragon head position. At these words, Jimmy Zai's expression flickered with quiet dismay. He had no appetite for power struggles, only a desire to run his businesses peacefully and profitably. He hastened to decline, Uncle Deng, I truly have no ambition for authority. I only wish to manage my affairs quietly. Matters of the Triad, I'd rather stay far from them. Before he could finish, Uncle Deng raised a hand, cutting him off decisively, unwilling to dwell further on the subject. Enough. Let us set this aside for now. Keep it in mind and return to your business with care. Jimmy Zai offered no further reply, merely bowed deeply and withdrew silently from the hall. As Jimmy Zai departed with a formal bow, the hall fell into profound stillness. Only Uncle Deng and Lu Qingyu remained seated opposite each other. The smoke thinned. Uncle Deng calmly reached for the teaware and poured 2 steaming cups. Rising tendrils of vapor swirled upward as he lifted one cup and drank it slowly, his gaze veiled by the warm mist resting thoughtfully upon Lu Qingyu, who sat perfectly composed. Most would have betrayed some shift in composure upon hearing Uncle Deng openly endorse Jimmy Zai for Dragon Head. But Lu Qingyu remained utterly serene, unmoved, unflustered, his posture steady, his spirit unwavering. Uncle Deng noted it all, and his esteem for Lu Qingyu deepened. Here was a man of extraordinary composure, truly a promising protege worthy of cultivation. His earlier declaration had been deliberate, spoken before Lu Qingyu precisely to convey 2 messages. First, the Triad's grand strategy, and the selection of its dragon head, rested solely in his hands. Second, advancement lay only in steadfast alignment with him. Loyalty, not ambition, paved the path to greatness. After a pause, Uncle Deng set down his cup and turned to Lu Qingyu with softened eyes. May I call you? Is that a faint composed smile touched Lu Qingyu's lips as he inclined his head slightly. Uncle Deng honors me greatly. You may call me as you please. Seeing Lu Qingyu's humility, graceful, poised, impeccably measured, Uncle Deng's expression brightened with genuine approval, his satisfaction deepening. Uncle Deng had long weighed his decision carefully. His intention to cultivate Lu Qingyu rested upon 3 calculated considerations. First, Lu Qingyu was a university graduate, intelligent yet an outsider who joined the Triad later in life. With no powerful patron behind him, he possessed a temperament both steady and disciplined, far more tractable than the arrogant, unruly youths. Second, Lu Qingyu's conduct today, modest, restrained, unambitious, had impressed Uncle Deng profoundly. His voluntary relinquishment of control over Sun Wan aligned perfectly with what Uncle Deng valued most. Third, and most critical, Sun Wan was Walin Sheng's sole intact unified territory. It must never fracture into civil strife or be carved up by rival factions. Now that long hair had died suddenly, any internal conflict would ignite factional infighting and invite encroachment from other triads. After careful deliberation, Uncle Deng concluded only Lu Qingyu, discerning, steady, and controllable, could stabilize Sun Wan and preserve this invaluable stronghold intact. Lu Qingyu sat motionless, outwardly composed, patiently awaiting Uncle Deng's next words, his inner thoughts entirely unreadable. He had no inkling of Uncle Deng's intricate calculations, of how he was being groomed, molded, and positioned to secure Sun Wan and consolidate Triad authority. Had Lu Qingyu glimpsed Uncle Deng's intentions, he might have stifled a wry inward laugh. To Uncle Deng, he was a pliable, promising junior, worthy of mentorship and elevation. To Lu Qingyu, however, the vast Walin Sheng Triad was already his, waiting only to be claimed piece by piece until it rested fully within his grasp. As for elders like Uncle Deng, who clung to influence and wielded authority through seniority, Lu Qingyu had never intended to show them mercy. Though they now held sway and shaped the landscape, they were merely stepping stones beneath his feet, destined to be trodden down one by one as he ascended to absolute dominion. Uncle Deng lifted his teacup and took a slow, deliberate sip, then fixed a deep, penetrating gaze upon Lu Qingyu before speaking in a calm, measured tone. I you that Sun Wan branch now stands leaderless. No one holds authority, no one steers the helm. Tell me plainly, what are your thoughts on this? Lu Qingyu instantly grasped the intent behind the question. Uncle Deng was deliberately probing his ambition and true intentions. Yet his expression remained respectfully composed, steady, and unhurried as he replied. Uncle Deng, what other thoughts could I possibly have? I've only been with the Triad for barely 2 years. My seniority is shallow, my roots still thin. Until recently, it was solely due to Big D's and Big D's wife's trust in me that I was entrusted with overseeing Sun Wan's operations. Now that Big D is gone and Brother Chong Mao passed away suddenly last night, leadership vacuum is inevitable. Ultimately, Sun Wan's territory has always belonged to the Triad, not something I could ever presume to claim for myself. To stabilize morale and maintain control, I believe you, Uncle Deng, must swiftly appoint a reliable figure to take command. If this vacancy drags on, not only will the branch's cohesion erode, but rival triads already eyeing Sun Wan as prime territory may seize the opportunity to infiltrate. Then regaining control would become exceedingly difficult. A subtle knowing smile flickered at the corner of Uncle Deng's lips as he held Lu Qingyu's gaze, then spoke slowly. Oh, not even a trace of personal ambition. Not even the slightest desire to rise through this opening and secure the position of Sun Wan's head. Oi. Lu Qingyu let out a wry, self-deprecating laugh, perfectly calibrated, humble, yet grounded in sober self-awareness. He responded gently, Uncle Deng, please don't tease me. To say I harbor no aspiration to ascend would be outright falsehood. In this Zheng who among us doesn't yearn to rise, to become a brother, to command territory, to speak with final authority? He paused briefly, then shifted tone, sincere tinged with gentle irony. Yet wanting and deserving are two different things. One must possess both seniority and legitimacy to stand firm. I joined the Triad, but recently, my foundations remain fragile. Many elder uncles and veterans within the branch don't even know my face. By seniority, by manpower, by Jianghu prestige, I fall far short in every regard. Moreover, no senior figure stands ready to genuinely back me. Alone and unanchored, what authority could I possibly wield over such a vast territory? Over so many businesses, so many men. Better to hold fast to humility than to grasp beyond reach and end up disgraced on all sides. For now, fulfilling my duty faithfully is more than enough. Uncle Deng listened, his eyes crinkling with deeper amusement, deeply satisfied. Among Jianghu youths, true ambitionlessness is rare. Feigning indifference or lofty detachment only betrays cunning hypocrisy. Lu Qingyu's candid admission of ambition, paired with clear-eyed recognition of his own limitations and disciplined restraint, revealed an uncommon clarity and sincerity. Precisely the kind of grounded realism Uncle Deng valued most. His gaze locked onto Lu Qingyu, a faint, inscrutable smile playing on his lips as he asked softly, Are you? Then tell me, if I were to back you openly to champion your ascension as Sun Wan's head, would you accept? Lu Qingyu's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. He rose abruptly, feigning stunned elation, his voice trembling with disbelief as he turned to Uncle Deng. Uncle Deng, you truly intend to publicly endorse me, to install me as head of the Sun Wan branch? His face radiated pure astonishment and reverent awe, the perfect portrait of a junior overwhelmed by a senior's extraordinary favor. Watching Lu Qingyu's theatrically fervent, flustered reaction, Uncle Deng suppressed a triumphant inner chuckle. In his mind, his personal endorsement carried the weight of Mount Tai, a debt of gratitude so profound that Lu Qingyu would inevitably bind himself loyally, unconditionally to him. He would become Uncle Deng's most dependable confidant, pliant, obedient, wholly under his sway. His calculations ran sharp and cold, yet his expression remained serene, his gesture nonchalant as he waved a hand, his tone assured and effortless. Yes, I intend to back you. So answer me plainly, do you wish to seize this opportunity and assume leadership of the Sun Wan branch? Lu Qingyu's face erupted in ecstatic fervor, humble, earnest, and deeply respectful, as he bowed low. Uncle Deng, I accept, wholeheartedly, without reservation. If you elders deign to elevate and support me into this role, then from this day forward, I, Lu Qingyu, shall follow your lead, without deviation. Where you point east, I shall never turn west. I submit entirely to your direction and command. My loyalty will be absolute, unwavering, and enduring. I pledge to serve you faithfully, shoulder your burdens, and never harbor a single disloyal thought. Henceforth, I shall be your most obedient, most steadfast ally. Bowing deeply with clasped hands, Lu Qingyu embodied deference and devotion, flawlessly performing the role of the grateful, devoted junior. Yet inwardly he recoiled, physiologically nauseated by his own words. Obedience without question, following your lead. All hollow formalities spoken in bitter contradiction to his true will. He had no intention of submitting to Uncle Deng, or becoming anyone's puppet. But for now he needed to placate him, harness his influence, and seize Sun Wan's leadership with legitimacy and ease. Thus he suppressed his contempt and revulsion, enduring the charade with practiced patience. Uncle Deng, hearing such fervent declarations of loyalty, beamed with growing satisfaction, his pride swelling visibly. In his eyes, this move had secured the youth's allegiance beyond doubt. He picked up the teapot, poured 2 fresh cups with unhurried grace, and watched steam coil upward in soft, fragrant spirals. Once brewed, he gestured politely, Please, you have some tea. Lu Qingyu quickly steadied himself, stepped forward, accepted the cup with utmost reverence, and declared solemnly, "Uncle Deng, I, your junior, offer you this toast." He raised the cup, tilted his head back, and drank the steaming tea in one smooth, reverent motion. Every gesture precise, every posture flawlessly humble. Outwardly devoted, inwardly detached, he executed the performance with immaculate, unbroken discipline. They continued conversing at length, discussing personnel arrangements for Tsun Wan daily business management and Triad protocols. Uncle Deng imparted seasoned wisdom, subtle Zhenghu principles, and the delicate art of branch governance. Lu Qingyu listened attentively, responding with polished deference, each word carefully aligned with Uncle Deng's expectations, never once revealing his true edge. When the conversation naturally concluded, Lu Qingyu rose, bowed deeply, and said, "Uncle Deng, I shall take my leave now. Should any matter arise in the branch, I shall report to you without delay." Uncle Deng gave a slight nod and waved dismissively. "Go. Stabilize your people first. Await my instructions quietly." "Yes, elder sir, I depart now." Lu Qingyu bowed once more, then turned and walked calmly from the ancestral hall. The moment he crossed the threshold, his mask of humility dissolved, his eyes sharpened, cold and calculating, his expression utterly unreadable. Within him resolve hardened, once firmly seated as Tsun Wan's head. His first reckoning, his first elimination, would be Uncle Deng. After leaving the headquarters of Walin Sheng, Lu Qingyu drove his Mazda straight back to his turf in Tsun Wan. At the heart of this territory stood a sizable martial arts academy, Tiger Might Academy. The car came to a smooth halt before the academy's main gate. Lu Qingyu stepped out, but instead of entering immediately, he turned sharply and slipped into a narrow, secluded alley beside it. Dim and deserted, the alley offered perfect cover for covert operations. He paused, eyes narrowing slightly, then silently summoned his men with a mere flicker of intent. In an instant, blinding white light flashed, shimmering afterimages dissolved, and 20 elite swordsmen and 2 master-level blade wielders materialized out of thin air. Before any of them could bow or speak, Lu Qingyu spoke first, his tone calm, yet resonating with unassailable authority. "From now on, address me only as brother you when we're outside. And no kneeling salutes. Only discipline, loyalty, and adherence to protocol." Black Wolf, the senior master swordsman, dark-skinned, fierce-eyed, radiating raw menace, bowed deeply and replied in a low, steady voice, "Understood, brother you." Lu Qingyu gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping across the assembled warriors before issuing crisp orders. "Black Wolf, Fox, you each command 10 men. Now follow me back to Tiger Might Academy." With synchronized murmurs of assent, all 22 blade wielders fell into silent formation behind him, emerging from the alley toward the academy. As they approached the entrance, raucous clamor spilled from within. The vast training hall teemed with over 100 men clustered in loose, boisterous groups. Some leaned against railings, puffing cigarettes and exchanging idle banter. Others huddled together, laughing loudly, teasing one another. Still more bare-chested bruisers stretched and flexed, shouting over each other with unrestrained vigor. The entire hall reeked of streetwise roughness. The din was so thunderous it seemed ready to shake the rafters loose. Lu Qingyu entered with Black Wolf and Fox at his flank, his expression serene, his bearing utterly composed. At once the 100-odd men inside, their voices thick with swagger, fell into hushed stillness upon sensing the palpable, chilling authority radiating from Lu Qingyu and his entourage. Just then Huang Mao, Longhair's most trusted lieutenant, spotted Lu Qingyu instantly. He pushed through the crowd and hurried forward. "Brother you, you're back. What did they say at the headquarters meeting?" Longhair passed suddenly from a heart attack. "How will our Tsun Wan branch be restructured? Who'll take command?" Lu Qingyu nodded, faintly offering vague, perfunctory remarks about the meeting, carefully omitting any mention of Alok's abduction. The headquarters had issued strict orders to seal the matter. No leaks, no whispers. He would utter not a single word beyond protocol. Having brushed off their questions, Lu Qingyu's gaze swept slowly across the sea of expectant faces. Then he turned to Huang Mao and asked, voice even and measured, "Why have so many gathered here today? What exactly?" Huang Mao, who had worked closely with Lu Qingyu for over a year and knew well how highly Big D and Big D's wife regarded him, replied promptly, "Brother you, it's like this. Everyone heard Longhair died of sudden cardiac arrest. Their confidence shattered. They flocked here, not out of chaos, but out of need to learn who would lead next, whose orders they'd obey going forward." Huang Mao hesitated for a beat, then hastened to add, "Brother you, what other thoughts could I possibly have? I followed Longhair loyally. Now that he's gone, among Big D's circle you're now the highest ranking, and you already oversee all branch operations. I stand firmly behind your ascension." Lu Qingyu showed no surprise. Having known Huang Mao for over a year, he understood him well. Though impulsive and occasionally undisciplined, Huang Mao harbored no grand ambitions. Most crucially, he was fiercely loyal and bound by honor, qualities that had earned him Longhair's unwavering trust. After a moment's quiet reflection, Lu Qingyu looked Huang Mao in the eye. "I know where your loyalties lie, but what of the others? Will the veterans accept me? If I assume leadership, will dissent simmer beneath the surface?" Huang Mao stiffened instantly, his voice sharpening with resolve. "Brother you, if anyone dares defy you, I'll confront them myself. no mercy, no delay. Lu Qingyu raised a hand, gently placing it on Huang Mao's shoulder, his tone steadying, deliberate, no rash moves. First, gather every core brother. The floor managers, the operation heads, the key lieutenants. We'll hold a meeting, lay everything bare face to face. Huang Mao nodded sharply, wasted no time, and rushed off to execute the order. Within 10 minutes, all non-essential personnel had been discreetly cleared from the academy, leaving only 50-odd core members standing ready in tense anticipation. Meanwhile, as Lu Qingyu's inner circle convened inside the academy, Jimmy and Si Yesu quietly met in Jimmy's office, the silence between them heavy, charged with unspoken dread. Si Yesu stammered, his brow furrowed with anxiety. Jimmy, do you think Bro Locke will return? Jimmy paused, then spoke slowly. Su, don't torment yourself. Bro Locke is the Triads' dragon head. Even the boldest adversaries wouldn't dare cross that line. Our duty is clear, to remain steadfast and do our jobs. Si Yesu conceded the logic, but the memory of today's massive payout gnawed at him. His voice trembled again. Jimmy, today we handed over such a huge sum. When Bro Locke returns safely, do you think he'll compensate us? Jimmy, whose sole focus was profit, knew Bro Locke's character intimately, and knew full well Si Yesu understood it too. There would be no reward, no reimbursement. None ever had been. He saw no point in dancing around the truth. Su, do you truly believe Bro Locke keeps spare funds just to hand out favors? The money is gone. Regret won't bring it back. Attend to your duties. I've matters to handle. Si Yesu, realizing further protest was futile, offered polite farewells and departed without lingering. The moment he left, the office sank into profound silence. Jimmy lit a cigar with unhurried grace, leaned back into the sofa, and exhaled a slow, contemplative plume of smoke. The $2 million withdrawn today wouldn't cripple him, but it represented 6 months of hard-earned, painstakingly accumulated profits. Could he truly feel nothing? His outward composure was flawless, but inwardly the sting ran deep. With each passing hour, his resentment toward the Triad deepened, sharpening into quiet contempt. Were it not for the prestige and leverage conferred by the Walin Sheng banner, vital for business credibility and social influence, he would have severed all ties long ago. He craved only stability, clean transactions, quiet growth, unburdened ambition, free from the tangled, treacherous web of Triad politics. Why sacrifice half a year's hard-won capital on murky loyalties and volatile power struggles? Half an hour had passed. The atmosphere inside the martial arts hall hung thick and suffocating. 3 distinct factions had already begun to emerge among the crowd. Rong and Liang Zai were both grass shoes of the Tong, veterans who had served under Big D for years, their seniority unquestioned. Lu Qingyu watched the chaos below, the clamor, the clashing arguments, the disorderly pandemonium. His expression remained stern, his presence commanding, and with sudden authority, he barked, "Silence, now." In daily life, Lu Qingyu had always been low-key, unassuming, reserved, never drawing attention to himself. Everyone had grown accustomed to his quiet, unobtrusive demeanor. But now his voice erupted like thunder, cold, potent, overwhelming. In that instant, every soul in the hall froze, struck mute by the sheer force of his aura. Seeing the hall fall into absolute silence, Lu Qingyu spoke calmly, his tone measured and unhurried. "Rong Why? I understand your ambitions to ascend. But this situation cannot be resolved by infighting among a handful of us. Rather than squabbling internally, we should focus on securing our territories, firmly, loyally, without weakness. Otherwise, rival societies will seize the opening, infiltrate our domains, and swallow them whole." As soon as he finished speaking, Rong strode forward, his face twisted with open defiance and contempt. "You, what are you really? When I was fighting side by side with Brother De Bleeding and cutting my way through danger, you were still nowhere to be found, scraping by in obscurity. Who gave you the right to lecture us?" At Rong's words, Liang Zai immediately chimed in, his gaze dripping with disdain. "Exactly, you. Don't mistake managing Sister Da's business affairs for leadership. Thinking that grants you supremacy, or even a claim to succession, is pure delusion. Step back, stay silent, and abandon your fantasies." No sooner had Rong and Liang Zai spoken than Huang Mao, a staunch supporter of Lu Qingyu, leapt to his feet, pointing fiercely at them. "What are you two even worth? How dare you speak to brother you like that? When Brother De still ruled, you wouldn't have dared breathe so boldly, even if given 10 lifetimes. Huang Mao was about to continue his tirade when Lu Qingyu rose slowly, placed a calm hand on his shoulder, and gestured for him to sit. Then, with glacial indifference, Lu Qingyu swept his gaze over Rong and Liang Zai and uttered, voice light as mist yet laced with lethal frost, "Since they refuse to leave with dignity, Black Wolf Fox, you shall grant them dignity." The moment those words left his lips, Black Wolf and Fox vanished, then reappeared instantly before Rong and Liang Zai respectively. Their hands shot out like lightning. Each seized a throat, hoisted its owner high into the air. 2 sharp, sickening cracks echoed. Then with brutal efficiency, both men snapped their captives' necks. Neither man had time to struggle. Eyes bulging wide, breath severed, life extinguished on the spot. The sudden savage brutality stunned the entire hall into utter needle-falling silence. The 30-odd members who had aligned with Arong and Liang Zai turned deathly pale, trembling from head to toe, terror coiling cold and deep within their chests. Moments after the silence settled, 4 of Arong and Liang Zai's most loyal lieutenants forced down their fear, clenched their jaws, and stepped forward. The first man's face burned, crimson veins pulsing at his temples as he pointed a shaking finger at Lu Qingyu and roared, "Lu, how dare you slaughter brothers of the same Tong? We all swore loyalty beneath one roof, yet you strike with such cruelty. Have you no regard for Tong discipline? This isn't over. We'll take this to the elder uncles, and you will pay." Before his final word faded, 3 others surged forward, faces contorted with fury, voices rising in furious chorus. The second clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened, voice raw with grief and outrage. "Brother against brother is unforgivable. Barely days after Brother Da's fall, and you purge dissenters with such venom. The elders will not overlook this." The third snarled, eyes blazing, "We stood with Brother Da for over a decade. Do you think we'll bow to your tyranny and let you butcher us at will? Today's atrocity will be reported, to the Tong, to the elders, to every pillar of authority. Your ambition ends here. You won't hold sway in this Tong another day." The fourth stepped up, voice iron hard, "Don't mistake brute force for sovereignty. The Tong has laws, and the elders enforce them. You've spilled blood of your own kin. Justice will come, and it will be delivered by the Tong's own code." Their united condemnation crackled with righteous fury, accusations hurled, vengeance sworn. As their voices died, a glacial chill flickered across Lu Qingyu's eyes. He fixed them with a look so frigid. In the next heartbeat, a desert eagle materialized in his palm, its polished steel gleaming with lethal intent. Without hesitation, he raised the weapon and fired, 4 precise shots aimed at their thighs. Bang, 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 bang. 4 deafening reports shattered the silence, each blast reverberating violently off the walls, rattling eardrums, flooding the air with acrid gunpowder. Each man collapsed, blood blooming dark and fast through their trousers, staining fabric crimson. Screams tore from their throats, raw, agonized, unending, as they writhed on the floor, clutching shattered limbs. The remaining members paled, frozen in place, breaths held tight, only terror beating wildly in their chests. Lu Qingyu's gaze swept the room, his aura a crushing weight of absolute dominion. He spoke again, voice low and resonant. "Anyone else with objections, step forward now." No one moved. No one breathed. All eyes darted wide and hollow. No voice dared rise. Across the vast hall, only the 4 wounded men's ragged, broken cries pierced the silence. Nothing else stirred, nothing else dared. Lu Qingyu scanned the room once more, cold, unblinking. Then spoke, voice stripped of all warmth. "Since no one objects, your silence is your assent. You accept my ascension." He paused, then fixed his gaze upon the writhing figures on the floor, voice dropping to a razor-edged growl. "Now I offer you all a chance to prove your loyalty. Those 4, worthless, defiant fools lying there. Each of you will step forward, take a blade, and deliver one final cut. Hesitate, and you become my enemy." As Lu Qingyu finished speaking, an eerie silence descended upon the arena. Brother Dad and Sister Dad have departed. Even Brother Chong Mao met his end last night. Brother Yu has long been held in special esteem by them. His ascension is thus both natural and inevitable. I, Huang Mao, pledge my unconditional and unwavering support for Brother Yu's leadership. I urge each of you to reflect deeply. Having spoken, he strode directly to a nearby table, seized a sharp cleaver, and advanced toward the 4 men writhing on the floor, then plunged the blade into one without hesitation. With Huang Mao setting the precedent, the others, trembling with fear and panic, dared not hesitate for a moment. One by one, they stepped forward, gripped cleavers from the side, and each delivered a final decisive strike to the men sprawled on the ground. Blade after blade sank home. The only sounds echoing through the gym were the muffled thuds of steel-piercing flesh and the stifled, ragged breaths of the onlookers. When the last man had taken his turn, the 4 loyalists lay drenched in blood, utterly lifeless, motionless, breathless, their vital sparks extinguished. Lu Qingyu watched Huang Mao's actions with quiet satisfaction, deeply impressed by his loyalty and decisive courage, and gave a subtle, approving nod. His gaze then swept across the room, and with calm gravity he addressed the assembly. "Brothers, over the past month our Tsinwan branch has been struck by one crisis after another. Brother Dad and Sister Dad are gone. Now Brother Chong Mao has also passed away suddenly from cardiac arrest. Our branch stands leaderless, morale fraying, unity crumbling. Since you have all just tacitly endorsed my leadership, let me state this plainly from this day forth. I, Lu Qingyu, I swear I will never betray my brother's trust. I will share wealth, divide profit, and ensure no man suffers injustice or hardship at my side." He paused, his expression hardening with solemn candor. "There is one more truth I must tell you. I attended the headquarters meeting today, and Elder Deng has explicitly declared his support for my succession." That single declaration, that Elder Deng stood behind him, immediately anchored every wavering heart. A collective sigh of relief rose from the crowd. Anxiety and doubt dissolved like mist at dawn. With Elder Deng, a pillar of the organization, lending his authority, the matter was settled beyond dispute. No force could overturn it. Now all lingering doubts vanished, their allegiance to Lu Qingyu became absolute, unwavering, and wholehearted. Instantly several men led the chorus, "Brother Yu, we stand with you." Others quickly joined in, until at last more than 50 core members raised their voices in unison, their cry resonating powerfully throughout the gym. "Brother Yu, we stand with you." Lu Qingyu lifted a hand, gently palm down, signaling silence. At once the crowd hushed. Within moments profound stillness reigned. Once the clamor subsided, he spoke calmly. "Brothers, allow me to introduce two trusted allies. This is Heilang, and this is Huli. You have all witnessed their prowess firsthand. To speak plainly, among our entire branch, few, if any, could match their skill. From this day forward, they are our own brothers. Let us welcome Heilang and Huli with full respect." No sooner had the words left his lips than Huang Mao led the cheers. "Brother Heilang, Brother Huli, welcome to the fold." The others followed suit, bowing respectfully and chanting in unison, "Brother Heilang, Brother Huli." Their lightning speed, lifting a grown man weighing over 100 jin with a single arm, snapping necks with casual brutality, had already seared itself into every witness's memory. All understood instinctively such mastery far surpassed their own. Their salutation, "Brother," was heartfelt, sincere, and utterly free of reluctance or resentment. Heilang and Huli offered quiet, solemn nods in return, calm, cold, and unyielding. Once their acknowledgement concluded, Lu Qingyu's demeanor sharpened, and he spoke with renewed gravity. "Our branch is adrift, morale unstable, cohesion fragile. Not only do factions within the organization eye our territory with covetous intent, but rival societies loom outside, like hungry wolves eager to tear at our flanks. To safeguard our foundation and defend our turf, each of you must now fulfill your duty, overseeing your assigned districts with vigilance and resolve. Daily operations shall henceforth be coordinated under Huang Mao's direct leadership. He reports to me alone. Should any matter prove too complex for him to resolve, he will escalate it to me personally for final judgment. Remain disciplined. Guard your posts fiercely. Leave no opening for outsiders to exploit." Hearing these directives, no one dared voice dissent. Instead, their eyes flickered with unmistakable envy as they looked upon Huang Mao. They bowed their heads and called out reverently, "Brother Huang Mao, Brother Huang Mao." Huang Mao, stunned and overwhelmed, had never imagined such honor, and immediately stepped forward. His voice trembled with fervent sincerity as he pledged his fealty, "Brother Yu, you have my absolute loyalty. From this day forward, your will is my compass, your commands my creed. Not a shred of betrayal, not a whisper of disloyalty shall ever cross my heart." Lu Qingyu placed a calm, steady hand upon his shoulder. His tone warm, yet weighted with expectation. "Huang Mao, act boldly. Do not hold back. Once I am formally installed as the branch's authoritative voice, your loyalty will be richly rewarded. Your share will be generous and assured." He exchanged a few brief, easy words with the others, reinforcing the need for discipline, territorial vigilance, and steadfast conduct. Then he turned to Huang Mao and instructed, "Huang Mao, Heilang, and Huli will remain here to reinforce your authority. When difficult matters arise, consult them. Besides myself, they are your most trusted advisors. I have personal matters to attend to. I will take my leave now." Huang Mao bowed, deeply nodding vigorously, "Brother Yu, I've memorized every word. Rest assured." Lu Qingyu gave a slight silent nod and walked out of the gym. Outside, he drove off, stopped at a bustling street-side Dai Pai Dong, ordered several dishes, and ate leisurely, savoring every bite. After the meal, he lit a cigarette, rested quietly, paid the bill, and returned home in serene composure. Back at his residence, he sank into the sofa, lit another cigarette, and exhaled slowly, wreathed in smoke. A quiet reflection stirred within him. He had never anticipated such extraordinary fortune today. Eliminating Brother Changmao last night had merely been an incidental maneuver executed by Ing Yi and his team. In his original estimation, seizing control of the Boxing King branch would demand protracted struggle, layers of resistance, exhausting negotiations, and relentless effort before stability could be secured. Yet fate defied expectation. Not only did Huang Mao and his faction embrace his leadership without reservation, but Elder Deng himself, revered and unassailable, had openly thrown his weight behind him. With the backing of a senior patriarch, and his own swift, unflinching authority having cowed the branch into submission, every obstacle had dissolved almost imperceptibly. The pace of his ascent had outstripped even his most optimistic projections, swift, seamless, and absolute. As Lu Qingyu exhaled a slow plume of smoke, deep in thought about his next move, Ing Yi returned. The moment he stepped through the door, Ing Yi bowed low with head respectfully lowered and reported in a steady, grave tone, "Young master, I have secured a ransom of 200 million from Deng Bo of Helianshang. For subsequent operations, assume male disguises." He paused briefly, then his gaze hardened imperceptibly, his voice dropping into a tone of absolute authority. "Deng Bo will arrange for Dongguan Zai to deliver the ransom tomorrow. The instant the funds are secured, eliminate Dongguan Zai as well." Ing Yi bowed again, face solemn, and responded instantly in a low, firm voice, "Understood, young master." Lu Qingyu gave a slight nod, then raised his hand and retrieved a cutting-edge black-tech smartphone from his system space. His fingertip glided across the screen, swiftly configuring a dedicated contact number which he then recited to Ing. Memorize this number. Henceforth you may reach me at any time by phone. At that moment the black-tech device shimmered faintly with iridescent light and seamlessly transformed, morphing into an exquisitely crafted Patek Philippe wristwatch. Ing did not linger. After another formal bow he turned and departed silently. Lu Qingyu settled back into solitude, lit another Marlboro cigarette, drew a deep breath, and slowly exhaled a curling veil of white smoke. Then, sinking his consciousness inward, he immersed himself fully into his private system space, and withdrew the black-tech construction card, silently invoking its activation command. He selected the location, the prime core district of Tsim Sha Tsui, directly adjacent to Victoria Harbor. Instantly, without sound or fanfare, a colossal skyscraper rose vertically from the earth, a breathtaking marvel spanning 24,000 square meters. It comprised 36 subterranean levels and 72 above-ground floors, exactly 108 stories in total. With but a thought, the entire structure was completed down to the finest detail, interior finishes, spatial layouts, and architectural harmony, all realized precisely as Lu Qingyu had envisioned. Situated on this golden plot, Hong Kong Island's most coveted real estate, the tower stood sovereign and commanding, affording an unobstructed panorama of Hong Kong's glittering metropolis and the vast shimmering expanse of Victoria Harbor, an edifice of unparalleled grandeur. Through the data stream relayed by the black-tech construction card, Lu Qingyu learned that the tower's footprint extended far beyond its 24,000 square meter base. A perfectly symmetrical circular open-air plaza spontaneously manifested around the building, encircling it entirely on all sides, with a total area of 12,000 square meters. The plaza's design exuded majesty and precision. Roads, landscaped gardens, and leisure zones were all flawlessly integrated, forming a seamless whole, with the 180 skyscraper poised magnificently beside Victoria Harbor in Tsim Sha Tsui. With a mere thought, Lu Qingyu bestowed upon the tower its official name, Qingyu Tower. He had no intention whatsoever of leasing it out. He reserved every floor exclusively for his own use. Thanks to the system's reality alignment protocols, Qingyu Tower's sudden emergence evoked no astonishment, no dissonance, no cognitive friction. Every observer's memory had been subtly rewritten. To all who saw it, the neighbors, business elites, and triad figures alike, it seemed as though this 180 colossus had stood sentinel on the Tsim Sha Tsui waterfront for years, only now having reached final completion and official handover. The black-tech construction card's power was nothing short of transcendent, not only erecting Qingyu Tower in its entirety, but also installing in one seamless operation all essential infrastructure: water and electricity networks, ventilation and sewage systems, fire safety and security protocols, fully operational from the moment of manifestation. Its elevators, intelligent control systems, and hardware components did not merely surpass the technological standards of the 1980s. They eclipsed even the most advanced innovations of 2026, irradiating an unmistakable aura of frontier black-tech sophistication. Every floor embodied opulent scale and architectural confidence. The ground floor lobby soared over 8 meters high, imposing, majestic, awe-inspiring. The 72nd and topmost floor reached a height of over 6 meters, while all other floors maintained a uniform ceiling height exceeding 3 meters. As for the 36 subterranean levels, their vertical dimensions were deliberately elevated to unprecedented luxury, each exceeding 6 meters. Their natural seclusion and inherent privacy made them ideal for transformation into a world-class private research institute, a purpose Lu Qingyu had envisioned from the outset. Such generous ceiling heights easily accommodated massive scientific instruments, experimental apparatuses, and classified R&D facilities. The entire 72nd floor alone covered more than 8,800 square meters. Lu Qingyu designated the entire level exclusively for his personal residence and intended to dwell there permanently. After all, Qingyu Tower was forged from system-level black-tech. Its structural integrity, protective shielding, and seismic resilience surpassed conventional architectural benchmarks by an immeasurable margin. Moreover, its unrivaled position along Victoria Harbor's frontage, carefully orchestrated by Lu Qingyu, ensured that the entire 72nd floor became an inviolable private domain. Its soaring 6-meter-plus ceiling allowed for the elegant division into a refined multi-level duplex loft, imbuing the space with dramatic vertical dimensionality and layered spatial poetry. Across its full 880 square meter expanse, Lu Qingyu meticulously allocated distinct functional zones: a private executive office, a premium relaxation lounge, a personal entertainment suite, and more. The master bedroom, commanding a panoramic view of Victoria Harbor, was especially lavish, a seamless fusion of sleeping chamber, ensuite marble bathroom, and opulent walk-in wardrobe occupying a sumptuous 500 square meters. 10 additional guest bedrooms, each approximately 120 square meters, offered generous comfort. Beyond those 30 compact suites, each roughly 30 square meters, were designated for staff or attendants. Remaining areas featured a spacious minimalist living room, a climate-controlled wine cellar, a tranquil library, a state-of-the-art fitness zone, and a private cinema. Every amenity perfected. From dining and leisure to work, residence, and hospitality, every facet was flawlessly integrated. Coupled with ceilings soaring over 6 meters, a sophisticated duplex configuration, and unimpeded views sweeping across Victoria Harbour, Qingyu Tower became Lu Qingyu's sovereign aerial palace, peerless, private, sublime. Floors 1 through 71 received only foundational construction, electrical and plumbing systems, walls, flooring, and core conduits, all installed and fully operational, ready for immediate occupancy. Yet furnishings, office furniture, partitions, and functional zoning remained intentionally omitted, leaving each floor expansively open and uncluttered. Lu Qingyu had deliberately preserved this flexibility to configure walls, define spaces, and adapt layouts organically according to evolving needs and practical demands. The moment Qingyu Tower was fully realized, an irrepressible yearning surged within Lu Qingyu. This towering landmark, rising beside Victoria Harbour in Tsim Shui, was far more than his future headquarters, his anchor in Hong Kong, his seat of influence. It was also his enduring sanctuary, a realm of unmatched luxury, sovereignty, and repose. The thought of its era-defying black-tech infrastructure, its monumental architectural vision, and the peerless vantage atop the 72nd floor, overlooking the entire harbor and cityscape, ignited an urgent, visceral desire he longed above all else to step inside and witness it firsthand. Acting on impulse, Lu Qingyu immediately rose and strode out of his residence. Empowered by a divine-level driving skill and driven by urgent anticipation, he maintained steady, precise control over his vehicle, reaching the Qingyu Tower beside Victoria Harbour in under half an hour. Stepping out of the car, he lifted his gaze toward the towering 72-story skyscraper piercing the heavens. The Qingyu Tower, majestic and imposing, standing proudly along the glittering waterfront of Tsim Shui. Gazing upon the grand edifice, Lu Qingyu's heart swelled with exhilaration and with quiet, unshakable pride. A subtle, sovereign confidence flickered in his eyes. This is my domain. After pausing for a moment to absorb the tower's commanding presence, he entered the lobby, vast, silent, and utterly deserted. With a mere thought, he summoned 10 elite security teams, 12 members each, totaling 120. In an instant, a blinding flash of white light filled the air. 120 impeccably disciplined, powerfully built guards materialized in perfect formation within the lobby. Though their formation occupied only a modest corner of the cavernous hall, it was dwarfed by the tower's sheer scale. Without delay, Lu Qingyu willed forth another unit, the Supreme Security Squad. 12 more figures emerged in another radiant flash, tall, formidable, radiating quiet authority as they stood motionless beside the others. The moment they appeared, their complete dossiers, personal histories, combat prowess, specialized expertise, and every operational detail streamed seamlessly into Lu Qingyu's mind. His gaze swept across the 12 towering, serene figures before him. This elite unit was known as the Black Dragon Squad, named in honor of its commander, Black Dragon. Before anyone could speak, Lu Qingyu's voice rang out, calm, yet commanding. From now on, address me as young master. No kowtows required. His words had barely faded when, whether newly summoned or drawn from earlier teams, every single guard bowed deeply in unison. Over 120 voices answered in solemn, resonant harmony, yes, young master. Lu Qingyu gave a slight wave of his hand, then fixed his gaze on Black Dragon at the fore. Black Dragon, you and your 11 comrades will each command one team. Henceforth, the entire security of Qingyu Tower falls entirely under your charge. 24-hour rotations without lapse or leniency. Black Dragon stepped forward, face grave and reverent. Understood, young master. We shall not fail you. We swear absolute vigilance, unwavering duty, and ironclad protection of Qingyu Tower. Nodding in quiet approval, Lu Qingyu summoned 5 million Hong Kong dollars in cash from his spatial ring. In a shimmer of light, thick stacks of banknotes appeared before Black Dragon. His tone remained unruffled. Black Dragon, this is 5 million HKD for immediate operational liquidity. Once the tower commences full operations, all subsequent expenditures and salaries will be managed centrally by finance. Black Dragon bowed low and replied, understood, young master. With a gesture, Lu Qingyu dismissed them to begin patrol and security deployment. Then he turned toward the private elevator and pressed the button for the 72nd floor. The elevator ascended smoothly, arriving moments later at the penthouse level. Stepping out, he entered a vast, elegant reception hall, featuring a bespoke concierge desk and refined greenery throughout. Beyond the entrance lay an expansive, double-height living space. Over 200 square meters, soaring 6-meter ceilings, and a sophisticated duplex layout, exuding opulence and grandeur. Lu Qingyu strolled leisurely through the entire 72nd floor, inspecting every functional zone. Bedroom suites, even the individual rooms tucked within the mezzanine loft. To his satisfaction, every room was fully furnished, plush sofas, king-sized beds, curated decor, all ready for immediate occupancy. After more than half an hour of thorough exploration, he returned to the lounge adjacent to the executive office and settled into a chair with quiet ease. Leaning back on the sofa, cigarette smoke curling from his fingers, he activated his system once more. Another pulse of white light flared, completing a full complement of 120 executives forming a fully staffed world-class corporate structure. Each department was perfectly balanced, dual leadership, seasoned deputies, and fully appointed specialists, leaving no position vacant. The complete organizational architecture comprised 1. Executive leadership, Chief Executive Officer, 2 Deputy CEOs, Chief Operating Officer, and Executive Assistant Team. 2. Finance Center, Finance Director, Deputy Director, Accounting Unit, Treasury Unit, Audit Unit, Risk 3. Human Resources Administration, HR Director, Deputy Director, Recruitment, Training Unit, Compensation Performance Unit, Administrative Support Unit, Security, Internal Affairs Unit. 4. Legal Compliance Center, Legal Director, Deputy Director, Contract Law Unit, Dispute Litigation Unit, Intellectual Property Unit. 5. Marketing Public Relations, Marketing Director, Deputy Director, Brand Strategy Unit, Media Communications Unit, Event Planning Unit, Advertising Promotion Unit. 6. Operations Leasing Center, Operations Director, Deputy Director, Commercial Leasing Unit, Property Management Unit, Tenant Relations Unit, Customer Service Unit. 7. Engineering Design Center, Design Director, Deputy Director, Architectural Design Unit, Interior Decoration Unit, Landscape Architecture Unit, Engineering Maintenance Unit. 8. Business Divisions, Commercial Division, Real Estate Division, Investment Division, each headed by a director and deputy director supported by senior practitioners. 9. Intelligence Research Department, Industry Analysts, Market Researchers, Policy Strategists. 10. CEO Secretariat, Personal Secretary, Confidential Clerk, Executive Scheduling Specialist. All 120 personnel stood in flawless formation within the soaring atrium, calm, disciplined, and poised to receive orders. Lu Qingyu's eyes rested upon Lu Juanhao, the group CEO at the head of the assembly. His voice was measured, authoritative. Lu Juanhao, you will oversee the formal registration and structural establishment of our group. Its name shall be Qingyu Group. My vision is unequivocal. This will be no local enterprise. Qingyu Group shall span multiple industries and operate globally. Within 1 month, I will allocate full operational capital, no less than 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. As he finished speaking, he drew 1 million Hong Kong dollars in cash from his spatial ring. With a ripple of light, neatly stacked bills appeared before Lu Juanhao. He continued, voice unhurried, this sum, HKD 1 million, is allocated for initial setup and daily operating expenses. After Lu Juanhao and his team departed, the vast penthouse living room fell silent once more. Lu Qingyu reclined on the sofa, a cigarette but pinched between his fingertips, his mind stirring again. Simultaneously, he summoned 3 bound attendants, the all-around secretary, the all-around assistant, and the all-around housekeeper. In an instant, a blinding flash of white light erupted, and 3 exquisitely graceful women materialized out of thin air. Each stood at 178 centimeters, tall, statuesque, with long, elegantly sculpted legs and figures of breathtaking, harmonious proportion. Their physiques were peerless, their faces transcendent, possessing beauty that could topple nations, and an aura so ethereal it seemed to belong to another realm. With a mere thought, Lu Qingyu received their profiles in full detail. All-around secretary, Lu Rian. All-around housekeeper, Gu Qingqing. All-around assistant, Su Qinghua. Side by side they stood in serene stillness, eyes gentle yet unwaveringly loyal, awaiting his command with quiet reverence. Upon reviewing their identities, Lu Qingyu froze, stunned into breathless silence. Lu Rian. She was none other than the legendary Empress Rian, revered across 10,000 realms, her name synonymous with supreme authority and divine sovereignty. Gu Qingqing and Su Qinghua too were iconic heroines, peerless in grace and charisma, reigning sovereigns of countless short drama worlds. Before him stood 3 celestial beauties, each radiant beyond mortal measure, each radiating a distinct, ineffable charm, tall, lithe, and flawlessly poised. Every glance at them arrested the soul. Gazing upon them, Lu Qingyu murmured inwardly in awe, with these 3 as his closest confidants life henceforth would be. He lightly patted the empty cushion beside him and spoke warmly, Rian, come sit here. Then turning gently toward Gu Qingqing and Su Qinghua, he added with easy familiarity, you two join us as well. They responded in unison, soft-voiced, reverent, yes, master. Waving a hand with a faint smile, Lu Qingyu corrected gently, from now on no need to call me master. Call me young master, just as others do. Also remember, here you need not observe rigid formalities or restrain yourselves with excessive propriety. Be free, be natural, be yourselves. No need to hold back or walk on eggshells. Once they had settled with effortless grace, Lu Qingyu turned to Gu Qingqing and said warmly, Qingqing, we shall reside here from now on. All matters, large and small, throughout this entire 72-story residence, including daily routines and household affairs, will henceforth fall under your stewardship. Gu Qingqing's eyes shimmered with quiet warmth, her voice soft and melodious carried perfect poise as she bowed gently. Yes, young master. You may rest assured. I shall manage every corner of this residence with meticulous care, orderly, seamless, and utterly flawless. Your daily life will be tended to with unwavering attention, every detail considered, every comfort anticipated. So you dwell here in perfect ease and serenity. Lu Qingyu nodded, satisfaction glinting in his eyes, a tender smile playing on his lips. Indeed, I have absolute faith in our Qingqing. She will certainly see to it that her young master lives in utmost comfort. Hearing the phrase our Qingqing, those 5 words, Gu Qingqing's cheeks flushed a delicate rose. A sweet warm ripple stirred deep within her chest, and her expression softened further, tinged now with gentle maidenly shyness. After composing herself, she offered softly, "Young master, this entire floor is spacious and grand, yet with only a few of us it feels rather quiet and still. I propose hiring a team of staff, housekeepers, cleaners, and chefs, to manage routine affairs. Do you have any particular preferences?" Lu Qingyu waved dismissively, calm and assured. "Staffing is unnecessary for you to concern yourself with. I'll handle it personally. I'll arrange everything for you shortly." Gu Qingqing inclined her head gracefully. "Yes, young master." Thereafter, Lu Qingyu engaged in relaxed, unhurried conversation with Gu Qingqing, Lu Rian, and Su Qingwe. Over half an hour later, Lu Qingyu focused his intent and withdrew the remaining 40 million Hong Kong dollars. Meeting Gu Qingqing's gaze, he instructed calmly, "Qingqing, take this sum and commission several sets of high-end attire for me. Also procure premium cigars, rare vintage wines, and other exceptional vintages." As his dedicated housekeeper, Gu Qingqing responded obediently, "Yes, young master. I'll ensure every detail is handled impeccably." He added deliberately, "By the way, this money is untraceable. Exercise utmost discretion when spending or purchasing anything externally." Having concluded the matter of funds, Lu Qingyu activated his spatial ring once more. In the expansive underground parking level, streaks of luminous energy flickered rapidly. 12 cutting-edge Rolls-Royce Phantom sedans, 12 cutting-edge Maybach Pullman limousines, materialized simultaneously, parked with flawless precision in designated bays. A uniform fleet of technologically advanced vehicles filled the subterranean level with commanding presence, elevating its opulence and grandeur to extraordinary heights. Lu Qingyu resolved that access to this entire underground level would be restricted exclusively to internal corporate personnel. External guests and business partners would park instead at the open-air plaza before the building. Entry into the private underground garage strictly prohibited. Only such strict arrangement could guarantee both secrecy and uncompromising security. Having secured the fleet in the underground garage, Lu Qingyu turned his gaze toward Lu Rian, Gu Qingqing, and Su Qingwe. Then, speaking slowly and deliberately, he said, "I've stationed 24 vehicles in the underground level. You may freely use any of them whenever needed for daily travel. For drivers and personal security personnel, simply consult Long He. He will assign them to you immediately upon request." Their eyes gleamed with quiet warmth as they replied in unison, voices like silk, "Thank you, young master." Gazing upon their celestial beauty, their flawless features, their transcendent aura, their statuesque, harmoniously sculpted forms, Lu Qingyu instinctively swallowed hard. Neither in his past mundane existence, nor in this reborn life in Hong Kong, had he ever encountered women whose appearance, temperament, and bearing were so perfectly divinely aligned. And most astonishing of all, they were utterly, unconditionally loyal to him, body and soul, their devotion absolute, their tenderness sincere, their fidelity unwavering. To be accompanied by such peerless beauty and unwavering fidelity stirred profound emotion deep within his heart. Even now, within the secluded, impenetrable sanctum of the penthouse, entirely shielded from prying eyes, he faced no obstacle should he choose to act upon his desire. Yet Lu Qingyu forcibly restrained the surge within him, suppressing the heat rising in his chest. Though deeply captivated, he refused to appear hasty or crude. After all, these 3 belonged to him wholly and irrevocably, devoted without reservation. With lifetimes ahead to share, intimacy could unfold gradually. No need to rush what time itself would surely grant. His reasoning was clear. Though bound to him forever, they remained sentient beings, thinking, feeling individuals. To behave rashly or impulsively now would risk tarnishing his image in their hearts. Setting aside those thoughts, he spoke gently, "Qingqing, Rian, Qingwe, you may attend to your duties. I'll be stepping out shortly." They bowed in unison, graceful, serene, and replied softly, "Yes, young master." After Gu Qingqing and the other 2 departed, the vast 72nd floor residence fell into profound silence. Lu Qingyu wasted no time. His mind stirred, instantly activating the system's summoning power. One by one, luminous white beams flared to life, revealing 24 impeccably synchronized, all-competent bonded maids standing in perfect formation within the living room. Each stood precisely 1.76 meters tall, elegant, statuesque, and exquisitely proportioned, their silhouettes graceful and refined. Their beauty was peerless. Each possessed a countenance of legendary allure. In visage, poise, and bearing, none yielded an iota to Lu Rian, Gu Qingqing, or Su Qingwe. Each radiated dazzling charm and transcendent grace. The 24 peerless maids stood in flawless unison, bowed deeply as one, and greeted him in harmonious, silken voices, "Greetings, master." Their voices chimed together, crystal clear, warm, and reverent. Lu Qingyu gently raised a hand, his expression relaxed and affable, as he said, "From now on there is no need to address me as master. Call me young master, just as others do." He then gestured toward the residential wing and continued, "Go now and familiarize yourselves with that area. Settle and learn the layout, and await further instruction unless summoned." In unison, the 24 maids bowed again and replied, "Yes, young master." With poised elegance and disciplined grace, they glided toward the residential wing to master the floor's architecture and their respective duties. Each of these 24 bonded maids possessed extraordinary depth, flawless in domestic management etiquette, personal service, and household stewardship, their mastery far surpassing even world-class elite standards. Their culinary mastery spanned every global cuisine: Chinese imperial banquets, regional delicacies, French haute cuisine, Italian gastronomy, and rare gourmet specialties from across the continents, executed with effortless brilliance and consummate artistry. With these 24 in residence, no additional staff, be it servants, cleaners, or chefs, were required. Alone, they could manage every facet of life across the entire 72nd floor with flawless precision. Lu Qingyu had long resolved no unfamiliar man would ever be permitted to set foot upon this private domain. These maids were his exclusive bonded attendants, his most trusted confidants, his personal sovereign domain. Body and soul, they belonged solely to him. How could he tolerate another man trespassing upon his sanctum, even to breathe its air? Once the 24 maids were settled, Lu Qingyu decided not to linger. He left Qingyu Tower, not in one of the high-end vehicles stored in the underground garage, but driving a modest Mazda. As the car wound through the city streets, he retrieved his cutting-edge smartphone and dialed the Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy. The call connected swiftly. The familiar voice of Huang Mao answered almost immediately. "Tiger Might Martial Arts Academy, this is Huang Mao. Who's calling?" Before the words had fully faded, Lu Qingyu let out a soft chuckle and replied, "Huang Mao. It's me. Wait for me at the academy. I'll be there shortly. We have urgent matters to discuss." Upon recognizing Lu Qingyu's voice, Huang Mao's tone instantly turned deferential. "Yes, young Master Lu. I'll stay right here at the academy. Nowhere else." His purpose in seeking Huang Mao was clear: to ascertain the true strength and composition of Tiger Might's Underworld. The former occupant of this body had only occasionally overseen operations, never delving into personnel details. Now, with grander designs underway, thorough reconnaissance was essential. Moreover, he already held stringent criteria. No mere hangerson or opportunist would suffice. Those addicted to gambling, ensnared by narcotics, or involved in drug trafficking were categorically excluded. Only those with clean records and sound character remained under consideration. He planned to consolidate the vetted personnel into a single unit for rigorous closed-door training. With elite mentors like He Lang and Hu Li overseeing instruction, months of intensive cultivation would forge a cadre of elite operatives. To Lu Qingyu, quality outweighed quantity. Once systematically trained, each operative would attain the prowess to overcome two adversaries, and when integrated with the tactical triad formation from his ancestral homeland, their synergy perfected, they would dominate Hong Kong's underworld, unrivaled, unchallenged. Time slipped away unnoticed. By the time Lu Qingyu arrived at Tiger Might, the clock read 6 p.m. He parked the unassuming Mazda and strode directly into the academy, heading straight for the inner office, where Huang Mao, He Lang, and Hu Li sat chatting and smoking. At his entrance, all three rose instantly, in unison, bowing respectfully. "Young Master Lu." He waved casually and said calmly, "Please sit. No formalities required." Once seated, he pulled up a chair, fixed his gaze on Huang Mao, and spoke with quiet authority. "Huang Mao, I have a task. Compile a complete roster of every underling beneath our Tsuan branch, and conduct thorough background checks on it. Separately flag anyone with compulsive gambling habits, narcotic dependencies, or covert involvement in drug trade." Huang Mao paused slightly, sensing the gravity behind the request, yet refraining from inquiry, and nodded firmly. "Understood, young Master Lu. I'll deliver the dossier to you without delay." Lu Qingyu's expression grew solemn as he added, "You've surely grasped my intent. Henceforth our branch will neither recruit nor retain gamblers, addicts, or drug traffickers. This matter demands your utmost diligence. Do not fail me." Huang Mao thumped his chest emphatically. "You have my word, young Master Lu. I'll handle it flawlessly. You won't be disappointed." Lu Qingyu placed a reassuring hand on Huang Mao's shoulder and said steadily, "I trust you completely. And you've witnessed firsthand the martial prowess of He Lang and Hu Li. Learn humbly from them. Refine your technique, fortify your physique, and hone your skills until you stand ready to lead independently." Huang Mao scratched his head, earnest and sincere. "Yes, young Master Lu. I'll devote myself wholeheartedly to learning from Brother He Lang and Brother Hu Li." Lu Qingyu gave a slight nod, glanced at the sky, and remarked offhandedly, "It's past 6. Let's go eat." He rose first. Huang Mao, He Lang, and Hu Li followed, instantly exiting the office and leaving the academy. They climbed into Lu Qingyu's Mazda. Guided by the former occupant's memories, he drove directly to Tsuanwan's most renowned vintage restaurant, the famed Yuguchi restaurant, a fixture in classic Hong Kong cinema. In his past life, Lu Qingyu had watched countless Hong Kong films where Triad elders convened and dined exclusively at Yuguchi. He'd long wondered what made this establishment so revered among the elite. Though the former occupant had visited before, only fragmented recollections remained, no authentic experience. Now, having returned to Hong Kong, he intended to savor this legendary institution himself, to truly understand its enduring mystique. What singular excellence drew powerful figures from all corners to gather, deliberate, and dine within. Lu Qingyu and his three companions stepped out of a Mazda sedan and strode directly into Yugui Restaurant. It was early evening, the peak dinner hour, when the restaurant bustled with roaring chatter, overflowing patrons, and an unmistakable aroma of sizzling woks and hearty fare. Lu Qingyu gestured for Huang Mao to reserve a private dining room at the front desk. Moments later, the group followed a waitress upstairs and settled in sequence around the table. After receiving the menu, they ordered over a dozen signature dishes without hesitation, then instructed the waitress to bring 2 cases of ice-chilled beer. September still clung to summer's sweltering heat. Crisp, frosty beer was the perfect antidote, refreshing, appetite-stimulating, and utterly fitting. Once the waitress departed with the order, Huang Mao scratched his head awkwardly, his expression sheepish, as he said, "Brother, you're truly spoiling us. I feel embarrassed ordering so much." Lu Qingyu shot him an exasperated glance, his tone easygoing yet resolute. "Huang Mao, it's time you adjust. You've pledged your loyalty and backed me to become the new Huiyan district leader. So from now on, I'll ensure you feast on delicacies and drink fine wine. I'm no selfish opportunist who hoards prosperity for himself. With me, no one goes hungry." The four sat together in the private room, smoking and bantering freely. Within 20 minutes, dish after signature dish arrived, steaming hot upon the table. They toasted repeatedly, ate heartily, laughed easily. The atmosphere warm, lively, and effortlessly convivial. The meal stretched over an hour before concluding in full satisfaction. Of the four, Huang Mao had the weakest alcohol tolerance. Yet even his constitution proved remarkably robust. 2 cases of chilled beer vanished, yet all remained perfectly sober, their composure unshaken. Lu Qingyu sampled Yugui's cuisine with quiet discernment, solid, pleasant, but unremarkable, certainly palatable, yet far from extraordinary. Only after settling the bill did the reason crystallize in his mind. No wonder so many Triad elders and streetwise youths favored this venue for meetings and meals. The food met expectations, while prices remained refreshingly accessible, offering exceptional value. Little wonder it stood perpetually packed, becoming the de facto gathering hub for Hong Kong's underworld. After all, senior figures routinely brought dozens, sometimes over 100 underlings for group dinners. Had the pricing been exorbitant, such frequent high-volume banquets would have strained even the wealthiest boss's finances. This restaurant's winning formula, reliable taste paired with down-to-earth affordability, had cemented its status as the underworld's undisputed nexus. Emerging from the restaurant, Huang Mao grinned and sidled up. "Brother, shall we head to Paris nightclub for another round?" Lu Qingyu paused briefly, then shook his head firmly. "Not tonight. I'll drive you back to the Tiger Might Martial Arts Hall. I have other matters to attend to." Drawing upon the original host's memories, Lu Qingyu knew Paris nightclub intimately, yet he felt no desire for leisure. All he craved was rest and recuperation at Qingyu Tower. Tomorrow, once the 200 million Hong Kong dollars ransom landed in his account, he couldn't touch it directly. First, every cent needed laundering, clean, traceless, fully legitimized. Over the next month, he'd need to amass a colossal sum in Hong Kong dollars, urgently, relentlessly. Then in one decisive transaction, he'd spend it all, triggering the 100-fold cashback card's legendary return. His mental calculation was precise. If he could gather 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, the card would yield 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. With that astronomical fortune, building influence across Hong Kong, establishing enterprises, or indulging life's luxuries would require no further financial concern. True wealth, freedom, finally realized. Lu Qingyu understood clearly, though he held foresight into Hong Kong's major future developments. Trivial details, market microtrends, short-term stock fluctuations, remained beyond his knowledge. He couldn't emulate other transmigrators who profited effortlessly by predicting stock surges. Moreover, his system had departed, leaving only this single 100-fold cashback card. Miss this chance, and it would vanish forever. Thus, he faced no alternative. He must exert every ounce of ingenuity and effort to consolidate capital, seizing this solitary, irreplaceable opportunity to catapult his fortune, laying an unshakable foundation for Triad expansion and enterprise development. As Lu Qingyu drove, lost in strategic calculations, a figure suddenly darted onto the road, slamming to a halt directly before his car's hood. Reacting instantly, he slammed the brakes. The Mazda screeched to a hair-spread stop. No collision, no impact. Only his divine-level driving skills saved them. An ordinary driver wouldn't have reacted in time. Without waiting for acknowledgement, the stranger rushed to the passenger door, yanked it open, and slid inside. His voice trembled with urgency and fear as he whispered frantically, "Go, now. Get me out of here, and I'll pay you HK1000. Lu Qingyu glanced sideways. This man's face stirred faint recognition, yet remained frustratingly elusive, like a half-remembered dream. At that moment, rapid footsteps pounded behind them. Several broad-shouldered men brandishing cleavers charged forward, fury etched across their faces. Lu Qingyu's gaze sharpened. A single sweep revealed their identities: Chan Honam and Shanji, the infamous Triad enforcers. In that instant, comprehension struck. He turned back to the shaken man beside him and recognized him instantly. Bob. A spark of insight flashed through Lu Qingyu's mind, and with it quiet amusement. He'd been searching desperately for a path to massive capital. Now Providence delivered the perfect opportunity, pillow in hand. He recalled vividly Ba Bai owed Liang Quan over 20 million Hong Kong dollars, a staggering debt. Seizing Ba Bai meant claiming that fortune outright. The thought vanished as swiftly as it came. Lu Qingyu floored the accelerator. The engine roared, the car surged forward, leaving Chan Honam and his crew choking on dust as they sped away. Chan Honam, Shanji, and their men sprinted to the roadside, only to watch helplessly as the Mazda vanished into the distance. Ba Bai abducted before their eyes. They froze mid-stride, rage twisting their features, furious, impotent, and utterly thwarted. They hurled curses at the retreating taillights, flames of fury burning bright, but yielding nothing. Once certain they'd evaded pursuit, Ba Bai exhaled deeply, relief washing over him just as he opened his mouth to thank Lu Qingyu. Before a word escaped, Lu Qingyu delivered a precise, surgical strike to his nape. Ba Bai's eyes rolled back. He collapsed unconscious instantly. Lu Qingyu spared no words. Minutes later, he reversed course and drove straight back to the Tiger Might Martial Arts Hall. After parking, he hoisted the limp Ba Bai effortlessly, like lifting a chick, and strode purposefully into the hall, heading straight for the office. Inside, Huang Mao, Hailing, and Fox were still waiting. Seeing Lu Qingyu return, dragging an unconscious man, they sprang to their feet in unison. Before they could speak, Lu Qingyu commanded, voice low and commanding Huang Mao, "Secure this man strictly. He is Ba Bai. Extract every last dollar, every valuable item he possesses. Leave nothing." Huang Mao, seasoned in the underworld for years, knew Ba Bai's reputation well. His shock was palpable. Yet he asked no questions, bowing his head respectfully. "Yes, brother, I'll squeeze every cent from Ba Bai." Lu Qingyu gave a slight nod, then added gravely, "Huang Mao, remember this well, Ba Bai's wealth is immense. At minimum, several tens of millions in Hong Kong dollars. Uncover every hiding place, every bank account, every secret stash. Leave no stone unturned. Nothing may be overlooked." After Lu Qingyu took Ba Bai away, Chun Haonan and his men could only retreat in bitter frustration to their own turf in Causeway Bay, heading straight to the bar to report to Brother B. The group strode swiftly into the bar and marched directly to Brother B's private booth, pushing the door open without hesitation. As soon as Shanji entered, he could no longer contain his fury and burst out, "Brother B, it's ruined." Ba Bai slipped away. Brother B had been lounging leisurely against the sofa, fully expecting the mission to be complete. Upon hearing the news, his expression instantly darkened and turned icy cold. He cast a cold, piercing glance at Shanji, then fixed his gaze on Chen Haonan. His voice carried sharp authority as he demanded, "Nan, what exactly happened? How could you let Ba Bai escape?" Chen Haonan's face was grim beyond measure, his heart churning with humiliation and seething resentment. Had Ba Bai been dealt with today, he would have secured the prestigious red pole position without question. A brilliant future had shimmered just within reach, now utterly squandered. The injustice burned fiercely within him. His brow knotted tightly, his tone thick with suppressed fury and bitter disappointment. "Brother B, we'd already cut off all of Ba Bai's escape routes. We were moments away from seizing him, when suddenly a Mazda roared onto the scene out of nowhere." Shanji interjected hotly, his voice crackling with outrage. "Exactly. That driver barged in for no reason whatsoever, and Ba Bai bolted straight into the passenger seat. We chased after them with knives in hand, but it was too late. We watched helplessly as the car accelerated and vanished." Beside him, Bao Pai and Chow Pai nodded in grim unison, their faces etched with dismay and smoldering frustration. Brother B's expression grew even more forbidding. His fingers tapped slowly, deliberately against the tabletop as he spoke in a low, grave tone. A stranger who appeared out of thin air. "Did you get a clear look at who he was? Were there others in the car?" Chun Haonan shook his head, replying tersely, "The car sped off too fast. We couldn't make out a thing." "What?" Shanji spat contemptuously. "We were this close to finishing Ba Bai. Nan would have ascended to Red Pole, and some fool had to ruin everything." Brother B's face darkened like storm-racked water. After a heavy silence, his eyes swept over the group, and he spoke coldly, "Ba Bai and Liang Quan are sworn brothers. Now that he's escaped, they'll surely retaliate. Nan, take your men and investigate. Track down that Mazda's movements, uncover the driver's identity, and find where Ba Bai has gone into hiding. Leave no stone unturned." Chun Haonan nodded firmly. "Don't worry, Brother B. I'll deploy my people immediately and get both matters resolved thoroughly." Brother B gave a low, disdainful snort, a flash of ruthless resolve flickering in his eyes. Whoever dared interfere in Hung Hing's affairs mid-operation, no matter who he is, had better weigh his courage carefully. As for Ba Bai, even if he hides today, he cannot vanish forever. Sooner or later, I will drag him out and settle this account. A suffocating silence settled over the booth. Defeat and simmering rage hung thick in the air, each man clenching his jaw against a tide of impotent fury. After leaving the boxing gym, Lu Qingyu sent Huang Mao and He Lang to escort Ba Bai deep into the gym's basement, a space originally built by Big D for storage, but left unused until now, making it an ideal location for interrogation. The basement was dimly lit, its damp, musty air clinging heavily to the walls. Huang Mao glanced at He Lang and asked quietly, "Brother He Lang, shall I begin, or will you handle it?" He Lang, long bored and eager for action, replied coolly, "I'll do it." Without another word, he seized a nearby bucket of cold water and poured it over Ba Bai's head in one brutal, drenching cascade. Ba Bai, only lightly unconscious, jolted violently awake under the shock. His eyes flew open. He found himself bound tightly to a pillar with coarse rope, utterly immobilized. Then he saw Huang Mao and He Lang standing before him, masks and hoods conspicuously absent. Their faces were fully exposed. A chill shot up his spine, the unmistakable dread of imminent execution. Years on the streets had honed his instincts. He knew this was no mere interrogation. It was a death sentence in waiting. Swallowing hard, he forced a servile smile and ventured cautiously, "Brothers, is there some misunderstanding? We've never crossed paths. Surely we don't know each other." Who could have imagined that Ba Bai, the very embodiment of street swagger and arrogance, would crumble so completely before them? He Lang stared at him, his gaze cold and dismissive, brimming with contempt for such hollow bravado and craven fear. "You're Ba Bai, correct? We truly don't know you." He Lang said, his voice glacial, radiating menace. "You have two choices. First, die instantly." Before He Lang could finish, Ba Bai frantically interrupted, "I choose the second. I choose the second path." A flicker of dark amusement passed across He Lang's eyes as he tilted his head slightly. "Oh, you're certain about that?" "Absolutely certain. I swear it." Ba Bai bobbed his head frantically. Survival was paramount. Hesitation was unthinkable. "Very well, if you're so eager to choose." A sinister, slow smile curled He Lang's lips as he murmured, "Then the second path is to be tortured, slowly, exquisitely, until death finally claims you. Are you prepared?" The words struck Ba Bai like thunderclap. His face drained of all color, his mind shattered, and he lost control of his bladder on the spot. In just a few chilling sentences, a notorious underworld figure had been reduced to abject terror. He Lang frowned in mild irritation. Turning to Huang Mao, he issued a terse order, "Take custody of him. If he so much as stirs out of line, tell me immediately. I have countless ways to make him beg for death." With that, He Lang spared Ba Bai not another glance and strode out of the basement, its chill, damp air thick with the scent. Huang Mao approached slowly, arms crossed, his gaze locked onto Ba Bai with icy intensity. Ba Bai, still trembling violently from He Lang's terror-inducing presence, stood soaked and shamed in his own filth. His face was bloodless, stripped entirely of the haughty arrogance that once defined him as a triad boss. "Brother, please, let's talk calmly. Money, I'll pay. Territory, I'll yield it all. Just spare my life." His voice trembled raw with desperation. Huang Mao stepped forward and gripped Ba Bai's chin, forcing his head upward. "Speak plainly. How much cash do you hold? What properties, residential, commercial, are registered under your name? Bank accounts. List every one down to the last digit. No omissions. No lies." Ba Bai's eyes darted nervously as he calculated his next move, then feigned meek submission. "Honestly, I'm not wealthy. I only have 3 million Hong Kong dollars in liquid cash, 2 residential units in Simsha Sui, 3 street-level shops, plus a bathhouse and a nightclub. That's all, not a single lie." Huang Mao's expression hardened instantly. A cold, mocking laugh escaped him. "Ba Bai, you think I'm a fool?" Ba Bai strained to sound convincing. "I swear, I've got nothing more than that." Huang Mao's gaze sharpened like a blade. "Stop pretending ignorance. Liang Quan borrowed over 20 million Hong Kong dollars from you. Where did that money go?" The question struck Ba Bai like lightning. He froze, pupils contracting, face bleaching to ghostly white. He had never imagined they knew about the loan. Watching him unravel, Huang Mao's voice dropped to a lethal whisper. "I suggest you cooperate, immediately. Tell us exactly where those funds are held, bank names, account numbers, passwords, every detail. Speak truthfully and you'll live. But hesitate, or lie, and I won't need Brother He Lang's help to make you wish for oblivion." Ba Bai shuddered uncontrollably. His final shred of hope dissolved. His spirit collapsed entirely. There would be no more pretense, no more evasion. By the next morning, shortly after 9 o'clock, Huang Mao dialed Lu Qingyu's number. Lu Qingyu had just risen. The cutting-edge black smartwatch on his wrist emitted a soft, subtle vibration. With a mere thought, the watch instantly transformed into the retro form of an old-fashioned brick phone, and he answered it casually. From the other end came Huang Mao's deferential voice. "Brother, you, the matter with Ba Bai has been settled. Exactly 33,800,000 Hong Kong dollars secured. Additionally, 2 residential units, 3 commercial shops, 1 bathhouse, and 1 nightclub have all been arranged for title transfer. The individuals involved have been dealt with cleanly, contributing their final service to Hong Kong Island's land reclamation project." Upon hearing the report, Lu Qingyu nodded in quiet satisfaction and spoke coolly. "Well done. This matter must remain strictly confidential. Each of you, Huang Mao, He Lang, and Hu Li, will receive 1 million Hong Kong dollars as compensation. Have He Lang deliver 3 million in cash to retain the remaining 800,000 for daily operational expenses. Huang Mao froze mid-breath upon hearing the sum, 1 million Hong Kong dollars, and stammered after a long pause, "Brother Yu, this is simply my duty. I truly don't deserve such a generous reward." Before he could finish, Lu Qingyu cut him off firmly. "Huang Mao, I've told you before. I never let my brothers go unrewarded, nor do I hoard gains for myself. Accept the 1 million without hesitation. Also instruct He Lang to bring the property transfer documents along with the cash." Hearing these words, Huang Mao's heart swelled with a sudden searing wave of gratitude. He had served a D for 7 or 8 years, battling relentlessly, risking life and limb. Yet his monthly take rarely exceeded 3 or 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. After years of exhausting labor, he had barely scraped together any savings, let alone imagined receiving a single payment of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Contrasting that past stinginess with Lu Qingyu's magnanimous generosity, Huang Mao was overcome with complex emotions. In that instant, he swore inwardly. His loyalty would be absolute, his devotion unwavering, and he would never betray Brother Yu's trust or mentorship. Suppressing his emotion, he replied respectfully and sincerely, "Understood, Brother Yu." Then he hung up with quiet reverence, the look in his eyes now irrevocably sealed with unshakable allegiance. Immediately after hanging up, Huang Mao relayed Lu Qingyu's instructions verbatim to He Lang. Both He Lang and Hu Li were already utterly devoted to Lu Qingyu. Loyalty absolute, rewards irrelevant. They swiftly counted out 3 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, gathered the property transfer documents, packed everything securely, and departed Tiger Might Boxing Club, driving straight toward Qingyu Tower. He Lang and Hu Li had been summoned by the system itself, loyalty pre-programmed to its maximum. Lu Qingyu had already informed them of his new residence in advance. At the very moment He Lang was en route, Dongguan Zai arrived at Uncle Deng's residence. By then the living room was already filled. 7 or 8 senior elders of the Ho Lin Sheng Triad, all of Uncle Deng's generation, had assembled. By 11 o'clock that morning, the landline telephone in Uncle Deng's home suddenly rang, a sharp, insistent chime. The crisp ring instantly drew every gaze in the room. All 7 or 8 elders fell silent, their eyes locking simultaneously on the telephone. Uncle Deng remained composed, lifted the receiver, and answered. From the other end came a low, icy male voice, utterly distinct from the woman's tone who had contacted him the day before. This was Ing Yi acting on Lu Qingyu's orders, using inner force to deliberately distort his vocal timbre, impersonating a stranger. His voice was detached, laced with quiet authority, and cut directly to the point. "Is the money ready?" Uncle Deng showed no reaction, replying gravely, "The funds are prepared. But first I must hear Ali's voice to confirm he remains unharmed." Anticipating this concern, Ing Yi gestured silently to Alu, who had been brought along, and handed him the receiver. Alu spoke a few brief words into the mouthpiece. Ali's voice, weary yet steady, echoed through the line. Upon hearing it, Uncle Deng exhaled deeply, his suspended anxiety finally easing. Ing Yi promptly reclaimed the receiver, resumed his disguised baritone, and calmly dictated the exchange location. "Since you've confirmed his voice, bring the money alone to the underground parking garage of Tsim Sha Sui Tower. No delays and no tricks." With that, Ing Yi hung up. Immediately afterward, he signaled for Alu to be placed into the trunk. Then, driving without hesitation, he headed straight for the agreed-upon parking garage at Tsim Sha Sui Tower. Ing Yi had no intention of altering the meeting site or adding unnecessary theatrics. In his estimation, his team's overwhelming strength rendered subterfuge entirely superfluous. No matter how many Triad members Uncle Deng brought, none would leave that garage alive. Uncle Deng set down the receiver and took a slow, steadying breath, suppressing his rising unease. He then recited the address of the Tsim Sha Sui Tower parking garage, word for word, to Dongguan Zai. His expression hardened as he issued a stern command. "Dongguan Zai, bring your most elite fighters. Secretly deploy a second contingent to follow at a distance, armed and ready. Your primary objective is Ali's survival. If opportunity arises, eliminate them all. Retrieve both Alu and the ransom intact." Dongguan Zai's gaze sharpened, confidence blazing in his eyes as he replied with unwavering assurance, "Uncle Deng, rest easy. I will bring both father and the ransom back safe and sound." Uncle Deng, well aware of Dongguan Zai's prowess and reliability, gave a slight approving nod. Then he said quietly, "Go. I trust you completely." Without another word, Dongguan Zai signaled several trusted lieutenants to load the ransom into the vehicle. The group descended rapidly, boarded their cars, and sped off, engines roaring toward the designated Tsim Sha Sui exchange site. As Ing Yi, Dongguan Zai, and their respective parties converged on Tsim Sha Sui, Lu Qingyu rode in his advanced tech Relfa business sedan, entering Central District. He had previously considered situating Qingyu Tower in Central. After careful deliberation, however, he ultimately chose Tsim Sha Sui. First, the districts lay in close proximity. Second, Qingyu Tower's location, adjacent to Victoria Harbor, offered unparalleled views and prestige. Today, with nothing pressing on his agenda, he simply wished to stroll through several neighborhoods of Hong Kong Island. As the car glided smoothly forward, a deafening explosion erupted 200 or 300 meters ahead, followed immediately by rapid piercing gunfire that shattered the surrounding calm. Lu Qingyu's eyes flickered, then he ordered the driver to stop. Though his martial skill was formidable and the Relfa itself fully bulletproof, his personal safety posed no concern. Yet he had no desire to entangle himself in street-level violence. As merely an ordinary white paper fan advisor within Ho Lin Shang, still consolidating his position, he saw no reason to draw undue attention or invite unnecessary complications. A dozen minutes later, the sporadic gunfire gradually faded, until silence reigned once more. Lu Qingyu spoke softly, turning to his bodyguard seated beside him. Go find out what happened up ahead. In less than 10 minutes, the bodyguard sent to gather news returned. He climbed into the car, bowed, and reported, "Young master, a gang of robbers just attacked an armored cache and the scene is strewn with heavy casualties. Several civilians and guards have been killed, even 2 police officers fell. The cache van contained a full $100 million, all of which the robbers made off with." After hearing the report, Lu Qingyu sank slowly into thought. According to the memories of his previous life, the heist had been carried out by Tianyang Chizi. The mastermind behind it was Police Inspector Zhang Wenyao. It was he who secretly financed and hired Tianyang Chizi to execute the crime. At that thought, a faint amused smile curved Lu Qingyu's lips. He was in urgent need of capital to expand his operations, having only just acquired tens of millions. And now, as if fate had delivered it, Tianyang Chizi had seized a staggering $100 million. Isn't this the perfect capital handed to him on a silver platter? It was as if someone offered him a pillow just as he nodded off. Lu Qingyu then spoke calmly. Drive. The car resumed its slow motion. Lu Qingyu turned to Lu Rian beside him, and in an even tone said, "Rian, there is a matter I want you to handle." Lu Rian's features were gentle. She answered softly, "Young master, command me. No matter what it is, Rian will see it done perfectly. I will not disappoint you." Lu Qingyu gave a slight nod and outlined his plan. "I intend to establish a presence on Gangdao and open 5 or 6 top-tier luxury nightclubs. These clubs will require a large number of high-end service staff. Tomorrow you will travel abroad. First to Yinhuagua to select a group of women of exceptional beauty and refined figures. Then go to Bangzigua to recruit attractive, well-proportioned trainees. Finally make a run to Europe and America to find a number of young, pretty, tall, and elegant Daongma. The more the better," he said. "Given my plan for 5 or 6 top establishments, each will need about 200 to 300 people." Lu Qingyu had long been plotting to open several high-end clubs. He was not aiming for low-end street diversions, but for an exclusive private membership model. Entry would be strictly controlled. Without a membership card, no one could set foot inside. Membership would be tiered into various ranks. Privileges, private room treatment, and bespoke services would differ by level. The admission rules would be laid out with crystalline clarity. Men must obtain an exclusive membership card to enter and spend. Women must first be assessed by club personnel. Only those meeting standards of beauty, figure, and bearing would be issued a complimentary female guest membership. Those who failed the assessment could still purchase membership for a price they could enter. This harsh high-end system would keep ordinary riffraff beyond the threshold. He would cater only to Gangdao's top-tier tycoons, society bosses, and business luminaries, every kind of elite. Lu Rian nodded, and then asked Lu Qingyu a few further questions. More than half an hour slipped by. Ying Yi, accompanied by Ying Shi, Ying Shire, and their men, had already arrived early at the underground parking lot of Jinshazui Dasha. At that moment, a van eased into the lot. Deng Guanzai had arrived with his crew. The vehicle stopped. Deng Guanzai stepped out first, followed by 7 or 8 trusted lieutenants. Several of them carried bulging duffel bags, the ransom money. Deng Guanzai swept his gaze across the vacant, chilly garage. There was not a soul in sight. He called out in a low voice, "I have brought the money. Where are your people?" Hidden in the shadows, Ying Yi had watched their every move, yet he still did not leave the car. He only instructed Ying Shi and Ying Shire in a measured tone, "Proceed with the plan." The two obeyed, slipping like ghosts between pillars and shadow. In an instant, they stood silently before Deng Guanzai and his men. Under Lu Qingyu's orders, this deal had never been intended to leave survivors. Once the ransom was taken, not only would Lu and Feiji not escape their fate, but Deng Guanzai and everyone who had brought the money would also be wiped out. Ying Shi and Ying Shire appeared abruptly, their sudden figures tightening the breath in Deng Guanzai's men's chests. Before they could react, Ying Shi's cold voice demanded, "Where's the money?" Deng Guanzai steadied himself and said gravely, "Where is my godfather? Bring him out first." Ying Shi paid him no heed, his voice flat and expressionless. "Show me the money first for verification, only then will I bring Lu out." With no other choice, Deng Guanzai signaled his men to bring the duffels forward. There were 4 bags in all, each containing 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Ying Shi inspected them briefly, found no forgery, and nodded minutely to Ying Shire. In the next heartbeat, both produced cold, gleaming daggers and flashed forward. Their speed left only afterimages as they weaved through the garage in a matter of seconds. When they returned as silently as they had gone, Deng Guanzai and his 7 or 8 men lay motionless on the ground. Each clutched his throat as blood spouted forth, eyes full of disbelief and bitter regret. After a few convulsions, they fell still corpses upon the cold concrete. Having dealt with them, Ing Shi and Ing Shire each lifted 2 bags of cash and hurried to Ing Yi's car, stowing the fortune into the trunk. They then hauled a Lu Feiji and a third captive from another vehicle and dragged them beside Dingguan's bodies. Without a shred of hesitation, their blades came down, cutting the 3 throats with ruthless precision. The lives were ended in an instant. They then slipped back into the car. Ing Yi started the engine and they departed the underground lot without a sound. In fact, before they had even arrived, Ing Yi had already tampered with every surveillance camera in the parking area and its vicinity. All the monitoring feeds had been rendered useless. Nothing remained on tape. There would be no evidence left behind. Less than 5 minutes after Ing Yi's party left the backup men Dingguan's had stationed behind, driving 3 cars, entered the parking lot. From a distance, they spotted bodies strewn across the floor, and their hearts sank. They hurried their cars closer. When they saw that the fallen were Dingguan's society boss Lu Feiji and others, horror washed over them. They were instantly pale with fright, panic-stricken, frozen in place, every pore chilled as dread spread through them. One henchman went deathly white and, tongue-tied with fear, blurted to their leader, Go Ji, Lu Ji, Dingguan Ji, and Feiji Ji. They're all dead. What do we do now? The boss, known as Go Gu, was thrown into chaos, as well. His face was ironstone, and he was seized by a panic bordering on hysteria. He forced down his terror, thinking fast, and through gritted teeth ordered, Don't stand there like fools. Load every body into the cars and drive back immediately. Report everything truthfully to Deng Bo. Over half an hour flashed by in the blink of an eye. Dog Brother and his crew, along with Dingguan's vehicle, raced back in a flurry of 4 cars to the residential building where Uncle Deng lived. The moment the cars screeched to a halt, Dog Brother flung open his door and bolted out, dashing up the stairs in frantic haste. So agitated he forgot even the most basic courtesies and barged straight through the front door without knocking. At that moment, Uncle Deng was seated with several senior elders, uncles and patriarchs of the clan, sipping tea and exchanging idle conversation. When Dog Brother burst in, breathless and disheveled, Uncle Deng's brow instantly knotted in stern disapproval. Before Uncle Deng could rebuke him for his impetuous rudeness, Dog Brother, pale as death, voice trembling and broken, shouted hoarsely, Uncle Deng, it's terrible, Brother Lu, and all the others, they're all dead. Uncle Deng had been about to reprimand Dog Brother for his lack of decorum, but upon hearing this calamitous news, his teacup slipped from his grasp and shattered violently on the floor. The assembled elders froze in place, struck dumb with disbelief, their faces etched with raw, uncomprehending shock. Only after a long, heavy silence did Uncle Deng finally regain his composure, his gaze sharpening into something fierce and forbidding. He locked eyes with Dog Brother and commanded, voice low and thunderous, What did you say? Repeat it, word for word, without omission. Dog Brother flinched under that piercing stare, forcing himself to suppress his rising panic. Stammering, he replied, Uncle Deng, we followed Brother Dingguan's orders. We were told to wait outside and enter the parking lot 5 minutes later. We waited the full time, then drove in. And the instant we entered, we saw Brother Dingguan's entire group lying motionless on the ground. We rushed out to check, and there beside them lay Brother Lu and Brother Feiji, both lifeless. Not a single one of Brother Dingguan's men survived. Hearing this, Uncle Deng's chest heaved violently, his breathing turned ragged and sharp. Brother Lu was the current dragon head of Wulin Shang, while Brother Dingguan and Brother Feiji were 2 of its most influential hall masters. To lose 3 top-tier leaders in a single stroke and forfeit a staggering 200 million Hong Kong dollars in ransom was nothing short of a catastrophic blow to the entire Wulin Shang. Uncle Deng drew a slow, deep breath, forcibly steadying his churning emotions, then fixed Dog Brother with a somber, penetrating gaze. Where are Brother Li's remains? He demanded, voice taut with gravity. Were they brought back? Dog Brother nodded hastily, still shaken. Yes, Uncle Deng. They're all here in the cars down. At those words, Uncle Deng fell silent, dazed, hollow-eyed. The dragon head of Wulin Shang slain alongside 2 of its most powerful hall masters, yet their assailants remained utterly unknown. After a long pause, he suppressed his grief and fury and issued his command, first transport Brother Li's remains, and those of the others, to the funeral home for proper arrangement. Then turning to Long Zhen beside him, he spoke with grim urgency, immediately summon all mid-level members and hall masters to the central hall for an emergency assembly, and bring Lu Qingyu as well. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Qingyu sat calmly dining at a restaurant in Central when his phone rang. The call came from Huang Mao instructing him to attend the emergency meeting at the Wulin Shang Central Hall. Lu Qingyu showed no trace of surprise. Brother Lu, Brother Dingguan, and Brother Feiji had died precisely as he had secretly orchestrated, every detail already clear in his mind. He continued his meal, unhurriedly savoring each bite. Only after 20 minutes, fully satiated, did he finally rise and make his way to the central hall. By the time Lu Qingyu arrived at a leisurely pace, a full hour had passed since Huang Mao's call. Inside the central hall, every elder patriarch and hall master had already gathered, except Lu Qingyu, who arrived last. Lu Qingyu stepped in with unruffled poise, offering courteous, deferential greetings to Uncle Deng the elders and the hall masters, then quietly took a seat toward the rear. No one commented. Uncle Deng uttered no reproach. After all, Lu Qingyu did not yet carry a mobile phone. Communication relied solely on landlines and pagers, making real-time coordination impossible. Once all were seated, Uncle Deng's face darkened like storm-laden clouds. Gripping his cane, he spoke, voice heavy and resonant. Brothers, I called this urgent gathering because of what has befallen Brother Lu and the others. Yesterday, we pooled our resources to raise 200 million Hong Kong dollars in ransom. This morning, Brother Dongguan led a team to deliver it. As he spoke, Uncle Deng slammed his cane hard against the floor again and again, his tone thick with outrage and sorrow. But who could have foreseen such cruelty, such utter moral bankruptcy? They slaughtered Brother Lu and his son Brother Feiji, and even Brother Dongguan, who delivered the ransom along with every man who accompanied him. Not a single soul spared. As soon as Uncle Deng finished speaking, Jimmy Zai Su and the other hall masters, who had known nothing of the tragedy, recoiled in stunned disbelief. Even Lu Qingyu, seated in the rear, performed flawlessly, feigning wide-eyed shock and utter incredulity indistinguishable from the rest. After over a minute of suffocating silence, Jimmy Zai broke the stillness, voice laced with doubt. Uncle Deng, surely you're not joking with us. Uncle Deng lifted his gaze, his expression as cold and unyielding as deep water, his voice low and edged with fury. Jimmy Zai, do you truly believe I would jest about matters of life and death? His words struck the room like ice. Everyone knew Uncle Deng would never trivialize the deaths of the Dragon Head and Hall Masters. The hall sank once more into absolute reverent silence. Minutes later, Jimmy Zai spoke again, his tone grave. Uncle Deng, if this is truly how things stand, have we uncovered any leads on the mastermind behind Brother Li's abduction and murder? Well, Lin Sheng has lost its Dragon Head, 2 Hall Masters, and 200 million Hong Kong dollars for nothing. This matter must be resolved fully. Justice must be exacted, blood for blood. No sooner had Jimmy Zai finished than the hall erupted. Hall Masters nodded vigorously, faces flushed with indignation, voices overlapping in fervent agreement. Jimmy Zai is right. This cannot end here. When has Lin Sheng ever suffered such a humiliation? The Dragon Head and Hall Masters slain outright. What will our standing be across Hong Kong once word spreads? We must dig to the very root and drag those perpetrators into the light, to avenge Brother Lu and the others. 200 million lost, and so many key figures gone. If we swallow this, every rival society will... Lu Qingyu, seated in the rear, subtly adjusted his expression, still wearing that mask of shock and righteous anger. He gave a measured nod and added, voice solemn and resolute indeed. This cannot be left unresolved. Brother Lu as Dragon Head and Brothers Dongguan and Feiji as pillars of our society, cut down in one fell swoop, with 200 million Hong Kong dollars vanished without trace. If the true culprits remain hidden and justice denied, not only will our honor be irreparably tarnished, but morale among our brothers will crumble. This matter must be pursued relentlessly to uncover the architects of this atrocity and ensure they pay the price they deserve. His demeanor was impeccable, unified in outrage, indistinguishable from the crowd. Not a flicker of artifice betrayed him. Only unwavering loyalty, burning indignation, and steadfast devotion to the society. As Lu Qingyu finished speaking, every pair of eyes in the room instantly turned toward him. Even Deng Bo lifted his gaze to meet his. With Ho Lin Sheng leaderless and having just lost 2 of its senior lieutenants, Deng Bo urgently needed someone capable of stabilizing the organization and anchoring its foundations. After a moment's thoughtful silence, his expression grew grave as he declared, a bounty hunt shall be issued immediately for Alok, Dongguan, Zai, and Feiji. Anyone who provides credible information will receive 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Whoever apprehends or identifies the killer directly shall be rewarded 10 million. Deng Bo paused briefly, then fixed his gaze upon Jimmy Zai and spoke in a low, commanding tone. Alok's funeral arrangements shall fall entirely under your responsibility. Though he is gone, he once held the highest seat in Ho Lin Sheng. His send-off must be dignified, never diminished, and never bring shame upon our brotherhood. Though inwardly reluctant, Jimmy Zai dared not defy Deng Bo and merely nodded obediently. Understood, Uncle Deng. I will handle everything with the utmost care. Deng Bo gave a slight nod, then turned toward Lu Qingyu, sweeping his gaze across the assembly before speaking with solemn authority. Brothers, after the tragic deaths of Big D and his wife, their branch has remained vacant. Given the recent turmoil rocking Ho Lin Sheng, we must act swiftly to restore stability. Therefore, I propose that Lu Qingyu assume leadership of the Tsuan branch. If anyone holds objections, now is the time to voice them plainly. As his words settled, those present exchanged wary glances. No one dared speak first. Many had privately coveted the Tsuan branch, a plum prize, and schemed to seize influence amid the chaos. Yet with the sudden deaths of the syndicate's leader Dongguan, Zai, and Feiji, their territories now lay unclaimed. Instantly, ambitions shifted, all eyes turned instead toward those newly vacated domains. None dared challenge Lu Qingyu, whose star was rising swiftly and who enjoyed Deng Bo's unequivocal backing. Minutes later, Deng Bo surveyed the silent assembly and spoke again. Since no objections have been raised, the appointment stands. Lu Qingyu shall lead the Tsunwan branch. Given the extraordinary circumstances facing our organization, formalities are temporarily suspended. From this moment forth, Lu Qingyu officially assumes the role of Ho Lin Sheng's Tsunwan branch leader. As Deng Bo concluded, his eyes settled upon Lu Qingyu, who gestured respectfully. You are now our Tsunwan branch leader. Please rise and address the gathering. Lu Qingyu rose slowly, composed and steady, bowing slightly to those assembled. Uncle Deng, esteemed elders and seniors. I am deeply honored by Uncle Deng's trust and grateful for your collective goodwill in entrusting me with Tsunwan. From this day forward, I pledge to safeguard Tsunwan's territory and preserve the branch's integrity, never betraying the faith and confidence you have placed in me. Having spoken, he calmly resumed his seat. Deng Bo spoke once more, his gaze traversing the room, his voice measured and weighty. An old saying reminds us a nation cannot endure a single day without a sovereign. Neither can Ho Lin Sheng remain long without a leader. Given the urgency of events, we shall first allow Jimmy Zai to properly settle Alok's final rights. Thereafter, we shall convene again to deliberate thoughtfully on selecting our next leader. If there is nothing further, you may disperse. Within minutes, the assembly departed the main hall without delay. Soon Ho Lin Sheng's bounty decree rippled through Hong Kong's underworld. It ignited immediate shockwaves, sending tremors of alarm through the leaders and lieutenants of rival syndicates. Alok, the undisputed leader of Ho Lin Sheng, had been slain under baffling, inexplicable circumstances with not even a trace of his killers uncovered. Such stealth and ruthlessness could not fail to instill deep wariness among the city's most powerful figures. The death of one leader coupled with two lieutenants' sudden demise was already enough to shake the underworld to its core. Simultaneously, news of Lu Qingyu's ascension to the Tsunwan leadership spread like wildfire. To most within the underworld, his name was utterly unknown. No one had anticipated the sudden emergence of an obscure young man. His meteoric rise to the position of Tsunwan branch leader drew quiet but intense scrutiny from every faction. This newcomer had arrived without fanfare, yet commanded undeniable gravity. Across Hong Kong's underground landscape, truly consolidated territorial control, where a single syndicate dominates an entire district without rivals, is exceedingly rare. Ho Lin Sheng's absolute dominion over Tsunwan stands unmatched. Only Hung Hing's Tunmun territory can be loosely compared in scale. Yet Tunmun pales beside Tsunwan in every dimension: economic vitality, population density, and commercial magnitude, surpassing it by a wide margin. Moreover, today's Tsunwan encompasses Kwaicheng and Tsing-yi, spanning approximately 85 square kilometers. Lu Qingyu returned to the Huwei boxing gym and strode directly into his office. Seating himself, he called out at once, Huang Mao, have you compiled the files I requested? Huang Mao sprang up from his desk, clutching a folder. He promptly presented, Brother Yu, here are the dossiers on everyone in our Tsunwan branch. Lu Qingyu accepted the folder and scanned its contents for several minutes before lifting his eyes and speaking gravely. Huang Mao, follow the rules I laid out earlier. No compulsive gamblers, no drug users, and no one who oppresses civilians or forces innocents into prostitution. Regardless of rank, they are to be purged without exception. Understood. Huang Mao hesitated, then ventured carefully, Brother Yu, I have no objection to cleansing the ranks, but if we dismiss them all, our manpower will shrink drastically. Every syndicate is watching Tsunwan poised to strike. With insufficient personnel, we cannot possibly hold such vast territory. Lu Qingyu remained impassive, his voice firm and unyielding. Carry out my orders precisely. I will personally assign reinforcements. Beginning now, Tsunwan's 120 streets shall be reorganized into 3 distinct districts, 40 streets each. Yu Heilang and Hu Li will each oversee 1 district. Your duties are clear: maintain order and secure your assigned territory. Huang Mao's heart surged with excitement. The authority conferred was real, tangible, and immense. Commanding a full district meant leading legions of subordinates, commanding wealth, and ascending rapidly in stature. He leapt to his feet, voice brimming with fervor. Brother, you rest assured. I will defend my district with my life and never let you down. Lu Qingyu waved a hand dismissively. Enough. Sit down. There's no need for such fervor. Once Huang Mao had settled, he continued, I will deploy 1,500 elite operatives into Tsunwan, 500 assigned to each of you. These are highly trained specialists honed in secret. Utterly unlike the undisciplined street thugs. With this force stationed across our territory, our dominance will be unshakable. We need fear no rivals. Upon hearing Lu Qingyu's plan, Heilang and Hu Li remained outwardly calm, their expressions unruffled, accustomed as they were to his enigmatic, deeply strategic nature. Huang Mao, however, reacted starkly differently. Learning that Lu Qingyu had secretly cultivated 1,500 elite operatives left him profoundly stunned. A torrent of questions flooded his mind, but he swallowed them back. He understood well, every person guards private truths and hidden strengths. What is not meant to be asked must remain unasked, and what is not meant to be probed must remain unexamined. For now, his sole duty was obedience. to follow Lu Qingyu's directives faithfully and steadfastly uphold his designated domain. Next, Lu Qingyu laid out his newly established regulations one by one to Huang Mao, He Lang, and Hu Li. First, all establishments in Sun Wan are strictly prohibited from dealing in narcotics. No one is permitted to coerce others into prostitution. Violators will face death. Second, common citizens must not be oppressed, nor may protection fees be extorted arbitrarily. Everyone must abide by the law and manage their territories peacefully. Third, street vendors and itinerant peddlers shall pay no fees whatsoever. Only commercial venues, including restaurants, dai pai dongs, nightclubs, bars, bathhouses, and spas, will be subject to standard service charges. Huang Mao, you will register a security company. Henceforth, all our sworn brothers must formally join as employees. Each brother will receive a base monthly salary of HK0 plus performance-based bonuses. All merchants will sign formal contracts, not under the guise of protection fees, but as legitimate security service fees, ensuring full legitimacy and transparency. Upon hearing Lu Qingyu's new regulations, Huang Mao felt both convinced and apprehensive and could not help but interject, "Brother, are you truly determined to enforce these rules? Under this arrangement, our branch's monthly income would plummet dramatically. Moreover, with so many brothers under our banner paying each HK0 per month as base salary, our expenditures would surge overnight. We simply cannot sustain such costs or afford to maintain them." Lu Qingyu remained calm and composed, his voice resonating with unwavering confidence. "Huang Mao, carry out my orders precisely. Do not concern yourself with finances." Seeing Lu Qingyu's resolute stance, Huang Mao ceased further persuasion and obediently nodded in assent. Lu Qingyu then issued a low commanding order: Hu Li accompany Huang Mao to register a security company, and also an entertainment company, a property development firm, a trading corporation, a construction enterprise, a building materials company, a catering group, a financial services firm, an electronics company, and a logistics company. All companies shall bear the unified name Huan Yu, and a holding group, Huan Yu Group, shall be established. Each company will operate as a wholly owned subsidiary of the group. Also, scout for a suitable office tower in Sun Wan. 10 to 15 stories should suffice. Hu Li, astonished by the scale of Lu Qingyu's ambitions, registering so many enterprises at once, could not resist asking, "Brother Yu, what registered capital do you intend to declare for the group?" After a brief pause, Lu Qingyu replied coolly, "Let us set the registered capital at 10 million Hong Kong dollars for now. Excessive visibility would be unwise. However, there is no urgency. Registration procedures may proceed immediately, while actual capital injection can follow later." The original host had long managed all assets under Big D's name on behalf of Madame Big D, possessing intimate knowledge of every detail of the estate. Big D's holdings included 5 nightclubs, 8 bars, 6 bathhouses, 2 restaurants, 1 detached villa, 8 residential units, and 13 retail shops, all registered under Madame Big D's name. Following the tragic deaths of Big D and his wife, all related documentation and official certificates fell into Lu Qingyu's hands, though he had yet to initiate transfer or re-registration. After all these assets were effectively considered property of the Walin Sheng Triad, unauthorized registration would have meant certain death. Now he intended to consolidate all these assets under his newly incorporated enterprises. He would shift to standardized commercialized management, replacing the old Triad style and formal administration entirely. Lu Qingyu remained at the Huwei boxing gym until 5 o'clock in the afternoon before departing. He boarded his Lexus Alfred and instructed the driver to return to Qingyu Tower. The Rolls-Royce Phantom and Maybach Pullman awarded by the system were too ostentatious and conspicuous. Though the Alfred itself was undeniably a top-tier luxury vehicle, its presence was markedly more restrained and dignified compared to the aggressive aura of the Rolls-Royce and Maybach. For this reason, Lu Qingyu designated the Alfred as his daily chauffeured vehicle. Just over an hour earlier, he had summoned 1,500 junior swordsmen and 10 senior swordsmen. The 1,500 junior swordsmen were evenly divided among Huang Mao, Hu Li, and He Lang, 500 apiece. The 10 senior swordsmen were assigned exclusively to Huang Mao. As for He Lang and Hu Li, Lu Qingyu had previously equipped each with 10 senior swordsmen. With this elite corps now in place, alongside the existing brothers retained from the branch, their respective forces each surpassed 1,000 members. Their numbers stabilized between 1100 and 1200. This figure reflecting the prior removal of drug addicts, compulsive gamblers, and those guilty of coercing others into prostitution. Had these corrupt elements not been purged, each commander's force would have numbered no fewer than 2,000. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qingyu arrived at the penthouse level of Qingyu Tower. No sooner had he stepped out of the elevator than 24 devoted versatile maids stood in perfect formation, 2 orderly rows of elegance and poise, greeting him in unison with sweet melodic voices. "Young master, welcome home." Gu Qingqing, Lu Ruyan, and Su Qinghua hurried forward gracefully to greet him. Lu Qingyu savored this celestial treatment, surrounded and adored like a sovereign among stars. In his past life, though he commanded a personal fortune exceeding several billion, he lived modestly, never indulging in such opulence or allowing himself to be pampered by a retinue of exquisite attendants. Later, Lu Qingyu dined with Gu Qingqing, Lu Rian, and Su Qinghua. Over the meal, Lu Rian spoke softly. Young master, I've already booked your flight to Sakura country tomorrow. Do you have any further instructions? Lu Qingyu did not reply immediately. After a moment's thoughtful silence, he said slowly, Rian, inform Ing Yi to assign several operatives to accompany you covertly, and have Hei Long provide a visible team of bodyguards. He paused, his tone deepening. Here is my plan upon arrival. Arrange to secure some of you. $. Within 20 days, by any means necessary, whether through legitimate channels or otherwise, procure as large an amount as possible. Lu Rian showed not a trace of concern. Such a task was effortless for her. Understood, young master. The dinner lasted approximately 1 hour. Afterward, Gu Qingcheng led the maids in tending to Lu Qingyu, bathing, sauna, full-body massage. Each service executed with meticulous care and soothing grace, leaving him utterly relaxed. They then moved to the living room. Gu Qingcheng retrieved a premium Cuban cigar, carefully humidified it, trimmed it with precision, lit it slowly, and presented it to Lu Qingyu. A maid placed a glass of rich, aromatic whiskey gently on the coffee table before him. 2 others stood quietly behind him, massaging his shoulders with gentle, practiced hands. 2 more maids sat beside him, 1 on each side, to knead his legs with expert attention. A 5th stood nearby, offering fresh fruit to his lips at regular intervals. Such peerless, sumptuous indulgence truly rivaled the blissful existence of immortals. As Lu Qingyu was enjoying a maid's massage, he suddenly recalled the shooting incident that had occurred earlier that day. Moments later, Ing Yi strode swiftly into the living room and bowed gracefully, asking softly, "Young master, you summoned me." Lu Qingyu gave a faint, composed nod and instructed, "Ing Yi, I have a task for you. Go to the underground parking garage of the police headquarters. There locate an old black sedan, nearly decommissioned and highly distinctive. Inside its trunk lies 100 million US dollars. Retrieve it for me without delay." Ing Yi, ever unconditionally obedient to Lu Qingyu's commands, asked no questions. She replied with quiet deference, "Understood, young master." She turned and departed immediately, setting out at once, and soon left Qingyu Tower alongside Ing Air. By 11 o'clock that night, soft light bathed the bedroom of the villa. While Lu Qingyu was discussing a multi-$100 million project with Lu Rian inside the room, Ing Yi returned, carrying the $100 million. The door stood slightly ajar, so she entered without knocking, and found them deep in negotiation. Just as she prepared to withdraw discreetly, Lu Qingyu appeared before her and gently guided her into the discussion. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Lu Qingyu awoke slowly, only to find the bed beside him empty. He dressed immaculately under the maid's attentive care, then enjoyed breakfast in the dining room before ascending from the penthouse, not leaving Qingyu Tower, but descending instead to the 71st floor. The 71st floor remained vast and unfurnished. No partitions, no offices. Then, with a mere thought, he summoned 10 elite culinary teams. Each team comprised 120 members, all masters of comprehensive Chinese cuisine, including refined adaptations of global gastronomy, each surpassing the standards of state banquet chefs. In total, these 10 teams constituted 1,200 world-class chefs. With such talent, Qingyu Group could effortlessly establish dominance across the entire food service industry. Without further instruction, Lu Qingyu directed them to report to Lu Juanhao, a seasoned corporate titan whose command of commerce far eclipsed his own amateur grasp. After the culinary teams departed, Lu Qingyu prepared to summon 10 medical teams, when a prompt echoed in his mind, urging him to relocate to a more open space. Puzzled, he opted first to summon just 1 medical team. Only upon its materialization did he understand why. Their scope was astonishingly comprehensive. 3,800 specialists filled every clinical discipline, not only Western medicine, but traditional Chinese medicine as well. Their collective expertise could readily staff several large-scale Class 3 Grade A hospitals. Indeed, they were fully qualified to found such institutions. Every single member was a physician. Nursing staff were also included, but even the most junior among them held the rank of head nurse. Regular nurses would need to be recruited separately from society. Seeing their sheer number, Lu Qingyu decided to postpone summoning the remaining 9 medical teams. These would be deployed later, first in Hong Kong, then when expanding operations to his hometown. As before, he instructed the team leader to guide everyone to Lu Juanhao for assignment. Next, he prepared to summon a research team. Yet mindful of the earlier spatial constraint, he resolved to begin with just 1. Ding. Please select the academic discipline for your research team. Each team comprises 500 members. Upon hearing the prompt, Lu Qingyu blinked in disbelief and immediately reviewed the options. Such detailed categorization had never appeared before. He realized to his astonishment that specialization was now possible. As widely known academic disciplines fall into 6 major categories: first, natural sciences, studying matter, laws, and phenomena inherent in nature and the cosmos independent of human societal constructs. This includes mathematics, physics, chemistry, astronomy, geography, biology, geology, and atmospheric science. Second, engineering and technological sciences, focused on transforming the world, building infrastructure, developing technologies, and converting natural principles into practical tools and systems. It encompasses mechanical, civil, electronic, information, computer, aerospace, chemical, energy, hydraulic, and architectural engineering. Third, medical sciences, dedicated to the human body, disease, life, health, and healing. Fields include clinical medicine, dentistry, traditional Chinese medicine, public health, pharmacy, nursing, and preventive medicine. Fourth, agricultural sciences, concerned with crops, livestock, forestry, soil, food security, aquaculture, and ecological farming. Disciplines span agronomy, forestry, veterinary science, horticulture, fisheries, plant protection, and food process. Fifth, social sciences, exploring humanity and society, group dynamics, institutional frameworks, and societal mechanisms. This includes economics, law, sociology, management, psychology, political science, and statistics. Sixth, humanities, devoted to the human spirit, culture, history, language, philosophy, and art, encompassing literature, history, philosophy, linguistics, archaeology, art studies, and religious studies. These 6 domains collectively cover the full spectrum of scholarly inquiry, though for Lu Qingyu, social sciences and humanities held comparatively limited utility. Yet he possessed 10 research teams to allocate, and thus resolved to assign 1 to each discipline. The remaining 4 could be held in reserve, deployed later should any field require reinforcement. Having reached his decision, Lu Qingyu summoned 6 research teams, 1 for each of the 6 core disciplines. With such personnel assembled, the subterranean floors of Qingyu Tower would no longer stand vacant. Even a single discipline could comfortably occupy 5 full basement levels. Once all researchers had materialized, Lu Qingyu dispatched them to report to Lu Juanhao. At that very moment, his wristwatch vibrated, and he instantly transformed it into a vintage mobile phone to answer the call. "Brother Yu, I have something urgent to report," came Huang Mao's voice. "Huang Mao, speak plainly," Lu Qingyu replied coolly. Huang Mao reported at once. "Brother Yu, last night Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, who of Dongxing, led men to stake their claim in Sunwan. Our people repelled them and detained both Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, who—" He paused briefly, then added, "also Chun Haonan, under Hong Xing's Debi, arrived with reinforcements to assert control in Sunwan, but escaped our grasp." Lu Qingyu showed no surprise, only quiet delight. He was urgently in need of capital, and Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, who were quite literally walking cash deliveries. As for Chun Haonan and his men, having slipped away this time mattered little. There would be ample opportunity to settle it. Thus Lu Qingyu commanded, "Huang Mao, hold them securely, then contact Dongxing and demand 100 million Hong Kong dollars for their release." Though stunned by the staggering sum, Huang Mao voiced no objection, only silent compliance. After ending the call with Huang Mao, Lu Qingyu immediately dialed Uncle Deng's number. He had deliberately quoted East Star Camel a figure of 100 million Hong Kong dollars, leaving ample room for negotiation. In his estimation, securing 40 million Hong Kong dollars from East Star would already be more than satisfactory. The call was answered swiftly, and Lu Qingyu spoke first. "Hello, Uncle Deng. It's me, Ayu." From the other end came Uncle Deng's calm, measured voice. "Ayu, what is it? Speak plainly." Lu Qingyu wasted no time. "Uncle Deng, here's what happened. Last night, East Star's Crow and Laughing Tiger led men in Itsin want to plant their flag and seize territory. We drove them off on the spot. Both Crow and Laughing Tiger are now in our custody. I've just had someone call East Star Camel and demanded 100 million Hong Kong dollars for their release." Upon hearing the 100 million Hong Kong dollars demand, Uncle Deng froze, astonished inwardly. Though he valued money, such an exorbitant sum was sheer audacity, a textbook case of extortionate overreach. "You've done exceptionally well, Ayu, holding Tsuanwan and restoring dignity to Linshan. But 100 million Hong Kong dollars is simply too much. If you truly force Camel to pay it, he'll bear you eternal enmity. That much you must understand." Lu Qingyu hadn't considered the ramifications so deeply before. He feared no retaliation from East Star. Yet Uncle Deng's words struck home. The underworld was not merely about violence. It ran on Guanxi respect and unwritten codes. He chuckled warmly. "Uncle Deng, I fully grasp your wisdom, which is precisely why I called you first. I'm certain Camel will send intermediaries to negotiate. Your presence will be indispensable in steering the talks. Even if we don't secure 100 million Hong Kong dollars, several tens of millions are all but guaranteed. You yourself once paid 10 million Hong Kong dollars for our former Dragonhead's ransom. I'd like to seize this opportunity to help you earn a handsome retirement fund." Hearing this, Uncle Deng felt a surge of quiet satisfaction and profound relief that he'd judged Lu Qingyu correctly. Just yesterday, he'd thrown his full weight behind installing him as Tsun-Wan's new acting head. Today, the young man delivered a gift of extraordinary value. Though advanced in years, he still cherished wealth, and who wouldn't welcome an unexpected windfall of tens of millions? Instantly, his tone softened, grew warmer, and his demeanor turned solemnly earnest. "Well said, Ayu. You've proven yourself thoughtful, farsighted, and impeccably measured. Rest assured, I stand firmly behind you. No one from East Star shall dare provoke or trample upon Linshan's people. No matter how negotiations unfold, I shall remain at your side, fully, unconditionally." After hanging up, Lu Qingyu's lips curled upward in a faint, knowing smile. He had long since mapped out every angle. Promising Uncle Deng 10 million Hong Kong dollars post-settlement was no impulsive gesture. It served a precise strategic purpose. This matter required Uncle Deng's authoritative mediation. Regardless of the final ransom amount, a substantial fee would inevitably go to him. Since payment was inevitable, why not offer it up front, with generosity and sincerity, to secure his unreserved goodwill? Moreover, Uncle Deng was elderly. His personal expenditures were modest. When the time came, discreetly removing him would yield returns far exceeding 10 million Hong Kong dollars. It wouldn't be 1 million, but several millions, perhaps many more. Crucially, across Walinsheng, only Jimmy and Lu Qingyu held comparable influence, and even Jimmy paled beside his rising dominance. By deliberately cultivating an image of filial deference toward elder mentors, and by wielding wealth generously, he wasn't merely dreaming of ascending to Walinsheng's dragon head position. It was a tangible, viable ambition. All knew Uncle Deng favored balance within the triad, so if Lu Qingyu seized the right moment, he could ride that equilibrium straight to the summit. As Lu Qingyu quietly calculated his next moves, Camel of East Star seethed on the other side, shattering multiple teacups in blind fury. Unforgivable. Utterly intolerable. Where does that whelp get such audacity? A mere novice who just climbed the ladder, daring to demand 100 million Hong Kong dollars for their release. Camel vented his rage for over 10 minutes before regaining composure. After a pause, he sat beside the telephone, hesitated, then dialed Uncle Deng's number. The line connected after a few rings. Uncle Deng's voice emerged, steady, unhurried. "This is Deng Wei." Camel instantly suppressed his fury and adopted a deferential tone. "Uncle Deng, it's Camel. I apologize for the intrusion, but I humbly seek your assistance." "Oh, it's Camel," Uncle Deng replied, coolly feigning ignorance. "I've long retired. Just an old man, no longer involved in any triad affairs. What could I possibly do for you?" Camel understood perfectly East Star was in the wrong, and he himself deeply respected hierarchy and tradition. Honoring the code, he abandoned any pretense of dragon head authority before Uncle Deng. He lowered his stance further, speaking with polished humility. "Uncle Deng, please don't be modest. Every major triad in Hong Kong bows to your prestige. I'm calling first and foremost to offer my deepest apologies. My discipline failed. I take full responsibility for Crow and Laughing Tiger's drunken misconduct in Tsuen Wan. They're now detained by your men. Just now your side conveyed the demand 100 million Hong Kong dollars for their... Uncle Deng, I acknowledge East Star's fault, but demanding 100 million Hong Kong dollars. That defies..." Camel spoke with practiced guile, reducing the flag-planting incursion to little more than drunken rowdiness. Yet who was Uncle Deng? A man who even in retirement commanded Walinsheng with iron precision, whose mastery of underworld stratagems spanned decades. Even without prior knowledge, he could not be deceived by such flimsy subterfuge. "Camel, I'm unfamiliar with the details. Since you've come to me, I'll first investigate the matter thoroughly and call you back." Without waiting for reply, Uncle Deng hung up. Camel's face darkened instantly. He knew East Star had erred, but surrendering 100 million Hong Kong dollars was unthinkable. Worse, paying it would brand East Star as easy prey. Once word spread that East Star's 5 tigers could be kidnapped for profit, rival factions would strike repeatedly, until East Star collapsed entirely, its power siphoned away by others. At that moment, Camel picked up the phone again, this time dialing Jiang Tiansheng, dragon head of Honghing, Qianshui Bay Villa District. Jiang Tiansheng hung up after speaking with Luo Tua, then immediately dialed Chun Yao to inquire about last night's incident in Tsuen Wan. Once he grasped the full sequence of events, his brow furrowed sharply, and he instantly rang Debi's mobile phone. At that moment, Debi had only just risen. The mobile phone on his desk suddenly jingled shrilly. The moment he lifted the receiver, Jiang Tiansheng's low, furious voice crackled through the line. "Abi, was it you who sent men to plant our flag in Tsuen Wan last night?" Debi's heart lurched, unprepared for how swiftly the news had reached Jiang Tiansheng's ears. His decision to dispatch Chun Haonan and the others had not been made lightly. Earlier, Chun Haonan and his crew had gone to confront Ba Bai, but were abruptly intercepted by a Mazda sedan. Later investigation revealed the vehicle belonged to the Tsuen Wan branch of the Walinsheng Triad, though its exact owner remained unidentified. Yet even if they had uncovered the truth, what good would it have done? The matter had already erupted into open conflict, and Liang Quan would certainly not let it pass. First, to vent his fury. Second, to elevate Chun Haonan's standing by granting him credit for decisive action. Such considerations paved the way for Debi's swift order: send Chun Haonan to plant their flag in Tsuen Wan. "Mr. Jiang, yes, it was my order. Has something gone awry?" Debi still believed himself wholly justified. Jiang Tiansheng, however, seethed inwardly. Had Debi not long proven unwavering loyalty, he would have replaced him on the spot. His sole ambition now was to cleanse the Honghing society and steer it toward legitimacy, not to seize more territory. True, the Walinsheng's leader and 2 senior branch masters had recently been assassinated, but even a starving camel outweighs a horse. Their foundations remained formidable. Pushing Walinsheng to the brink of annihilation would yield no advantage for Honghing, and might instead invite rival triads to swoop in and reap the spoils. "Abi, have you lost your wits? Your domain is Causeway Bay, the Golden District of Hong Kong Island. Tsuen Wan lies deep in the New Territories. Even if you succeeded in planting your flag there, could you possibly hold it? Jiang Tianxing's voice grew increasingly heated, until at last he could no longer suppress a low guttural roar. He simply could not fathom De B's staggering lack of judgment. Why abandon Causeway Bay, the jewel of Hong Kong's feng shui, only to squabble over remote marginal ground in Tsuen-Wan? Worse still, Tsuen-Wan was Walin Sheng's ancestral stronghold, their sole fully consolidated territory. Reprimanded harshly, De B felt deeply wronged. Though self-interest had played a part, his ultimate aim had been to expand Hung Hing's influence and secure new turf. Yet resentment stayed locked within. He dared not utter a word of defiance, not even if granted 100 lives. Mr. Jiang, please hear me out. Walin Sheng is in utter disarray internally. I seized this opportunity to secure greater advantage for our society. Jiang Tianxing listened, and felt only profound weariness. Still mindful of De B's steadfast loyalty, he suppressed his anger, sighed heavily, and said, enough, Abi. I'll let this incident pass, but from now on any major move must be cleared with me in advance. He ended the call abruptly, his expression still dark and stormy. Just then Fong Ting approached softly and asked Simon, what's wrong? Who has angered you so? Jiang Tianxing quickly masked his emotions, forcing a gentle smile onto his face. Nothing at all, Ah Ting. Don't trouble yourself with these petty matters. Come, let's go shopping together. Elsewhere, De B bore the scolding without resentment, assuming Jiang Tianxing's fury stemmed solely from the failed flag-planting operation in Tsuen-Wan. Time slipped swiftly forward. By noon, the watch on Lu Qingyu's wrist emitted a soft vibration. With a mere thought, it transformed seamlessly into a mobile phone. He pressed the receive button without hesitation. Ah, you. It's me, came Deng Bo's calm, steady voice from the other end. Lu Qingyu responded with deferential courtesy. Uncle Deng, have you finished lunch? Long since finished. Let me tell you something. Luo Tua has invited Jiang Tianxing. They'll meet at 5 o'clock this afternoon at Yue Restaurant in Central. Deng Bo wasted no time on preliminaries. Lu Qingyu was slightly taken aback. Luo Tuo's speed surprised him, and he laughed warmly as he replied, rest assured, Uncle Deng. I'll be there promptly. Shall I come pick you up? You're thoughtful, but no need for such trouble. I'll make my own way. That's all for now. Deng Bo hung up. Lu Qingyu had originally planned to meet with a representative from HSBC later that evening to discuss loan arrangements. Though he already held 100 million US dollars, he deemed it far from sufficient, and crucially those funds required laundering before he could use them freely. After careful reflection, he concluded that Qingyu Tower, his personally owned asset, was solid collateral eminently suitable for bank financing. Hong Kong Island's real estate was famously scarce and precious. A structure of Qingyu Tower's scale existed nowhere else across the entire island. Even after the Iron Lady's political upheaval the previous year, which triggered Hong Kong's economic collapse, Qingyu Tower retained exceptional value. Its prime location, massive footprint, covering 24,000 square meters, and adjoining 12,000 square meter leisure plaza, ensured a conservative valuation exceeding 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. Since Luo Tua was so eager to deliver funds, rescheduling the HSBC meeting to tomorrow posed no difficulty. Lu Qingyu estimated Luo Tua would contribute only a fraction. The remainder would fall to Wu Ye and Xiao Mian who to cover. His first windfall came from unlock 55 million Hong Kong dollars in cash and a $30 million cashier's. He disbursed 5 million HKD to Hei Long, 10 million HKD to Lu Juanhao, and 40 million HKD to Gu Qingqing. The cashier's check had already been cashed by Su Qingwei and deposited into his private account. His second windfall, the ransom from unlock, amounted to 200 million HKD untouched thus far. His third came from Ba by 33.8 million HKD, of which he reclaimed 30 million. His fourth windfall, the 100 million US dollars looted by Tian Yangsheng from a bank, remained entirely unspent. He hadn't totaled it up before, but now the sum stunned him. Though illicit, the laundered total exceeded 10 billion HKD. Spending 10 billion HKD through the 100-fold cashback card would yield 100 billion HKD. Such a colossal sum, however, left Lu Qingyu unsatisfied. He intended to maximize the card's potential. Had the system remained operational, he'd have spared himself this meticulous planning. But the system had vanished, and the 100-fold cashback card was singular. Thus this path was unavoidable. Whether building his commercial empire or sustaining some in researchers' vast capital was indispensable. Barring unforeseen complications, he resolved to amass 1 billion US dollars before the card's expiration. $1 billion multiplied 100-fold equaled 100 billion US dollars, a fortune rivaling only those amassed by the world's most entrenched financial dynasties. One further detail, if his memory served, on September 24, 1982, the Iron Lady suffered her infamous fall. Exactly 1 year later, September 24, 1983, the Hong Kong dollar plummeted to an exchange rate of 9.6 to the US dollar. That day would be dubbed Black Saturday. By mid-October, though the precise date eluded him, the crisis would peak. For Lu Qingyu, this presented a golden opportunity. Wait until the HKD depreciated to 9.6 against the USD, then execute a massive long position. Even without leverage, the returns would be extraordinary. Time slipped swiftly to 4:50 p.m. Lu Qingyu sat in a Relfa business sedan that glided to a halt before the Yue restaurant. He arrived unobtrusively accompanied only by his two closest lieutenants, Black Wolf and Fox. Four elite enforcers escorted Crow and Laughing Tiger in an inconspicuous van parked behind. Until terms were settled, he would not relinquish them, not even a fraction. A motley assembly already thronged the restaurant's entrance. Members of Ho Lin Sheng Dongxing and Hung Hing all stood waiting. Several Ho Lin Sheng underlings instantly recognized Lu Qingyu and hurried forward bowing deeply. Brother Yu, you've arrived. Elder Deng is already inside. We'll escort you in. Lu Qingyu gave a faint perfunctory nod recognizing the man as Elder Deng's trusted confidant, then followed closely behind with Black Wolf and Fox. The meeting was scheduled for 5 o'clock. He had arrived several minutes early. Yet many present saw it differently. Lu Qingyu was merely Ho Lin Sheng's newly appointed hall master. By seniority and standing most in the room were his elders, and to make elders wait struck some as sheer arrogance. No sooner had they entered the private dining room than Jin Mao Hu Sha Meng, the golden-haired tiger flanking Dongxing's camel, slanted a disdainful glance their way, curling his lips into a sneer before speaking in a mocking sing-song tone. What grand airs you carry, making so many venerable elders wait on a mere youth. Not a shred of decorum. Jiang Tiansheng sat silently beside him. Camel's expression remained impassive, offering no reply. Elder Deng held his teacup aloft, sipping slowly. He too wished to see how Lu Qingyu would weather this calculated humiliation. Lu Qingyu's gaze sharpened like drawn steel as it locked onto Sha Meng. Casually, he lifted a finger to dig at his ear, then scoffed, his face twisted in open disgust. This Yue restaurant boasts quite a reputation, yet its hygiene standards are shockingly lax. Even pests that grate on the nerves are allowed to buzz about unchecked. Sha Meng, notorious for his brashness and volatile temper, erupted instantly. His pride stung by being liked. He slammed his palm onto the table and shot upright, jabbing a finger at Lu Qingyu. Who do you think you are, Lu? Daring to insult me through veiled slurs. Do you truly believe you'll walk out of this room upright today? Lu Qingyu ignored his fury entirely, shifting his gaze instead to Camel, the undisputed leader of Dongxing, with a faint knowing smile. You must be Brother Camel, the revered helmsman of Dongxing. Yet one wonders, why does such a towering figure travel with nothing but stray dogs and alley cats yapping pointlessly to sicken the soul? Tell me, was this gathering staged expressly to humble me first, to impose your rules upon me? At these words, Camel's expression darkened markedly. Sha Meng opened his mouth to retort, but before a syllable escaped, Camel's voice cut in low and commanding Sha Meng, sit down. Boss, he dares to humiliate us so brazenly. Sha Meng protested, jaw clenched in defiance. Silence. Speak again, and you're out. Permanently, Camel snapped, his voice hardening, eyes flashing with quiet fury. He knew full well Crow and Laughing Tiger remained firmly in Lu Qingyu's grasp. If matters escalated here, negotiations would collapse entirely, costing far more than they'd gain. Though seething inwardly, Sha Meng dared not defy Camel outright. He shot Lu Qingyu one venomous glare before sinking back into his seat, chest heaving with suppressed rage. Lu Qingyu then stepped forward toward Elder Deng, his demeanor instantly softening. Sharp edges, sheathed posture, respectful bowing. Slightly, Elder Deng, traffic delayed me briefly. For making you wait, this junior offers his deepest apologies. Moments earlier, he had met Sha Meng's provocation heated, unyielding, unflinching. Now before Elder Deng, he was humility incarnate. The contrast was stark, deliberate, masterful. Elder Deng, a staunch traditionalist who prized hierarchy and reverence for elders, observed Lu Qingyu's impeccable sense of propriety and felt a quiet, approving satisfaction. He waved a hand, voice calm, yet layered with meaning. You arrived precisely on time. No apology is needed. Come take a seat. Let us speak at ease. His words sounded conciliatory, but carried a subtle rebuke. Sha Meng's grievance was petty, his condescension unwarranted. Lu Qingyu seated himself smoothly, his smile warm and courteous. Rules exist for a reason. You are my elder. By custom, it is I who should wait. Once this matter concludes, I shall personally deliver a modest token of apology to you, Elder Deng. Jiang Tiansheng and Camel exchanged glances, both impressed. In the underworld, arrogant young upstarts were commonplace. One so keen-edged yet grounded, so fiercely confident yet profoundly respectful, was exceedingly rare. After a brief silence, Jiang Tiansheng broke the impasse. Elder Deng, now that all parties are assembled, let us dispense with formalities and address the matter at hand. I have no objection, Elder Deng replied coolly, turning his gaze to Camel. Camel, you begin. Share your proposal. Camel suppressed his simmering resentment and fixed Lu Qingyu with a direct, unblinking stare. Last night's clash in Sun one was Dongxing's misstep. I offer 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Release Crow and Laughing Tiger, and from this day forth Dongxing and Ho Lin Sheng shall coexist without interference, each charting our own course. At this, Lu Qingyu let out a soft, derisive laugh, his eyes glinting with unmistakable mockery. $1 million to ransom 2 hall masters. Camel's naivety was breathtaking. He did not answer Camel directly. Instead, he turned to Elder Deng, feigning weary resignation. Elder Deng, it seems Dongxing brings no sincerity to this table. This negotiation is futile. Let us withdraw. Camel's face darkened instantly, his voice edged with threat. Lu Qingyu, what exactly do you mean by that? Do you dare provoke all-out war? If we tear away the veil of civility, do you truly believe Ho Lin Sheng fears Dongxing? Lu Qingyu's mirth vanished in an instant. His eyes turned glacial, piercing Camel's with cold, unblinking intensity. I call you Brother Camel out of courtesy. Strip away that courtesy, and I could bury you myself. Camel, breath tight with indignation, turned sharply to Elder Deng. Elder Deng, is Lu Qingyu speaking solely for himself, or does this insolence reflect Ho Lin Sheng's sanctioned stance? Elder Deng privately deemed Lu Qingyu's words somewhat excessive, but this was diplomacy on the world stage, and it burnished his prestige. Moreover, he had pledged his full backing before arriving. He lifted his teacup once more, sipped deliberately, and spoke with measured neutrality, yet absolute clarity. Camel, you are a dragon among men. To squabble with a junior undermines your stature. Even if Brother Yu's words run sharp, he remains Ho Lin Sheng's hall master, a son of our house. I will not stand idly while outsiders seek to belittle or bully him. In one sentence, his allegiance was irrevocably declared. Challenge Lu Qingyu, and you challenge Ho Lin Sheng itself. Camel had not anticipated such unyielding resolve, nor such utter disregard for the risk of open conflict. Jiang Tiansheng sat calmly sipping tea, privately hoping the two factions would indeed ignite war. Should hostilities erupt, Hung Hing would slip into the chaos like a shadow, reaping untold spoils. Sha Ming sat rigidly beside them, seething inwardly. Deng Bo's presence at Lu Qingyu's side rendered him utterly powerless to intervene. He could only glare at Lu Qingyu with eyes burning with raw, unbridled hostility. Luo Tua drew a deep, deliberate breath, forcibly, suppressing the surging fury in his chest. He knew full well that confrontation would serve no purpose, only escalate the tension beyond repair. At last he softened his tone. Uncle Deng, I never intended to corner Lu Qingyu. But surely his demands, 100 million HKD, is out of the question. 2 million is my absolute limit. That is the utmost sincerity I can offer. Lu Qingyu leaned back lazily against his chair, a faint, inscrutable smile playing on his lips. He spoke slowly, deliberately. Brother Luo Tawuya and Xiao Mian, who led men into my territory and attempted to plant their flag there. Their capture was simply the consequence of inferior skill. I spared their lives entirely out of respect for you. Surely in your eyes their worth does not fall short of 100 million HKD. Luo Tua cursed inwardly. Those two were worthless. Were it not for face-saving concerns within the Dongxing society and fear of ridicule across the underworld, he would not have parted with even 1 million, let alone 100. Lu Qingyu, such language is unacceptable. If every man demanded sums in the hundreds of millions, what would become of the underworld's code? I'll concede once more. 3 million HKD. That is my final word. Refuse it, and war begins tonight. Lu Qingyu dismissed the threat as if it were mere background noise. He held firm ground. Thousands stood ready at his command. The Dongxing society posed no existential threat, and Lu Qingyu had never been one to yield nor to suffer insult in silence. Brother Luo Ta, such talk lacks substance. 3 million is unthinkable. Offer less than 80 million and prepare to bury Wu Ya and Xiao Mian Hu. Luo Tuo's face darkened like charred iron. He nearly slammed the table and stormed out. Sha Ming, watching Lu Qingyu grow ever more audacious, could restrain himself no longer. He slammed his palm on the table and shot upright. Pointing an accusing finger at Lu Qingyu, he barked, Lu, don't push your arrogance too far. I swear you won't walk out of this private room alive today. Lu Qingyu did not so much as glance at him, merely swept him with a look of utter disdain and replied coolly, I sincerely doubt that. In fact, I'd welcome the chance to test it. Sha Ming had spent his life intimidating others, never once humiliated. Now crushed beneath Lu Qingyu's contempt, his rage surged to its boiling point. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of explosion, Luo Tuo's voice cut through the air, low, commanding, unyielding. Sha Ming, sit down. Brother, he's gone too far. Sha Ming began to protest. Luo Tuo's expression hardened, his voice turned sharp as a blade. I said, sit down. Are your ears deaf? No matter how bitter or defiant Sha Ming felt, he dared not defy Luo Tuo's order. He sank back into his seat, jaw clenched, eyes still locked onto Lu Qingyu, fueled by pure undiluted resentment and fury. Luo Tuo himself burned with suppressed wrath, yet circumstance left him no choice but to bow his head. Lu Qingyu, I'll speak plainly. 5 million HKD. That is my final offer. Reject it and kill. 5 million was indeed Luo Tuo's hard limit, and unbeknownst to him also Lu Qingyu's true floor. Yet Lu Qingyu refused to grant him relief, determined instead to press his advantage further. Brother Luo Tuo, since you've spoken so frankly, I'll dispense with pretense. 6 million HKD, that is my bottom line. Not a single dollar less. His stance was uncompromising, immovable. Jiang Tiansheng, seated nearby, allowed a quiet, sly smile to flicker across his lips. He secretly hoped negotiations would collapse entirely. Only then would the Hongxing Society sit back, watch the tiger devour the wolf, and reap the spoils without lifting a finger. Uncle Deng's brow furrowed slightly, but he remained silent, offering no mediation. Luo Toa inhaled sharply, grinding his teeth as he choked down his fury. Fine. 6 million it is. May you never fall into Dongxing's hands. Lu Qingyu replied with icy calm. Brother Luo, Telu needn't concern himself with me. Should that day ever, I shall end myself before surrendering, never allowing you to use me as leverage against the Ho Lansheng Society. Luo Tuo's composure nearly shattered. In all his years no man had provoked such visceral, murderous hatred. Very well, you've got guts. The money will be delivered. With those words, Luo Toa rose abruptly and strode from the private room without another glance. That night, he had lost face utterly. Not even the presence of Jiang Tiansheng, whom he'd invited specifically to bolster his authority, had salvaged his dignity. Last night, the Hongxing Society had intervened in the conflict. He'd brought Jiang Tiansheng along to reinforce his position. Yet Jiang Tiansheng had uttered only a single sentence before retreating into silent observation, as though the entire affair were nothing more than theater. After Luo Toa departed, Jiang Tiansheng hesitated, then turned to Uncle Deng. Uncle Deng, now that matters here are settled, I'll take my leave. Uncle Deng nodded faintly. Very well, Ah Shang. Drive carefully. Jiang Tiansheng acknowledged the words and departed with Tai Zi in tow. He had intended to raise the matter of Debi last night, but seeing how formidable Lu Qingyu proved, he chose to. What he did not know was that this silence would cost the Hungham district and lead to Debi's capture. But that, of course, the private room now held only Uncle Deng and his trusted lieutenants Lu Qingyu, He Lang, and Hu Li. Lu Qingyu wasted no time. Uncle Deng, my conduct just now must have struck you as crude. Once Luo Tuo delivers the 6 million, I'll personally send 2 million your way immediately. Though his manner had been brazen, Lu Qingyu had unmistakably upheld the Ho Lansheng Society's prestige, and Uncle Deng inwardly was deeply pleased. He had expected at most 1 million, yet 2 million arrived without hesitation, exceeding all expectations. Clapping Lu Qingyu firmly on the shoulder, he smiled. You handled this masterfully. You've brought honor, not shame, to our society. Rest assured, while the society stands, and while I stand, no one will dare mistreat you. Lu Qingyu responded with graceful deference, then signaled He Lang to summon a waiter for dinner service. Uncle Deng accepted without hesitation, inviting his inner circle along with He Lang and Hu Li to join the meal. Lu Qingyu introduced them formally. Uncle Deng, these are He Lang and Hu Li, new brothers sworn to me these past 2 days. Both possess extraordinary martial prowess. Each can effortlessly subdue over 20 men in hand-to-hand combat. He deliberately understated their true capabilities, claiming either could best 100 opponents would sound preposterous and invite disbelief. Time slipped swiftly forward. Before long, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Camel obediently arranged for 6 million Hong Kong dollars to be delivered to Tsin. Wan then dispatched men to retrieve Crow and Smiling Tiger. The moment the funds cleared, Black Wolf immediately presented the full 6 million Hong Kong dollars before Lu Qingyu. Without even glancing at the sum, Lu Qingyu issued his command. Black Wolf, set aside 2 million. Deliver it to Elder Deng. Black Wolf nodded silently, uttered no word, and strode out the door to carry out the task. Once he had departed, Lu Qingyu summoned Ying Yi, at once instructing her to assign operatives to shadow Black Wolf, covertly tracing where Elder Deng would conceal the money. Lu Qingyu had long calculated every contingency, ever favoring foresight over haste. For now he bestowed favor upon Elder Deng, but the day Elder Deng passed, he intended to reclaim that sum in its entirety. And it was not only those 2 million he planned to reclaim, he intended to absorb Elder Deng's entire life savings without exception. By 10 o'clock the next morning, Lu Qingyu arrived at the office of Shunbai, the managing director of HSBC, accompanied by Lu Juanhao, CEO of Qingyu Group. After taking their seats, Lu Qingyu offered a faint composed smile and slid across a cashier's check for 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Shen, a modest token, my courtesy on our first meeting. Shunbai glanced briefly at the figure on the check. His pupils contracted sharply, and his breath instinctively. As managing director of HSBC, he routinely handled capital flows amounting to hundreds of millions, or even billions, of Hong Kong dollars. Yet his annual salary, bonuses, and all fringe benefits combined scarcely reached 1 million Hong Kong dollars. This single check, 3 million, equaled 3 years of his earnings. Who could remain unmoved? Yet Shunbai had risen to this position precisely because of his unshakable composure. He suppressed the tremor within his chest and met Lu Qingyu's gaze with steady poise. Mr. Lu, your country has an old saying, one receives no reward without merit. Speak plainly, what is it you require? If it lies within my power, I shall not hesitate. Lu Qingyu wasted no time in circumlocution. Mr. Shen, let me state it directly. I wish to pledge Qingyu Tower as collateral for a loan from HSBC. Hearing it was merely a loan request, Shunbai exhaled softly in relief. He had agreed to meet Lu Qingyu today solely on account of Qingyu Tower's prestige. Lu Qingyu as an individual held no standing sufficient to warrant such a face-to-face audience. Shunbai's expression softened as he asked, I see. With Qingyu Tower as collateral, the loan presents no difficulty. How much did you have in mind? Mr. Shin, my team has appraised Qingyu Tower at 160 billion Hong Kong dollars. I seek a loan of 1.5 billion US dollars secured against the tower. At the prevailing exchange rate, 9.6 Hong Kong dollars to 1 US dollar. The sum translated to 144 billion Hong Kong dollars. At this figure, Shun Bai fell silent. Had the requested amount been under 100 billion Hong Kong dollars, he could have approved it outright. Conventionally, banks lend no more than 50% of a commercial property's appraised value, 80 billion Hong Kong dollars in this case. Yet Qingyu Tower occupied an unparalleled location, a landmark overlooking the sea, and thus extending the limit to 100 billion Hong Kong dollars was justifiable. After a moment's reflection, Shun Bai replied, Mr. Lu, 1.5 billion US dollars is simply too great a sum. You understand the industry well. Commercial real estate loans rarely exceed half the asset's market value. However, given Qingyu Tower's exceptional scarcity and prestige, I am prepared to make an exception, granting you 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. Would that suffice? In truth, Lu Qingyu was already deeply satisfied with 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. Yet he sought further leverage. Greater capital meant greater returns and greater system rebates. Moreover, he possessed insider knowledge. Next month, the dust exchange rate would plummet to 7.8. That alone would yield a windfall from currency arbitrage. Lu Qingyu spoke slowly, his tone imbued with quiet certainty. Mr. Shun, let us dispense with pretense. The property market is presently depressed, yet Qingyu Tower still commands a valuation of 160 billion Hong Kong dollars. When the economy recovers and the market surges, its worth will easily soar past 300 billion. My request for 1.5 billion US dollars is entirely reasonable. Should you facilitate this, I shall present you with 4 additional checks, each for 3 million Hong Kong dollars, identical to the first. Shun Bai had nearly declined outright, until the mention of 4 more checks of equal value stirred profound hesitation within him. Each check represented 3 million Hong Kong dollars, 5 in total amounted to 150 million, nearly 15 years of his income. He remained silent for several long minutes, drew a deep breath, and ultimately succumbed to the magnitude of the temptation. Mr. Lu, I agree. But may I ask, out of professional curiosity, what purpose will this substantial sum serve? Investment? Or something else? Seeing Shun Bai relent, Lu Qingyu's lips curved into a subtle smile. Mr. Shin, that falls under my commercial confidentiality. I regret I cannot disclose it. This response had been anticipated. In the world of business, such secrets were never shared lightly. His question had been little more than a cautious, hopeful probe. No trouble at all. I spoke rashly. Please forgive me, Mr. Lu. His demeanor instantly warmed. The two exchanged polite pleasantries for a few moments, after which Lu Qingyu, unwilling to linger, smiled and said, Mr. Shin, I apologize. I have prior commitments at noon. This is Lu Juanhao, CEO of Qingyu Group. He will handle all subsequent procedures related to the loan. Shin Bai promptly rose, shook Lu Qingyu's hand warmly, and personally escorted him out of the office. Stepping outside HSBC's headquarters, Lu Qingyu entered his car and instructed the driver to head straight for Tsuanwan. The prospect of securing 1.5 billion US dollars sent a surge of exhilaration through Lu Qingyu. To outsiders, it was merely a bank loan, bearing interest destined for repayment. But to Lu Qingyu, it was no ordinary loan. It was 150 billion US dollars, instantly accessible and ripe for immense profit through exchange rate arbitrage. Buoyed by elation, Lu Qingyu hummed a light, cheerful tune as the car glided smoothly toward its destination. Half an hour later, the executive vehicle came to a precise halt before the entrance of Huey Boxing Gym. Lu Qingyu stepped out, a box of cigars in hand, and strolled leisurely inside, heading directly for the office. Only Huang Mao sat there, bent over an account ledger absorbed in its pages. At Lu Qingyu's entrance, Huang Mao sprang to his feet and bowed respectfully. Brother Yu, you've arrived. We're all brothers here. No need for such formality. Lu Qingyu responded casually, pulling out a box of Cuban cigars with a wry smile. I brought some fine ones. Let's enjoy them together. With that, he plucked one cigar, trimmed its tip, and tossed it gently toward Huang Mao. Lu Qingyu lit a cigar, leaned back comfortably on the sofa, and exhaled languid plumes of smoke. Huang Mao had never smoked a cigar before. He knew nothing of its etiquette, and instinctively inhaled deeply into his lungs like a cigarette, immediately choking and coughing violently. Lu Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle. Cigars aren't meant to be inhaled. Never draw them into your lungs. Simply hold the smoke in your mouth and savor its flavor. After catching his breath, Huang Mao awkwardly scratched his head and grinned wryly. Forget it, brother Yu. I'll stick with my Marlboros. This high-end cigar is simply beyond my humble station. Just then, Hei Lang and Hu Li, having heard that Lu Qingyu had arrived, entered the office together. Upon seeing them, Lu Qingyu tossed a cigar to each with casual ease, then assumed a serious tone and began issuing orders. Huang Mao, hurry up and register Huan Yu Security Company. Don't skimp on expenses. Also find a reputable garment factory to custom tailor uniforms for all our brothers, each bearing the bold characters, Huan Yu security, prominently displayed. Huang Mao instantly nodded eagerly. Understood, brother Yu. I'll arrange it immediately and ensure full implementation without delay. Lu Qingyu continued his instructions. In addition to uniforms, commission a batch of standardized batons, preferably dual-purpose, outwardly ordinary, yet concealing a concealed blade within. When needed, they must instantly transform into slashing blades. Quality is paramount. Spare no expense. First, produce prototypes for testing. If proven effective, adopt them as Huan Yu Security's standard-issue weapon. At these words, not only did Huang Mao's eyes gleam with excitement, He Lang and Hu Li also perked up instantly. Such a dual-function weapon was exceptionally practical, unassuming in daily use, yet ready for sudden escalation. Once deployed in trouble, its hidden blade could be drawn in an instant for close-quarters combat, perfectly suited to their needs. The four men chatted idly for a while longer, then discussed the gang's future arrangements before departing the boxing gym together. They dined at a local restaurant. It was early afternoon, no alcohol was served, and the meal proceeded swiftly, concluding in under an hour. After lunch, instead of returning to Huwei Boxing Gym, Lu Qingyu gathered several subordinates and led the group directly toward Saikang Pier by car. The minivans left behind by Big D had long since deteriorated, nearly scrap. Over lunch, Huang Mao had already mentioned this to Lu Qingyu. The vehicles were antiquated and urgently needed replacement. Thus, Lu Qingyu had deliberately brought everyone along to procure a new fleet in bulk. Suanwan lay close to Saikang. Within minutes, both cars pulled smoothly to a halt near the pier. Lu Qingyu was no stranger to this place. He'd purchased his previous Mazda from Desha here. As the group disembarked, he led Huang Mao, He Lang, and Hu Li straight toward Desha's office. Several underlings stood guard at the door and immediately blocked their path, wary and guarded. What do you want? Lu Qingyu remained silent as Huang Mao stepped forward. We're here to buy vehicles. Take us in immediately. Upon hearing they were buyers, the guard's demeanor warmed considerably, and they promptly ushered the group inside. Desha mid-rant into his phone hung up the moment he saw visitors enter. The guide hurried ahead. Brother Desha, these gentlemen are here to purchase vehicles. Hearing this, Desha's face instantly brightened into a warm, welcoming smile, and he rose to greet them. Welcome, esteemed gentlemen. Name your desired model. I stock every type, guarantee quality, and offer unbeatable value. Though Lu Qingyu had indeed bought a Mazda from him before, Desha failed entirely to recognize him after so much time. Lu Qingyu offered a faint, knowing smile and cut straight to the point. Desha, you sell the 12-seat diesel-powered Hiace, correct? What's your price per unit? While inventory of other models might be limited, Desha kept large stocks of Hiace vans. These vehicles were favored across Triad circles, spacious, rugged, discreet, ideal for transporting personnel and conducting operations. Desha quoted promptly 15,000 HKD per unit, fully registered with all documentation processed, road legal upon delivery. Lu Qingyu smiled inwardly. This price pleased him greatly. It was nearly 10,000 HKD cheaper than a brand new vehicle, yet the units were virtually indistinguishable from factory fresh, merely imported via unofficial channels with no compromise on quality. He fixed his gaze on Desha and raised the stakes. Desha, if I order 60 units outright, how much lower can you go per unit? Desha froze stunned, then quickly shifted into overdrive, his manner turning extravagantly cordial. Beaming, he asked, may I ask your honored name, sir? If you commit to 60 units, I'll slash 5,000 HKD off each. That's my absolute rock-bottom price. How does that sound? To Lu Qingyu, saving a few thousand per vehicle mattered little, but why leave money on the table? 5,000 saved per unit meant 30,000 total. 10,000 saved would yield 600,000. That sum could fund his underlings handsomely. Why hand such profit to outsiders? Moreover, he knew well 60 units would fall far short. A 12-seat Hiace accommodated precisely 12 passengers. 100 units would carry only 1200 people. Yet he commanded over 3,000 loyal followers. At minimum, he required 300 vehicles. Having calculated carefully, Lu Qingyu met Desha's gaze and declared, Desha, final offer 14,000 HKD per unit inclusive of registration and full documentation with guaranteed quality. I'll take 100 units outright. If all vehicles meet expectations, further bulk orders will follow. Desha's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, after a beat, his smile deepened into reverent eagerness, his posture deferential to the point of obsequiousness. Sir, a true magnate. 100 units. He stepped forward eagerly. 14,000 HKD each. Absolutely. Full registration, complete documentation, fully road legal. Quality is assured identical to new. Diesel Hiace is durable and fuel efficient. Not a single flaw. Lu Qingyu's expression remained calm, his voice firm and unyielding. Let me state this clearly. If even a single vehicle proves defective, I demand full refunds and sever all future dealings. Understood, absolutely understood. Desha bowed repeatedly. My reputation in Sai Kung has been built on integrity over decades. I'll personally inspect every unit. You may have 80 plus ready in stock now. I'll deliver the remaining dozen within 3 days. Is that acceptable? Lu Qingyu gave a slight nod. No rush, but every vehicle must bear the bold characters, Huan Yu security, painted prominently along its side. No problem, trivial. Desha agreed readily. I'll assign staff immediately. Flawless execute. Satisfied, Lu Qingyu nodded. Very well. Let's proceed to inspect the vehicles now. This way, Desha hurried ahead, leading Lu Qingyu and his entourage toward the garage. A quarter of an hour later, Desha wore a fawning smile as he escorted Lu Qingyu and his entourage back to the office. His grin stretched nearly to his ears, his heart pounding with exhilaration. These imported Sea Lion minivans, smuggled in covertly, cost no more than HK1.0 apiece. Selling them now at HK1.0 each would yield a clean profit of HK2.0 per vehicle. Across 100 units, this single deal would net him 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, Lu Qingyu had specified that the vehicles be repainted with the logo of Huan Yu Security, a clear indication he operated a security firm. And Lu had added that provided the vehicles met quality standards, further large-scale orders would follow. Security firms naturally required substantial fleets. Larger contracts might well be imminent. At this thought, Desha's deference toward Lu Qingyu became almost reverential, obsequious, eager, and unreservedly devoted. The group settled onto the office sofa in quiet succession. Without delay, Desha produced cigarettes, offering one first to Lu Qingyu, then hurriedly lighting it with a flick of his lighter, bowing slightly as he did so. He then distributed cigarettes to He Lang, Huang Mao, and Hu Li in turn. Lu Qingyu drew a slow, measured puff, exhaled a languid plume of smoke, and spoke calmly. Desha, bring the purchase contract. He then turned to He Lang. He Lang retrieved the money from the trunk. At once, He Lang nodded and strode briskly out of the office. Minutes later, Desha entered with a prepared contract, presenting it reverently with both hands. Lu Qingyu accepted it, scanning every clause carefully. No hidden pitfalls, no ambiguities. Then he signed his name with a fountain pen and set the pen aside on the desk. At that moment, He Lang re-entered carrying 2 heavy suitcases. Lu Qingyu issued his next command. Without hesitation, He Lang, each case holds 10 million. Count out 14 million for Desha. He Lang bowed his head and knelt, unzipping the first case to begin counting. Huang Mao and Hu Li stepped forward voluntarily to assist. Within moments, the three had counted 4 million from the first case. Adding the full 10 million from the second, they assembled the full sum of 14 million and handed it to Desha. Desha's hands trembled as he hastily verified the authenticity of the bills, genuine Hong Kong currency, then performed a rapid rough count to confirm the amount. Once assured, he secured the cash and hurried to Lu Qingyu's side, beaming broadly. Mr. Lu, please remember me. Favor my business whenever you need vehicles. I guarantee the most abundant supply, fair pricing, and unwavering quality. Anytime you require transport, just call me. With payment settled and all formalities complete, Lu Qingyu departed immediately, accompanied by his men. The 100 Sea Lions still needed to be repainted with the Huan Yu security insignia, and registration, licensing, and documentation for such a fleet would take at least 2 or 3 days to finalize. No sooner had the convoy pulled away than the lead vehicle slammed to a sudden, precise halt. A young woman in tattered clothing burst from the roadside, flinging herself directly into the vehicle's path. She rushed to the passenger side window and began pounding urgently against the glass. Huang Mao, seated beside the driver, lowered the window slowly. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, voice trembling and raw, please, save me. Brother, have mercy. Help me. Lu Qingyu, reclining in the plush rear seat, lifted his gaze. At once he recognized her. Tear-streaked cheeks, wide-eyed terror, yet unmistakably delicate and vulnerable. Though disheveled and distraught, her features struck him with startling familiarity. He could not be certain, but his intuition was already 90% convinced. They were near Sai Kung Pier, and her threadbare, impoverished attire only deepened his suspicion. He felt 9/10 certain this was Gang Sheng, the stowaway girl from the film Righteousness Soars Beyond. Alone, she had fled mainland China, arriving at Sai Kung Pier, only to be hunted down by a greedy snakehead. Now cornered and desperate, she had risked everything to dash into traffic and beg for rescue. Just then, hurried footsteps pounded closer. The snakehead, Ah Wei, and 2 henchmen charged into view, clearly intent on recapturing Gang Sheng. Lu Qingyu's eyes hardened. In a low, commanding voice, he ordered He Lang, Hu Li, intervene. Instantly, both men sprang from the vehicle and moved like shadows, placing themselves firmly between Gang Sheng and her pursuers. Moments later, Ah Wei and his thugs arrived, breathing hard. Seeing strangers interfere, Ah Wei scowled, fiercely stepping forward with menace. Brothers, she's mine. I suggest you mind your own business, unless you wish to invite trouble. In his past life, Lu Qingyu had watched Righteousness Soars Beyond Heaven countless times. Each time, Ah Wei tormented Gang Sheng on screen, fury coiled hot and tight within him. He longed to drag Ah Wei before him, not merely to punish, but to dismantle him utterly, limb by limb. Though Hong Kong had boasted countless beauties in his former life, few had stirred his heart. Yet Maggie Cheung was one of them. Renowned across Asia for her legendary legs and immortalized as the most beautiful ghost, she was without question a peerless vision of grace. Lu Qingyu had cherished her memory for years, and now seeing Gang Sheng in person, he found her even more tender, more luminously youthful than on film. her innocence piercing, her vulnerability profound. Hei Lang and Hu Li exchanged no words, no glances, before vanishing from sight, their movements too swift for the eye to track. An instant later they stood again beside Gang Sheng, as if they had never left. Ah Wei and his two men writhed on the ground, clutching their bodies, screaming in agony. Lu Qingyu turned to Huang Mao and said coolly, Huang Mao, have the others take these three to the martial arts hall. Huang Mao nodded sharply and exited the vehicle, signaling to the following car. Four burly underlings leapt out instantly and sprinted over. Brother Huang Mao, what are your orders? He gestured curtly toward the groaning trio. Take them. Now. Without hesitation, the four seized Ah Wei and his men and dragged them, still shrieking, into the rear vehicle. When all was settled, Lu Qingyu descended gracefully from the van and approached Gang Sheng, his voice gentle, are you unharmed? Though Gang Sheng had seen little of the world, she understood instinctively it was this handsome, composed man who had commanded her rescue, whose quiet authority had spared her fate. She gazed transfixed at his chiseled, striking features, so calm, so kind, and for a fleeting moment fear dissolved, leaving only breathless awe. Softly, timidly, she whispered, yes, I'm fine. Watching Gangsheng's timid, bashful demeanor, Lu Qingyu couldn't help but swallow hard. Beautiful women had never been scarce in his life. Lu Ruyan, Gu Qingqing, Su Qinghua, not to mention his 24 maids, each a peerless rarity, selected from among billions. By sheer physical beauty and figure alone, Gangsheng fell slightly short, but she was the goddess he had longed for across lifetimes. She exuded an innate charm, pure, delicate, and tender, imbuing her with a singular grace unlike any other. Lu Qingyu knew full well that with proper body cultivation and a single youth-preserving pill, her appearance and bearing would ascend to a new realm. She would effortlessly rival Lu Ruyan and Gu Qingqing in elegance and allure. Lu Qingyu gazed at her gently and asked, judging by your expression, I suspect you've come from the north. Struck to the core by his words, Gangsheng's face flushed with sudden shame, her heart fluttering wildly. Yet she merely nodded softly and whispered him. Seeing her flustered unease, he continued, so what are your plans now? Do you have somewhere to stay? Though deep down she yearned to confess she had nowhere to go, and secretly wished he would take her with him, she dared voice only the thought within her heart. I have relatives in Hong Kong. I was born there originally, then moved north later. This time I slipped across the border to find my aunt. I came to seek her refuge. Lu Qingyu already knew her fate intimately. Even if she found her aunt, she would be callously turned away. No one would. He posed the question deliberately, to pave the way with perfect legitimacy to keep Gangsheng by his side. I see. You've come to seek refuge with your aunt. Do you have her address? If so, I'll drive you there. Gangsheng hesitated, flustered, and murmured shyly, would that be too much trouble? Lu Qingyu smiled faintly, his tone easy and warm, a mere trifle. Hardly any trouble at all. Since you have the address, let's get in the car. I'll take you there. With that, he naturally took Gangsheng's hand and led her into the luxury van. Once everyone was seated, he turned toward her and asked softly, by the way, I still don't know your name. And please tell me your aunt's address. I'll have the driver take you there. Gangsheng hurriedly fumbled a crumpled slip of paper from her pocket and handed it to him, speaking quietly. This is my aunt's address. My name is Gangsheng, meaning born in Hong Kong. Lu Qingyu accepted the note and passed it to the driver in the front seat, signaling him to proceed to the listed address. Then he turned back to Gangsheng with a gentle smile. Gangsheng, that's a truly beautiful name. He reached into the vehicle's refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and offered it to her. Here, drink some water to calm your nerves. Her cheeks flushed faintly as she shyly accepted the bottle and took a small tentative sip. Then, overcome by thirst, she drank deeply, unself-consciously, urgently, without restraint. In moments, the entire bottle was drained. Only then did she realize how hastily and ungracefully. Her face burned crimson like a ripe apple, and she quickly lowered her head, too mortified to meet anyone's gaze. Lu Qingyu, noticing her discomfort, deliberately averted his eyes to ease her embarrassment. Once Gangsheng was delivered to her aunt's residence, he knew precisely how the scene would unfold. She would inevitably be cast out, coldly, without mercy. He would wait downstairs. When she emerged heartbroken and abandoned, his presence would stir profound gratitude, and perhaps with his striking appearance and quiet charisma kindle something deeper, affection, even love. He held absolute confidence in that outcome. Half an hour later, the vehicle pulled smoothly to a stop before an aging Tong Lao building. The address on the slip matched perfectly. Lu Qingyu retrieved the note and handed it back to Gangsheng before stepping out first. He glanced back and murmured softly, Gangsheng, we've arrived. Come down. She hurriedly followed him out of the van. He gestured toward the building. According to the address, this is it. Your aunt lives on the 3rd floor. Go on up. Gangsheng looked up at the building, then turned to Lu Qingyu, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you for bringing me here, and for saving me. I'll repay you someday. Oh, what's your name? He gently ruffled her hair with a tender smile. It was nothing, a simple gesture. As for my name, if our paths cross again, I'll tell you then. Startled by the affectionate touch, Gangsheng blushed again, but obediently nodded. In her eyes flickered quiet certainty. Yes, we will meet again. Truly, thank you. In just half an hour, he had rescued her from peril and kindly escorted her to seek sanctuary with kin. Most importantly, he was not only breathtakingly handsome, but profoundly kind. Otherwise, she could only vow to serve him as ox or horse in her next life, to repay such a debt of salvation. That warmth had already taken deep root in her heart, and now, inexplicably, she felt a heavy pang of reluctance. With a final lingering glance at Lu Qingyu, Gangsheng turned and walked toward the building, pausing every few steps to look back, glancing repeatedly at him standing beneath the entrance. Her lovelorn hesitation mirrored that of parting from a beloved. Only after her figure vanished up the stairwell did Lu Qingyu turn and re-enter the van. He fixed his gaze upon Huang Mao Hailang and Hu Li and commanded in a low, firm voice, "You three return now. And as for the snakehead we captured earlier, strip him of every cent he possesses. Then assign him to labor on Hong Kong's land reclamation project. All seized funds are to be deposited into the Hall's treasury." The three men bowed their heads in unison, no questions asked, and departed immediately. They understood perfectly their leader had dismissed them, deliberately choosing to remain behind alone, his intention unmistakable. Anyone with eyes could see it. He had fallen for Gangsheng. She climbed the stairs steadily, reaching the third floor. Just as in the film, she knocked on her aunt's door. Her aunt opened it, then refused to let her enter. Instead, she turned away, retrieved Gangsheng's birth certificate, and thrust it into her hands along with 100 Hong Kong dollars. Her aunt spoke with palpable impatience. "Go find work with this money. Our family is struggling. We simply cannot." Those words pierced Gangsheng's heart like a needle. Sudden sorrow surged within her. Yet the rejection was so absolute, she lacked the audacity to beg for shelter. Staring at the door slamming shut before her, Gangsheng clenched the $100 bill and her birth certificate tightly in her fist and sank listlessly onto the stair landing. Within mere hours, she had risked everything to flee across the border, nearly violated by the snakehead. Miraculously rescued by a benevolent stranger, she'd been personally escorted to seek refuge with kin. She'd hoped for sanctuary, only to be cruelly rebuffed by bloodkin. A torrent of grief and helplessness overwhelmed her. Unable to bear it any longer, she buried her face in her knees and wept uncontrollably. After several minutes, Gangsheng's tears finally subsided. Her emotions gradually settled as she rose to her feet, with red-rimmed eyes descending the stairs in a daze, utterly lost. At that moment, she stood adrift, completely uncertain of where to go or what to do next. Though her aunt had returned her birth certificate, Gangsheng had not a single cent to her name, making it impossible to apply for an identity card. Without legal status, survival in Hong Kong meant working off the books, shadow labor with no future. At best, one might scrape together enough for daily bread. At worst, one could sink deeper into peril, stripped of autonomy and at the mercy of others. Helplessness and confusion welled up within her, and unbidden the image of Lu Qingyu surfaced in her mind. A quiet thought stirred: if only he were here now. As her composure returned, Gangsheng couldn't help but chide herself inwardly. He had already rescued her with kindness, and even escorted her here personally. How absurd it was to hope he'd linger waiting for her. Lost in thought, she descended the stairs, only to spot Lu Qingyu leaning against his car on the ground floor, a cigarette held lightly between his fingers, standing still and serene. Gangsheng instinctively rubbed her reddened eyes, convinced she was seeing things. But when she looked again, there he stood, Lu Qingyu himself, unmistakable, having never left. A surge of elation flooded her heart. She pressed her lips together and hurried forward. Before Gangsheng could utter a word, Lu Qingyu turned toward her and smiled warmly. "Gangsheng, we meet again. Now I may tell you my name. I am Lu Qingyu." Hearing him introduce himself, Gangsheng burst into laughter. Yet before long, her eyes stung and tears spilled. Lu Qingyu stepped forward and gently drew her into his arms, speaking not a word. He simply held her as she leaned against his shoulder, buried her face against his chest, and surrendered fully to the flood of sorrow and gratitude. Minutes later, as Gangsheng's emotions steadied, she hastily withdrew from his embrace, flustered and blushing fiercely. In a soft, embarrassed murmur, she apologized. "I'm sorry. I've stained your clothes." Lu Qingyu tenderly ruffled her hair and teased with a gentle smile, "Since you've soiled my clothes, you'll have to wash them for me." Agreed. Gangsheng longed to say yes, but then remembered her own plight, homeless without even a place to lay her head. How could she possibly wash his clothes? She bit her lip, speechless. "Your aunt did not take you in, did she?" Lu Qingyu asked directly, reading her heart as though it were open scripture. Caught so plainly, Gangsheng flushed with shame and lowered her head in quiet mortification. Without waiting for her reply, Lu Qingyu took her delicate hand in his and led her firmly toward the car. Once both were seated, he instructed the driver return to Qingyu Tower. The driver nodded and smoothly guided the vehicle toward Qingyu Tower. As the car pulled away from the tenement building, Lu Qingyu glanced at Gangsheng beside him. Tense, stiff-backed, her expression fraught with unease. He gently clasped her hand once more, his voice calm and resolute. "Gangsheng, don't overthink it. Our meeting is no coincidence. It is fate. My residence is vast. You will stay with me, safe and secure. That is final." An instinctive refusal rose in Gangsheng's mind. Yet deep within, she clung to the warmth of his presence, to the profound sense of safety and peace she had never known before. Never in her life had anyone treated her with such tenderness, such unwavering care. Soon the luxury sedan glided silently into the underground parking garage of Qingyu Tower and came to a smooth halt. Lu Qingyu exited first, then extended his hand to assist Gangxing down. Holding her hand firmly, he guided her toward the private elevator reserved exclusively for him. The elevator ascended swiftly to the 72nd floor, the penthouse level. As its doors parted, 24 maids stood in perfect formation along both sides of the corridor. Gu Qingqing stood foremost among them, awaiting their arrival. In unison they bowed deeply, their voices sweet and harmonized, "Welcome home, young master." The sudden chorus startled Gangxing. Before her stood 2 rows of exquisitely poised, breathtakingly beautiful women, each rivaling, even surpassing her own beauty. Overwhelmed, Gangxing shrank inward, gripped by a wave of acute self-consciousness, and instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Qingyu's hand. Sensing her distress, he responded instantly, his hold growing firmer, steadier. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered softly, "Gangxing, don't be afraid. They are my own people, family in every sense." Whether it was the soothing timbre of his voice or the steady warmth radiating from his palm, her panic dissolved, nearly entirely. Her posture relaxed, and she followed his lead without resistance, trusting him completely. The moment she crossed the threshold of the mansion, Gangxing instinctively lifted her gaze, taking in the surroundings, opulent interiors, grand spatial proportions, lavish beyond imagination. She stared breathless and dazed, as if stepping into a magnificent imperial palace. Lu Qingyu then turned to Gu Qingqing and said, "Qingqing, this is Gangxing. She has just arrived from the north. Please escort her to freshen up, then arrange something light for her to eat." Gu Qingqing smiled warmly and nodded. Turning to Gangxing, she spoke gently, "Little sister Gangxing, come with me. We'll begin with a proper bath and grooming." Gangxing hesitated, her eyes flickering nervously toward Lu Qingyu. He gave her shoulder a reassuring pat and murmured, "Go ahead, Gangxing. This is Sister Qingqing. She and the others are kind and trustworthy. There's no need to feel timid or afraid." Reassured by his words, Gangxing relaxed, then shyly offered, "Sister Qingqing, thank you for your kindness." Seeing her fragile, bashful demeanor, Gu Qingqing's lips curved into a tender smile. She reached out, took Gangxing's hand, and led her quietly away from the living room. Lu Qingyu settled comfortably onto the living room sofa and gestured to a nearby maid, who immediately stepped forward. With practiced grace, she trimmed the cigar, warmed it, lit it, and presented it to him with a respectful bow. Lu Qingyu accepted it, drew a slow, contemplative puff, and watched the smoke coil languidly upward, his brow faintly furrowed in deep thought, focused on the matter of the He Liansheng Triad. Though tensions with the Dongxing Triad had temporarily eased, he had just cost them 6 million Hong Kong dollars, a blow they would never forget nor forgive. Nor would he spare Chun Haonan of the Honghing Triad. His resolve was absolute. Yet in 2 days' time, the funeral rites for Ah Lok, the late leader of He Liansheng, would commence. Immediately following the burial, the election for the new leader of the branch would begin. Though his seniority remained thin and his rise meteoric, he possessed a genuine chance to claim the leadership. Thus, any premature move against Causeway Bay would be reckless. Should he appear too powerful, too dominant, too soon, Uncle Deng, who prided himself on balancing all factions, would never allow him to ascend to the throne. His optimal strategy, therefore, was feigned weakness, quiet patience, concealed strength, and the careful concealment of all his true capabilities, until the moment he secured the leadership, after which he would turn his full attention to seizing Causeway Bay. Should he fail in this election, however, the outcome was already sealed in his mind. Uncle Deng, the obstacle in his path, would have to die. Over half an hour later, Gu Qingqing gently led Gangxing, now refreshed and radiant, back into the living room. Both had changed into exquisitely soft, elegant loungewear, their hair still slightly damp from a recent bath. A delicate mist of freshness and warmth clung to them like lotuses rising from limpid water. Their features appeared even more delicate, luminous, and captivating. Gu Qingqing sensed Lu Qingyu's gaze and felt a quiet thrill within. Pleasing the young master was her foremost concern. Gangxing, however, flushed crimson under his intense, unwavering stare. Flustered, she hastily bowed her head, too shy to meet his eyes. Half an hour later, Gu Qingqing guided the fully composed Gangxing into the living room and settled onto the sofa. She deliberately seated Gangxing beside Lu Qingyu, taking the spot on Gangxing's other side. Gu Qingqing perceived Lu Qingyu's uncommon attentiveness toward Gangxing, and also discerned the young woman's innocent, unworldly purity. Sitting nestled between them, Gangxing grew quietly bashful, sitting demurely beside Lu Qingyu, her earlobes tinged with faint rose. Lu Qingyu caught Gu Qingqing's subtle wink and instantly grasped her unspoken intention. With a wry, affectionate glance, he said softly, "Qingqing, Gangxing has been through quite a day. She hasn't even eaten properly yet. Please take her to have some warm congee, first to soothe her body. We'll enjoy our main meal together later." Hearing these tender, thoughtful words, Gangxing's heart swelled with warmth and deep emotion. She marveled inwardly, how could such a man exist, so gentle, so thoroughly considerate, so flawlessly impeccable. At that moment, a tender sentiment stirred silently within her, a quiet yearning to remain by his side forever, to marry him. What bliss that would be. After Gu Qingqing escorted Gangxing from the living room, Lu Qingyu's thoughts turned once more to the internal structure of He Liansheng. The He Liansheng Triad comprised 9 major branches: the Xin Wan branch currently under Lu Qingyu's command, and the Jordan branch formerly led by the former Dragonhead Alok. The remaining 7 were the Wan Chai Tai Peiyuan Long Kun Tong, Lei Yumun Sham Shui Pa Southern District, and Tai Kok Sui branches, 9 in total. Each branch was governed by its own branch master, yet the true arbiter of power within the entire organization was none other than Elder Deng. Elder Deng, revered for his unparalleled seniority and authority, reigned as the de facto sovereign, the supreme elder of the Triad. Alongside him stood other veteran elders, Chuan Bao Long Jin and others, deeply entrenched in influence. Securing the Dragonhead position hinged decisively upon Elder Deng's endorsement. Without his formal blessing and public backing, no amount of support from fellow elders could ever place one upon the Dragonhead's throne. Lu Qingyu knew full well that this Dragonhead election rested entirely in Elder Deng's hands. Yet though Elder Deng was the Triad's immovable pillar, the collective weight of the other elders could never be underestimated. Should these seasoned elders secretly unite and consolidate their power, even Elder Deng would be unable to impose his will unilaterally, no matter how great his authority. Realizing this, a flash of sharp intelligence lit Lu Qingyu's eyes, and without hesitation, he activated his system's summoning protocol. 8 elite swordsmen, each equal in caliber to He Lang, materialized silently near Qingyu Tower, accompanied by 70 Haitier enforcers. Once assembled, Lu Qingyu used his summoning card to brief them comprehensively on his strategic deployment. He ordered the 8 elite swordsmen to each lead a squad, 8 or 9 Haitier enforcers apiece, and infiltrate the remaining 8 branches of He Liansheng, pledging allegiance to their respective branch masters. All operatives were instructed to conceal their true capabilities entirely, never revealing even a sliver of their peak prowess. Haitier enforcers were to display only marginally superior skill, capable at most of holding off 2 ordinary opponents. The 8 squad leaders, however, might reveal slightly greater prowess, demonstrating the ability to subdue 10 foes single-handedly. This would earn recognition from the branch masters, yet remain discreet enough to avoid drawing suspicion or provoking envy. Every facet of Lu Qingyu's plan served one ultimate purpose: securing his eventual ascension to Dragonhead. Though he had already presented Elder Deng with 20 million Hong Kong dollars yesterday, he knew full well that Jimmy Z remained the overwhelming favorite in this election. Even if he failed to ascend this time, he felt no urgency whatsoever. The Dragonhead seat had never been permanent. When an incumbent obstructed progress, his departure could always be arranged unexpectedly. Once the throne stood vacant, Lu Qingyu would stand ready to claim it. With his agents deeply embedded across the 8 branches, lying low, biding their time, the lives of every branch master would rest entirely in his hands. He could eliminate any of them covertly at will, and replace them with loyalists, gradually tightening his grip over He Liansheng's entire dominion. As for Elder Deng, the Triad's supreme arbiter who dictated electoral balance from his lofty perch, a cold glacial light flickered in Lu Qingyu's gaze. The era of the supreme elder's imperious commands was drawing to a close, and the day he retired to sell salted duck eggs was fast approaching. Time slipped away unnoticed, already 10 o'clock at night. Lu Qingyu settled Gangsheng into a bedroom just down the hall from his own. After ensuring her comfort, he returned to his master suite with Gu Qingqing. Though Lu Qingyu possessed strong desires, he understood that genuine affection must unfold gradually, nurtured patiently, deepened steadily. True intimacy demanded time, care, and restraint. The next morning, shortly after 9, Lu Qingyu boarded his business sedan and headed directly to Huwei Boxing Gym, where he found Huang Mao. After giving brief instructions to He Lang and Fox, he departed the gym with Huang Mao in tow. Next, he planned to pay formal visits to the Triad's elder statesmen, one by one. Before setting out, however, he stopped at a gold shop and purchased a golden peach worth 1 million Hong Kong dollars. The moment he entered, Elder Deng greeted him. "Are you so early? What brings you here?" "Uncle Deng, nothing urgent. I promised at Yue Restaurant I'd bring you a gift as an apology. A man's word is his bond. I wouldn't break it." As he spoke, he gestured for Huang Mao to present the golden peach. Elder Deng had not expected this visit, or this offering, especially since Lu Qingyu had already gifted him 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Elder Deng chided gently. Your thoughtfulness touches me, but you're now a branch master yourself. Expenses mount daily, and many brothers depend on you. You mustn't keep spending so freely. This time I'll accept it, but never again. Otherwise I'll bar your entry altogether. As the saying goes, the underworld isn't merely blood and blades. It's all about human bonds and social grace. Lu Qingyu understood Elder Deng's unspoken message perfectly. He might forget who gave him gifts, but he would never forget who failed to do so. As for next time, one must first survive long enough to earn a second chance. After sharing tea for a while, Lu Qingyu mentioned he had another matter. He wished to pay respects to the elders and sought Elder Deng's counsel on whether such visits would be appropriate. Elder Deng studied his eyes intently for a long moment, then finally nodded. That Lu Qingyu had come to seek his opinion meant he held him in esteem and treated him with due respect. Still, he could not forbid Lu Qingyu from visiting other elders. After all, as a newly appointed branch master, cultivating goodwill across the board was both natural and necessary. Just as Lu Qingyu rose to leave, Elder Deng suddenly asked, "Ah Yu, what are your thoughts on the upcoming Dragonhead election? Any personal views?" "Uncle Deng, the Dragonhead election is your domain, and that of the elders. I won't presume to interfere. My duty lies in fulfilling my responsibilities faithfully. Whatever decision you and the elders make, the Tsuanwan branch stands ready to offer unconditional support." Elder Deng was visibly satisfied, and even moved, by this reply. After all, a soldier who harbors no ambition to become a general is no true soldier. Lu Qingyu's words subtly revealed his own aspiration, yet wrapped it in unwavering loyalty, reassuring Elder Deng that his allegiance would remain absolute. Upon leaving Elder Deng's residence, they first visited Chuan Bao, bringing fruit and presenting HK0 in cash. Next came Long Jin, then Lao Gui Wang Biao Shu Shuang Fan Dong, Fei Hua Lung Lao Shui Go Mao Dan, and finally Quan Shu, the mighty Elder Quan. To each elder, Lu Qingyu presented a red envelope containing HK1000 and a refined fruit basket. Throughout every visit, he spoke only of everyday matters, never mentioning the Dragonhead election nor soliciting a single pledge of support. He simply exchanged pleasantries about recent life, inquired after their health, and spoke humbly, identifying himself solely as a junior, paying respectful homage to his seniors. From beginning to end, he neither ingratiated himself nor made demands. His demeanor remained gentle, sincere, and impeccably courteous. In doing so, he bestowed goodwill without appearing transactional, quietly planting in each elder's mind the impression of a mature, grounded, and profoundly tactful young leader. For Lu Qingyu, money had long since ceased to hold meaning. It was merely a cold, abstract figure. Though his loan had yet to clear, his liquid assets were already staggering beyond imagination. He held roughly 300 million Hong Kong dollars in cash alone, plus US 100 million, at an exchange rate of US 1 to 9 Hong Kong dollars. 6, that amounted to 960 million Hong Kong dollars, bringing his total net worth to 1 Hong Kong dollar. 26 billion, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, were beneath his notice. In films, Big D had offered only HK0 per elder to secure their backing for the Dragonhead race. By contrast, Lu Qingyu arrived bearing no requests, made no mention of the Dragonhead title, and sought no favors, only offering respectful greetings, and yet handed each elder HK0 in generous tribute. It was a gesture of extraordinary magnanimity, calm, dignified, and utterly devoid of calculation. After a full day of ceremonial visits and diplomatic engagements, Lu Qingyu finally returned to Qingyu Tower shortly after 6 in the evening. He began with a steam bath, followed by a leisurely soak in hot water. Then, attended meticulously by his personal maid, he received a full-body spa massage, releasing the fatigue of the entire day. Once freshly dressed in comfortable loungewear, he strolled calmly into the dining room. Gu Qingcheng and Gang Sheng had not yet dined. They had waited for him to return before sitting down together. The three sat around the table, savoring delicately prepared dishes and sipping fine red wine, laughing softly, conversing easily, enveloped in an atmosphere both relaxed and warmly intimate. Speaking of wine, Lu Qingyu specifically instructed Gu Qingcheng to begin acquiring the 1982 vintage of Chateau Lafite Rothschild immediately, while it remained the current year, 1983. Though production of the 1982 vintage was modest, supply remained abundant on the market, making this the ideal moment to acquire large quantities at favorable prices to be savored slowly over the years ahead. Not only Lafite, but other legendary estates, such as Romani Conti, as well as premium Chinese Baijiu and imported spirits, were all to be secured in quantity. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Lu Qingyu had already arrived at the office of the Hui boxing gym. Today was the funeral day for Longtu, Lu Feiji, and Deng Wanzai. As the Tsuanwan branch leader, Lu Qingyu was obligated to attend the memorial rites, so he had deliberately arrived early at the branch office. Seated in the office, he sipped tea while puffing on a cigar, his expression utterly relaxed. Just then Huang Mao hurried in, clutching an accounting ledger, his brow deeply furrowed. "Brother Yu, per your directive to restructure the branch, our remaining 6 million yuan in funds is nearly exhausted." Lu Qingyu took the file and glanced through it briefly, utterly unconcerned. He smiled and spoke lightly. "No problem. Later send Hailing to my place to collect 60 million yuan, 50 million to be invested in the Huanyu Group, and the remaining 10 million allocated to fund the branch's restructuring." Huang Mao instantly exhaled in relief. Had the funds not arrived in time, salaries for the underlings could not have been paid on schedule. The branch's rapid expenditure stemmed entirely from Lu Qingyu's plan to establish Huanyu Securities' exclusive headquarters. Land prices in Tsuanwan were relatively modest, but the renovation and interior fit-out of an entire building proved extraordinarily costly. As instructed, Huang Mao had already purchased a building in Tsuanwan's prime commercial district. 12 stories above ground, 3 below, spanning a total area of 360 square meters, with an additional 600 square meter open lot behind the structure ripe for future development. Renovation work had commenced long ago, with construction crews laboring around the clock. Once fully transformed, they would finally vacate the cramped confines of the Huey boxing gym and take possession of their own grand, imposing headquarters. As the two men conversed, Hailing and Huli entered the office briskly. Seeing that all his lieutenants had assembled, Lu Qingyu slowly rose to his feet. Let's go. Today is Long Tu Ale's funeral. We must pay our respects with incense. Huang Mao, Hailing, and Huli all understood the gravity of the day, and thus had arrived well ahead of time. Ordinarily, they would not appear before 11 o'clock. After all, Triad members traditionally kept nocturnal hours, spending each night in social obligations and business until 2 or 3, or even 4, in the morning. The procession arrived at the funeral site by car, the grounds teemed with people, the atmosphere heavy and solemn. For individuals were being laid to rest today: Alu, former Longtu of Ho Lam Sheng, Ufeiji branch leader, Dengguan Zai, and Ale's son. This was an unprecedented event for Ho Lam Sheng. Every branch leader and elder uncle attended in full force. Elder Deng, the most senior figure present, had arrived early to preside over the mourning hall and oversee proceedings. Mourners poured in steadily. Hong Kong's oldest triad societies all dispatched representatives to pay. Jiang Tianqing, leader of Hung Hing, arrived first. Elder Deng immediately stepped forward, clasping hands in formal greeting. After exchanging courteous pleasantries, he guided the Hung Hing delegation forward to offer incense and bow in reverence. Next came the leaders of Chung Yishek and Yi Feng, arriving together. Elder Deng again personally welcomed them, accompanying both men to the altar for ritual offerings. Senior figures from Sun Yan and Sun Qi also arrived one after another to express condolences. Guests flowed in unceasingly. The scene was truly monumental. The police maintained heightened vigilance. Large numbers of anti-triad unit officers stood guard around the perimeter, closely monitoring all activity within, fearful that someone might exploit the occasion to incite conflict. All visiting triad delegations conducted themselves with discipline and decorum, offering incense quietly, then standing aside in silence. Not a single person dared provoke trouble, until the East Star contingent arrived, and the air instantly tightened with tension. Luotawa led the procession forward, followed closely by Wu Ya, Zaiminhu, and other East Star Corps members. Hardly had they risen from their bows when Wu Ya's face twisted into a sneer, and he spoke in a mocking, venomous tone. What ill fortune, to die so young. Surely this fate befell him because he'd committed too many sins in life. Otherwise, how could father and son perish together, leaving their family shattered and ruined? These words were a direct public insult, not only to Lu but to Ho Lam Sheng itself, igniting fury across the entire gathering. Every Ho Lam Sheng member turned ashen-faced. Even guests from rival societies cast furious, hostile glances toward Wu Ya. Before anyone else could respond, Lu Qingyu's gaze turned glacial. With a sharp command, he barked, "Hailing, move." Hailing had been straining at the leash. At the order, he lunged forward and struck Wu Ya down with a flurry of precise, brutal blows. Lu Qingyu strode forward, seized Wu Ya's hair, and delivered a series of thunderous slaps across his face. The crisp, stinging echoes reverberated through the hall, freezing everyone in stunned silence. By the time onlookers regained their senses, Wu Ya had already endured over a dozen slaps, his cheeks grotesquely swollen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. East Star's underlings clenched their fists, ready to charge forward and retaliate. Luotawa knew full well that provoking chaos in a mourning hall would bring catastrophic consequences. He roared urgently at his men, "Hold your positions, stand down." Anti-triad officers stationed outside, hearing the commotion, surged into the hall en masse, the situation instantly escalating into a razor-edged standoff. Such a rare opportunity to assert dominance was one Lu Qingyu would never let slip. He ignored Luotawa's plea outright, and paid no heed to the police officers rapidly closing in. In one swift motion, he snatched a steel pipe from a nearby underling, stepped forward, and drove it deep into Wu Ya's mouth. Then with a vicious kick, he sent Wu Ya crashing backward, his shriek of agony piercing the entire hall. Wu Ya convulsed in excruciating pain, spitting forth a gout of blood mingled with 7 or 8 teeth. Witnessing his lieutenant's pitiful, broken state, Luotawa's rage boiled over. Yet the setting was profoundly unsuitable. With scores of police officers sealing off the perimeter, he had no recourse, even as fury consumed him. He could only clamp his hands down hard on his seething subordinates. Just as tensions reached breaking point, a squad of anti-triad officers burst into the hall, led by Inspector Wang. He raised his badge, his expression stern and unyielding as he swept his gaze across the room. "I am Inspector Wang Chaixing of the anti-triad unit. I warn you all, any further assembly or disturbance is strictly prohibited. Anyone who lifts a hand again will be arrested on the spot and detained for investigation." The moment Wang finished speaking, his eyes locked onto Lu Qingyu, cold, unblinking, and merciless. "You're Lu Qingyu, correct? Assaulting another person in broad daylight. You'll accompany us to the station immediately." Lu Qingyu lifted his gaze, studying Wang Chaixing intently, certain he recognized the man, yet unable to recall where or when. Yet he dismissed the matter entirely, replying with undisguised contempt, "Officer, which eye of yours saw me strike anyone? Don't abuse your authority just because you wear a badge." Go ahead, ask anyone here. Was it I who struck him, or did he simply fall and injure himself? Triad codes dictated that internal matters be settled internally. Only in absolute desperation would one involve the police. To do so was to forfeit all credibility and standing on the street. Loatao resigned added, Officer, there's no need for your intervention. Wu Yu truly slipped and fell. No one else was involved. Wang Chaixing watched the two men brazenly lie to his face. His expression darkened to storm black. Yet the scene was chaotic, and without irrefutable evidence he could not lawfully detain them. Fine. Excellent. Mr. Liu, you've got real guts. Just remember, if you ever fall into my hands, I'll ensure you rot in prison for the rest of your life. Lu Qingyu didn't flinch at the threat. In fact, a sardonic smile curled his lips. Meeting Wang's glare he retorted with deliberate provocation, Officer, is that an official threat? If you continue speaking so recklessly, I'll file a formal complaint against you for abuse of power. Wang's face flushed iron gray. Speechless, he clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened, his fury burning yet utterly unspent. Huang Zhiqing knew full well what he was dealing with. He loathed these Triad-affiliated individuals from the depths of his heart. Yet the funeral hall teemed with several thousand people. The police force, including every available officer, numbered only slightly over 100, though all were armed. Yet if tensions escalated irreversibly, not only would arresting Lu Qingyu become nearly impossible, but Huang's own position as inspector would certainly be forfeit. A junior officer standing nearby hurriedly stepped forward, whispering urgent counsel, urging him not to prolong the standoff. Huang Zhiqing seized this opening to withdraw gracefully. He shot Lu Qingyu a venomous glare before departing the venue with his officers, his departure marked by palpable resentment. The moment the police left, the taut atmosphere in the hall eased, if only slightly. Uncle Deng leaned heavily on his cane as he approached Camel, his face dark with fury. Camel, you must give us, and the whole Wensheng, a full accounting for today's incident. Otherwise, we will declare open war against the Tunghing. Camel had never imagined Uncle Deng would escalate matters to the brink of outright warfare. He turned sharply toward Crow, battered, humiliated, and slumped on the ground, his gaze blazing with murderous intent as though he longed to end the man then and there. Bitter regret flooded his chest. He cursed himself for insisting Crow accompany him to the funeral that morning. Had he acted otherwise, he would never have found himself in such a perilously compromised position. The fault lay squarely with Crow. Even grievously injured, justice remained firmly on the side of the whole Wensheng. Swallowing his indignation, Camel replied stiffly, Uncle Deng, this matter reflects poorly on our Tunghing. Rest assured, I will deliver a resolution fully satisfactory to you. No sooner had the words left his lips than Camel pivoted and strode away briskly. Smiling Tiger immediately signaled his men to lift the dazed Crow, and the group retreated hastily, their dignity in tatters. Over an hour later, mourners from across the city gradually dispersed, leaving behind only Ho Wensheng loyalists, uniform in allegiance and presence. Uncle Deng raised his hand, summoning Lu Qingyu forward. Before the assembled elders and senior leaders of every branch, he praised him openly. Your performance today was nothing short of extraordinary. You upheld the honor of the whole Wensheng. More importantly, you reclaimed our prestige decisively. Merit demands reward. Headquarters has awarded you 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Lu Qingyu regarded the sum with utter indifference. Money held no sway over him. Yet he recognized this as a pivotal moment, an unparalleled opportunity to consolidate authority and win loyalty. Bowing respectfully, he declared, Uncle Deng, I respectfully decline this reward. As a member of the whole Wensheng, it is my solemn duty, not a feat deserving reward. I have only recently joined the whole Wensheng, and my ties with Brother Hele, Brother Feiji, and Brother Dongguan remain shallow. I am also unaware of how their families fare in these trying times. Let these $2 million instead be distributed among their loved ones, as my personal gesture of respect and remembrance. At these words, the elders' eyes lit up instantly. Their gaze upon Lu Qingyu transformed entirely, shifting from cautious appraisal to genuine warmth and approval. These veteran figures, long semi-retired from active affairs, had long ceased to prize wealth above all else. To them, peace in their twilight years rested entirely upon the reverence and care shown by the younger generation. Should the successors prove cold-hearted or indifferent, their families would face hardship and isolation in the years ahead. Lu Qingyu's act of compassionate foresight won over every elder present without exception. Uncle Deng, inwardly impressed, nodded approvingly, acknowledging not just Lu Qingyu's integrity, but his strategic vision. Privately, he calculated Brother Hele and his son were both gone, leaving no immediate family to support. Brother Feiji and Brother Dongguan, however, still had surviving kin. The $2 million disbursement could thus be discreetly allocated to them precisely where it mattered most. Such delicate matters were unsuitable for public discussion. Uncle Deng simply offered Lu Qingyu a firm appreciative nod. Lu Qingyu said nothing further, bowed modestly, and quietly withdrew to stand unobtrusively at the edge of the crowd. Time slipped swiftly. Before long, it was already noon. Jimmy Z, seizing the rare occasion of such broad attendance, had arranged a communal banquet, renting out an entire grand restaurant. Rank-and-file members filled the main dining hall, feasting noisily and convivially together. In contrast, the Ho Wensheng's branch leaders and senior elders dined separately in private banquet rooms. Midway through the feast, Lu Qingyu rose and excused himself to the restroom. After attending to his needs, he stood washing his hands at the sink when Jimmy Z emerged from a stall and walked directly to the adjacent basin. Noticing his arrival, Lu Qingyu greeted him courteously, "Hello, brother Jimmy." Jimmy Z and Lu Qingyu were scarcely acquainted, having exchanged little more than passing nods on a handful of occasions. Jimmy Z had always devoted himself single-mindedly to legitimate enterprises, deliberately avoiding entanglement in internal factional struggles within the Ho Wensheng. Yet recently, Lu Qingyu's actions had not escaped his watchful eye. Ever since the deaths of Big D and his wife, followed by Chong Mao, Lu Qingyu had assumed control of the Tsunwan branch, and not only stabilized its territory, but extracted 6 million Hong Kong dollars from Camel under duress. At the funeral hall earlier that day, he had publicly rebuked Crow for his vile remarks, restoring the Ho Wensheng's dignity with unwavering authority. Later, he relinquished the entire $2 million reward, redistributing it among the bereaved families of fallen leaders. Such magnanimity and breadth of vision earned Jimmy Z's profound admiration. Yet beneath its stirred quiet doubt, was Lu Qingyu motivated purely by loyalty and compassion? Or was this a masterfully calibrated campaign to secure the loyalty of the entire organization? The ripple effect of Lu Qingyu's transmigration had claimed Brother Hele's life far earlier than fate originally ordained, derailing the entire trajectory of events. At this juncture, Jimmy Z had yet to forge any connections with northern networks. The notion of vying for the Dragon Head position had not even crossed his mind. To Jimmy Z, the Dragon Head's seat, so fiercely coveted by others, was nothing more than a scalding, perilous burden, far less desirable than the steady, uncomplicated security of honest commerce. Jimmy Z shut off the faucet, dried his hands carefully, and turned toward Lu Qingyu, his tone unusually grave. "Brother Yu, I ask this question boldly. Have you ever considered ascending to the Dragon Head position of the Ho Wensheng? If you harbor such ambition, I, Jimmy Z, will stand firmly behind you." Lu Qingyu's expression flickered with genuine surprise. He had not anticipated such a direct, unguarded proposition. Yet inwardly, he remained utterly unmoved. Whether the question was a test to probe or something else entirely, it carried no weight for him. He smiled faintly and replied, "Brother Jimmy, you flatter me. I've been with the Ho Wensheng for barely over 2 years, and I've occupied the Tsunwan branch leadership for only days. What qualification do I possess to contend for the Dragon Head's throne? Even if I harbored such aspirations, neither my fellow brothers in the branch nor elders like Uncle Deng would ever consent. Our society venerates seniority and lineage above all, and I remain woefully unqualified." His response was masterfully ambiguous, neither denying ambition outright nor confessing it openly. Jimmy Z instantly grasped its layered meaning and responded with a knowing smile, "My apologies for overstepping, Brother Yu. Let us meet again soon, for tea and deeper conversation." Wiping his hands one last time, Jimmy Z turned and exited the restroom first, leaving Lu Qingyu alone, standing silently in thought. Time flew by. 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye. The $1,500 million loan secured from HSBC had been smoothly deposited the previous day. His 100-fold cashback card still had over 10 days before expiration, so he felt no urgency to deploy this sum. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan and Su Qingwei had been abroad on business for a full week. He planned to wait until both returned with their overseas funds, then consolidate all capital for unified deployment, including the $100 million sum obtained earlier from police headquarters, plus his own savings exceeding 300 million Hong Kong dollars. 5 days ago, he had entrusted the entire amount to Heilung, instructing him to arrange its laundering through Macau. Given the staggering scale of the funds, casino executives were personally alerted. Though standard laundering fees stood at 10%, the casino granted special leniency, reducing the charge to just 5%. The total laundered sum amounted to 1 Hong Kong dollar, 32 billion. The fee came to 66 million Hong Kong dollars, leaving him with 1 Hong Kong dollar, 254 billion, equivalent to 136 million US dollars. He allocated the funds strategically. Only 306 million, the fractional remainder, was retained in his personal account, while the full 100 million was transferred into Qingyu Group's corporate account. At present, beyond these 36 million, he also held 10 Hong Kong dollars, 5 million in cash within his spatial ring. All remaining large-scale capital belonged to Qingyu Group. As for the financial records of Huanyu Group, he had no intention, nor inclination, to audit them at this time. Today happened to be the monthly General Assembly of the Ho Wensheng Triad. At 9:50 m, he arrived at the main hall's entrance in his private executive vehicle. Ever since his dignified appearance at Alok's funeral, every junior member of Ho Wensheng held him in profound esteem. The moment he stepped out of the car, junior members stationed at the gate immediately gathered around, greeting him with enthusiastic, resonant cries of "Brother Yu." Lu Qingyu responded with exceptional humility, nodding and waving courteously to each one. Seeing that brother Yu carried himself without the slightest trace of arrogance, and treated everyone with such warmth and approachability, their admiration surged instantly. Lu Qingyu strode confidently into the grand hall, where most senior masters and elder uncles were already assembled, except for Uncle Deng, who had yet to appear. He observed impeccable etiquette, first bowing respectfully to each elder uncle present, then exchanging greetings with the assembled masters, concluding with graceful small talk before taking his seat with composed ease. Precisely at 10 o'clock, Uncle Deng entered the hall leaning on an antique cane flanked by two sharp, newly promoted junior members. Upon seeing Uncle Deng, everyone rose as one and offered reverent salutations. With a gentle lift of his hand, he signaled them to be seated. Then he calmly ascended to the central dais, settled into his chair, and began brewing hot tea with unhurried precision. As boiling water cascaded over the leaves, fragrant steam rose and filled the air. Uncle Deng poured a cup, paused, and declared solemnly, "Please partake of the tea." He lifted the cup, took a measured sip, set it down gently, and let his gaze sweep slowly across the entire assembly. Once silence reigned, Uncle Deng spoke again. His voice, steady, deliberate. "Today marks our society's monthly General Assembly, but this meeting bears extraordinary significance. 10 days ago, our dragon head was brutally murdered. To this day, the culprit remains unknown. No leads, no breakthroughs. This matter cannot be buried or forgotten. The investigation must continue, relentlessly, exhaustively, until the true mastermind behind this atrocity is exposed and brought to justice." He paused briefly, steadying his breath before continuing. "A nation cannot endure a single day without its sovereign. Neither can our great Ho Lin Sheng society function without a dragon head to guide it. This assembly has but one purpose: to deliberate the succession of the dragon head. Any among you who wish to stand for election may now step forward and declare your candidacy." No sooner had Uncle Deng finished speaking than the hall fell into absolute silence. Eyes darted, glances exchanged, yet no one dared break the hush. The current masters of Ho Lin Sheng were divided into two camps: the veteran elders, such as Tai Paihe, Lao Yutu, Biaoguan Zai Shengao, and Lao Hunyou. The other group comprised rising stars, Jimmy Zai Sir Yesu and Lu Qingyu, each having recently ascended to mastery. Among these newcomers, Jimmy Zai stood foremost in visible influence, a shrewd businessman commanding immense financial resources. Second only to him was Lu Qingyu, whose territory spanned vast expanses and whose ranks swelled with countless loyal followers. As for the elder masters, many were either hopelessly addicted to gambling or secretly entangled in narcotics trade. Yet Ho Lin Sheng's founding edict remained absolute: any member caught trafficking drugs was forever barred from dragon head candidacy. Though Jimmy Zai possessed unmatched capability, he harbored no ambition for the dragon head's throne and sat quietly, saying nothing. Lu Qingyu, though fiercely coveting the position, likewise held his tongue, knowing full well that his ascension to mastery had occurred less than a week prior. His seniority remained too slender. Premature declaration would invite scorn and suspicion. The grand hall lay utterly still. Not a single voice rose to claim candidacy. The elder uncles exchanged anxious glances, murmuring among themselves, astonished that Ho Lin Sheng, a society of such magnitude, could produce not one volunteer for its highest office. Long Jin raised his hand to quiet the murmur, then spoke aloud. "Our society stands leaderless at a critical juncture. We cannot remain paralyzed in indecision. I propose Jimmy Zai assume the dragon head's seat. What say you all?" At once, every gaze in the hall converged upon Jimmy Zai. Fatty Hua swiftly chimed in. "Long Jin speaks wisely. Jimmy Zai's talents are undeniable, and his conduct toward us elders has always been exemplary, honorable, generous, and unwavering." Raising his voice with conviction, he declared, "I fully endorse Jimmy Zai's candidacy for dragon head." Biao Shu interjected immediately, "I believe Tai Paihe is the ideal choice. He has rooted himself deeply in our society for decades. His seniority is unquestionable, and his contributions to Ho Lin Sheng over the years have been substantial, recognized, and honored by all." Before Biao Shu could finish, Shuaigo added emphatically, "Brother Biao speaks truth. Tai Paihe is indeed the most fitting candidate." In moments, Long Jin and several other uncles were locked in heated debate, voices overlapping, arguments clashing, until the hall erupted into chaotic clamor. Uncle Deng watched their crimson-faced quarrels with mounting fury, then slammed his cane sharply against the floor. Its crisp, ringing report pierced the din like thunder. Instantly, every voice ceased. The hall fell into a silence so profound a needle's fall would have echoed. His face darkened with icy wrath as he rebuked them coldly. "This is beneath contempt. You are elders, men of standing and dignity, yet you bicker like squabbling children before an audience of juniors. Is this how Ho Lin Sheng's honor is upheld?" Deng Bo's enduring position as the supreme elder of He Lien Sheng was no mere accident of fate. Even though the others were his peers in seniority, each harbored a deep-seated reverence and fear of him. Deng Bo's gaze shifted toward Jimmy Zai and Tai Paihe. His voice, low and heavy, broke the silence. "Jimmy Zai, Tai Paihe, if all the uncles here have jointly nominated you both for the dragon head election, then speak now. What are your own thoughts?" Jimmy's eye stifled a bitter smile inwardly. Though he had always treated the elders with courtesy and respect, he had never once entertained ambitions for the dragon head seat, now thrust upon him against his will, leaving him utterly helpless. Yet Deng Bo had already posed the question. Silence was no longer an option. Rising to his feet, Jimmy's eye replied, "Uncle Deng, esteemed uncles, I am profoundly honored by your trust and recognition, but I hold not the slightest desire for the dragon head position. As you all know, my sole aspiration is to run my business quietly and steadily. Should the society ever face hardship, I will contribute generously, both funds and effort, without hesitation. Yet to stand as dragon head, that responsibility far exceeds my capacity." Those present nodded in quiet agreement. Since assuming leadership, Jimmy Zai had maintained a consistently low profile, rarely involving himself in internal disputes, yet unfailingly stepped forward with open-handed generosity whenever the society required support. Once Jimmy Zai had spoken, every pair of eyes turned in unison toward Tai Pahei. In truth, Biao Shu and Sui Go's nomination of him concealed deeper motives. Both men belonged to the neutral faction, loyal not to principle, but to whoever offered the greater reward. Over recent days, Tai Pahei had hosted them repeatedly lavish banquets, fine wine, and unrestrained hospitality. He had also discreetly presented each with a HK500 gratuity, prompting their enthusiastic. Tai Pahei cleared his throat and stepped forward, calm and composed. "Uncle Deng, respected uncles, I have served this society faithfully and tirelessly these many years, always ready at the fore or behind without complaint. Now that the dragon head seat lies vacant, the society stands at its most vulnerable hour, desperately needing a figure who commands authority. My seniority is unquestioned, the brothers under my branch obey me without hesitation, and my external networks, forged and refined over decades, are solid, reliable, and extensive. Should you entrust me with this mantle, I vow to lead He Lian Sheng with unwavering resolve, to safeguard every inch of our territory and defend the interests of every single one of you." The moment Tai Pahei fell silent, every eye in the chamber pivoted toward Deng Bo. He remained still, then slowly lifted his teacup, sipped deliberately, and set it down with quiet finality. His gaze lingered, shifting back and forth between Jimmy Zai and Lu Qingyu. In truth, Deng Bo had long resolved that Jimmy Zai would assume the dragon head role this term. Lu Qingyu, meanwhile, was reserved for succession in the next cycle, a decision forged through careful, deliberate. Yet Jimmy Zai's outright refusal shattered Deng Bo's entire plan, leaving him momentarily disoriented, his strategy undone in an instant. To Deng Bo, the dragon head seat was the ultimate prize, an irresistible pinnacle of power and prestige unthinkable to decline. At last he spoke, measured and unhurried. "Very well, let the dragon head election be deferred. We shall reconvene in 3 days to deliberate further. For now, this meeting is adjourned." A hush fell instantly across the room. Tai Pahei's expression darkened, bewildered, frustrated, unable to fathom why Deng Bo refused to name a successor outright, choosing instead to postpone the inevitable. As members began rising to depart, Deng Bo's voice cut through the quiet. "Jimmy Zai, you remain." All understood precisely why Deng Bo wished to speak with him alone. Not a soul uttered a word. One by one they filed out of the grand hall, leaving only silence behind. When the last footsteps faded, the vast conference chamber stood empty save for Deng Bo and Jimmy Zai, seated opposite each other in profound, suspended silence. Minutes passed, taut and unbroken, until Deng Bo finally broke the stillness. "Jimmy Zai, what truly is your intention? Is the dragon head seat not desirable?" Jimmy Zai let out a wry, weary smile. "Uncle Deng, the dragon head position is undeniably prestigious, immense authority, universal deference. Everyone knows it is a coveted throne. Yet my heart seeks only tranquil commerce, no entanglement in the society's violent feuds or bloody." Deng Bo's brow furrowed deeply as he pressed on Jimmy Zai. "There is nothing wrong with commerce. But have you considered this? Only from the dragon head seat can your enterprises flourish without restraint. With the full weight of He Lian Sheng behind you, your path will be smooth, your growth assured." Jimmy Zai needed no persuasion. He had long since weighed every advantage and peril. He knew full well the stakes. Yet to him the dragon head seat was less a crown than a burning brand, dangerous, consuming, and incompatible with the quiet life he cherished. It would fracture his focus, imperil his stability, and derail his ambition to build wealth, then step away cleanly. His sole aim was steady, untroubled enterprise, accumulate sufficient capital, then resign his branch leadership gracefully and retire. Across Hong Kong's sprawling underworld, among generations of dragon heads, few had died peacefully in their beds, and even fewer had withdrawn from power unscathed. It was precisely this grim reality that extinguished any lingering temptation within Jimmy Zai. His resolve this time was absolute. He met Deng Bo's gaze and spoke firmly. "Uncle Deng, please do not press me further. I have no wish whatsoever to occupy the dragon head seat. He Lian Sheng boasts countless capable branch leaders, many far more suited than I. I am certain that with your guidance and oversight, whichever leader you appoint will steer He Lian Sheng toward ever greater prosperity and strength." Seeing Jimmy Zai's unshakable determination, Deng Bo ceased his persuasion. Calmly he said, if your heart remains so resolute, I shall not compel you. Yet help me weigh this among the remaining branch leaders. Who in your judgment is most fit to assume the dragon head mantle this term? Jimmy Zai exhaled, inwardly relief flooding him, only to feel his brow tighten anew at the question. This was terrain he wished to avoid entirely. Yet Deng Bo's unwavering gaze left no avenue of retreat. With quiet gravity, he voiced his assessment. Uncle Deng, I speak plainly, neither the elder generation of branch leaders nor those long departed, like Dongguan Zai and Feiji, command my confidence. Some dabble in narcotics, others drown in gambling or lust. Many lack discernment, acting impulsively recklessly, utterly unfit to bear the colossal weight of the dragon head title. I say this without reservation, I place my strongest faith in Lu Qingyu. Though his tenure has been brief, since assuming leadership of the Tsunwan branch, he has enacted sweeping reforms, imposing a strict zero-tolerance ban on narcotics among his ranks. He purged addicts, gamblers, and morally bankrupt thugs, and recruited a new generation of disciplined, principled recruits. Today the Tsunwan branch stands transformed, orderly, vibrant, and thriving. Most crucially, he is a university graduate, thoughtful, strategic, and deeply respectful of elders. No one is more fitting to ascend to the dragon head seat. Uncle Deng had long known Lu Qingyu's true nature, perhaps even more thoroughly than Jimmy Zai himself. Had Lu Qingyu not been so junior in seniority, Uncle Deng would have directly nominated him as this term's dragon head without needing to defer the decision to the next cycle. Now that Jimmy Zai had unequivocally declined, Uncle Deng had no choice but to yield, officially endorsing Lu Qingyu's ascension. He could not deny Jimmy Zai's point. Aside from Lu Qingyu, none of the remaining branch chiefs possessed the stature to uphold Ho Lin Sheng's grand legacy. Uncle Deng had once entertained alternative schemes, such as installing a pliant, unremarkable figurehead as dragon head, much like Chue Gai in previous terms. In earlier years, Ho Lin Sheng had stood firm and formidable, installing a puppet posed no risk. But today the society found itself in precarious straits, with rival triads circling like wolves, eyes fixed upon its every vulnerability. Should another puppet dragon head be installed now, Ho Lin Sheng would inevitably be carved apart and devoured by outsiders. This was in truth why Uncle Deng had delayed the election by 3 days, hesitating, weighing consequences, seeking certainty. After prolonged contemplation, Uncle Deng abandoned further discussion of the dragon head succession and spoke calmly to Jimmy Zai. Jimmy Zai, you may return now. The moment Jimmy Zai departed, Uncle Deng immediately retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Lu Qingyu's number. At that very hour, Lu Qingyu sat inside a car en route to Tsunwan. His wristwatch suddenly vibrated. He instantly switched the device into mobile phone mode to answer the call. Unlike ordinary mobiles, his cutting-edge handset displayed incoming numbers directly on its screen. Hello, this is Lu Qingyu, he answered promptly upon seeing Uncle Deng's name flash across the display. A moment later, Uncle Deng's steady voice resonated through the line. It's me. Come to the headquarters. I'll be waiting for you there. The line went dead before Lu Qingyu could respond. Though startled by this sudden summons, he swiftly pieced together its likely cause. He knew well enough that Uncle Deng's invitation almost certainly concerned the dragon head election. 20 minutes later, he arrived at Ho Lin Sheng's headquarters. Entering the conference room, he greeted respectfully, Uncle Deng, I'm here. Uncle Deng gave a quiet, measured nod. You please sit down first. Once Lu Qingyu had taken his seat, Uncle Deng dispensed with pleasantries and asked directly, you. If you were to assume the dragon head position of Ho Lin Sheng, could you truly hold it firmly? Lu Qingyu had anticipated this topic before arriving, but hearing the question spoken aloud still struck him with profound surprise. He could not fathom Uncle Deng's intent. Was this a deliberate test or genuine endorsement? A thought flashed through his mind. In the Jianghu, the timid starve while the bold thrive. Even if this were merely a test, speaking boldly carried no cost, only opportunity. Composing himself, he replied firmly, Uncle Deng, I acknowledge my lack of seniority, but given the chance to contend for the dragon head title, I intend to seize it with full resolve. As for holding the position, I offer no hollow promises. My actions will prove my capability. And one thing I declare plainly, whether or not I ultimately become dragon head, I will move against Causeway Bay. Uncle Deng fell silent, deeply absorbed in thought. For years, Lu Qingyu had been his foremost protege, even more favored than Locke. Yet lingering doubt had held him back. He feared Lu Qingyu's demeanor might be nothing more than a calculated facade carefully constructed to deceive him. Over recent weeks, he had probed Lu Qingyu repeatedly, and each time the young man had passed with unwavering composure. And now this candid, unvarnished declaration resonated perfectly with his own ideals, far more trustworthy than the hollow platitudes spouted by men like Type Black. After a pause, Uncle Deng raised his gaze and asked, tell me, after you became the Tsunwan branch chief, you launched numerous reforms. What was your underlying strategy, and why did you deem them indispensable? Without hesitation, Lu Qingyu replied, Uncle Deng, the logic is simple. The Iron Lady's fall in the North last, you must surely recall it. Hong Kong's return is inevitable. No force on earth can halt it, not even the sun that never sets. For our society to endure reform is the sole path forward. To cling stubbornly to outdated ways is to invite Ho Lin Sheng's annihilation on the very day of return. This time Lu Qingyu offered no flattery. Every word flowed from conviction, raw and unfiltered. Uncle Deng listened stunned into silence. He read newspapers daily. The Iron Lady's fall was etched clearly in his memory. Yet on Hong Kong's return, he had never held such unwavering certainty. Not like Lu Qingyu. Privately, he marveled Lu Qingyu's vision and perspective far surpassed those of ordinary men. Perhaps, just perhaps, he truly possessed the capacity to lead Ho Lin Sheng to renewed greatness. Uncle Deng reached his decision. Further testing was unnecessary. Calmly, he said, You may return now. Though uncertain of Uncle Deng's inner thoughts, Lu Qingyu betrayed no flicker of surprise. Rising with effortless poise, he smiled and replied, Uncle Deng, then I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and strode from the headquarters, climbed into the waiting business sedan, and departed smoothly into the... Jimmy Zai drove back to the office. The moment he stepped inside, he found Master Su seated on the sofa, smoking in grim silence. Upon seeing Jimmy Zai, Master Su leapt up, stammering anxiously. Gee, Jimmy Zai, I simply can't comprehend your thinking. You were offered the dragon head position. Jimmy Zai sank into his chair, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a slow, languid stream of smoke. Gazing at Master Su's flustered expression, he spoke quietly, Su, you know me well enough. All I've ever wanted is to run my business in peace. I have no desire to entangle myself in the society's labyrinthine politics, or to dabble in bloodshed. Flicking ash from his cigarette, his tone darkened with caution. Besides, that dragon head seat is a malevolent position. Think carefully how many who've occupied it have died peacefully. I'm thriving now. My coffers overflow. My life is tranquil. Why should I recklessly sacrifice it? Had Lu Qingyu overheard these words, he would surely have applauded on the spot. For Lu Qingyu had already resolved, should he fail to secure the dragon head title, he would eliminate the newly appointed chief and ascend in his stead. By refusing the position, Jimmy Zai had unwittingly preserved his own life. Had he accepted, even a smooth accession would have sealed his fate. His reign would be brief, his end inevitable. After leaving the headquarters, Lu Qingyu headed straight back to the Tsunwan branch, first resting for a while in the office of Huey Boxing Gym. Not until shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon did he lead Huang Mao and the others to grab a casual lunch somewhere. Afterward, they returned to Huey Boxing Gym to discuss matters of importance. Once everyone had settled in, Lu Qingyu addressed Huang Mao, Hailing, and Huli with clear instructions. I am giving you 1 month to conduct intensive training for every single member of this branch. The 500 elite troops I've assigned to you will lead the drills alongside the rest. I don't demand extraordinary prowess, but at the very least they must possess the courage to charge headlong into battle and the discipline to coordinate as a unified team. 1 month from now, I expect tangible results, measurable, undeniable progress. Anyone who falls short will be dismissed without hesitation. The three immediately responded in unison, pledging their unwavering commitment to fulfill the task. Lu Qingyu currently commanded an ample force, including the 1,500 elite warriors he himself had summoned. His total number of subordinates reached 3,600. Even drawing just 1/3 of that force would suffice to overwhelm the Hung Hing Triads to B branch outright. His men stood in stark contrast to the loosely assembled mercenary-style personnel employed by rival societies. Those hastily gathered fighters possessed no real combat capability. Confronted with serious conflict, they would simply turn and flee, utterly incomparable to Lu Qingyu's disciplined, loyal cadre. Turning next to Huli, Lu Qingyu issued further instructions. Huli, the companies you registered earlier have all been formally established. I have injected 50 million Hong Kong dollars into UNU Group. Now I entrust you with a new mission: depart from Tsunwan Port and return to your hometown. Along the way, visit each coastal fishing village in turn. Conduct on-site inspections, assess geographical suitability and cooperative potential, and proactively initiate negotiations with promising villages. Should any village express willingness to cooperate, invite its representative to Hong Kong Island. The subsequent arrangements will be handled personally by me. Huli's eyes lit up instantly. He replied without hesitation, no problem, brother Yu. I'll execute this assignment flawlessly. Lu Qingyu gave a slight nod. His confidence in Huli's competence was absolute. At present, mainland China faced severe shortages of essential goods, and Hong Kong Island was faring little better. Fresh produce and staple foods alike were exorbitantly priced. Importing fresh seafood and agricultural goods directly from mainland fishing villages to supply Hong Kong's markets, and exporting Hong Kong's electronics, apparel, and timepieces back to the mainland for sale, would establish a mutually profitable two-way trade circuit, guaranteeing substantial stable returns. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Lu Qingyu returned to Qingyu Tower. Upon waking that morning, he sensed he stood on the very threshold of breaking through from the post-heaven realm into the first pre-heaven realm, the Zhishuan realm. Ever since practicing dual cultivation with Lu Rian and Gu Qingqing and absorbing their pure yin essences, the barrier between post-heaven and pre-heaven cultivation had proven exceptionally formidable. Though he possessed the Great Restoration Pill, he had refrained from using it, instead refining his cultivation gradually through balanced yin-yang harmonization. Today, the long-awaited breakthrough had finally arrived. Only one final step remained to shatter the constraint. To ensure absolute success, he resolved to undertake an ambitious billion-dollar project with Gangsheng that very night. Through days of close companionship, he had genuinely perceived the deep, unspoken affection Gangsheng harbored within her heart. He refused to delay further. Her quiet devotion deserved reciprocation, lest she misinterpret his silence as indifference. After dinner attended by maidservants, he luxuriated in a soothing hot bath followed by a full-body massage to relax his muscles and soothe his meridians. By the time he finished preparing and entered the living room, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Gangsheng was seated beside Gu Qingqing studying diligently. Upon seeing Lu Qingyu approach, she smiled sweetly and called out, "Brother Yu. Gangsheng, come here. I need to speak with you about something important." Lu Qingyu said, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Assuming it concerned urgent business, Gangsheng obediently hurried forward. Lu Qingyu gently took her hand and led her toward the private chamber he reserved for high-stakes negotiations. Once seated, Gangsheng asked curiously, "Brother Yu, what matter do you wish to discuss with me? Today I've summoned you to deliberate upon a monumental undertaking, a strategic partnership valued in the tens of millions." He then proceeded to outline the project's preliminary planning, cooperative channels, and cost projections with meticulous clarity. As he spoke, Gangsheng gained a lucid, comprehensive understanding of the entire initiative. Their dialogue flowed swiftly, back and forth, question and insight, each remark building upon the last, their engagement intense and deeply focused. This high-level negotiation continued until midnight, when both parties finalized every detail and concluded successfully. Precisely as the final terms were sealed, a surge of pure yin essence flooded Lu Qingyu's body. His qi coursed effortlessly through his meridians, and the yin-yang longevity scripture, unprompted, began circulating at extraordinary speed, its cycles perpetual and self-sustaining. The profound cultivation foundation he had accumulated over many days erupted in full force, violently shattering the formidable barrier separating the post-heaven from the pre-heaven realms. A torrent of immense resonant energy swept across his being. He ascended smoothly into the initial Zhishuan realm, then rapidly stabilized at the mid-Zhishuan realm. Beside him, Gangsheng also benefited immensely from this dense confluence of yin-yang energy. Lu Qingyu had long before imparted the yin-yang longevity scripture to her personally. Moreover, having previously consumed the beauty-enhancing pill, age-defying pill, and marrow-cleansing pill, her foundational constitution had already been refined to exceptional purity. Under the scripture's nurturing circulation, her cultivation surged upward, leaping directly to the late Mingjin realm. Over half an hour later, Lu Qingyu fully consolidated his mid-Zhishuan realm attainment and opened his eyes first. He sat quietly, patiently waiting. Shortly thereafter, Gangsheng too stabilized her realm and slowly opened her eyes. She carefully sensed the renewed surging power coursing through her body, joy radiating unmistakably across her face. She flung herself into Lu Qingyu's arms, voice trembling with exhilaration. "Brother Yu, I feel incredibly powerful now. I could probably knock down a bull with my bare hands." Lu Qingyu tenderly stroked her hair and murmured, "Yes, our Gangsheng is truly extraordinary. To reach the late Mingjin realm so swiftly on your very first cultivation journey. But you've only just broken through. You haven't yet mastered control over this newfound strength. Tomorrow seek out senior sister Qingqing. She'll train you thoroughly to adapt to your transformed physique." Gangsheng nodded obediently, replying softly, "I understand, Brother Yu. I'll adapt to my new power as quick." Lu Qingyu moved to the nearby sofa, lit a Cuban cigar, and poured himself a glass of whiskey, sipping slowly, savoring the rich aroma as smoke curled gracefully upward. Gangsheng nestled quietly against his shoulder, content to sit beside him in serene companionship for over half an hour. Only after finishing his cigar did Lu Qingyu rise, walk to the bed, draw Gangsheng gently into his arms, and close his eyes to rest. At the very moment Lu Qingyu achieved his breakthrough, Lu Rian, Gu Qingqing, Su Qingwei, and the 24 maidservants alongside Ying Yi and the other 11 shadow attendants, all simultaneously advanced to the mid-Zhishuan realm. At 10 o'clock the following morning, sunlight streamed into the luxurious master bedroom atop Qingyu Tower, flooding the room in brilliant brightness. Lu Qingyu awoke feeling an overwhelming surge of inner energy. Last night, he had successfully broken through to the mid-stage of the Zhishuan realm, his strength multiplying more than tenfold overnight. A subtle thought crossed his mind, and instantly a personal interface materialized before his eyes. Host Lu Qingyu. Age 26, 300. Height 188 centimeters. Identity: chairman of Qingyu Group, chairman of Huanyu Group, and Tong Lianshang's Tsuan branch master. Cultivation realm, mid-stage, Zhishuan realm. Martial arts: Tai Jiquan, Bajiquan, Xingyi Yiquan, Mizongbu, and Jins Hongzhou. Special art: yin-yang longevity scripture. Skills: divine level medical arts, divine level culinary arts, divine level marksmanship, divine level driving, divine level parkour, and fluency in 10 languages. Companion: Gangsheng. Summoned characters: none. Bonded characters: Butler Gu Qingqing, Secretary Lu Rian, Assistant Su Qingyue, Shadow Squad 12, Omnipotent Maids 24. Elite Personnel Elite Bodyguard Squad 1, Elite Business Team 1, Elite Culinary Team 10, Elite Medical Team 1, Elite Research Institute Team 6. Top-tier personnel Top tier Blade Masters 10, Top-tier Bodyguard Squad 10. Senior Personnel Senior Blade Masters 100. Junior Personnel Junior Blade Masters 1500. Unsummoned Characters None. Elite Personnel Elite Research Institute Team 4, Elite Medical Team 9, Elite Bodyguard Squad 9, Elite Business Team 9, Elite Mercenary Squad 10. Top-tier Personnel Top-tier Mercenary Squad 10. Senior Personnel Senior Bodyguard Squad 100 Senior Mercenary Squad 100. Mid-tier Personnel Mid-tier Blade Masters 1000 Mid-tier Bodyguard Squad 200 Mid-tier Mercenary Squad 200. Junior Personnel Junior Blade Masters 3500. Pills Zimidin 99 Myandin 99 Dingianin 99 Bikotin 100 Shiwandin 100 Dehudin. Items Desert Eagle Cutting Edge Smartphone 100-fold Cashback Card 1 200 kilograms of gold. Enterprises Qingyu Group Huanyu Group. Personal funds 15 Hong Kong dollars. 6 million 3 US dollars. 0.6 million. Qingyu Group funds 1 US dollar. 6 billion 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Huanyu Group funds 50 million Hong Kong dollars. After scanning the interface, Lu Qingyu felt deeply satisfied. His power was formidable and his forces were vast beyond measure. Currently, the Tsunwan territory was under the watchful eyes of Hailang and Huli. All branch affairs ran with flawless efficiency, requiring no intervention from him. The Tong Liansheng Grand Assembly would not convene for another 3 days, leaving him ample leisure time. Without hesitation, Lu Qingyu resolved to take Gu Qingqing and Gangxing on a delightful excursion to Macau that very day. At 1130 m, the group arrived smoothly in Macau. The escort was led personally by Ying Yi, accompanied by 6 Shadow Squad members, though all remained concealed in the periphery. Also flanking him closely were Heihu and Heibao elite bodyguards. Additionally, a 12-member top-tier bodyguard squad maintained vigilant perimeter security throughout the journey. Lu Qingyu brought such a large entourage not only to deter reckless troublemakers en route, but also because he harbored a private ambition to test his fortune at Macau's famed casinos. He wished to ascertain whether his inner energy could confer advantage within the gambling halls. Even if it proved ineffective, he still possessed a spatial storage ring. Within a 10-meter radius, he could freely store and retrieve any inanimate object. Should this initial, every glittering casino across the land would become his personal treasury, ready for effortless access whenever. Lu Qingyu turned toward Gu Qingqing and Gangxing with a warm smile. I'll treat you both to a feast. I hear Fengqing Liji Seafood Restaurant serves exceptional dishes. Their signature chicken and shark fin hot pot scallion oil chicken and honey-glazed beef ribs are all legendary delicacies. He had dined there in his past life, and now the memory alone made his mouth water. Gu Qingqing as an all-capable steward possessed culinary mastery surpassing even that of his elite chef team. So while she held little expectation for these so-called delicacies, she was still curious to try them. Gangxing, by contrast, had endured poverty in her youth. Merely securing enough food to survive was once a luxury. Only after joining Lu Qingyu had she begun enjoying sumptuous meals daily, gaining several pounds recently. Upon hearing about the feast, Gangxing lit up with excitement, tugging Lu Qingyu's arm eagerly. Brother, you let's go now. Present-day Macau differed markedly from its future counterpart, yet the city's main thoroughfares remained unchanged. Guided by memories from his past life, Lu Qingyu swiftly located Fengqing Liji Seafood Restaurant. Upon entering, Lu Qingyu immediately reserved 2 private dining rooms, one exclusively for Heihu and the other bodyguards to dine and rest. Before stepping inside, he instructed Ying Yi and his squad to reveal themselves, inviting everyone to relax and enjoy the meal together. Once seated in the private room, Lu Qingyu seized the menu and swept his hand decisively, ordering every single signature dish the restaurant offered. In total, he ordered 16 premium courses and opened 2 bottles of fine red wine. Before long, the kitchen began serving the dishes one by one. The golden chicken and shark fin hot pot exuded an intoxicating aroma. Its rich velvety broth alone was enough to awaken even the most jaded appetite. The scallion oil chicken glistened with fragrant oil, its tender meat succulent and perfectly seasoned. The honey-glazed beef ribs gleamed crimson, cloaked in thick, sweet, savory sauce that filled the air with irresistible fragrance. Beyond these, a lavish spread of premium seafood and distinctive side dishes covered the table, each dish vibrant and mouth-watering. Gangxing, ravenous, seized her chopsticks the moment the first plate arrived, devouring a piece of scallion oil chicken in one bite. Her eyes instantly crinkled with delight, her lips smacking with savory sweetness, as she repeatedly lifted her gaze to praise Lu Qingyu on the exquisite flavors. Sipping the mellow red wine and savoring each familiar signature dish, Lu Qingyu was instantly transported back to his past life, the nostalgic taste flooding his senses, filling him with profound satisfaction. With a table brimming with gourmet delights and fine wine, the feast lasted over an hour before concluding. Sated and content, the group strolled out of Fengqing Liji Seafood Restaurant. Ying Yi and his team discreetly faded back into concealment. Heihu and Heibao resumed their positions close behind Lu Qingyu. The 12 top-tier bodyguards dispersed silently along the route, maintaining vigilant, unobtrusive security. Lu Qingyu led Gu Qingqing and Gang Xing on a leisurely stroll through Macau's bustling streets, vibrant and opulent lined with shop after shop. Gang Xing gazed around in wide-eyed wonder. She paused frequently to admire trinkets displayed along the sidewalk, then tugged Lu Qingyu's sleeve, chattering animatedly about whimsical discoveries, her joy infectious and unreserved. Gu Qingsheng walked quietly beside them, occasionally exchanging soft, easy conversation with Lu Qingyu, the atmosphere serene and effortlessly harmonious. As they wandered, pausing to admire the scenery, the afternoon slipped gently toward 4 o'clock. Lu Qingyu glanced ahead, and there stood the grand, imposing facade of the Lisboa Hotel, his destination. At a little past 4 in the afternoon, Lu Qingyu checked into the Lisboa Hotel with Gu Qingqing and Gang Xing. After completing registration, the three settled into an extravagantly spacious presidential suite. They each took a refreshing shower, feeling considerably more relaxed, then rested comfortably on the bed for a while. By 8 p.m., the Lisboa casino's dazzling neon lights blazed brilliantly, and waves of lively clamor spilled ceaselessly from within. Lu Qingyu then led Gu Qingqing and Gang Xing into the main casino hall. Gamblers thronged everywhere. The rhythmic thudding of dice cups and the crisp clinking of chips rose and fell in constant succession. Lu Qingyu exchanged 10 million Hong Kong dollars for chips, handing 3 million each to Gu Qingqing and Gang Xing. Both women enjoyed remarkable luck, and Gu Qingqing, already at the mid-stage of the finger-weaving realm, possessed exceptional acuity. They played for over 3 hours. When the final tally was made, the two sisters had collectively won over 120 million Hong Kong dollars, beaming with unrestrained delight. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyu subtly channeled his inner force, enveloping the croupier's dice cup in an invisible current of qi. Within it, the precise pip values and orientations of the 3 dice were laid bare before his senses and fully subject to his control. On every subsequent bet, Lu Qingyu placed his wagers with unwavering precision, guessing flawlessly, hitting the mark each time. In those 3 hours, he alone amassed over 260 million Hong Kong dollars. He did not convert his chips into cash. Instead, he instructed the casino manager to deposit the entire sum directly into his exclusive private account, then departed with Gu Qingqing and Gang Xing to rest in their presidential suite. The next day, Lu Qingyu accompanied Gu Qingqing and Gang Xing across Macau, indulging in local delicacies, from golden egg tarts to sumptuous seafood, and embarking on extravagant shopping sprees at flagship luxury boutiques. They returned laden with countless shopping bags, having spent the day in effortless, serene enjoyment. As dusk fell, the trio dined, and then returned once more to the Lisboa casino. Having won handsomely the previous night, Lu Qingyu was promptly greeted by the casino manager upon arrival. Mr. Lu, our VIP lounge upstairs offers higher stakes and greater exclusivity. Would you care to join us there? Lu Qingyu replied casually, certainly. Lead the way. He then followed the manager into the VIP lounge with Gu Qingqing and Gang Xing. The space was lavishly appointed and exquisitely private. At its center stood a large stud poker table where 5 foreign gamblers sat, 3 towering Caucasian men, 1 Japanese man, and a wealthy businessman from Korea. The moment Lu Qingyu's party entered, the Japanese man's gaze instantly fixated upon Gu Qingqing and Gang Xing, lewd, greasy, and deeply offensive, as he openly ogled them and muttered vulgar remarks. These 2 beauties are exquisite. Come sit with me, have a few drinks, enjoy yourselves. I'll reward you handsomely. At these words, Lu Qingyu's face darkened with icy fury. Without uttering a single syllable, he strode forward and delivered a thunderous, stinging slap. Slap. The sharp, piercing crack echoed sharply through the hushed lounge. Instantly, half the Japanese man's face swelled grotesquely. Enraged and humiliated, he slammed his fist onto the table and roared, "Bakiaro! How dare you strike me? I am the son of the deputy head of the Yamaguchi-gumi." He glared venomously. "Kneel now and beg my forgiveness, or hand over these 2 women as recompense. Otherwise you will die, Yamaguchi-gumi." "So what?" Lu Qingyu sneered coldly. "This is not Japan, and you dare threaten." Before the words had fully faded, he struck again, and again, landing 5 or 6 brutal slaps that split the Japanese man's lip and left him reeling, dazed and bloodied. Chaos erupted instantly. The casino supervisor rushed in desperately, inserting himself between the 2 men, pleading earnestly, "Mr. Lu, please calm yourself. No further violence. A brawl in the VIP lounge would cause irreparable reputational damage. Let me ask this favor of you for my sake. Let this end here. I promise you full redress afterward. Will you accept this resolution?" Lu Qingyu, unwilling to provoke excessive trouble within the casino, relented gracefully. "Since you've come personally to intercede, I'll grant you this courtesy." The Japanese man seethed inwardly, yet dared not escalate matters inside the Lisboa casino. Gnashing his teeth, he fixed Lu Qingyu with a venomous stare and challenged, "Fighting proves nothing. Let's settle this at the poker table. Pure skill, no tricks. Dare you accept?" Lu Qingyu grinned broadly. "If you wish to gamble, I'll oblige you completely." The other foreign gamblers, roused by the spectacle, enthusiastically endorsed the match. Casino staff swiftly prepared the chips and established the rules: an opening stake of 10 million yu. dollars per player. The stud poker match commenced immediately. Cards dealt, bets placed, calls made, raises launched. The tension thickened palpably. Using his spatial storage ring, Lu Qingyu perceived every player's hand with absolute clarity. Within an hour, the Japanese man had lost his entire $10 million stake. The three Caucasian tycoons and the Korean businessman soon followed suit, collectively losing $5 to $6 million to Lu Qingyu. Watching his opponent crumble in abject humiliation, Lu Qingyu deliberately mocked, "So this is the pinnacle of Japanese gambling prowess. $10 million vanished in the blink of an eye. You're truly outmatched." These words struck like a blade to the man's pride. He slammed the table and bellowed, "Don't gloat. Dare you face me alone in a heads-up stud match? Let's wager $100 million. Will you take the challenge?" Lu Qingyu accepted without hesitation. However, he added, turning to the casino supervisor, "I doubt your establishment can cover such a sum. Please arrange immediate asset verification. Only when funds are confirmed shall we begin." The casino promptly assigned specialists to conduct rigorous financial validation. Once verified, the $100 million heads-up match officially commenced. The croupiers swiftly shuffled and dealt the first round of whole cards. Lu Qingyu received a pair of aces. His opponent's whole cards were scattered insignificant pips. From the outset, the Japanese man aggressively raised, seeking to overwhelm Lu Qingyu with sheer intimidation. Yet Lu Qingyu remained unruffled, matching each raise with serene composure. As community cards were progressively revealed, Lu Qingyu formed two high-ranking pairs, while his opponent also assembled two pairs, though markedly inferior in rank. After several tense rounds of betting and counter-betting, the Japanese man's resolve shattered. With a desperate snarl, he went Allen. When the final card was turned, Lu Qingyu's hand dominated decisively. In merely 30 minutes, the entire $100 million stake passed from the Japanese man's hands into Lu Qingyu's. Crushed by successive defeats, he flew into blind crimson rage, shouting uncontrollably before Lu Qingyu could even provoke him again. "Let's play heads up once more, this time for $1 billion. Let's wager $1 billion. Lu Qingyu's heart soared. Such windfall required no persuasion. With a cheerful smile, he declared, "If you insist on delivering wealth to my door, I'll gladly see this through to the end." The casino conducted another stringent asset audit. Upon confirmation of full funding, the unprecedented $1 billion match began. Back and forth probing, repeated raises, and protracted psychological warfare ensued. Empowered by his spatial storage ring, Lu Qingyu commanded every nuance of the game's progression. At the climax of the duel, his opponent, desperate to reverse fate, bet his entire fortune in one final reckless Allen. When all cards lay exposed, Lu Qingyu unveiled a royal flush, delivering an instantaneous decisive victory. Within an hour, the Japanese man had lost his entire $1 billion stake. His face drained of all color, cold sweat broke across his brow, his entire body trembled violently. He knew he was utterly ruined. This $1 billion belonged to the Yamaguchi-gumi's operational fund, not his personal wealth. In desperation, he resorted to baseless accusation, pointing wildly at Lu Qingyu. "You cheated. There's no other explanation. I couldn't possibly lose so catastrophically." "Yes, absolutely, you cheated." Lu Qingyu cast him a cool, indifferent glance. "You accuse me of cheating. Mere words hold no weight. Produce evidence." The Japanese man floundered helplessly, offering only hysterical slander devoid of any substantiation. As the standoff intensified, the casino's general manager arrived urgently. Having assessed the situation, he spoke gravely. "The Lisboa Casino upholds absolute fairness. We will now initiate an immediate, exhaustive investigation of the entire match. But let this be unequivocally clear. If Mr. Lu is found innocent of cheating per our house rules, your right hand shall be severed." Horrified at the prospect of mutilation, the Japanese man frantically waved his hands. "No, absolutely not my hand. I still possess $30 million. I offer it in full settlement in lieu of amputation." He turned anxiously toward the general manager, who in turn respectfully sought Lu Qingyu's judgment. "Mr. Lu, the challenger proposes settling his debt with $30 million. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. Do you consent to this resolution?" "Mr. Lu, the challenger proposes settling his debt with $30 million. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. Do you consent to this resolution?" Lu Qingyu regarded the Japanese man with undisguised contempt and replied offhandedly, "A hand is less valuable than hard cash. I accept this arrangement." Once agreed, casino staff immediately conducted a thorough full-body search of Lu Qingyu and meticulously examined every playing card table surface and gaming apparatus. They repeated the inspection multiple times, yet uncovered not a single trace of foul play. All present now understood unequivocally Lu Qingyu had competed with absolute integrity. No deception, no artifice. Shattered by colossal losses and paralyzed by dread of Yamaguchi-gumi retribution, the Japanese man's mind collapsed entirely. He fainted dead away on the spot. Upon final reconciliation, Lu Qingyu's total winnings from the VIP lounge match amounted to $1,166,000,000 US dollars, supplemented by nearly 400 million Hong Kong dollars earned the previous evening, yielding staggering returns. Once all funds were securely transferred to his private account, Lu Qingyu departed the VIP lounge, with Gu Qingqing and Gongxing returning to their presidential suite at the Lisboa Hotel. After Lu Qingyu left the casino with Gu Qingqing and Gongxing, the casino's chief executive immediately reported the incident to He the Gambling King. Upon learning that Lu Qingyu had won over $1 billion in a single night, he was deeply astonished. He immediately asked, "Who is this man? Have his background and identity been thoroughly investigated?" The executive promptly replied, "Mr. He is from Hong Kong. His name is Lu Qingyu, and he founded Qingyu Group, a newly registered enterprise. Though the company is young, its flagship Qingyu Tower holds exceptional value with a market valuation of approximately 15 billion Hong Kong dollars. The casino's investigation only uncovered Lu Qingyu's role as chairman of Qingyu Group, completely missing his concurrent position as head of the Walin-Sheng Triad. Even if they later stumbled upon records of a triad leader sharing the same name, the executive would dismiss it as mere coincidence. In his mind, a billionaire tycoon could never possibly serve as a triad chieftain. I understand. Ultimately, he did not win money from our casino, and after thorough review, he committed no cheating or foul play. We will not intervene further." He then instructed the executive, "From now on, keep close watch. Should he return to the casino, treat him with utmost courtesy, but otherwise do not involve yourselves in any other matter." Moreover, he remains in Macau for now. The Yamaguchi-gumi undoubtedly bears a grudge and lies in wait. Arrange reliable personnel immediately to protect him covertly. Not a single hair on his head may be harmed. See this done without fail. Rest assured, Mr. I'll deploy trusted operatives at once to safeguard Mr. Lu's safety. Nothing shall go amiss." Meanwhile, Lu Qingyu sat in the presidential suite with Gu Qingqing and Gongxing discussing multi-hundred million dollar. Lu Qingyu remained entirely unaware that news of his billion-dollar casino win had already reached He the Gambling King, or that he had quietly deployed protective agents to shadow him. Outside, Black Tiger and his men instantly detected an additional contingent lurking in the shadows. Likewise, Ing Yi and his concealed team identified them without delay. Assuming it was the Yamaguchi-gumi launching reprisal, they braced themselves for combat, only to discover upon careful reconnaissance that these were operatives dispatched by the Lisboa casino. Once assured of their benign intent, merely maintaining silent vigil around the perimeter, they chose not to interfere, allowing the casino's agents to remain unchallenged in their covert watch. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Lu Qingyu rose, bathed, dressed immaculately, and settled onto the living room sofa. He lit a cigar, drew a slow contemplative puff, then murmured softly, "Ing Yi." Instantly, Ing Yi materialized and strode forward, bowing respectfully. "Young master, were there any anomalies last night?" Ing Yi reported promptly. "Young master, shortly after your return, the casino deployed over 20 operatives to encircle the premises. I confirm their intentions are harmless, so we withheld action and permitted them to maintain their quiet vigil out." Lu Qingyu exhaled, slowly pondering. He had expected the cherry blossom-clad man, whom he'd humiliated, to rally Yamaguchi-gumi forces for vengeance. Yet he had underestimated He the Gambling King's authority. The Yamaguchi-gumi dared not stir trouble at the hotel. Lu Qingyu knew well. Macau was not his domain. Hong Kong offered far greater security and ease. Half an hour later, Gu Qingqing and Gongxing emerged, freshly groomed and ready. Seeing them prepared, Lu Qingyu led the group out of the Lisboa hotel. They boarded a luxury sedan arranged by the hotel and drove smoothly toward the ferry terminal, bound for Hong Kong. The journey unfolded without incident, and even aboard the ferry all remained calm and undisturbed. Lu Qingyu grew increasingly puzzled. He focused inward, scanning intently. The entire vessel radiated no hostility, no hostile gaze fixed upon him. Could it be that the cherry blossom-clad man was never truly the Yamaguchi-gumi deputy chief's son? Had he merely invoked the gang's name as hollow bluster, designed solely to intimidate? With no adversaries appearing, Lu Qingyu welcomed the tranquility. Even should that man truly arrive with vengeful intent, he dismissed the threat entirely. Black Tiger and Black Panther stood guard at his side. 12 elite bodyguards stood ever ready. Not dozens, but even hundreds, could not breach his personal space. Moreover, 6 masters, Ing Yi among them, lay hidden in the periphery, each a mid-stage Sichuan realm cultivator equal in cultivation to Lu Qingyu himself. With such sentinels concealed, thousands would fall futilely before ever reaching him. Before long, the ferry docked smoothly at the Victoria Harbor Terminal. As they disembarked, a waiting luxury sedan pulled up instantly. They entered the vehicle and sped smoothly toward Qingyu Tower. Upon entering the building's grand lobby, Ing Yi and his 5 companions stepped forward from concealment. They accepted shopping parcels from the accompanying guards and followed closely behind Lu Qingyu, Gu Qingqing, and Gongxing into the private elevator ascending to the penthouse residence. No sooner had Lu Qingyu settled onto the living room sofa than his custom wristwatch emitted a gentle vibration. With a subtle thought, it reshaped itself into a vintage mobile phone. He pressed the answer key. A breathless voice crackled through. "Brother Yu, I just got word. Wuya and Xiao Mian, who of the East Star Triad, are plotting against you." Upon hearing the report, Lu Qingyu's lips curled into a faint knowing smile. Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, who held no weight in his estimation. In fact, he almost welcomed their provocation. Should they dare strike, he would seize the opportunity to capture them both. Then he could compel Luo Tuo, the East Star's leader, to pay dearly for their ransom, extracting a massive sum and bleeding him dry. Smiling, Lu Qingyu asked, Huang Mao, your intelligence network is impressively swift. How exactly did you learn of Wu Ye's plot? Huang Mao replied hastily, Brother Yu, here's how it happened. Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, who hired outside help to their contractor is Ah Wu of the Number Gang, a mercenary who answers only to money. For sufficient payment, he'll undertake even the most perilous assignment. I learned this from one of our hostesses. Ah Wu's junior drunk and indiscreet revealed it to her. Negotiations are concluded. Wu Ye and his ally now lie in wait, seeking the perfect moment to strike. Huang Mao, that hostess delivered credible intelligence. Reward her with HK0 on my behalf. Understood, Brother Yu. I'll arrange it immediately. Lu Qingyu added, just hold our territory firmly. My safety requires no concern from you. He ended the call without another word. At 9:55 a.m. the next day, Lu Qingyu arrived at the main gate of the Ho Lin Sheng headquarters in a business sedan. Today marked the second grand election for the organization's new Dragon Head, an occasion he awaited with palpable anticipation. He felt utterly confident once this meeting concluded the Dragon Head position would belong to him, and only him. Moments later it struck 1000 m. All hall masters and elder uncles had assembled. Only Uncle Deng, whose voice carried decisive weight, remained absent. At that moment, De Pu He floated with unbridled arrogance, his face radiating smug certainty, as if the Dragon Head throne were already his by divine right. Just then Uncle Deng entered slowly, leaning on his cane, flanked by two underlings. No sooner had Uncle Deng taken his seat than he spoke without preamble. Everyone present knows why we gathered today. 3 days ago, the elder uncles nominated Jimmy Zai and De Pu He as candidates for Dragon Head. Now Jimmy Zai has declined the position, leaving De Pu He as the sole remaining candidate. Over these past 3 days, I have consulted every elder uncle. We have reached unanimous consensus. De Pu He shall succeed as Dragon Head. Effective today, De Pu He is officially the new Dragon Head of Ho Lin Sheng. Having spoken, Uncle Deng led the applause. Instantly, the elder uncles followed suit. De Pu He beamed ecstatically, unable to contain his grin, while other hall masters clapped eagerly, currying favor. The entire hall erupted in applause, except for two men who stood frozen, stunned into silence. The first was Jimmy Zai. He had assumed Uncle Deng would choose Lu Qingyu, for no one in the entire organization matched Lu Qingyu's qualifications. The second was Lu Qingyu himself. Utterly assured of victory, he had expected Uncle Deng's unwavering support, only to witness De Pu He's shocking ascension. Lu Qingyu's mind churned with bewilderment and a sharp sting of betrayal. None of it made sense. If De Pu He's appointment had been decided days earlier, why delay the announcement until now? In an instant, he grasped the truth. Something was deeply amiss, some hidden maneuver he had yet to uncover. His thoughts raced, but his expression remained perfectly composed as he raised his hands to applaud alongside the rest, concealing every trace of inner turmoil. Indeed, the reality aligned precisely with Lu Qingyu's suspicion. There was something profoundly wrong. 2 days prior, De Pu He had personally delivered 30 million Hong Kong dollars to Uncle Deng. Lu Qingyu had offered Uncle Deng 20 million Hong Kong dollars, a fact Uncle Deng well knew. To decisively outmaneuver Lu Qingyu, De Pu He not only doubled the sum, but also knelt on the spot and declared Uncle Deng his godfather. Advanced in years and lifelong solitary, Uncle Deng had no children nor kin to rely upon in his twilight years. With money and filial devotion offered in equal measure, Uncle Deng's heart softened, and he accepted. To Uncle Deng, De Pu He possessed modest talent, but exceptional obedience and pliability. Whether De Pu He could competently lead the organization mattered little. Uncle Deng intended to oversee matters closely himself. Yet he resolved not to announce the godfather arrangement publicly, not yet, lest it invite criticism. As he clapped leisurely, his eyes flickered covertly toward Lu Qingyu. Outwardly impassive, he observed Lu Qingyu's every micro-expression. When he first saw Lu Qingyu's face freeze in shock, a faint furrow creased Uncle Deng's brow. But the next moment, Lu Qingyu's features smoothed. Every flicker of dismay vanished. Calm, compliant, he joined the applause without hesitation, his demeanor flawlessly deferential. At that, Uncle Deng's furrow eased, and a quiet nod passed through his mind. Having steered Ho Lin Sheng through decades of tempest, he had witnessed every manner of crisis. What he demanded was never raw ability, but absolute unshakable control over the entire organization. Though he admired Lu Qingyu, his sharp intellect, his strategic acumen, his rare brilliance, admiration was not authority. Ho Lin Sheng answered only to Deng Wei. He was the supreme sovereign, the emperor behind the throne. So long as Lu Qingyu remained obedient and refrained from intrigue, Uncle Deng would extend his patronage generously. But should Lu Qingyu harbor resentment, or dare undermine Ho Lin Sheng, or threaten Uncle Deng's supremacy, retribution would be swift, merciless, and absolute. After decades at the helm, Uncle Deng possessed unshakable confidence. He believed himself capable of controlling any man within the organization. Not even the present-day Lu Qingyu, nor the legendary Big D, once so fearless and arrogant he defied heaven and earth, had escaped his grasp. Big D had brazenly threatened to break away, form a rival Ho Lin Sheng, and wage open war against the organization. And what became of him? Crushed utterly, brought to his knees, forced into abject submission, stripped of all. In Uncle Deng's eyes, Lu Qingyu, even at his most formidable, could never escape the confines of his five-fingered palm. Now slowly Uncle Deng raised his hand and gestured gently for silence. At that signal, every person in the hall ceased applauding instantly. A profound hush descended, so deep one could hear a pin drop. Uncle Deng's gaze shifted directly to Du He. His voice resonated with solemn authority. Du He, effective this very moment, you are Ho Lin Shang's official dragon head. Step forward and address your brothers. Already trembling with exhilaration, Du He's face burned crimson, his excitement spilling over uncontrollably. At Uncle Deng's words, he shot upright, spine rigid, strides purposeful, as he strode forward. He bowed respectfully to all sides, his voice thick with unrestrained fervor. I am profoundly honored by Uncle Deng's trust, and deeply grateful to all elder uncles and brothers for esteeming me, Du He, worthy of this dragon head position. From this day forth, I bear the mantle of Ho Lin Shang's dragon head. I swear before you all, I will lead us with diligence, govern the organization with integrity, and never betray your sacred trust. I speak no empty boasts. From now on, prosperity flows to all. I pledge shared wealth for every. Follow Du He, and you shall feast on delicacies, drink fine wine, earn riches together, and share blessings alike. But let any dare oppose Ho Lin Shang, my wrath shall fall upon him first, and without mercy. His speech grew ever more impassioned, flowing with polished rhetoric, brimming with self-congratulatory vigor, his pride soaring to its zenith. The assembly watched, some nodded approvingly, others concealed private calculations. Lu Qingyu stood among them, face serene, heart glacially still, utterly silent. When Du He finally paused, breathless and triumphant, only a handful of elder uncles offered perfunctory applause. The rest remained conspicuously silent. No spontaneous ovation, no genuine enthusiasm. Uncle Deng observed it all, then with practiced composure initiated applause himself. Only then did the others follow, belatedly salvaging the moment with a thin veneer of celebration. Once the clapping subsided, Uncle Deng's expression turned grave as he addressed the gathering. Brothers Ho Lin Sheng has weathered turbulent storms, both within and without. Now with the dragon head finally chosen, our path ahead is clear. I have arranged a grand banquet tomorrow evening at Yuguchi Restaurant to formally celebrate Du He's ascension as dragon head. Leaders from allied organizations will attend. Every one of you must stand ready. No missteps, no lapses in decorum. Let no one tarnish Ho Lin Sheng's honor. A chorus of assurances rose immediately. Rest assured, Uncle Deng. Not a single slip. We'll uphold Ho Lin Sheng's dignity without fail. Having delivered his directives, Uncle Deng dismissed the assembly with a curt wave. Hall masters, elder uncles, and underlings rose swiftly, gathered their belongings, and filed out in orderly succession. Lu Qingyu moved with the crowd, turning to depart the headquarters, when a calm, aged voice echoed from behind. You wait a moment. Lu Qingyu halted mid-stride. A subtle shift stirred within him. He stopped, turned, and walked deliberately to sit before Uncle Deng. The others, quick to read the unspoken cue, hastened their exits. None dared linger. Within moments, the vast conference hall stood empty, leaving only Uncle Deng and Lu Qingyu seated face-to-face in profound, charged silence. The grand conference room of the headquarters lay utterly silent. Not a whisper disturbed the stillness. Elder Deng sipped tea slowly from his cup, saying nothing. Lu Qingyu sat opposite him in equal silence, calm and unruffled, his expression betraying not a trace of impatience. They sat face to face, neither speaking first, merely drinking tea in quiet communion. 10 minutes slipped by like a fleeting breath. After decades navigating countless storms, endless disputes, treacherous figures, and shifting allegiances, Elder Deng had rarely encountered a youth so composed at such an age, unshaken, imperturbable, his inner waters perfectly still. In that moment, Elder Deng felt both profound admiration and deep-seated wariness. Precisely because Lu Qingyu was so steady, so unervingly grounded, Elder Deng dared not let him rise too high too fast. A man like this, once granted true power, would cut through all opposition with unstoppable brilliance. At that instant, Elder Deng inwardly breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had chosen Du He as the new dragon head. Had Lu Qingyu ascended instead, he would have been impossible to control thereafter. Lu Qingyu remained silent, not out of deference, but sheer unwillingness to waste words. In his eyes, Elder Deng had sealed his own fate the moment he named Du He dragon head. His countdown to death had begun silently the instant that choice was made. The silence stretched taut, until finally Elder Deng broke it. Lifting his gaze, he spoke slowly. Do you truly hold no thoughts on this matter? Is there nothing you wish to say to me? Lu Qingyu responded instantly with a serene smile, his voice tranquil, utter. Uncle Deng, what is there to say? To gain is fortune, to lose is destiny. Besides, my seniority is shallow. I knew full well I lacked qualification. This outcome was never unexpected. Hearing these words, Elder Deng's suspended heart settled deeply, his posture relaxed, his demeanor steadied. His feelings toward Lu Qingyu were profoundly ambivalent, genuine admiration entwined with unease at the young man's impenetrable depth. Compounding this was Lu Qingyu's past generosity and impeccable etiquette. Elder Deng sincerely wished to win him over, never to push him into opposition. Thus, feigning helplessness, Elder Deng sighed and offered reassurance. You, truth be told, I favored you most for. Yet all the senior uncles raised objections in unison. You've only been in the organization for 2 years. You became a hall spokesman, but recently, your credentials remained too thin to command authority beneath you. So they unanimously proposed a puhe for this term and pledged their unwavering support for your ascension in the next. I could not oppose so many elders alone, and their reasoning held merit. Please understand my predicament. Do not take this to heart. Lu Qingyu listened and inwardly laughed with cold, razor-edged contempt. Not a single word, not even a punctuation mark of that fabricated tale did he believe. He was a transmigrator, a viewer of the original film, and understood Elder Deng's motives with absolute clarity. Yet outwardly he remained effortlessly detached, utterly unmoved, replying with gentle composure. Uncle Deng, you flatter me. Merely attaining the position of hall spokesman was already due entirely to your patronage and guidance. Frankly, had you not raised the possibility, I myself never contemplated vying for the Dragonhead seat. Elder Deng could not discern sincerity from artifice, but the reply pleased him immensely. He nodded approvingly and continued weaving promises. Excellent, Ayu. Your clarity delights me. Continue performing diligently, and know I have always held great faith in you. Wait patiently for the next election. Rest assured, I will back your ascent with full authority. Lu Qingyu heard only hollow platitudes and suppressed a visceral urge to spit in Elder Deng's face. Yet his expression revealed nothing, only gratitude. Profound and Reverend Uncle Deng, may rest easy. I shall serve diligently, never failing your trust. They exchanged further pleasantries, polished, flawless, impeccably diplomatic. Soon after, Lu Qingyu rose, took his leave, and walked out of the Walin Sheng headquarters without hesitation. The moment he entered the business sedan and the door closed behind him, leaving him utterly alone, the warmth vanished from his face. His expression darkened in an instant, his aura turning glacial, piercing, lethal. If you never intended to grant me the Dragonhead position, why dangle it before me? To ignite hope, then extinguish it without mercy. You kindled expectation only to hand the throne to Depuhe. Having bestowed hope, you then cast it aside. Uncle Deng, you have already charted your path to death. Within days, news rippled across the underworld. Depuhe had assumed the mantle of Walin Sheng's new Dragonhead. Every major figure, from street bosses to syndicate lords, was stunned. None had foreseen this outcome. Yet the Dragonheads of elite organizations remained unsurprised. Each was a master of perception, seeing clearly what others missed. Walin Sheng had never been ruled by its Dragonhead. Real power, the unseen hand guiding every fate, had always belonged unequivocally to Elder Deng. Who sat as Dragonhead was merely a matter of Elder Deng's decree, and even then ultimate authority remained his voice dropped calm and commanding. Deliver my order, activate all our agents embedded across every hall. Seize every opportunity to ascend. Where opportunity arises, rise without hesitation. Where none exists, forge it. And uncover why Elder Deng chose Depuhe. I demand every detail, every hidden truth. The sedan was empty, yet the instant his words ended, Yi's low, reverent voice resonated beside him. Understood, young master. I shall act immediately. The sedan glided smoothly forward, arriving moments later at the entrance of Huwei Boxing Gym. Lu Qingyu stepped out and strode directly inside, passing through the gym floor until he reached his office. Empty now, Huang Mao and the others long gone. He seated himself calmly, drew a cigar, lit it, and exhaled a slow, deliberate plume of smoke. He could have claimed the Dragonhead title effortlessly, only to be betrayed. Since others denied him opportunity, he would create it himself. A flash of glacial light flickered in his eyes. He had already fixed his first target. Elder Deng must die. With Yi and his cadre of elite operatives acting in shadow, execution would be flawless, silent, precise, leaving no trace. Even the most skilled forensic examiner would conclude sudden natural death. Elder Deng was elderly, overweight. Cerebral hemorrhage would be medically plausible, legally unassailable. Depuhe, however, must survive, for now. 2 consecutive unexplained deaths among Dragonheads would ignite suspicion across the entire underworld. Too conspicuous, too dangerous. He required a perfect strategy, one capable of eliminating all at once, every hall master, every veteran uncle, and the incumbent Dragonhead, Depuhe included. Even Jimmy Z would not be spared. Though they bore no personal grudge, Jimmy Z possessed a dangerously sharp intellect, meticulous, perceptive. Should every other key figure perish, he would inevitably become the sole beneficiary. And with that mind, he would detect anomalies without fail, sooner or later tracing suspicion back to Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu refused to tolerate such latent risk. After all, he was by all legal appearances a legitimate upstanding businessman. At noon, Lu Qingyu joined Huang Mao Heilang and Hu Li for lunch. Afterward, the group strolled through the headquarters of Huanyu Security. They then visited the training ground to observe their subordinates undergoing rigorous drills. The intensity had been extraordinary. Dozens had already withdrawn, unable to endure the grueling regimen. Lu Qingyu showed no leniency, not out of cruelty, but principle. Anyone who faltered was dismissed without hesitation, each receiving HK1000 as severance. His organization retained only elite operatives. No place existed for mediocrity. If one could not withstand this training, how could they survive the brutal realities of underworld warfare? Such individuals would inevitably fall in bloody confrontations. Leaving them behind served no purpose. By 4 p.m., Lu Qingyu sat in his office at Huey Boxing Club. A call arrived from Su Qingyue, who was overseas. Her voice, soft and poised, filled the line, "Young master, everything has proceeded smoothly. I've recruited over 400 foreign women from several countries. All arrangements are complete. Barring unforeseen complications, I'll depart for home in 2 days." A faint knowing smile curved Lu Qingyu's lips. "Excellent work, Qingyue. You've truly earned my gratitude. When you return, I'll see to it that your efforts are richly rewarded." Su Qingyue missed the double meaning entirely, replying earnestly, "Young master, I'm not weary at all. Serving you brings me genuine joy. You've always been the most thoughtful, radiant in appearance, peerless in capability. Truly my most trusted and indispensable assistant." Lu Qingyu offered the praise effortlessly. On the other end, Su Qingyue's heart swelled with quiet delight, her spirits soaring at his words. She then shifted tone, reporting seriously, "By the way, young master, I've secured over 800 million US dollars on your behalf. Of that, 630 million is clean, legally transferable capital. The remaining 236 million is illicit. To bring it home, it must be shipped by sea, an unavoidably slower route." Lu Qingyu felt a surge of satisfaction. He already held 2.8 billion, and adding the 630 million in clean funds brought his total to 343 billion. Moreover, Lu Ruyan had been quietly amassing wealth on his behalf, whose conservative estimates placed her unreported gains in the hundreds of millions. With such staggering capital, triggering the hundredfold multiplier would inflate the sum to a breathtaking $300 or $400 billion. Lu Qingyu calculated swiftly. With this fortune, he now ranked among the world's most powerful magnates, capable of executing any strategic ambition, whether consolidating influence in Hong Kong, expanding overseas, or maneuvering northward. He added Qingyue deposit the legitimate funds into an anonymous account. As for the illicit portion, first attempt to launder it through Las Vegas. If that fails, proceed with maritime transport. Understood, young master. They exchanged a few more casual remarks. Lu Qingyu reminded her to take care abroad, then ended the call. A subtle, satisfied smile lingered on his lips. Earlier, Deng Bo's deception had soured his mood, but this call had swept away every trace of displeasure. His strategy for deploying the windfall was already crystallized. He intended to purchase nothing else, only gold. At current market rates, the sum could acquire precisely 300 tons. Holding such a reserve would allow him to launch his own private bank, backed by 300 tons of physical gold. After hanging up, he'd considered returning early to Qingyu Tower. But then he recalled Huang Mao's warning. Dongxing's crow was preparing to strike. Hiding inside the tower would deny them any opening. If they sought confrontation, the surest tactic was to become the bait, to expose vulnerability and draw them out. At 8 p.m., Lu Qingyu arrived at Suanwan Pier with Hei Lang and Hu Li. Suanwan connected to Yuanlong, a region not wholly dominated by Dongxing, yet 70% under its control. He brought only Hei Lang and Hu Li. The car carried merely a driver and one bodyguard. The fewer men he brought, the clearer the invitation he extended to Crow. Upon disembarking, Hei Lang retrieved 2 crates of chilled beer from the trunk, while Hu Li carried a bag brimming with appetizers. The three settled casually on the pier's edge, drinking, laughing, radiating utter nonchalance. Yet throughout the journey, Lu Qingyu had sensed surveillance, shadows trailing discreetly behind. He noted, however, that neither Crow nor Laughing Tiger led the pursuit, so he deliberately chose the pier. He knew with certainty once isolated, Crow would not resist the temptation to act. Over an hour passed. Both crates of beer vanished, yet Crow's faction remained conspicuously absent. Then from the distance, a fishing vessel glided slowly toward shore. Lu Qingyu glanced up indifferently, his attention fixed solely on Crow's imminent arrival. He had no interest in irrelevant maritime traffic. Minutes later, the boat docked firmly beside the pier. No sooner had it steadied than sharp gunshots pierced the night air. Lu Qingyu's brow twitched. He turned toward the sound and said coolly, "Hei Lang, go investigate. Find out what happened, and whose vessel that is." Without a word, Hei Lang nodded and melted into the darkness. Sun Wan was his domain. The pier naturally fell under his absolute authority. Ordinarily, he ignored minor fishing vessels docking, until gunfire transformed the matter entirely. This was not mere trespass, it was open defiance. Within moments, Hei Lang returned. "Brother Qingyu," the vessel's smuggler captain opened fire. Greed drove him to turn on his passengers. 2 are dead, 1 gravely wounded, 5 remain unharmed. I confirmed they're illegal immigrants from Siam. The smuggler targeted them specifically, sensing opportunity in their desperation. Lu Qingyu asked, do these smugglers have ties to our branch? None whatsoever. No connection, no history, He Lang replied. Lu Qingyu's gaze hardened. No ties. And yet they dare discharge firearms on my territory. Let's go. Lately, videos about Guangdong natives contributing household expenses have flooded social media. Some even claim that Guangdong parents exploit their children. As a native of Guangdong, I can say that contributing to household expenses is simply second nature to me. A natural expression of filial piety, a solemn duty toward family, and a virtue deeply etched into our bones. We never wait for our parents to ask. The moment our salaries are deposited, we rush home brimming with excitement to hand every cent over to them. If this is exploitation, then what do you call raising a child from infancy? Is it mere misfortune for them? Marriage demands funds. Buying a car requires capital. Building or purchasing a home takes substantial investment, all made possible by the very money we contributed, supplemented by our parents' own savings. Who ultimately benefits from the money parents ask us to contribute? Is it not ourselves? Some remark, no wonder Guangdong people have so many children, 2, 3, even 4 or 5. To suggest we bear children solely to exploit them strikes me as both absurd and infuriating. Our approach to child rearing in Guangdong differs markedly from other regions. Contributing to household expenses serves both as a gentle restraint on young adults and as an essential part of their upbringing, though in some cases it also stems from genuine financial constraints within the family. Young people fresh out of school often lack a mature understanding of money. Without guidance or boundaries, their first earnings may quickly vanish through reckless spending, treating currency as if it held no real value. Why does Guangdong consistently report the highest birth rates in China, while Northeast China faces critically low fertility rates? This contrast reveals a fundamental distinction. From the moment they enter society, Guangdong youth are already expected and prepared to shoulder adult responsibilities for their families. In Northeast China, however, parents continue to cradle their children in protective care, sometimes even providing financial support long after their offspring have entered the workforce. Not because such parenting is wrong, but because regional customs differ. Yet in my view, this nurturing tendency often discourages young adults from stepping beyond the comfort zone sheltered by parental care. Even after marriage, many hesitate to start families, because deep down they still see themselves as children. Each generation bears its own responsibilities, and one day those children will themselves become parents. If we leave all hardship and sacrifice to our elders, that boomerang will inevitably return to strike us. Yesterday, I came across a video featuring a 50-year-old father from Northeast China seated at the dinner table, declaring firmly, who doesn't support their grown children? If you won't raise them, why bring them into the world? That reminded me of a television program I watched years ago, likely a family mediation show. It featured a divorced security guard who had single-handedly raised his son, even sending him to university. I no longer recall which province it was, but I remember clearly it was somewhere in northern China. After graduation, the son immediately married a classmate. Every expense, from the wedding to daily life, was borne entirely by that security guard father. After marriage, the university-educated son and his equally educated wife remained idle at home, refusing to step outside. When urged to seek employment, they offered excuses. Either the weather was too hot or too cold. One winter day, snow blanketed the ground, temperatures plunging below -15°C. When his daughter-in-law craved fried dough sticks, the son issued a command, ordering his father to go out and buy them. On a modest monthly salary of roughly 3,000 yuan, the widowed father sustained them both. Years passed. Despite repeated appeals, the son remained unmoved. And in their shared home, both son and daughter-in-law grew bold enough to shout at their father without restraint. As he aged, the father, desperate to change his son's ways, had no choice but to turn to a televised intervention program. Though the details escape me, one line remains seared in my memory. You gave birth to me. You must support me. If you want, then don't give birth to me at all. To any devoted parent, those words are a glacial dagger, piercing straight into the heart. So when I saw that video, the one where the father declares who doesn't support their grown children, I found myself suddenly uncertain whether such a sentiment reflects nobility or folly. Perhaps my perspective is simply too narrow. Hearing those words from the university graduate son, I felt only revulsion. He was less than human. Yet hearing them spoken by the father himself, I sensed something profoundly noble, the quiet courage of parenthood. Right and wrong, good and bad. These distinctions matter far less than refraining from deliberately inflaming division or overinterpreting others' words. Whether one hails from Guangdong or Northeast China, regional differences shape our education values and customs. Just as people passionately debate whether tofu pudding should be sweet or savory, each holding their own truth. To be honest, I feel no envy whatsoever toward my Northeastern peers who contribute nothing to their household expenses. For me, contributing is not obligation. It is the mark of adulthood, the quiet pride of belonging to a family. I love my parents. I love my home. And because I do, I willingly give, not out of compulsion, but from devotion. This is not exploitation. It is the sacred responsibility of every family member. Lu Qingyu strode forward with He Lang toward the fishing boat, the sea wind howling past as a pungent stench of blood flooded his nostrils. He stepped onto the deck without hesitation, his cold gaze sweeping disdainfully across the cabin interior. Blood stained the floor in dark, irregular patches. Several snakeheads, ruthless human traffickers, stood there, their fierce expressions now twisted with panic. The remaining illegal immigrants trembled violently, their faces drained of all color, pale as parchment. Lu Qingyu's eyes swept casually over the group, then froze abruptly, locking unblinkingly onto a motionless figure slumped in the corner. The man lay prone, his clothes torn and bloodied, utterly still, as if life had already fled his body. Yet even the half-visible contour of his face sent a jolt through Lu Qingyu's chest. It was uncannily familiar. A suspicion flared instantly in his mind, still unconfirmed, yet chillingly plausible. And the fact that this man had just smuggled himself in from Siam sealed the match perfectly. Lu Qingyu tilted his chin slightly and issued a terse command to He Lang, go. Check his condition. Yes, brother, you. Without a word, He Lang strode forward, pressed 2 fingers to the man's throat to gauge his pulse, then checked his breath before returning swiftly to report. He's alive, brother, you. Wounded and utterly exhausted, unconscious from collapse. Release all the illegal immigrants. Take this unconscious man to the hospital. Treat him with utmost. He turned sharply toward the snakeheads, his aura sharpening into lethal intent. As for these, drag them down and sink them into the sea. At those words, the traffickers shattered, dropping to their knees, foreheads pounding the deck, wailing desperately for mercy. Spare us, sir. We've learned our lesson. We'll never dare again. Please show us mercy. Yes, sir. We were possessed by madness. Grant us even a dog's life. Terror stripped them bare, foreheads bleeding, voices raw with sobs. But Lu Qingyu didn't deign to glance back. Men who dared fire guns and spill blood on his turf and sin, one deserved no more than oblivion. He uttered not a syllable more, not a single wasted breath, and strode off the boat, leaving behind only the fading echoes of their desperate cries. He Lang's eyes hardened. First he ushered the immigrants away, then with brutal efficiency he snapped the necks of every begging trafficker. Next he carried the unconscious man ashore, doused the fishing boat in gasoline, and flicked a lit cigarette into its hull. Within moments flames roared skyward, consuming the vessel whole. Lu Qingyu climbed into the waiting business sedan. He Lang followed, cradling the unconscious man into the rear seat with practiced care. The vehicle pulled away smoothly from Tsuinwan Pier. Scarcely had it traveled a few hundred meters when a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. Boom! Shaking the night air. The fishing boat detonated in a cataclysm of fire, a searing inferno that tore the vessel apart, lighting up half the night sky in violent crimson radiance. No one in the car turned to look. Such an outcome had been inevitable, hardly worth a second thought. The driver gripped the wheel, accelerated steadily, and steered unwaveringly toward the hospital. But minutes after departure, 7 or 8 panel vans suddenly screeched onto the intersection ahead, barreling sideways, blocking the entire road, sealing every possible escape route. Screech! The driver slammed the brakes. In the next instant, 8 doors flung open simultaneously, and a torrent of thugs poured out like a black tide. Each brandished gleaming cleavers or steel pipes, their faces twisted with menace. At the vanguard stood Wu Ya and Xiao Mian, who, the infamous second and third tigers of the East Star Triad. Wu Ya's face burned with fury and arrogance. Clutching a thick steel pipe, he stomped forward and pounded it hard against the sedan's hood. Clang, clang, clang. His gaze venomous and contemptuous. Lu, stop hiding like a coward in your shell. Tonight you won't slip away. His voice boomed, taunting, dripping with malice and mockery. Get out now, if you know what's wise. That way I might let you keep some dignity. Otherwise I'll cripple you where you stand. Trapped and besieged, Wu Ya raged at the hood, his face contorted with pure hatred. He and Xiao Mian, who had seethed for weeks. Earlier they'd fallen into He Lang's trap, and Lu Qingyu had extorted a staggering 6 million Hong Kong dollars from them. Afterward, Luo Tuo, the Triad's supreme enforcer, issued an ironclad order they would repay every cent themselves. 6 million, impossible for either to raise alone. Crushed by debt demands from the syndicate and choking on the humiliation of being robbed, they loathed Lu Qingyu with visceral, bone-deep hatred. They'd long plotted their revenge. If Lu Qingyu could swindle them, why couldn't they strike back? Rob him blind, repay their debts, and exact vengeance in one flawless stroke. Today, seizing the rare moment when Lu Qingyu traveled with minimal guards, they'd laid an ambush, determined to erase him entirely. Inside the sedan, Lu Qingyu observed Wu Ya and Xiao Mian, who with icy detachment, reading their intentions in an instant. A spark of dark amusement flickered in his eyes, and a brilliant, ruthless plan coalesced in his mind. He turned to He Lang and Huli beside him, and to the driver and the other bodyguards seated up front. His voice brooked no dissent. All 4 of you, get out. Fast. Knock every one of them unconscious. Not one is to be spared. Not a word was spoken in reply. They swung open the doors and charged out, swift, silent, decisive, rushing headlong toward the mob led by Wu Ya. The East Star thugs still brandished blades and pipes, shouting bravado, utterly unprepared for the merciless one-sided annihilation about to descend upon them. Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, who stood at the front smirking as He Lang and the others charged, already opening their mouths to hurl insults. But before a single syllable escaped, He Lang blurred forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat. His strike was lightning fast and surgical, a precise, devastating chop to Wu Ye's nape. No time to react. Wu Ye's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a felled tree. Xiao Mian, who barely had time to recoil before Hu Li struck, calm, accurate, instantaneous. He crumpled unconscious. The rest of the East Star gang stared, weapons still raised, paralyzed by shock. He Lang, Hu Li the driver, and the bodyguard showed no mercy. Like tigers unleashed into a flock of sheep, they moved with terrifying speed and precision, each blow calibrated to stun, not kill. In under 60 seconds, nearly 100 East Star members lay sprawled unconscious across the asphalt, bodies tangled haphazardly, cleavers and pipes scattered like discarded toys. Lu Qingyu watched the entire spectacle from within the sedan, unmoved, unruffled, as if observing little more than falling rain. He picked up his brick-sized mobile phone and dialed Huang Mao's number, voice cool, and clipped Huang Mao. Bring everyone. Now. I'm blocked by East Star at Suanwan. The moment the call ended, He Lang and the others returned, efficient, silent, and already back in position inside the sedan awaiting further orders. Within minutes, a convoy of over a dozen Hyundai gray sedans, lights blazing, roared into view, flooding the street until every lane was choked with steel and fury. As the vehicles halted, Huang Mao descended, flanked by over 100 armed men, their presence so overwhelming that the entire block seemed to hold its breath, sealed tight by sheer suffocating force. Huang Mao had rushed all the way here in a frantic hurry, though Lu Qingyu hadn't been very clear on the phone just now. He'd assumed they'd been ambushed, something grave had happened, and had urged his convoy to race forward at breakneck. Yet the moment he stepped out of the car, he was stunned. Bodies lay sprawled haphazardly across the entire road, motionless, unconscious, utterly incapacitated. For a heartbeat he froze, dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. But his wits snapped back within seconds. He hurried briskly toward Lu Qingyu's business sedan, just as the door swung open from inside. Lifting his gaze, Huang Mao saw Lu Qingyu seated calmly inside, unharmed and unruffled, his suspended anxiety dissolving instantly. He blurted out at once, "Brother, you are right." He blurted out at once, "Brother, you are." Lu Qingyu smiled faintly, voice light and effortless. "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. With He Lang and Hu Li by my side, this rabble stands no chance of laying a finger on me." In Huang Mao's mind, Lu Qingyu had always been the strategist, the mastermind who never resorted to brute force. He had no idea his boss concealed formidable personal strength. Lu Qingyu saw no need to reveal that truth. There was no advantage in exposing every card in his hand. Huang Mao scratched his head, nodding vigorously. "Thank goodness you're unharmed. Thank goodness." Never imagined Wu Ye and Xiao Mian who would dare such audacity to actually move against Brother Yu. This time will make them pay dearly. Will ensure they regret it for the rest of their lives. Lu Qingyu raised a hand, his expression turning cool and decisive. Huang Mao, listen carefully. Take Wu Ye, Xiao Mian, Hu, and every single person here back to the headquarters. Hold them under strict confinement. Also select a dozen or so junior members from Dongxing. Assign them specifically to share confinement with Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, Hu. Though puzzled by the order, Huang Mao responded without hesitation, "Understood, Brother Yu. I'll arrange it immediately." Inside the sedan, Lu Qingyu leaned back into his seat, a glint of profound calculation flickering deep in his eyes. He had already forged a flawless, airtight plan. Tomorrow marked the grand banquet celebrating De Pu Hei's formal ascension as the dragon head of He Liansheng. Until just now, Lu Qingyu had been meticulously weighing how best to orchestrate his rise. What identity, what pretext, what method could allow him to purge every hall master and elder patriarch present, root and branch. But the instant he saw Wu Ye and Xiao Mian Hu blocking the road, the perfect scheme crystallized in his mind. He would have He Long deploy skilled impersonators, men disguised precisely as Wu Ye and Xiao Mian Hu. Others would pose as the dozen or so Dongxing juniors confined alongside them. At tomorrow's Dragon Head banquet, this ensemble of imposters would infiltrate the venue unnoticed. There they would stage a shocking spectacle, feigning a violent assault upon him, launching a brazen public attack. That single act would justify the total annihilation of every hall master and elder patriarch in attendance. Clean, absolute, irreversible. He would bear no stain of fratricidal betrayal, yet seize supreme authority outright. Perfect. A cold, silent smile curled Lu Qingyu's lips. Such seamless machination was possible only because Ying Yi and her team mastered the pinnacle of disguise arts. No one else could execute such precision. Once tomorrow's banquet unfolds flawlessly, He Liansheng will be reborn under the name Lu. Every hall, every territory, every loyalist would answer solely to Lu Qingyu. And the advantages extended far beyond mere control. When the imposters struck tomorrow, slaughtering He Liansheng's leadership before the assembled elders, all blame would fall squarely and irrevocably upon Dongxing. All would believe Dongxing had instigated the violence, Premeditated, ruthless, an open massacre of He Liansheng's highest echelons during the Dragon Head's own coronation feast. And Lu Qingyu, the sole surviving core figure on site, rising to avenge his fallen masters and elders, righteous and justified, his cause unassailable. That rationale would silence even the most hardened Jianghu veterans. No dissent, no objection, no flaw to exploit. With such overwhelming moral authority, he could launch a full-scale legitimate war against Dongxing, commanding heart's principles and legitimacy alike. In the end, he wouldn't merely dominate He Liansheng. He would swallow Dongxing, whole, seizing every territory, every enterprise, every asset. Soon the business sedan pulled smoothly to a halt before the hospital in Tsuanwan. The moment the vehicle stopped, Lu Qingyu turned to He Lang and ordered crisply, "He Lang, you take this man inside for medical examination and treatment. Stay with him and see to his care. We're leaving now." Without a word, He Lang nodded, hoisted the unconscious man onto his shoulder, and strode purposefully into the hospital. Lu Qingyu wasted no further time. He signaled the driver to depart. Destination, Qingyu Tower. The car sped forward, arriving shortly at the foot of Qingyu Tower. No sooner had he stepped out than he issued a low, firm commanding, "Go immediately to He Long. Coordinate with Hu Li to select suitable candidates. Prepare them to impersonate Wu Ye and Xiao Mianhu, and also those dozen Dongxing juniors held in confinement." Several hours slipped by. After finalizing the major project with Gu Qingqing and Gongxing, exhaustion gave way to deep relaxation, and soon he sank into a profound slumber. The next morning at 10 o'clock, the wristwatch beside his bed emitted a gentle vibration, rousing him instantly from sleep. He switched it to Big Brother phone mode with a flick of his finger and answered the call without hesitation. Lu Rian's voice, soft, melodious, and warm, flowed through the line, "Young master, everything you entrusted me with has been completed. I have successfully recruited 1,200 personnel. They will depart for Hong Kong Island by ship tomorrow. Funds have also been fully consolidated, 600 million US dollars in clean, legally sourced capital, fully liquid and immediately deployable." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu's lips curled upward in quiet satisfaction. His mood lifted effortlessly as he replied with deliberate calm, "Excellent. Since all is settled, return as soon as possible. I miss you." At those words, Lu Rian instantly recalled the night before her departure, and her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Her heart fluttered, both shy and sweet, as she murmured tenderly, "Rian misses you too, young master. I shall return to your side early tomorrow." They lingered in affectionate conversation for several more moments before parting with reluctant sighs. Lu Qingyu did not return to bed. Instead, he rose immediately. Attendant maids hurried forward to assist with his wash and grooming, then meticulously dressed and groomed him to perfection. Once fully prepared, Lu Qingyu departed Qingyu Tower in a luxury business sedan. He stopped nearby at an upscale restaurant and savored a leisurely, sumptuous meal. After eating and drinking his fill, he re-entered the sedan and headed directly toward Tsuanwan. The vehicle glided smoothly to Huwei Boxing Gym, where Lu Qingyu stepped out and strode straight to the office. Huang Mao, He Lang, and Hu Li were already assembled inside, alongside the man rescued from the fishing vessel the previous night. As Lu Qingyu pushed open the door, He Lang spoke first. "Brother Yu, after this man regained consciousness at the hospital last night, I intended to give him a sum of money and let him leave quietly. But he refused outright, insisting on seeing you in person. With no choice, I brought him here." Lu Qingyu turned his gaze toward the man and studied him carefully, head to toe, twice over, before asking coolly, "Why insist on seeing me? What do you wish to discuss?" "My name is Gao Jin," the man replied, voice steady and solemn. "Last night you saved my life. I seek only to remain by your side, to repay that debt of gratitude." At the name Gao Jin, Lu Qingyu's mind clicked instantly, and a faint knowing smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Indeed, he had not misjudged. This was none other than the legendary soot and savagery Gao Jin. In this world of Hong Kong, who wouldn't yearn to recruit such a peerless warrior? Lu Qingyu feigned indifference, replying with mild amusement, "You wish to repay me? Then tell me, do you even know what I do? And more importantly, what precisely could you offer me?" Gao Jin met his gaze unflinchingly. "I've spoken with Brother He Lang. I know you're affiliated with a triad, and I happen to possess exceptional martial skill, especially in close combat. Dozens of ordinary thugs fall before me without effort." Lu Qingyu knew full well that Gao Jin was deliberately understating his prowess. If Langia Abu could hold his ground against 100 men, Gao Jin, his equal in caliber, was certainly far more formidable than that modest claim suggested. Feigning skepticism, Lu Qingyu raised an eyebrow. "So capable, and yet you couldn't handle a few petty human traffickers, even fainted in the end." Gao Jin scratched his head awkwardly and explained quickly, "It wasn't that I lost to them. I suffer from severe seasickness. For days aboard the vessel, I ate nothing properly. My stamina was utterly depleted. Only then did I collapse. If you doubt me, test my abilities anytime." Lu Qingyu, in truth, had long wished to verify whether Gao Jin truly possessed the legendary ferocity depicted in film. His expression sobered. "Before we proceed, let me be clear. I operate within a triad. Blade's flash lives hang by a thread every day. Are you certain you wish to stay?" Without hesitation, Gao Jin's eyes burned with unwavering resolve. I am certain. Had you not intervened last night, I would be dead. From this day forward, my life belongs to you. I swear to serve you faithfully, to guard you, to act for you. Lu Qingyu nodded approvingly, lightly clapping Gao Jin's arm, and declaring, I do not require blind loyalty or sacrificial devotion. But if you wish to join my ranks, you must prove yourself, concretely. Here is the trial. Survive 1 full minute against He Lang, and you are accepted. Gao Jin was proud, possessed of extraordinary skill and absolute confidence in his own might. Hearing that merely 1 minute against He Lang would suffice, he felt a quiet surge of indignation. He deemed the condition almost insulting, yet uttered not a word of protest, simply lowering his chin in a firm, silent nod. They exited the office at once and made their way to the central ring of the gymnasium. Lu Qingyu stood at the edge of the ring, gazing at Gao Jin with softened tone and genuine concern. Gao Jin, this is your final chance. Should you reconsider, I'll give you 100,000 HKD, enough to live comfortably far from the Triads' dangerous currents. He did not finish before Gao Jin cut in voice resolute. No need. Once chosen, I do not waver. Seeing Gao Jin's unwavering stance, Lu Qingyu ceased persuasion and turned to He Lang. He Lang, if Gao Jin's decision stands firm, test his skill, but restrain yourself. No serious injury. He Lang grunted low in acknowledgement. Without another word, he leapt, light and precise, onto the ring. He planted his feet, raised a hand in courteous invitation, gesturing for Gao Jin to ascend. Huang Mao stood nearby, arms crossed, confident Gao Jin would not last a minute. Among all Tsuanwan's members, aside from Hu Li, no one had ever endured even 60 seconds against He Lang. Gao Jin's eyes sharpened, his entire being igniting with fierce battle intent. Unfazed, he stepped forward and vaulted onto the ring. Huang Mao chuckled, brother, do you truly believe this man can last a full minute against brother He Lang? Lu Qingyu smiled faintly. Huang Mao, you cannot judge a man by surface alone. Would you wager he matches He Lang blow for blow? Impossible, utterly impossible. If he survives 1 minute, it's already miraculous. To trade blows evenly with brother He Lang, not in 1,000 years. Huang Mao refused to believe it, not even slightly. Huang Mao did not believe, not even for a moment, that Gao Jin could hold his own against He Lang. In his eyes, He Lang's martial prowess had long reached the pinnacle. Ordinary men could not withstand even a single strike. Seeing Huang Mao's skepticism, Lu Qingyu chuckled and teased. Huang Mao, since you're so unconvinced, let's make a bet. 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Dare you? Even as he witnessed brother Yu's unwavering confidence, Huang Mao remained utterly certain of Gao Jin's inevitable defeat. Without hesitation, he accepted. Deal. Brother Yu, I'll win that 10,000 HKD, no question. Atop the fighting platform, Gao Jin and He Lang stood face to face. The air between them taut as drawn. True masters never strike rashly. Both locked eyes, tracking every micro-movement, waiting for the slightest opening, neither willing to expose even a sliver of vulnerability. Seconds ticked by. A full minute passed in silent, motionless confrontation, so long that Huang Mao began to fidget with impatience. Then suddenly Gao Jin moved. He had mastered Xingyi Quan Bagua Zhang Wing Chun and the Tiger Crane double form, and had also trained rigorously in Muay Thai's devastating leg techniques. His entire repertoire fused into seamless, unified mastery. When he struck, it was with thunderous force, his speed bordering on the surreal, his movements too swift for Huang Mao to trace. Gao Jin darted diagonally forward, his footwork shifting unpredictably, closing in with the ethereal gliding steps of Bagua Zhang. In the same breath, his elbow drove sideways, a fierce explosive blow aimed straight at He Lang's chest. He Lang merely curled a faint smile. Unflustered, he pivoted gracefully, evading the strike with effortless precision. Simultaneously, he raised his arms to block, absorbing Gao Jin's rapid Wing Chun chain punches with solid, unwavering resistance. Sharp staccato impacts rang out, punch meeting palm again and again, as offense and defense wove together in a blur of motion. Gao Jin's assault was relentless, fierce, dense, and overwhelming. The Tiger Crane double form lent raw, unyielding power to his strikes, their gales howling through the air. Interspersed were vicious Muay Thai roundhouse kicks and side kicks, each one brutal, each one lethal. Yet He Lang, forged in countless battles, possessed battle-hardened instincts and impenetrable defense. No matter how ferocious Gao Jin's onslaught, He Lang absorbed, deflected, and neutralized every blow with uncanny finesse. To onlookers, the exchange was a dizzying whirlwind. Two titans trading blows, countering, adapting, locked in furious, fluid combat. 3 minutes elapsed. After a sustained barrage, Gao Jin's breath began to falter, his movements subtly lagged, just half a beat. That fleeting imperfection, gone in the blink of an eye, was seized instantly by He Lang. He intercepted Gao Jin's fist with a powerful arm block. Then, stepping in close, he twisted Gao Jin's wrist with ruthless efficiency and drove his shoulder forward. A sharp, resonant thud echoed as Gao Jin staggered backward several paces. Before Gao Jin could regain his footing, He Lang surged forward, his palm slashing down like a blade onto Gao Jin's shoulder, instantly sealing off all further offensive options. The outcome was sealed. After exactly 3 minutes of combat, Gao Jin, physically weakened and exhausted, succumbed to He Lang. Gao Jin had endured days of starvation and debilitating seasickness. His body remained frail, far from peak condition. Yet he knew with quiet certainty that even at his absolute prime, he would still fall short against He Lang. Below the platform, Huang Mao watched, stunned, as the two truly exchanged blow for blow. His grin froze, then collapsed entirely, all mirth drained from his face. Lu Qingyu tilted his head toward him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Huang Mao, see for yourself. From start to finish, they traded evenly. This round, you lost. Huang Mao's face fell. He scratched the back of his head, crestfallen and deeply regretful. He had never imagined Gao Jin could be this formidable, still recovering, yet holding his own against He Lang for so long. But the wager had been made, and honor demanded he uphold it. With shoulders slumped, he conceded without protest. Lu Qingyu turned his gaze toward Gao Jin atop the platform, and said, though you ultimately fell to He Lang, you held firm for an extraordinary length of time. You fought him evenly, blow for blow. That alone proves your mettle. From this moment onward, you are my brother. Call me brother you from now on. Hearing Lu Qingyu's acceptance, Gao Jin's taut expression softened into a genuine startled smile, joy and awe mingling in his heart. He descended from the platform and approached Lu Qingyu, bowing deeply with profound reverence. Thank you, brother you. From this day forward, my life is yours, to serve you wholeheartedly, without fail. Lu Qingyu gave a calm, dismissive wave. No need for such formality. Your skill is clear to me. Your body has yet to fully recover. Rest well. Greater opportunities await you soon. They then returned together to the office of Huwei Martial Arts Hall and took their seats. Lu Qingyu casually picked up a pack of Marlboro cigarettes from the desk and offered one to each person present. He lit his own, drew deeply, and exhaled slowly. As the smoke curled upward, he spoke deliberately. From today forward, Ah Jin is one of us. You've all just witnessed his true ability, solid, undeniable skill. He turned to Huang Mao and issued instructions. Huang Mao, you'll assign 100 of your 500 men to Ah Jin. Also select 5 of your 10 elite fighters and place them under his command. Then he addressed He Lang and Fox. Each of you will assign 100 men to Ah Jin. Furthermore, from your respective circles of 10 top-tier fighters, each of you will contribute 5. Those 10 I have other plans for. Huang Mao, He Lang, and Fox nodded immediately. No objections, no hesitation. Lu Qingyu's arrangement was in truth a calculated move to consolidate control and prepare for a broader strategic maneuver against Lian Sheng. Earlier, he had embedded 8 fighters of He Lang's caliber across various branches. Each had been assigned 10 subordinates, except one whose team had remained incomplete. This reallocation was precisely the opportunity to fill that gap, ensuring stability and cohesion across the entire structure. At that moment, Huang Mao pulled 10,000 Hong Kong dollars from his pocket and placed them solemnly before Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu glanced at the money and smiled. Huang Mao, consider this a lesson. Never judge a man by appearance. With that, he withdrew 20,000 more from his own pocket, added it to the 10,000 on the table, and tossed the full 30,000 directly to Gao Jin. Ah Jin, take this. Buy yourself some proper clothes. And later Huang Mao will take you to choose a car. The expense goes straight through the branch's official account. Gao Jin stared at the 30,000 Hong Kong dollars before him, his heart pounding with shock. In all his life, he had never seen so much money at once, let alone held it in his hands. Yet he did not refuse. With both hands, he accepted the sum reverently and silently vowed with iron resolve to devote himself utterly to Lu Qingyu's service. Come what may, even mortal danger, he would lay down his life to protect brother Yu's safety. Beside him, Huang Mao, though just having lost 10,000 HKD, felt no sting of loss. He had served Lu Qingyu for less than a month and already received 1 million HKD and a fine automobile. In his mind, following brother Yu meant wealth flowing effortlessly, far surpassing 10,000 HKD. Such a trivial wager was hardly worth a second thought. At just past 2 in the afternoon, Lu Qingyu departed from the Huwei Martial Arts Hall and took a car back to Qingyu Tower. Upon returning to his luxurious penthouse residence, he first indulged in a relaxing bath, then changed into clean, refined attire before strolling leisurely into the living room. Gu Qingcheng and Gang Sheng were both already in the living room. Lu Qingyu turned to Gu Qingcheng and issued his command directly. Qingcheng, there is an urgent matter I need you to handle immediately. Our group's account currently holds $280 million. Qingyue holds over $60 million, while Ruyan also controls another $60 million. You are to depart overseas today without delay, consolidate every cent from the group's account, as well as all funds held by Qingyue and Ruyan, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Once fully aggregated, convert the entire sum into gold. He then removed the storage ring from his finger and handed it directly to Gu Qingcheng, leaning close to whisper instructions into her ear. Before handing over the storage ring, he drew out a desert eagle and secured it at his lower back. Gu Qingcheng listened intently, committed every word to memory, and bowed respectfully. Yes, young master. I shall execute this task flawlessly. Lu Qingyu regarded her with quiet satisfaction and said coolly, good. I trust your judgment implicitly. One more thing, contact me by phone before finalizing any gold transaction. Gu Qingsheng raised no objection, obediently acquiesced, and promptly withdrew to pack for her journey. Once she had left, Lu Qingyu turned to Gangsheng and spoke gently. Gangsheng, if staying indoors grows tedious, feel free to go out and stroll, or purchase anything that pleases you. He gestured towards several maids standing nearby, and added, let them accompany you. With them at your side, your safety is guaranteed. Gangsheng nodded sweetly and replied, Brother Yu, I'm not bored at all. The house is full of delights, and the elder sisters keep me company with lively conversation. And Brother Yu, please take extra care when handling affairs outside. I'll wait peacefully here for your return. A warm tenderness welled within Lu Qingyu's chest. He reached up affectionately to ruffle her hair, his gaze soft and tender. Without further words, he rose and departed Qingyu Tower once again. After boarding the executive sedan, the driver smoothly accelerated, heading straight for Tsunwan and returning to the Huwei Martial Arts Hall. The moment Lu Qingyu stepped out of the vehicle, Ying Yi's voice murmured beside him, Young master, all arrangements have been finalized. Yet one detail warrants reconfirmation, the staged incident wherein you were deliberately shot. Perhaps we should simply cancel it. Its omission would hardly compromise the overall plan, and your safety remains paramount. Besides, they would never dare fire upon you. Lu Qingyu pondered silently. He had originally reasoned that if every senior leader of Lianqing perished, yet he alone emerged unscathed, rumors would inevitably circulate behind his back. Yet upon reflection, he acknowledged Ying Yi's logic. Once all adversaries lay vanquished, who would dare speak out? Throughout history, victors dictate the narrative. So long as he secured ultimate authority, others would readily craft justifications on his behalf. Having reached clarity, he declared decisively, Very well, I defer to your judgment. Cancel that step. Ying Yi continued, Young master, we have uncovered the reason behind Deng Bo's relentless support for Dapu Hei's ascension. Dapu Hei paid Deng Bo 30 million Hong Kong dollars and formally adopted him as his godfather, an arrangement known to no one else. Lu Qingyu was faintly surprised. He had not expected Dapu Hei to act with such lavish generosity. Instantly it dawned on him why the sum was precisely 30 million, not more not less. Clearly Dapu Hei had learned of the 20 million he himself had previously gifted Deng Bo, and deliberately exceeded it by 10 million to assert dominance. Understood, I am fully aware of this matter. With that, he strode into the Huwei Martial Arts Hall and headed straight for the office. Huang Mao and Gao Jin had gone out to purchase clothing and a vehicle, leaving only He Lang and Hu Li inside. After seating himself, Lu Qingyu issued his directive, He Lang, Hu Li, you will accompany me tonight to Dapu Hei's inauguration banquet. He then revealed the entirety of his plan, to eliminate all elders and branch masters in one day. Had Wu Ya and Xiao Mian who not acted first last night, he might never have conceived such a flawless, ruthless strategy. His original intention had been to quietly eliminate Deng Bo, but circumstances had shifted beyond expectation. This banquet presented the perfect opportunity to purge all obstacles at once. At precisely 5:30 p.m., Huang Mao returned with Gao Jin. Gao Jin now wore an impeccably tailored, elegant suit. From head to toe, he exuded sharpness and commanding presence, finally embodying the essence of a sartorial enforcer. Lu Qingyu appraised Gao Jin, thoroughly, growing increasingly pleased. He nodded approvingly, Excellent, Ah Jin. This suit suits you perfectly. From now on, wear formal attire daily. Your aura is formidable enough. Flustered by the praise, Gao Jin scratched his head bashfully and stood quietly beside him, saying nothing more. Lu Qingyu glanced at his wristwatch. Exactly 5:30. Timing could not have been more precise. He rose and issued his orders. Huang Mao Yu and Ah Jin remain at the branch headquarters to hold the territory firmly. I will attend the banquet with He Lang and Hu Li. Brother, you rest assured. I'll guard this place like an iron fortress. Not a single misstep will occur. Lu Qingyu gave a slight nod, then exited the office with He Lang and Hu Li, departing the Huwei Martial Arts Hall. Once aboard the sedan, he instructed the driver, proceed directly to Yugugu Restaurant. The driver responded instantly, accelerating smoothly toward the restaurant. A grand drama was about to unfold. Serving as Lu Qingyu's personal driver and bodyguard was no ordinary assignment. Both men ranked at the same elite tier as He Long, possessing martial prowess and operational acumen surpassing even He Lang and Hu Li by a full level. Initially, Lu Qingyu had told He Long such high-caliber protection was unnecessary. Yet He Long insisted, adamantly refusing to yield, until Lu Qingyu, unable to decline further, reluctantly agreed. He knew well that their constant proximity rendered his security utterly impregnable. Though their cultivation had reached only the peak of the transcendent realm, against mere gang enforcers their superiority was nothing short of dimensional annihilation. Even He Lang and Hu Li would fall before their first strike. With these two supreme masters guarding him at all times, no fool would dare provoke trouble. Before long, the business sedan pulled up beside Yugui Restaurant and came to a halt. By then, vehicles of every make and model already filled the area surrounding the restaurant. The street teemed with people, members of He Liansheng, all unmistakably loyal to the same cause. Lu Qingyu stepped out of the car with He Lang and Hu Li striding directly toward the restaurant's grand entrance. At that moment, He stood at the door alongside two elder patriarchs of the Triad greeting guests amid great fanfare. Many heads of smaller external triads had arrived uninvited, eager to curry favor with He in hopes of future patronage. Today, He radiated triumph, his face flushed with vitality, his grin stretching ear to ear, so wide it refused to close. He had never dreamed he would one day ascend to the dragon head position and be revered by so many. Spotting Lu Qingyu approaching, He lit up with unrestrained warmth and hurried forward. Without hesitation, he swept Lu Qingyu into a hearty embrace, beaming, "Ah, you finally arrived. Why didn't you come earlier? Come, no formalities between brothers like us. Step inside first and help me keep an eye on the guests." Lu Qingyu offered a faint composed smile and nodded silently. Then, flanked by He Lang and Hu Li, he strode confidently into the restaurant. Once inside, he casually intercepted several passing underlings and asked them a few brief questions. There he learned that Elder Deng and the other veteran patriarchs had arrived long before and were resting together in an inner private room. He walked straight to the door, pushed it open, and greeted each senior leader respectfully. A quick glance confirmed they were all present. A quiet nod of satisfaction passed through him before he courteously excused himself and withdrew. Next, he circled the main hall, surveying every guest in attendance. Nearly all regional chapter masters had arrived, except for Jimmy Zi and Si Su, who remained conspicuously absent. Lu Qingyu's brow furrowed slightly, but he did not panic. Formal seating was still minutes away. This was the investiture banquet for He Liansheng's new dragon head, a grand affair indeed. As chapter masters, Jimmy Zi and Si Su dared not deliberately absent themselves. Just as he anticipated, only minutes later Jimmy Zi and Si Su entered the restaurant, one right after the moment Jimmy Zi spotted Lu Qingyu, he hastened over and extended his hand for a firm handshake. Then, lowering his voice, he asked, "Brother Yu, what are your thoughts on He's ascension?" Lu Qingyu smiled faintly, his tone calm and measured. "Brother Jimmy, I have no particular thoughts. I joined He Liansheng barely 2 years ago and only recently assumed leadership of the Fist King chapter. Elder Deng chose He as dragon head for reasons known only to him. As the greenest newcomer among all chapter masters, I hold no authority to question his judgment." Jimmy Zi froze, astonishment flickering across his face, before swiftly regaining his composure. In his estimation, Lu Qingyu was the youngest chapter master in He Liansheng, yet also the sharpest-minded, most composed, and most seasoned in demeanor. Long before this, Jimmy Zi had recognized Lu Qingyu as a man destined for greatness, his future limit. He believed that under Lu Qingyu's leadership, He Liansheng would grow ever stronger and more stable, which was why he had once vigorously championed Lu Qingyu's candidacy. Yet fate defied calculation. Elder Deng ultimately bestowed the dragon head title upon He, an outcome that left Jimmy Zi resigned and wistful. Staring at Jimmy Zi before him, Lu Qingyu felt an unexpected shift in intention, suddenly reluctant to eliminate him. His newly founded Huanyu group remained without a dedicated manager. Until now, he had planned to transfer personnel directly from Lu Juanhao's team to assume control. But observing Jimmy Zi's keen intellect, unwavering reliability, and shrewd competence, a new idea crystallized instantly in his mind. Why not offer Jimmy Zi a chance to bring him over to his side, entrusting him with managing Huanyu Group's enterprises? A perfect match of talent and opportunity. True, Jimmy Zi's acumen paled beside the elite commercial team granted by his system, belonging to entirely different tiers of capability. His sudden mercy stemmed not from sentimentality, but from cold pragmatism. Jimmy Zi had never been an obstacle on his path. There was no need for ruthless eradication. Having resolved his course, he uttered a quiet command into the air. "Ing Yi, relay my order spare, Jimmy Zi." Instantly, Ing Yi's voice whispered softly in his ear, a respectful, silent affirmation. In the blink of an eye, it was precisely 6 o'clock. The investiture banquet drew an extraordinary crowd, its scale unprecedented. From Hunghing, Jiang Tiansheng arrived in person, accompanied by Bi and Chen Yao. From Dongxing, Camel was notably absent. Instead, Wu Ya and Xiao Mian who led their contingents. Hisheng Hihi and Lu Number Gang Xin in Ni family, Yifeng Xin Jihong Tai Zhong. The banquet hall buzzed with energy. Chuan Bao, the master of ceremonies, strode onto the stage, raised the microphone, cleared his throat, and began. "Distinguished elders, respected brothers of the Jianghu, good evening. Tonight marks a momentous occasion for we extend our deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for honoring us with your presence tonight at Yugui Restaurant despite your demanding schedules. On behalf of every member of He Liansheng, I thank you for your unparalleled respect. Our journey thus far has been sustained solely by unity and brotherhood. After careful deliberation and consensus, we hereby declare effective today, He assumes the mantle of He Liansheng's new dragon head." At that, thunderous applause erupted. Smiling, Chuan Bi raised his hand. "Without further ado, let us welcome our new dragon head He to the stage. Give him your warmest welcome." Depuhe, radiant with exhilaration, marched briskly onto the stage and seized the microphone handed to him by Chuan Bi. First he raised both hands gently, calling for silence. His smile bloomed like spring blossoms, his bearing exuded confidence, vigor, and unshakable spirit. Clearing his throat, he declared loudly, first and foremost, I Depuhe express my profound gratitude to all the venerable elders, chapter masters, and fellow Zhonghu brothers gathered here tonight. He paused to bow deeply in all four directions, every gesture deliberate, every nuance polished. Then he continued, I have walked the Zhonghu for decades, never imagining I would one day stand as dragon head of Liansheng. I owe this honor above all to Elder Deng's trust, and to the steadfast support of all my esteemed elders and mentors. This debt of gratitude I shall carry in my heart for life. As Depuhe spoke passionately, his voice swelled with emotion. His chest thrust proudly forward, his entire being electrified with fervor. Finally, raising the microphone high, he concluded triumphantly, tonight, eat, drink, and celebrate without restraint. The finest food and finest wine await you all. Thank you, truly, for honoring me, Depuhe, with your presence. The moment he finished, thunderous applause and raucous cheers erupted. Depuhe floated on waves of adulation, his pride soaring beyond measure. As Depu's words faded, Wu Ye shot upright from his chair in one abrupt motion. Without uttering a single word, he seized the entire table before him and hurled it violently to the floor with a thunderous crash. Bowls, chopsticks, and wine glasses shattered in a deafening cacophony. Chaos erupted instantly. It seems the Liansheng is nothing more than a hollow shell. Wu Ye sneered, his gaze sweeping contemptuously across the room. In less than 2 months your dragon head lies dead, and 3 of your hall masters have fallen alongside him. With such abysmal ruin, how dare you still claim to be Hong Kong's foremost triad? And yet you crown a leader so pathetically inept. I spit on your so-called supremacy. The moment these words left his lips, every soul present froze in stunned silence. They were not cowed by Wu Ye, but utterly staggered by his audacity. This was no ordinary gathering, it was the grand investiture banquet for Liansheng's new dragon head, the most solemn and pivotal occasion in their entire hierarchy. Even a powerhouse like Hongxing, nearly equal in stature to Liansheng, would never dare breach decorum here. As for Dongxing, an outsider faction, such brazen provocation, toppling a table, delivering open humiliation, was unthinkable. A heartbeat of suffocating stillness passed, then Chuan Bao exploded. Rage surged crimson into his face as he sprang to his feet, finger jabbing furiously at Wu Ye. You wretched pup of Dongxing. How dare you storm our territory and hurl insults under our very roof? Kneel now, kowtow, and beg forgiveness, or you will not leave this hall alive. Your bones shall bleach upon this floor. While Liansheng's ranks burned with incandescent fury, the other triad elders stood mute, lips sealed tight, faces alight with grim amusement, as if watching a masterfully staged opera. All waited breathlessly, not for surrender, but for Wu Ye's next defiant move, and for Liansheng's inevitable, merciless retribution against Dongxing's mad crow. The air grew thick with tension, volatile electric poised on the knife edge of annihilation. At that razor-sharp moment, Wu Ye strode forward, flanked by Xiao Mianhu and a phalanx of Dongxing enforcers. Each step deliberate, unhurried, unflinching toward Chuan Bao. Every eye in the hall locked onto them. Instinctively, all assumed Wu Ye had finally relented. This was the walk of capitulation, the prelude to abject apology. No one could have foreseen what followed, nor could any mind reconcile it. Wu Ye's smile vanished like smoke, his right hand snapped backward to his waist, and in one fluid lethal arc drew forth a gleaming Blackstar pistol. The motion was flawless, no hesitation, no tremor. His arm rose steady as a sculptor's chisel and leveled the barrel squarely at Chuan Bao. Then, 3 sharp percussive reports tore through the air. 3 bullets struck true, unflinching, unerring. At the first detonation, every scalp in the hall prickled with primal dread. Smoke curled from the muzzle as Wu Ye held the weapon aloft, eyes blazing with feral cruelty, roaring down at the collapsing Chuan Bao ancient relic. You spat on my face, so I'll bury you where the salted duck eggs rot. Dare bark at me again, and I'll send you straight to hell's brine pits. Chuan Bao's eyes bulged wide, disbelief frozen on his face, as his body stiffened, then crashed backward onto the marble floor. Crimson bloomed rapidly beneath him, staining the pristine surface like spilled ink. To his final breath, he could not comprehend it. Broad daylight, witnesses everywhere. How could Wu Ye truly pull the trigger? How could he shatter sacred protocol so utterly? 3 gunshots, shrieking, brutal, final, ignited pandemonium. Triad patriarchs and syndicate lords paled to ash, trembling uncontrollably. They had come only to feast, to lend prestige, not to die in a hail of lead. This was no banquet, it was a slaughterhouse in disguise. None wished to trade their lives for empty ceremony. Panic seized them like a riptide. They scrambled backward, stumbling, colliding, shaking as violently as autumn leaves, desperate to vanish before the next bullet found its mark. Liansheng's hall masters and elder patriarchs stood rigid, faces dark as storm clouds. Fury roared within their chests, but not a single foot dared advance. They understood Wu Ye was unchained, unmoored, armed, unhinged, and utterly indifferent to consequence. To confront him was suicide. Frozen in terror and wrath, they stood paralyzed, until Lu Qingyu stepped forward, calm, unhurried, implacable. The instant he moved, He Lang and Hu Li surged ahead, forming a living shield between Lu Qingyu and Wu Ye's murderous gaze. Lu Qingyu's voice cut through the din, cold, low, resonant as temple bronze. Wu Ye, whether madness grips you, or some deeper scheme coils behind your eyes, drop the weapon. Now, if you fire again today, Hong Kong will erase your name from every street, every ledger, every memory. Flee to the ends of the earth, we will find you, hunt you, end you. If you fire again today, Hong Kong will erase your name from every street, every ledger, every memory. Flee to the ends of the earth, we will find. Then, a laugh erupted from his throat, jagged, unhinged, vibrating with pure venom. Lu Qingyu, I was just coming for you, yet you leap into the abyss yourself. Truly, you've grown too comfortable, too fond of your own breath. His arm snapped up. The pistol's muzzle swung toward Lu Qingyu, finger tightening on the trigger. Time fractured. Life hung suspended on a hair's breadth. He Lang moved faster than thought, launching himself bodily into the bullet's path, shielding Lu Qingyu with his own chest. A single sickening report. The bullet struck home. Simultaneously, Hu Li seized Lu Qingyu's arm and yanked him backward with desperate strength, while flipping over a massive solid wood round table to serve as cover. Wounded but unbroken, He Lang retreated in swift, gritted teeth strides, rejoining Lu Qingyu's side, resuming his vigil as guardian. Chaos consumed the hall. Screams, sobs, and panicked shrieks tangled into a single deafening roar. Wu Ye's eyes blazed crimson. He raised the pistol once more, aiming squarely at the makeshift barricade. 3 more shots cracked, splinters exploding outward like shrapnel. The air itself recoiled in horror. Then, raising the gun high, Wu Ye bellowed, a raw, guttural command: all of you move. Slaughter these He Liansheng vermin. If we don't kill them now, they'll bury us tomorrow. Xiao Mian, who needed no second order. In an instant, he and a dozen Dongxing enforcers drew concealed firearms, smooth practiced, chillingly synchronized. Dozens of muzzles flashed as one, then erupted in a relentless staccato barrage. Bang, 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 bang. Guests stampeded, trampling, colliding, falling, unable to outrun death. Several elder patriarchs fell mid-stride, crumpling into crimson pools, life already leaching from their bodies. Wu Ye advanced, gun in hand, eyes wild, until he stood before Deng Bo. A grotesque, ecstatic grin twisted his features as he snarled. Old fool, you cost me a fortune. Today your blood repays every cent. Die. Deng Bo was elderly, heavy-set, slow-moving, utterly defenseless in this maelstrom of gunfire. He watched helpless as the barrel aimed directly at his face. He could not flinch, could not flee, could only stare, wide-eyed and broken, as Wu Ye fired again and again, each bullet finding its mark. In that instant, the banquet hall transformed into a vision of hell. Bloods-licked marble, shattered glass, bodies strewn like discarded dolls. Guests abandoned dignity, abandoned loyalty. They fled blindly toward the main entrance, driven solely by the animal instinct to survive. Bodies crushed together, shoved, trampled. Every soul frantic to escape the killing ground, terrified that one more second would mean a stray round through the skull. Regret flooded their minds. They had all assumed absolute safety. This was He Liansheng's coronation day after all. No one dared disturb such sanctity. Thus most arrived unarmed. Even those who carried weapons had left them in their cars downstairs. Against Dongxing's berserk assault, flight was the only strategy. No defense, no resistance, only survival. Within 3 minutes, less, the gunfire ceased. An eerie, suffocating silence descended, broken only by ragged breaths and dripping blood. Bodies lay sprawled in grotesque profusion, each riddled with at least 3 bullets. Some bore 7, 8, even 9 wounds. No pulse, no hope, no mercy. Across the vast, opulent hall, only 4 figures remained standing: Wu Ye, Xiao Mian, Hu, and their disciplined cadre of armed Dongxing enforcers. Wu Ye swept his gaze across the carnage. No fear, no remorse, only glacial resolve. With a curt, decisive gesture, he commanded, "We leave." They moved with lethal efficiency, reholstering weapons, turning as one, exiting the banquet hall with cold, unhurried precision. Long before police sirens converged in force, they had vanished, dissolved into the city's labyrinthine veins, leaving behind only silence, blood, and ruin. When the gunfire finally ceased, the banquet hall fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Only the thick, acrid stench of blood hung heavy in the air, sharp and suffocating. Bodies lay sprawled haphazardly across the floor, drenched in crimson. Blood pooled everywhere, slick and glistening, a grotesque tableau of slaughter. Moments earlier, the assembled elders and branch masters of the Ho Lin Sheng Triad had sat at the banquet tables. Now not a single one remained alive. All lay motionless upon the cold, unforgiving marble, each riddled with at least 3 or 4 bullet wounds, leaving no trace of hope for survival. The mighty Ho Lin Sheng Triad, its leadership decimated in a single brutal stroke during its newly appointed Dragon Head's inauguration banquet, had been utterly dismantled by the crow. Lu Qingyu stood rigid behind the round table, his face ashen, his frame taut with fury and icy dread, every limb trembling with suppressed rage and chilling disbelief. Black Wolf, wounded in the arm, stood steadfast beside him, his sleeve soaked crimson, the wound burning fiercely. Fortunately, it was only a superficial graze, non-fatal yet agonizing, and he bore it without faltering, shielding Lu Qingyu with unwavering resolve. Fox stood vigilant beside them, eyes locked on the entrance, fingers poised, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Beyond these three, every elder and branch master of the Ho Lin Sheng Triad, throughout its entire hierarchy, had been executed. Not one survived. Amidst that suffocating stillness, a figure cautiously emerged from the restroom corridor inside the restaurant, pale as death, trembling uncontrollably. It was Jimmy Zai. Earlier, as the crow and his men drew their weapons and opened fire, plunging the hall into chaos, Jimmy Zai had excused himself, claiming stomach discomfort, and slipped away to the restroom. He had barely stepped inside when the first deafening shots erupted outside, followed by pandemonium. Gunfire echoed, screams tore through the air, and panic sent everyone fleeing for their lives. No one spared a glance toward the restrooms, nor noticed Jimmy Zai's absence. Terrified, he crouched silently inside a stall, breath held, heart hammering, surviving by sheer luck, hidden behind nothing more than porcelain and tile. Peering out tentatively, he took in the carnage. The corpses strewn like fallen statues, rivers of blood soaking the floor, and his pupils contracted violently. His knees buckled, he nearly collapsed where he stood. Every elder and branch master, figures who once commanded reverence and authority, lay lifeless in pools of their own blood. Not a single soul stirred. The Ho Lin Sheng Triad's upper echelon had been all but erased. Jimmy's eye stared at the infernal scene before him, shaken to his core, disbelief freezing his thoughts, his blood running cold. What should have been a grand ceremonial banquet, crowning a new dragon head, had been transformed by the crow into a massacre, leaving the Ho Lin Sheng leaderless and its leadership annihilated. Moments later, piercing police sirens wailed, growing louder, sharper, closing in. Squad cars swarmed the streets, sealing off the entire block. Redan blue lights strobed violently, blinding, oppressive. Armed officers stormed the building, cordoning off the entire restaurant with forensic tape, turning it into an impenetrable fortress. At the forefront strode Chief Inspector, he of the anti-Triad unit. Impeccably uniformed, his expression granite hard, marching swiftly into the banquet hall, flanked by dozens of officers. The moment he crossed the threshold, the metallic reek of blood struck him like a physical blow. His brow furrowed tightly as his gaze swept over the sea of corpses and blood-slicked marble. His face darkened, grave and unyielding. His officers followed in grim silence, some rookies visibly shaken, averting their eyes from the grisly spectacle, hastily erecting barricades to secure the crime scene. Chief Inspector, he had spent years investigating Triad violence, had walked through countless crime scenes, gunfights, massacres, executions. Yet this sight chilled him to the bone. Dozens of Ho Lin Sheng elites slaughtered mid-banquet, an atrocity of staggering magnitude. His eyes scanned the hall with practiced precision, locking instantly onto the sole survivors, Lu Qingyu, Black Wolf, Fox, and trembling beside them, Jimmy Zai. Stepping forward, Chief Inspector, his voice rang out, cold, commanding, absolute. No one moves. Everyone present is required to cooperate fully with the anti-Triad unit's investigation. He paused, his gaze settling on Lu Qingyu, then sweeping again over the blood-soaked ruin, before asking, voice low and heavy, "Who can tell me what happened here? Who fired the first shot?" Lu Qingyu drew a slow, controlled breath, and recounted with chilling clarity how the crow had overturned the table, drawn his weapon, and slaughtered the Ho Lin Sheng leadership, without mercy, without pause. Jimmy's eye stood frozen nearby, still reeling, the cacophony of gunfire and the sight of bodies collapsing replaying in his mind like a broken reel. Chief Inspector, his gaze sharpened, scanning the four survivors. Then he raised a hand, gesturing sharply to his officers. His tone brooked no dissent. "You four will accompany us to the station immediately for questioning. No one leaves until this case is resolved." At his command, several officers stepped forward, prepared to take them into custody. Lu Qingyu slowly lifted his head, his eyes glacial and fathomless, fixed unblinkingly on Chief Inspector He. An aura of raw, suffocating authority pressed down on the room, silencing even the air itself. He made no move to comply. His voice, when it came, was ice forged into steel, each word honed to a lethal edge. "Chief Inspector He, I must ask you this. The crow and his men vanished long ago. Yet instead of pursuing them, of arresting them, you arrived first to detain us, the victims." He gestured sharply toward the dense carpet of corpses, his eyes blazing with incandescent fury. "Look close. Every elder, every branch master, even half the mid-level brothers, all slaughtered here today. The Ho Lin Sheng's entire leadership has been wiped out in one stroke, leaving the organization rudderless, its foundations crumbling. Right now, rival triads are circling like vultures, eyes locked on this territory, hungry for blood and power. If you take us, its last remaining pillars, off the streets, who will hold the line? Who will quell the chaos? Do you grasp the scale of disorder that will erupt across Hong Kong? Triads will seize turf, wage open war, flood the streets with gunfire and slaughter. Can your department truly bear the weight of that consequence? His words struck like hammer blows, unflinching, resonant, overwhelming. Every officer froze, dumbstruck, unable to advance a single step. Chief Inspector He's face paled, then flushed, speechless under the force of Lu Qingyu's indictment. He knew deep in his bones that Lu Qingyu spoke truth. The sudden total annihilation of a Triad's apex leadership was inherently destabilizing, like toppling the keystone of an arch. To remove its last surviving leaders now, to lock them away, would shatter whatever fragile order remained. Within hours, Hong Kong's underworld would descend into full-scale citywide warfare. Jimmy Zai, regaining his composure, stepped forward, voice thin but urgent. Chief Inspector Brother Yu, we cannot be taken, not now. Stabilizing the Ho Lin Sheng is the only priority. If we vanish, chaos will consume the entire island. Chief Inspector, he stood silent, his gaze locked on Lu Qingyu, weighing consequence against protocol, duty against devastation, his mind racing, his jaw clenched tight. The atmosphere in the room grew taut to the breaking point. Officers exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to step forward and forcibly apprehend anyone. At that critical moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and the crowd instinctively parted to form a path. Chief Inspector Su strode in, confidently flanked by several senior officers, his presence commanding and imposing. The instant he entered the banquet hall, the pungent stench of blood mingled with the sight of corpses strewn across the floor, causing his brow to furrow sharply. He immediately sensed something deeply amiss, the tension crackling in the air. Inspector He's ashen expression. Lu Qingyu and his companions stood rigid, radiating an icy, unyielding aura. Both sides were locked in a precarious stalemate. Chief Inspector Su spoke at once, his voice low and resonant. What happened? Inspector, he hurried forward, leaning in close to deliver a swift, hushed summary of the entire incident. He recounted every detail, from Crow's public overturning of the table and opening fire to the massacre of Ho Lin Sheng's top leadership, and finally his own attempt to take Lu Qingyu and his men into custody. As he listened, Chief Inspector Su's expression grew increasingly grave. His gaze shifted deliberately toward Lu Qingyu, then swept slowly across the lifeless bodies sprawled on the floor. Within seconds, he grasped the full weight of the stakes involved. He knew full well that Ho Lin Sheng was one of Hong Kong's most powerful triads, and today its elders, hall masters, and patriarchs had all been wiped out without exception. If he now detained Lu Qingyu and the few remaining members at the police station, rival triads would inevitably seize the opportunity to scramble for territory, sparking citywide street warfare that the police could never contain. Chief Inspector Su's mind raced with lightning speed. Without hesitation, he waved dismissively at Inspector. He then turned to Lu Qingyu, his tone stern yet pragmatic. I've heard everything. This is an extraordinary situation. Mr. Lu, you may return for now, but your utmost priority must be stabilizing Ho Lin Sheng's internal order immediately. The entire organization is now headless, its ranks fracturing, and countless external forces are already circling this prize like vultures. You must rein in your underlings' emotions and hold the line firmly. Absolutely no large-scale brawls. Nor may you allow them to pursue private vendettas or ignite indiscriminate gang wars. Chaos benefits no one. Once the immediate crisis is contained, please voluntarily report to the anti-corruption unit to give your formal statements. For now, your sole imperative is to suppress disorder. No further incidents are permitted. Lu Qingyu remained impassive, offering only a slight solemn nod toward Chief Inspector Su. Chief Inspector Su, we understand perfectly. We will not let the situation spiral completely out of control. Yet this matter cannot be laid to rest until Crow is captured. So long as he remains at large, vengeance will fester. What we can contain today, we cannot suppress forever. Chief Inspector Su's expression hardened. Rest assured, the police will deploy maximum resources. A citywide manhunt for Crow and his East Star associates is already underway. Lu Qingyu said nothing more. With the wounded Black Wolf and Fox and the shaken Jimmy, he turned and departed. Within just half an hour, Crow, accompanied by East Star's forces, had stormed Ho Lin Sheng's inauguration banquet for its new leader. The news that he had publicly gunned down Chuan Bao and Uncle Deng and slaughtered Ho Lin Sheng's entire elder council and hall masters spread like wildfire across Hong Kong's underworld. From alleyways to gambling dens, from tea houses to brothels, every corner of the Triad world erupted in frantic discussion. The story blazed through the streets, shocking every ear, shaking every foundation. Did you hear? Crow of East Star has gone utterly mad. He opened fire right at Ho Lin Sheng's leadership. Heavens above. Every elder patriarch is dead. Nearly all hall masters have been wiped out. This was Hong Kong's foremost triad. Crow has torn the heavens apart. Now Ho Lin Sheng and East Star are locked in a blood feud with no possibility of reconciliation. Who could have imagined anyone daring to commit murder in such a setting? Reckless beyond reason, insane beyond measure. Now it's done. Ho Lin Sheng's leadership annihilated, its territories left ungoverned. Chaos is inevitable. Every major triad will reach for those vacant domains. The underworld trembled with shock and clamor. Some feared, some watched with morbid fascination. Smaller triads, sensing opportunity, eyed Ho Lin Sheng's vast, suddenly leaderless territories with hungry, restless ambition. Meanwhile, at East Star's headquarters, Dragon Head Luo Tuo received the news almost immediately. At that moment, he sat in his office, sipping tea, eyes closed in quiet repose, when a panicked underling burst in. The young man recounted the entire scene at the banquet hall word for word. As Luo Tuo listened, he froze mid-breath. His teacup crashed violently onto the desk, and his face darkened into an abyssal scowl, black with fury, terrifying to behold. He had never imagined Crow would dare go this far, to draw his weapon openly and slaughter Ho Lin Sheng's entire leadership en masse. Rage surged through Luo Tuo's chest, his entire being radiating raw malevolence. Through clenched teeth, he roared, "That wretched fool. Crow is nothing but an untamed rabid dog. I sent him only to curb Ho Lin Sheng's arrogance, to vent some steam, not to launch a full-scale massacre and exterminate their entire Elder Council and Hall Masters." Luo Tuo knew with chilling clarity that this catastrophe had escalated beyond repair. Wiping out Ho Lin Sheng's entire leadership meant igniting an irreversible mortal enmity between the two factions. Every rank-and-file member of Ho Lin Sheng would now devote themselves solely to avenging their fallen leaders against East Star. Peace in Hong Kong's underworld would vanish forever. The reporting underling stood paralyzed, breath held, head bowed in silent terror. Luo Tuo drew several deep, shuddering breaths, forcing down his seething rage. Yet his face remained contorted with fury and dread. His heart burned with dual torment, furious at Crow's utter lack of judgment and reckless abandon, yet equally terrified by the consequences. He knew with absolute certainty that the men who went were East Star's own, and the atrocity they committed would be pinned irrevocably upon East Star alone. No denial, no evasion, only blame. Fists clenched until his knuckles whitened his chest, heaving violently, Luo Tuo could no longer contain his wrath. With a thunderous slam, he struck the table. Teacups rattled and clattered violently. Eyes blazing, he glared at the trembling underling before him and bellowed, "Where are Crow and Laughing Tiger now? Where have those two wretches vanished to? They've caused a calamity of unimaginable scale, wiping out Ho Lin Sheng's entire leadership. Where in the name of hell have they fled? Tell me, where are they?" His voice shook the very walls, roaring with apocalyptic fury, his eyes ablaze with incandescent rage. The underling trembled visibly, knees knocking, head buried, so low his chin nearly touched his chest. Too terrified to meet Luo Tuo's gaze, he stammered, "El Luo brother, we don't know where Crow and Laughing." After leaving the banquet hall, they dispersed mid-route, and no one has been able to contact them since. No one knows their. Hearing this, Luo Tuo's fury exploded anew. "Excellent, simply excellent. They've shattered the heavens, then vanished without a trace, leaving me to clean up their ruin." He paced back and forth, his face storm-dark, his eyes brimming with murderous intent and seething frustration. He knew with grim certainty that Crow and Laughing Tiger's flight had dumped the entire catastrophe squarely upon his shoulders. East Star now faced two existential threats: Ho Lin Sheng's relentless, blood-soaked vengeance, and the police's citywide high-priority surveillance. Their fate was sealed. Across the underworld, rumors swirled ever more fiercely. Everyone understood one truth from the moment Crow opened fire and massacred Ho Lin Sheng's leadership. Hong Kong's era of Triad stability had ended. An island-wide Triad war, a cataclysmic, inescapable bloodbath, had already begun. Across Hong Kong, the underworld was in an uproar over the massacre at the Ho Lin Sheng banquet. Rumors spread like wildfire, and fear gripped every heart. Inspector He of the Anti-Corruption Unit acted swiftly, mobilizing a large contingent of heavily armed officers per Senior Inspector Su's orders and heading straight for the Yuan Long headquarters of the Dongxing Triad. Police vehicles packed the entire street. Armed officers instantly sealed off the Dongxing headquarters, leaving no avenue of escape. Inspector He strode into the grand hall with his team and immediately spotted Luo Tuo pacing furiously inside, seething with agitation. His expression was stern, his words laconic. Without preamble, he brandished the arrest warrant and declared in a commanding voice, "Luo Tuo, a major firearms massacre occurred today at the Ho Lin Sheng banquet. Dongxing is deeply implicated. You will accompany us to the police station for investigation." Luo Tuo's face paled instantly. He opened his mouth to protest, but the officers gave him no chance to speak. His furious shouts, his desperate pleas, all were ignored. In moments, he was cuffed and taken into custody. Shortly after, Inspector He detained all Dongxing senior leaders in Hong Kong, those holding positions equivalent to branch masters or higher. 40 to 50 men had been killed. Though they were Triad members whose deaths drew little sympathy, the political fallout was immense. Especially at this critical juncture, authorities back home were determined to prevent any outbreak of chaos. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyu, accompanied by Jimmy and several others, left the restaurant, not dispersing but moving as one. Jimmy, shaken to his core by the brutal gunfight just witnessed, was utterly paralyzed by fear. With Ho Lin Sheng's entire leadership annihilated, he dared not go anywhere alone, and thus followed Lu Qingyu to the Ho Lin Sheng headquarters. The organization now stood leaderless, its structure shattered, its affairs in utter disarray. Someone had to assume command at headquarters and restore order. Inside the Ho Lin Shin conference room, silence hung thick and suffocating. The vast chamber stood hollow and empty. Gone were the days when elders and branch masters filled every seat. The upper echelon of Ho Lin Sheng had been completely wiped out. Lu Qingyu sat motionless, his face unreadable. Yet beneath his calm exterior smoldered an unrelenting coldness and profound gravity. Lu Qingyu, to survive in this world, one must master the art of performance, though admittedly it is rather intriguing. He reached into his pocket, withdrew 2 cigars, and tossed one across the table. It landed precisely before Jimmy. Then he selected the other, deftly clipped its cap, and lit it with a sharp, crisp flick of his lighter. Drawing deeply, he let the rich, earthy aroma unfurl slowly on his tongue, then leaned back into his chair, silent, composed, inscrutable. Jimmy's nerves were frayed. Trembling slightly, he picked up the cigar, fumbled through trimming it, and lit it with hurried hands. Smoke curled upward in languid spirals. The room remained hushed. Neither man spoke. They simply sat in stillness, wordless and watchful, for a full 5 minutes. At last Jimmy, his anxiety unbearable, broke the oppressive silence. He lifted his head, eyes wide with panic and urgency, and turned to Lu Qingyu. "Brother Yu, it's just the 2 of us now. What do you plan to do next? All the elders are gone. Of all the branch masters, only you and I remain. Even the most capable enforcers, the Red Sticks and trusted lieutenants across the branches, have fallen in great numbers. Ho Lin Sheng stands utterly rudderless, morale has collapsed. Rank-and-file members tremble with uncertainty. If decisive action isn't taken soon to stabilize the situation, the organization will fracture beyond repair within days. Other triads will swarm in like vultures, carving up our territory, devouring our influence, leaving not even a splinter of Ho Lin Sheng intact." Jimmy's voice trembled with dread. With only the 2 of them left to hold the line, he felt utterly unmoored. His sole hope pinned entirely upon Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu inhaled again, his gaze icy, his fingers steady around the cigar. His composure was absolute. He did not answer immediately. This was Ho Lin Sheng's most perilous hour, and also the pivotal moment when he would seize control and shoulder the weight of the entire organization. He drew another slow, deliberate breath, exhaled a soft plume of white smoke, and finally turned to Jimmy, calm, unruffled, unhurried. "Brother Jimmy, before I reveal my plans, tell me, what do you intend to do? How do you see your path forward?" Jimmy sighed deeply, his face crumpling with helplessness. "Brother Yu, what options do I even have? I've always preferred quiet commerce, keeping to my own turf, living modestly and peacefully. But I know better than anyone in our world, standing alone outside the Triad means standing on quicksand. One cannot. My territory is modest, my men number barely 100. With Ho Lin Sheng's leadership erased, everyone is looking over their shoulders. Fear is contagious. Without your backing, I'll collapse in days, swallowed whole by rivals. From now on, I follow your lead without question. Where you point east, I walk east, never west." Lu Qingyu showed no visible reaction, only a faint, measured nod. He tapped ash from his cigar with quiet precision and spoke unhurried and assured. "Jimmy, you needn't worry. Stabilizing Ho Lin Sheng is no great challenge for me. But my ambitions extend far beyond mere survival. Our elders and branch masters were slaughtered by Wu Ya. That blood debt cannot go unpaid. My intention is clear: launch total war against Dongxing, crush them utterly, and avenge every fallen brother." Jimmy froze, his pupils contracting sharply, his body rigid in the chair, stunned into silence. He had never imagined Lu Qingyu's resolve ran so deep, not merely to defend, but to strike first, to declare open war upon Dongxing. Panicked, Jimmy blurted, "Brother Yu, don't act rashly. Our ranks are already trembling on the edge of collapse. Merely holding the line is miracle enough. To provoke total war with Dongxing now, risking mutual, would leave us defenseless before every rival triad poised to reap the spoils. We'd be finished, utterly." Lu Qingyu remained unperturbed, drawing calmly on his cigar before replying with serene confidence. "I'm well aware, and need no reminder. Since honesty serves us both, I'll tell you plainly. Madame Dadi secretly recruited and trained a cadre of loyalists under strictest secrecy. Their training was nearing completion, intended for a sweeping reorganization of our branches. No one foresaw this catastrophe. He deliberately invoked Madame Dadi, his explanation flawless, airtight." Jimmy stared, dumbfounded, disbelief flooding his features. Seconds passed before he could process the words. Leaning forward urgently, he pressed, "Brother Yu, is this true? Are there truly trained men waiting in the shadows? How many?" Lu Qingyu took another unhurried draw, smoke drifting like mist, his voice light, yet resonant with unshakable authority. 5,000. Each rigorously trained for 6 months. Not common street thugs, but elite fighters, disciplined, relentless, battle-ready. The revelation struck Jimmy like thunder. His jaw slackened, speech utterly abandoned, mind reeling in stunned silence. A torrent of thoughts surged through him. Speculation, reassessment, instinctive deduction. He knew Dadi well, fierce, fearless, but lacking in strategic depth compared to his calculating, far-sighted wife. Years ago, Dadi's firm grip on the Tsunwan branch owed largely to Madame Dadi's behind-the-scenes orchestration, her meticulous planning, her invisible hand guiding every move. Thus Lu Qingyu's claim met no skepticism. Jimmy believed it wholly without reservation. In that instant, only one thought consumed him. Lu Qingyu's fortune was nothing short of miraculous. At the very brink of Ho Lin Sheng's extinction, its leadership decimated, its future extinguished, Lu Qingyu held concealed and ready a force of 5,000 elite warriors. Lu Qingyu had deliberately kept Jimmy's eye for multiple strategic reasons. Gazing at him, he spoke directly. Given the recent upheaval within He Lin Sheng, I will dispatch personnel immediately to stabilize all branch halls. I know you've always preferred running your business in peace, unwilling to get entangled in the Triads' violence and bloodshed. I offer you a choice: join my newly established Huanyu Group outright, and I'll grant you a 5% equity stake. From now on, you need not concern yourself with any Triad affairs. Focus solely on your business. Consider this. Jimmy's eye fell silent upon hearing this, saying nothing. Though he truly desired only a steady, untroubled business life, he recoiled at the thought of surrendering his autonomy entirely to another's control. His current enterprise, though modest in scale, effortlessly generated 3,050 million Hong Kong dollars annually, affording him freedom, independence, and complete self-determination. He longed inwardly to refuse outright, but instead lifted his gaze to Lu Qingyu and asked earnestly, "Brother Yu, what would you do if I declined your offer?" Lu Qingyu replied calmly and candidly, "Rest assured, I shall take no action against you. You'll remain exactly as you are, free, unimpeded, and unburdened by coercion." Jimmy's eye believed every word without hesitation. Given Lu Qingyu's stature and authority, there was simply no motive, nor need, to deceive him. After a moment's reflection, he asked, "Brother Yu, before I decide, would you first tell me plainly, what exactly does Huanyu Group do? Only once I fully understand can I make an informed decision." Lu Qingyu spoke, slowly outlining his vision. "Huanyu Group is my newly founded conglomerate encompassing real estate, construction materials, entertainment, logistics, and international trade. We also operate a professional security firm. My plan is clear. I intend to comprehensively reform He Lin Sheng, integrating every member into the security company and providing them with fixed monthly salaries. Gone will be the arbitrary protection fees. All services will be formalized, transparent, and duly taxed by the government." Upon hearing this sweeping blueprint, Jimmy Zai felt profound inner shock. Having spent years immersed in the Triad world, he understood its realities more deeply than most. He joined not out of loyalty or ambition, but purely to secure a stable environment for his business. Moreover, he saw further ahead and thought more critically than others. Over the past 2 years, frequent visits to his hometown had acquainted him with evolving policy trends. He knew with certainty that the Triad path was unsustainable, and legitimate reintegration into mainstream society was the sole viable future. Now Lu Qingyu proposed nothing less than the full-scale institutionalized transformation of He Lin Sheng, establishing lawful enterprises and paying taxes openly and honorably. Instantly, Jimmy Zai sensed opportunity and resolved to align himself unwaveringly with this rising force. His expression turned solemn as he met Lu Qingyu's eyes and asked gravely, "Brother Yu, are you truly serious about all this? Not merely speaking idly for effect?" Lu Qingyu smiled faintly, calm, assured, and utterly resolute. "Jimmy, do you honestly believe I'd go to such lengths to deceive you?" Jimmy Zai froze momentarily, then let out a wry, self-deprecating chuckle. Indeed, his modest territory and modest business held no strategic value worthy of deliberate deception from someone of Lu Qingyu's caliber. With such immense leverage already in hand, Lu Qingyu had absolutely no reason to manipulate him. In that instant, Jimmy Zai's resolve began to shift irrevocably. Regaining his composure, he asked directly, "Brother Yu, if I accept, what role would you assign me within Huanyu Group?" In truth, Lu Qingyu had already devised a comprehensive plan for Jimmy Zai's integration. Meeting his gaze, he declared, "Jimmy, if you join Huanyu Group, you'll serve as vice president. Within the company hierarchy, only the chairman and CEO stand above you. No one else holds greater authority." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Moreover, I intend to expand aggressively into our mainland hometown markets, vast territories brimming with untapped potential and unprecedented opportunity. When the time comes, I will entrust you with leading that expansion, granting you full authority over all mainland operations and business development." Jimmy Zai weighed the implications silently. He recognized clearly that given Lu Qingyu's expansive vision, Huanyu Group would inevitably grow into a colossal enterprise, far eclipsing his own modest ventures. Though 5% may seem modest today, it was not to be underestimated. Within just a few years, the returns from that stake would effortlessly surpass his current annual earnings of tens of millions in Hong Kong dollars. Having meticulously weighed risks and rewards, Jimmy Zai reached his final decision. His expression grew solemn and unwavering. He raised his eyes to Lu Qingyu and affirmed with quiet conviction, "Brother Yu, if you place such trust in me, then I accept. From this day forward, I formally join Huanyu Group. Henceforth, I am your subordinate. Wherever you point, I charge without hesitation or reservation." Lu Qingyu's face softened with quiet satisfaction as he placed a reassuring hand on Jimmy Zai's shoulder, his voice resonant with absolute certainty. Jimmy, you will one day look back and feel profound gratitude for the choice you make today. Jimmy Zai smiled and turned his eyes alight with anticipation. Brother Yu, there's no need to wait for tomorrow. Even now I see it clearly. Huan Yu Group's future is boundless. They continued conversing for some time, finalizing key arrangements for the transition. Only then did Lu Qingyu issue his instructions. Jimmy, consolidate your existing businesses. Leave the Triads' internal chaos to me. I'll handle it entirely. One more thing, the current situation remains volatile. When traveling, always move with sufficient security personnel. The paramount priority is your personal safety. Preparations for Huan Yu Group are already underway. Once all legal formalities and structural frameworks are complete, I'll notify you immediately. Jimmy Zai nodded firmly and rose to depart. Understood, Brother Yu. I'll remember everything. I won't linger further. I'll return now to organize my affairs. Lu Qingyu gave a slight composed nod and waved dismissively. Go and travel safely. Without another word, Jimmy Zai turned and strode out of the He Liansheng headquarters. The moment Jimmy Zai departed, Lu Qingyu murmured softly, Ing Yi, immediately alert all operatives embedded across the branch halls. Tonight, they move simultaneously, seizing control of all subordinates and territories. Those who submit peacefully and remain obedient will be retained as before. Any who resist or defy discipline are to be subdued by force, without hesitation or leniency. Also instruct all units to maintain strict vigilance, holding their ground firmly and refraining from unauthorized movement. Reinforcements will be dispatched as needed. The instant he finished speaking, Ing Yi's voice echoed clearly in his ear. Understood, young master. I'll execute these orders immediately. Lu Qingyu issued his orders to Ing Yi, then willed the remaining 350 junior blade wielders and 100 intermediate blade wielders into existence. He immediately commanded that each squad be formed with 100 intermediate blade wielders and 400 junior blade wielders, 8 squads in total, tasked with locating and joining the elite blade wielders he had summoned earlier. Besides the Tsuanwan branch, Liansheng maintained exactly 8 other branches across Hong Kong, each regardless of size a legitimate and established territory, perfectly matching 1 squad per branch. Thus, each branch was fully staffed: 1 elite blade wielder, 10 senior blade wielders, 100 intermediate blade wielders, and 400 junior blade wielders, exactly 511 individuals. As for Tsuanwan, the deployment was denser: 2 elite blade wielders, 20 senior blade wielders, 200 intermediate blade wielders, and 180 junior blade wielders. Yet this arrangement was only provisional. Lu Qingyu intended to restructure personnel deployments later. Meanwhile, matters elsewhere had taken an entirely different turn. After Luo Tua and his men were arrested and taken to the police station, they immediately summoned their legal counsel. The massacre committed by Wu Ye against Liansheng had escalated into a colossal incident. If they failed to regain control swiftly, the entire Dongxing Triad would collapse within days, perhaps even erased from the underworld altogether. Of the 5 tigers of Dongxing, only Wu Ye, Xiao Mian Hu, and Jin Mao Hu Shameng remained active in Hong Kong Island. Among the elder generation, only Bai Tu Wang Ben Shu and Guaholun Luo Tuo's most trusted strategist were capable of managing affairs. Now, however, all these senior leaders were detained at the police station, leaving Dongxing's rank-and-file members paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Inside the anti-Triad unit's interrogation room, the atmosphere had grown unbearably oppressive. Inspector, he sat opposite Luo Tua, his expression icy, hands folded tightly on the table, eyes locked unblinkingly upon him. His voice heavy with relentless pressure. Luo Tua, there's no point pretending ignorance. Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, who are your branch leaders, persist in this defiance, and you'll rot in prison for life. Luo Tuo's mood had plummeted to its nadir. Frustrated, humiliated, his face dark with simmering rage. Wu Ye's public slaughter of dozens of Liansheng members had ignited a seismic crime wave. Yet he, as Dongxing's top leader, had been dragged in without cause to shoulder the blame, an injustice too bitter to articulate. Inspector, he leaned forward slightly, voice intensifying as he pressed directly. Let me speak plainly, Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, who are Dongxing men. If you cannot produce them, Liansheng will erupt, and if Hong Kong descends into chaos, you will be the first to fall. Luo Tuo's composure shattered instantly, overwhelmed by grievance and helplessness. From beginning to end, Wu Ye's reckless bloodshed had never been ordered or sanctioned by him. He himself had been desperately searching for them, just as clueless about their whereabouts as anyone else. Drawing a deep breath, Luo Tua restrained his temper and explained patiently, Inspector, I swear this has nothing to do with me. I knew nothing of Wu Ye's actions. I'm searching for both of them myself. I'm not concealing them deliberately. Yet no matter how earnestly Luo Tua pleaded or defended himself, Inspector, he refused to believe a word. In the inspector's eyes, Luo Tuo's evasion was deliberate. He remained fixed, unrelenting, pressing harder, even as Luo Tuo's voice grew hoarse from exhaustion. Just as Luo Tua teetered on the edge of breakdown, cornered speechless, the door of the interrogation room finally opened. His lawyer had arrived. The lawyer strode in briskly, first offering a courteous greeting to Inspector, he then immediately stepping beside Luo Tua to begin negotiations with the anti-triad unit. Citing regulations and procedural norms, the lawyer sought Luo Tuo's immediate bail, but the anti-triad unit stood immovable, refusing to release him no matter how rigorously the lawyer argued. The police insisted the case was too grave. Luo Tua could not possibly be released under any ordinary circumstances. Seeing formal negotiation fail, the lawyer discreetly withdrew to activate private channels, leveraging connections and appealing upward through official hierarchies. That pressure cascaded all the way to Inspector he himself. At last, his face contorted with profound reluctance, dark, stormy, dripping with resentment. He reluctantly acquiesced and authorized Luo Tuo's release. Only then did Luo Tuo's taut nerves finally ease, freedom regained yet body and spirit utterly drained. Inwardly, he seethed with hatred toward Wu Ya and Xiao Mianhu. The moment Luo Tuo and his entourage were freed, they wasted no time, hurrying straight back to Yuanlong. Though Dongxing held little ground in Hong Kong Island proper, Yuanlong was overwhelmingly their domain. They rushed into Dongxing's headquarters, entering the conference room without pause. The vast chamber hung in suffocating silence, the very air thick with tension. Luo Tuo sat at the head of the table, agitated beyond measure, chain-smoking one cigarette after another, pale smoke curling like a shroud around him. Beside him sat Guohuoluan by Tu Wang Ben Shu and Jin Mao Hu Shaming, each face grim, silent, burdened with unspoken anxieties. After a long while, they extinguished their cigarettes in unison, the room falling into absolute, profound stillness. Luo Tuo lifted his gaze, heavy and weary, settling upon Guohuoluan, his voice hollow with exhaustion and quiet desperation. Then he asked Alun, "Tell me, what on earth do we do now?" Guohuoluan's brow was knotted tight, his countenance clouded with worry. As Luo Tuo's most trusted strategist, he had always been quick-witted and masterful in planning. Yet this catastrophic impasse left him utterly stumped. After all, Walinsheng was indisputably Hong Kong's largest triad, its numbers dwarfing Dongxing's beyond comparison. Though its elders and branch leaders had been ruthlessly slaughtered by Wu Ya and Xiao Mianhu, thousands of rank-and-file members remained beneath them, merely leaderless and temporarily disarrayed. But should someone rise and rally them under the banner of vengeance for their slain elders and leaders, Walinsheng's members would unite instantly. And when that happened, every drop of blood spilled would be laid squarely at Dongxing's feet, sparking a unified, unstoppable wave of retaliation no one could contain. Silence engulfed the conference room. Even Guohuoluan sat motionless, mind barren of solutions, hands empty of answers. The stillness stretched, profound, suffocating, until after a long pause Guohuoluan finally spoke, his expression grave and resolute. "Brother Luo, at this juncture, we have only 3 paths forward." All eyes locked onto Guohuoluan, waiting intently for his verdict. He paused again, then continued. "First, locate Wu Ya and Xiao Mianhu and surrender them. Their lives may quell Walinsheng's fury, perhaps preserving Dongxing's current territories. Second, immediately contact our allies in the Netherlands, urgently requesting reinforcements. Simultaneously recall every member from the streets. Consolidate all forces within the Yuanlong headquarters for defense. Once Dutch reinforcements arrive, we engage Walinsheng in open war. Third, abandon every inch of territory in Hong Kong. Leave it all behind. Evacuate en masse to the Netherlands and rebuild anew." As Guohuoluan finished speaking, the conference room fell into absolute silence. No one uttered a word. 3 paths lay before them. Apparent choices, yet in truth each was fraught with peril. The first appeared the safest and most reasonable, yet its fatal flaw was that no one knew where Crow and Smiling Tiger had vanished. Of finding them was like searching for a needle in a boundless sea. As for the second, calling in reinforcements from the Dutch branch overseas, then rallying all subordinates for an all-out confrontation with Walinsheng. This was nothing short of a desperate last resort measure. Leaving aside the uncertainty of victory, even if East Star ultimately prevailed, it would emerge crippled, its ranks decimated, its strength shattered. In such a stalemate, rival triads would descend like vultures, swiftly carving up East Star's territory until nothing remained. The third option was utterly unthinkable for Luo Tuo. Yuanlang was East Star's ancestral stronghold, the very cradle of the organization. Moreover, Luo Tuo himself hailed from a village in Yuanlang. He had grown up on that soil, breathed its air since childhood. To abandon every inch of his homeland and flee Hong Kong forever, he could never bring himself to do it. The atmosphere in the room grew suffocatingly heavy. No one dared to decide, nor even to voice an opinion. Then suddenly Jin Mao Hu Shaming slammed his fist onto the table and shot upright, his temper flaring as he roared. "Boss, what's so fearsome about Walinsheng? East Star isn't powerless. We can summon every brother from overseas and fight Walinsheng to the bitter end. Who's afraid of whom?" No sooner had Shaming's words left his lips than Luo Tuo erupted in fury, slamming his palm hard. His face turned ashen, his voice thundering. "Shaming, shut your mouth. All you know is fight, fight, fight. Do you think war wages itself without cost? When dozens of brothers draw blades and clash across the streets, money pours out like water. So tell me, with what treasury will you wage this war? Humiliated and scolded publicly, Sha Meng's rage boiled over instantly. He stood defiantly, jaw clenched, and shot back. Boss, if we don't fight, will that save us? Will he Liansheng spare us simply because we sit idle? His voice rose sharp and unyielding. Rather than wait passively for their knives at our throats, why not act now? Recall every single brother without delay. Strike first. The advantage is ours. A flash of cold ruthlessness lit his eyes as he gritted his teeth. If we eliminate Lu Qingyu and Jimmy Zai first, He Liansheng will instantly descend into chaos, leaderless, rudderless. Its entire structure will crumble into scattered dust, incapable of mounting even the faintest resistance. Though impulsive and reckless, often dismissed by others as rash and thoughtless, no one anticipated that Sha Meng's blunt words would ignite a sudden spark in Kowloon's gaze. Kowloon drew deeply on his cigarette, exhaled a slow coil of smoke, and his expression sharpened with sudden. Brother Luo, truth be told, Sha Meng speaks since this time. He paused, then continued his analysis. At present, He Liansheng has lost countless elders and hall masters. Only two figures remain capable of holding the organization together: Jimmy Zai and Lu Qingyu. Eliminate those two and He Liansheng collapses instantly. Bereft of leadership, no one left to command its fractured ranks. Even if someone later rises waving the banner of vengeance, the rank and file will refuse to follow. They'll remain a disunited rabble, powerless, directionless, and doomed to fade. Uncle Ben sat silently beside them throughout the debate, saying nothing, observing everything. Though long at odds with Luo Tuo, he remained at heart a man of East Star. To watch East Star spiral toward ruin without lifting a finger, that he could not abide, and thus he offered no rebuttal, not a single word. Luo Tuo's brow knotted tightly as he weighed Kowloon's words, turning them over in silence for several long minutes. Finally, he inhaled deeply, exhaled a thick plume of white smoke, and his face hardened into resolute certainty. We must never place all our eggs in one basket. Every contingency demands preparation. His voice low and commanding, he issued 3 decisive orders. First, immediately circulate a bounty, 1 million Hong Kong dollars, to whoever uncovers the whereabouts of Crow and Smiling Tiger. Alive or dead, they must be found. Second, summon all brothers stationed abroad back to the Yuan Lang headquarters immediately. Leave only skeleton crews at external territories. Above all else, we must secure our Yuan Lang stronghold, our very foundation. Third, eliminate Lu Qingyu and Jimmy Zai. Aluan, you handle this. Contact the Daquan brothers immediately. Spare no expense. Secure their services to remove both men. While Lu Qingyu and Luo Tuo maneuvered in shadow, plotting against one another, Hong Kong's triad landscape tensed like a drawn bowstring. Every major society convening emergency councils. All sensed the rare volatile opportunity unfolding before them, each scheming to expand their dominion while the empire burned. Even if seizing vast swathes of territory proved impossible, every faction aimed to extract maximum profit from the chaos. Some set their sights on He Liansheng. Its leadership decimated, its hierarchy in ruins. Its halls and territories were now ripe for the picking. Others, especially societies bordering East Star's domains, eyed its businesses and turf with hungry anticipation. East Star, though steeped in history, still lagged far behind He Liansheng, the undisputed apex of Hong Kong's underworld. Now mired in this cataclysmic crisis, teetering on collapse, its rivals watched with bated breath, waiting, calculating, ready to pounce the moment both sides bled each other dry. As triads stirred in secret, Hong Kong's police departments and anti-triad units likewise received urgent directives. East Star's and He Liansheng's massive troop mobilizations could not escape the eyes of law enforcement. It was universally understood open warfare between the two giants was inevitable, irreversible. The bloodshed had already been too great, too many lives claimed. The authorities knew well denying He Liansheng an outlet for its fury would only deepen the pressure, until it exploded with catastrophic force. They accepted this slaughter as unavoidable, and instead focused on vigilant surveillance poised to intervene should the violence spiral beyond control. They accepted this slaughter as unavoidable, and instead focused on vigilant surveillance poised to intervene should the violence spiral beyond control. Lu Qingyu never acted without thorough preparation. If he intended to move against Dongxing, he would leave nothing to chance. At precisely 3 in the afternoon, he arrived at the Hong Kong police headquarters in a business sedan. Upon stepping out, he entered the building flanked by a single bodyguard, only to be promptly intercepted. A uniformed police inspector stepped forward and asked, "Sir, this is a police facility. How may we assist you?" "Inspector, greetings. I am Lu Qingyu, chairman of Qingyu Group. I request an audience with your chief inspector Fei. Kindly inform him that Qingyu Group intends to donate 100 patrol vehicles to the Hong Kong police force." Lu Qingyu stated his purpose with quiet composure. Upon hearing the offer, the inspector recoiled in astonishment. At 15,000 Hong Kong dollars per vehicle, 100 units amounted to 15 million, far beyond ordinary philanthropy. Such immense wealth in one so young could only mean he was scion of a powerful tycoon family. "Understood. Please wait a moment while I report immediately." With that, the inspector turned sharply and hurried away. Minutes later, 2 senior officers approached alongside him. Chief, this is Mr. Lu Qingyu, chairman of Qingyu Group. He has offered to donate 100 patrol vehicles to our force, the inspector announced hastily. The 2 senior officers scrutinized Lu Qingyu from head to toe before one spoke. You claim to be the chairman of Qingyu Group. Inspector Fei, far better informed than rank-and-file officers, already knew something of Qingyu Group. Inspector Fei, greetings. Might we speak privately? Lu Qingyu wasted no words. Inspector Fei did not refuse. Without hesitation, he led Lu Qingyu toward his office. Once inside, the bodyguard remained outside the door. The second officer did not follow. After both men were seated, Lu Qingyu spoke calmly. Inspector Fei, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Qingyu, chairman of Qingyu Group. At these words, Inspector Fei's brow furrowed sharply. He had sensed familiarity earlier, and now hearing the name, memory surged forth vividly. Mr. Lu, forgive my bluntness, but are you the same Lu Qingyu affiliated with the Walin Sheng Triad? What an honor to find you recognize me. Lu Qingyu offered no denial, his expression hovering between amusement and reserve. Inspector Fei, taken aback by such unguarded candor, felt a ripple of disbelief. How could a billionaire, worth billions, choose the underworld? Mr. Lu, you did not come all this way merely to donate patrol vehicles. You seek our tacit support regarding Walin Sheng, or rather Dongxing. Am I correct? Inspector Fei cut straight to the heart of the matter. Lu Qingyu responded with effortless poise, reaching into his pocket and placing a cashier's check before him. He smiled faintly. Inspector Fei, might we become friends? Inspector Fei glanced down. The check bore 7 zeros denominated in US dollars, 1 million USD, equivalent to nearly 10 million HKD. Without pause, he slid it into his desk drawer and broke into a warm smile. Mr. Lu, you flatter me. We've always been friends, haven't we? Lu Qingyu was deeply satisfied. Before arriving, he had already resolved, should Inspector Fei prove uncooperative, his life would end tonight. After all, high-ranking officers were plentiful and easily replaced. New faces could be elevated in their stead at any time. Lu Qingyu smiled faintly once more. Inspector Fei, this was but a modest token of friendship between allies. Greater rewards await, if you choose to accept them. And regarding the donation, my team will coordinate directly with your department tomorrow. Since the Iron Lady's fall, Lu Qingyu understood Hong Kong's shifting landscape more clearly than anyone. Where profit beckoned, Inspector Fei would never turn away. Moreover, he had long received explicit orders from above to deliberately stoke chaos across Hong Kong. This opportunity served 2 purposes at once. Inspector Fei leaned forward, voice low. Mr. Lu, what precisely is your plan? Simple, Lu Qingyu replied. I intend to eradicate Dongxing. Your department must remain neutral, no intervention. His final objective laid bare. Inspector Fei suppressed elation behind a mask of reluctant gravity. Feigning deep deliberation, he finally conceded with studied reluctance. I'll agree, but operations must remain discreet. An action may commence only after midnight. Lu Qingyu saw through the charade instantly. What he sought was not compliance, but silent complicity. With that assurance, Dongxing's every escape route would vanish. They exchanged pleasantries briefly before Inspector Fei rose personally to escort Lu Qingyu out of the headquarters. At 5 p.m., in the office of the Tsuan Huwei Boxing Gym, Black Wolf Fox 8 elite blade wielders, and both Gao Jin and Huang Mao stood assembled. Lu Qingyu held a cigar between his fingers, drew deeply, and exhaled a slow coil of smoke. His gaze distant, his tone detached. Operation commences after midnight. Assign personnel to secure all branch offices. Huang Mao, Fox, you hold Tsuan. Guard the stronghold at all costs. Black Wolf Gao Jin, you lead separate teams. Sweep every Dongxing branch except Yuan Long. Seize every territory. Understood. A chorus of low, resolute voices answered as one. Understood, Brother Yu. Huang Mao stepped forward urgently. Brother Yu, let Fox handle Tsuan alone. I want to fight alongside. Since rising under Lu Qingyu's patronage, Huang Mao had spent most days guarding the branch, never once engaging in open conflict. A restless fire burned within him. To prove himself, to earn distinction. He knew his skill paled beside Black Wolf's. He had yet to achieve a single notable feat. Yet Lu Qingyu honored him with status, wealth, and unwavering trust. Grace he felt unworthy to bear without merit. Lu Qingyu met Huang Mao's gaze, seeing plainly the ambition, the insecurity, the desperate need for. Huang Mao, listen carefully. Holding Tsuan is no lesser duty. It is paramount. Not a single detail may be overlooked. You will follow my orders without question. Set aside idle thoughts and obey. Is that clear? Huang Mao's pulse quickened. Fearing reprimand, he bowed his head and nodded rapidly. Brother Yu, I understand. I'll stand guard beside Fox, without fail. Though Dongxing maintained numerous branches across the city, its overall strength paled in comparison to Helian Sheng. It was precisely midnight. Black Wolf, Gao Jin, Rat, Wild, Ox, Viper, Goat, Eagle, Golden Eagle, Poison Bee, and Crocodile. 10 commanders each led large contingents toward 10 designated targets. Simultaneous assaults erupted across Kowloon City, Yaoma, Timon, Coke, New Territories, North Sham, Shui Pa Sha Tin Tai, Pa Wang Tai Sin Sai Kung, and Kuntong. This time Black Wolf personally deployed several hundred men in a massive imposing advance on Dongxing's Yaomati territory. Upon arrival, he immediately discerned that only a few dozen Dongxing underlings stood guard there. Such a meager force stood no chance against Black Wolf's overwhelming host. The Dongxing men left behind turned pale with terror, too frightened even to raise resistance. Black Wolf granted them no reprieve. With a single decisive wave of his hand, his men surged forward. Within moments, the dozens of Dongxing underlings were effortlessly subdued, utterly powerless to fight back. In no time, Yaomati was firmly secured. Black Wolf then ordered 100 novice blade wielders and another 100 pre-existing Hellion Shung members to garrison the area permanently. Likewise, Gao Jin advanced upon Dongxing's Mongkok branch with several hundred men. There too the branch lay critically undermanned. Only a handful of Dongxing underlings remained on duty. Gao Jin uttered not a word of negotiation before giving the order to strike. Already outnumbering the defenders many-fold, his forces swiftly and effortlessly neutralized every last Dongxing underling stationed there. The Mongkok branch instantly changed hands. Following protocol, Gao Jin stationed 100 novice blade wielders alongside 100 Hellion Shung members to hold the district. At Kuntong, Crocodile arrived with a full contingent, only to find the place eerily deserted. The Dongxing branch, there had been stripped bare, barely a few dozen men remained, while all capable fighters had been recalled by camel to the Yuan Long headquarters. With minimal effort, Crocodile's forces subdued the remaining Dongxing personnel and seized full control of Kuntong. He then implemented identical garrison arrangements. 100 novice blade wielders and 100 Hellion Shung members stationed permanently. Rat, Wild, Ox, Viper, and the others executed the same precise operation. At every location they encountered only a few dozen Dongxing underlings, making each assault swift, decisive, and utterly unopposed. Once all operations concluded, each captured district was uniformly reinforced with 100 blade wielders and 100 Hellion Shung members. Within half an hour, all 10 Dongxing branches had fallen, entirely absorbed into Hellion Shung's domain. As their subordinates successfully seized every Dongxing territory, the triumphant news was relayed without delay. At that very moment, atop Qingyu Tower, Lu Qingyu sat engaged in high-stakes negotiations with Gang Sheng and Gu Qingcheng, discussing multi-hundred-million-dollar ventures. Just as the negotiations reached their critical juncture, Lu Qingyu's wristwatch vibrated softly. After answering the call and hearing the report, a faint knowing smile curved his lips before he resumed the discussion without missing a beat. Meanwhile, at the Yuan Long headquarters, Camel, the senior Dongxing patriarch, had barely settled into sleep. His eyelids had just fluttered shut when an urgent, shrill telephone ring shattered the silence, relentless and inescapable. Camel jolted awake, his heart lurching with sudden dread. Frowning deeply, he lifted the receiver, only to be met with one devastating report after another. Yaomati lost. Mongkok seized. Kuntong, Tunmun, Sham, Shui Pe. Each branch fell in rapid succession. After several calls, Camel's face darkened ominously, his expression as grim and leaden as storm cloud water. Wordlessly, he strode into the living room and sank onto the sofa, chain-smoking cigarette after cigarette, until the air thickened with acrid smoke. Though Camel had anticipated Hellion Shung's move against Dongxing, he never imagined their offensive would unfold with such terrifying speed. In mere moments, they had eradicated every external branch he commanded. Yet what baffled and unsettled him most were Lu Qingyu and Jimmy Zai. He could never have fathomed that these two men possessed the authority and the cunning to unify Hellion Shung's fractured ranks into a single, disciplined force poised for war. Camel clenched his cigarette tightly, brow knotted in deep perplexity. Hellion Shung had always been a loose confederation, each branch pursuing its own agenda, none truly loyal to any central command. What methods had Lu Qingyu and Jimmy Zai employed to command such absolute allegiance? How had they marshaled such immense power, toppling 10 Dongxing territories in under an hour? The deeper he pondered, the more shock, fury, and profound unease coiled within him. Overnight, Hellion Shung had swept aside Dongxing's 10 major branches, absorbing every territory outside Yuan Long into its dominion. The news detonated across Hong Kong's underworld like wildfire. Though it was already past midnight, some Triad leaders asleep, others indulging in revelry, the crisis could not wait. Urgent phone calls blared incessantly, shattering peace everywhere. Each elder, roused groggily from slumber, listened intently as subordinates delivered the grim report, word for word. Dongxing had lost every external territory. Only Yuan Long remained. Every leader froze mid-breath, stunned into silence. Those Triads who had secretly planned to strike Hellion Shung now sat motionless, speechless, paralyzed by after a long, breathless pause, relief washed over them, cold sweat beading along their spines. They silently thanked fate they had held back, and thus avoided becoming Dongxing's successor. Hellion Shung's explosive combat capability and its unprecedented cohesion was profoundly unnerving. Had they acted rashly, defeat would have been certain. Even their own territories might have been forfeited. Meanwhile, another faction, those who had long coveted Dongxing's lucrative domains, now erupted in furious despair. Seated in their offices, they cursed aloud, rage boiling beyond restraint. They denounced Helian Shung's insatiable appetite and ruthless execution, swallowing the entire prize whole, leaving not even a drop of broth for others. Yet curses remained just that. No one dared speak openly against Helian Shung's surging momentum. In a dimly lit bar in Causeway Bay, Big B's own establishment, the air hung heavy with liquor and low light. Chun Haonan and Shanji sat together clinking glasses amid easy banter, until a subordinate rushed in breathlessly delivering the shocking news Helian Shung had annihilated Dongxing's external territories overnight. Upon learning that only Yuan Long remained in Dongxing's hands, Chun Haonan's face hardened into grim stone. His brows knotted tightly, he sat utterly silent, unmoving. Shanji, however, scoffed dismissively, downing his drink with careless bravado, and launched into open "Pa, those Dongxing fools are utterly incompetent, unable even to defend their own turf. What he sneered, lips curling in contempt. Honestly, Helian Shung succeeded only by sheer luck, stumbling upon a pack of weaklings like Dongxing. Face us, they'd crumble. Not worth a second thought. Shanji continued his tirade, spitting disdain for Dongxing, mocking Helian Shung's fortune, while Chun Haonan remained stoically silent, his expression dark and unreadable. Had Lu Qingyu heard Shanji's words, he might well have replied with a quiet smile, "Shanji, don't rush. Once Dongxing is finished, Kun Tong will be next." Lu Qingyu bore grudges deeply. Had Uncle Deng chosen him instead of Pu He this time, tonight's assault would have targeted Kun Tong, not Dongxing, and spared all this turmoil. All he could say was, "It was your choice, Uncle Deng." At 10 o'clock the following morning in the office of the Tsun Wan Hui Martial Arts Academy, Lu Qingyu sat behind his desk leisurely puffing on a cigar. The office was filled. He Lang Hu, Li Gao, Jin Huang Mao, and over a dozen others stood assembled. Lu Qingyu exhaled a faint plume of smoke, his gaze sweeping across the room, before he spoke directly. "Huang Mao, you take Kowloon Tong. He Lang Mong Kok, Jin Jiao Yao Ma Tiao Jin Wan Chai, O Lao Shu Sham Shui, Pa Yi Jiao the Northern New Territories, Yin Yo Tai, Pa Du, Shi Wang Tai Sinadu Feng Sai Kung, U Shan Yang Shatin, and Hu Li remains in Tsun Wan to oversee headquarters." Having assigned the territories, he laid down the new rules. Except for the Tsun Wan headquarters, each branch is permitted a fixed complement of approximately 1,000 personnel. Only when you have achieved absolute, uncontested dominion over your designated territory may you petition for additional manpower. Until then, no expansion is permitted. Furthermore, from the personnel previously allocated to you, every branch shall retain the following standardized quotas: 5 elite blade wielders, 50 mid-tier blade wielders, and 200 junior blade wielders. All remaining personnel beyond these fixed contingents are to be immediately redeployed to the Tsun Wan headquarters for standby duty. Across 11 branches, 5 elite blade wielders per branch, total 55, leaving 45 of the original 100 elite blade wielders to return to Tsun Wan. Of the 1,000 mid-tier blade wielders, 550 are distributed across the 11 branches, leaving 450 to be recalled to headquarters. Of the 5,000 junior blade wielders, 2,200 are assigned outward, leaving 2,800 to be consolidated back into Tsun Wan. Upon concluding the personnel reallocation, all present responded in unison, "Understood, Brother Yu. We swear to manage our respective territories with absolute precision and discipline." Lu Qingyu gave a quiet, impassive nod, then announced a sweeping institutional reform. "One more matter. Memorize this well. Effective immediately, all outdated internal titles within Ho Lin Sheng, the Si Gao Zai Chou Ya Hung Quan, are abolished entirely. A unified rank structure is implemented. Rank-and-file members, squad leaders, and deputy squad leaders, company commanders, and deputy company commanders, and battalion commanders. All junior blade wielders are promoted to squad leader or deputy squad leader. All mid-tier blade wielders assume roles as company commander or deputy company commander, and all elite blade wielders are appointed battalion commanders. Each squad comprises 10 members led by 1 squad leader and 1 deputy squad leader. 5 squads form a company, 52 personnel in total, with a company commander and deputy company commander. For companies constitute a battalion, 209 personnel under a single battalion commander. Excluding Tsun Wan headquarters, each external branch is provisioned with exactly 5 battalions. All territorial heads shall henceforth be addressed as regional managers. You are now the undisputed regional managers of your domains. Each regional manager commands 5 full battalions and receives an additional 10 mid-tier blade wielders assigned exclusively as personal bodyguards or executive assistants. Moreover, within our territories, narcotics are strictly forbidden, coercion into prostitution is prohibited, extortionate protection fees are outlawed, and oppression of ordinary citizens is absolutely impermissible. Having finalized the organizational framework and regulations, he turned to remuneration, a matter carefully calibrated. Rank-and-file members receive a fixed monthly base salary of HK 300, squad leaders and deputy squad leaders HK 600. Company commanders earn HK 100 monthly, battalion commanders HK 200, and regional managers a base salary of HK 500 per month. All revenue generated across regional operations, after deducting essential operating expenses, must be fully remitted to Huanyu Security Corporation, which will centrally administer and equitably distribute allocations. Additionally, each regional manager will receive annual equity dividends from Huanyu Group. The exact share percentage will be formally communicated at a later date. By Lu Qingyu's newly instituted pay scale, Ho Linsheng's monthly salary disbursement amounted to a staggering astronomical sum. Counting Tsuinwan headquarters, there were now 12 branches, each averaging 1,000 personnel, totaling 12,000 rank-and-file members. At HK 300 per member, that alone required 36 million Hong Kong dollars monthly. With 5,000 squad leaders earning HK 600, each another 30 million Hong Kong dollars accrued. 1,000 company commanders at HK 100 totaled 10 million Hong Kong dollars. 100 battalion commanders at HK 100 added 2 million Hong Kong dollars. 12 regional managers at HK 500 apiece contributed HK 600, bringing the total monthly base payroll to 78 Hong Kong dollars. 6 million, a truly formidable figure. Fortunately, Ho Linsheng commanded vast territories and countless enterprises, large and small. All future operations would be integrated under Huanyu Group's subsidiaries with unified accounting and centralized management. This consolidation would only amplify financial inflows, ensuring abundant liquidity, eliminating any risk of wage shortfalls or operational deficits. Moreover, every person present, except Huang Mao and Gao Jin, was utterly loyal to Lu Qingyu. They would follow him without hesitation even if paid nothing at all. Though Huang Mao and Gao Jin had not yet reached that absolute threshold of devotion, their allegiance was already near total. Neither harbored the slightest objection. After the assembly absorbed the directives in silence, Lu Qingyu issued his final command upon adjourning this meeting: depart immediately for your territories to assume command. Implement the new system without delay, no exceptions, no postponement. One more directive: tonight we strike again against Dongxing. Each region must attach one full battalion for the operation. Deployment specifics and interregional coordination will be conveyed separately to Hu Li. Dismissed. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Qingyu dismissed the gathering. The senior leadership bowed respectfully and swiftly exited the office, each returning to execute their duties with urgency. Within moments, only Lu Qingyu and Hu Li remained in the office. Hu Li stepped forward and murmured softly, "Brother Yu, I've recently discovered an exceptional prospect. His martial prowess rivals Gao Jin's. Would you care to meet him?" Lu Qingyu's expression, previously placid, sharpened instantly with interest. Hu Li possessed extraordinary discernment. Anyone he personally lauded as Gao Jin's equal was unquestionably extraordinary. Lu Qingyu lifted his eyelids slightly and asked coolly, "Where is he?" Hu Li replied promptly, "He's at the academy right now. Joined Ho Linsheng less than 2 weeks ago. With our territory expanding, so rapidly capable hands are urgently needed. I believe he possesses the caliber to lead independently, to become a true commander." Though the system had supplied ample personnel, he reserved them for higher purposes, not street-level triad affairs. With Hei Lang and just 10 others plus 100 elite, 1,000 mid-tier, and 5,000 junior blade wielders, betrayal was unthinkable. The merest hint of disloyalty would be detected instantly, before it could ever take root. Lu Qingyu followed the fox out of the office and into the adjacent martial arts training hall. There he caught sight of a familiar face, a man bearing a striking resemblance to Wu Jing with roughly 70 or 80% of his features. The fox stepped forward and introduced, "Brother Yu, this is the promising recruit I mentioned. His name is Aji." Lu Qingyu's gaze settled on Aji's conspicuous blonde hair, and he had already deduced his name. His eyes lingered on Aji as he spoke in a calm, measured tone. "The fox speaks highly of you. I judge no one by seniority. I weigh only tangible ability." He turned to the fox and declared without hesitation, "Since you hold him in such high regard, let him lead the assault on Dongxing. Should he deliver a decisive, flawless victory and successfully seize Yuan Long's territory, the position of regional manager for Yuan Long will be his." No further words were uttered. Lu Qingyu turned on his heel and strode back toward the office. Even the fox had not anticipated such swift, unequivocal commitment, such weighty promise bestowed upon Aji in a single breath. He turned to Aji, clapped him firmly on the shoulder, and said solemnly, "Aji, the opportunity is secured. I have paved your path. Whether you seize it, ascend in one bound, or falter entirely now rests solely in your hands." Aji's heart surged with shock and elation, brimming with gratitude. His voice rang with unwavering resolve, "Brother Fox, rest assured. I will never betray your trust. Tonight, I shall give my all. Dongxing's territory will fall, without a single misstep." Satisfied, the fox nodded, gave his shoulder another reassuring pat, offered a few warm words of counsel, then departed the training hall and returned to the office. Upon re-entering the office, the fox reported with a smile, "Brother Yu, there's one more thing I nearly forgot. I must inform you that 2 hours ago the Huanyu security building was fully renovated. Your personal office has been thoroughly prepared. You may move in at any time." At the news, Lu Qingyu's face lit up with unmistakable delight. He rose instantly, his voice edged with eager anticipation. "Excellent. Fox, come with me. Let us go see it now." They boarded a business sedan and drove directly to the Huanyu Tower in Suanwan Central, a 12-story structure above ground and 3 levels below, occupying a total footprint of 360 square meters. Behind the tower stretched an expansive vacant lot spanning over 600 square meters, spacious and unobstructed. The facade had been completely refurbished, sleek, modern, and imposing. At the very center of the rooftop gleamed 4 gilded Chinese characters, Huanyu Group, bold, radiant, and commanding. Stepping through the main entrance, they were greeted by a soaring, light-filled lobby spanning some 400 to 500 square meters, grand and uncluttered. Beyond the lobby, the first floor featured mezzanine-level spaces, combined with the 3 underground levels. The entire area was designated exclusively for Huanyu security. From the 2nd to the 10th floor, each level housed a distinct subsidiary, clearly demarcated and functionally. The 11th floor served as the integrated headquarters for the Huanyu Group, while the 12th and highest floor was reserved solely for Lu Qingyu's private executive domain. Construction was still underway on the rear lot, slated to become a dedicated staff dormitory, a bachelor apartment complex for company personnel. Per the master plan, the apartment building would encircle the Huanyu Tower in a rectangular, mouth-shaped configuration. The main residential tower would occupy 240 square meters. 2 connecting wings, linking the tower to the apartment block, would each span approximately 960 square meters. At the center, a courtyard of roughly 200 square meters would remain open, ensuring ample natural light. Like the Huanyu Tower, the apartment complex would also rise 12 stories above ground and descend 3 below. Both the renovation of the Huanyu Tower and the construction of the apartment complex employed personnel exclusively from Huanyu Construction Company. Meanwhile, ownership of both buildings was registered under Huanyu Real Estate Development Company. Yet Huanyu Real Estate lacked specialized staffing. Many storefronts and properties remained untransferred, and after seizing Dongxing's assets, Lu Qingyu intended to consolidate all acquired real estate under Huanyu Real Estate. Should prime land parcels become available, however, he would channel them to Qingyu Group instead. For Qingyu Group stood as his foundational pillar, the ultimate source of his power and influence. Huanyu Group, by contrast, would operate in the gray zones, and thus remain deliberately unaffiliated with his personal name. They did not wander further. Instead, they took the elevator directly to the 12th floor, entered the reception lounge, and settled side by side on the sofa. Lu Qingyu casually placed a box of cigars on the coffee table and tossed one to the fox. He lit one for himself, drew a slow, contemplative puff, and watched the smoke coil upward before asking Fox, "Has every subsidiary under Huanyu Group completed its official registration?" "Brother Yu, everything is finalized," the fox replied promptly. "Per your instructions, the group's registered capital has been increased to 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Lu Qingyu gave a slight nod, then continued, "Very well. Effective immediately, you assume the role of general manager of Huanyu Security. You will also serve temporarily as regional manager for Suanwan until a suitable, trustworthy successor is given. Suanwan scale and manpower, establish 8 operational battalions. As for the remaining personnel, 240 junior enforcers, 350 mid-tier enforcers, and 35 elite enforcers. They shall report directly to the Central Command and be stationed permanently at the Huanyu Tower. Any unassigned former members of He Linsheng may be reassigned to other branches. No new recruitment is required." "Understood, Brother Yu. I'll implement these arrangements immediately," the fox affirmed without delay. Lu Qingyu nodded again and added one more matter. "Contact Jimmy Zai and instruct him to formally assume his post as vice president of Huanyu Group. I will soon deploy a group president, 10 general managers for subordinate companies, and a full professional finance team. Once they arrive, you will oversee their integration." The fox acknowledged each directive with focused attention, asked clarifying questions, and then the two discussed operational details regarding that night's offensive against Dongxing. "Brother Yu," the fox proposed, "I've considered establishing a funeral services company. It would streamline body disposal operations. What are your thoughts?" Sound idea. But do not register it under Huanyu Group. Consult Huang Mao. If he consents, place." Lu Qingyu nodded thoughtfully, then added, "Good. I'll speak with Huang Mao shortly. Still, how shall profits from this enterprise be allocated?" The fox pressed further. Lu Qingyu paused, then replied, "Fox, though funeral services carry an aura of ill omen, it is undeniably a vast lucrative industry. Should we unify Hong Kong Island's entire funeral sector, returns would be staggering. Therefore, establish the company under Black Wolf's name." It was not stinginess that guided Lu Qingyu, but prudence. Men change, Black Wolf and his core allies would not. He remained at the Huanyu Tower until shortly after 4 in the afternoon before departing for Qingyu Tower. Returning to his penthouse atop Qingyu Tower, he seated himself in the living room and with a mere act of will summoned an elite corporate task force. He issued immediate orders. One contingent was dispatched to locate Lu Juanhao, another to meet the fox. Precisely at midnight, the night was pitch black, so dense it seemed as though ink had been poured across the sky, while the air itself thrummed with an oppressive, suffocating tension. The streets of Yuanlang lay utterly silent, unervingly still. The usual bustle of shop fronts and pedestrian chatter had vanished without a trace. Into this deathly hush marched Aji at the head of 5 full battalions, his forces surging forward with overwhelming momentum descending upon Yuan Lang like a gathering storm. Meanwhile, Black Wolf Gao Jin, Yellow Hair, and others had long since completed their preparations. From each of the 11 branches, an entire battalion had been dispatched, racing toward Yuan Lang to converge. From every direction, reinforcements streamed in. Crowds thickened, blackening the streets, swelling until over 3,000 fighters gathered, their collective aura radiating raw, chilling menace. Every squad leader commanding these forces possessed formidable martial prowess, each capable of holding off 10 opponents alone. The elite among them could rout dozens single-handedly, their combat strength terrifyingly unmatched. Elsewhere inside the East Star Yuan Lang headquarters conference room, Luo Tuo sat rigidly at the head of the table, chain-smoking cigarette after cigarette, his face etched with restless agitation. Flanking him on both sides sat his inner circle, Gu Hualun, Bai Tu, and Sha Meng, and all remained grim-faced and silent, their expressions heavy with unspoken dread. The moment Aji's vanguard crossed into Yuanlong's territory, the pagers carried by everyone in the room erupted one after another, shrill, insistent, urgent. Each man snatched up his device only to hear panicked, breathless reports flooding through the receivers, all delivering the same dire news: He Liansheng's main force has arrived, and they're already inside Yuanlang. After listening to report after report, Luo Tuo's face darkened, his brow furrowed in stunned disbelief. He simply could not fathom that He Liansheng's power had grown so monstrous, so overwhelming. After a pause, he suppressed his inner turmoil and addressed the room, his voice hoarse, weighted with gravity. Aluan, Ben Sha Meng, there is no evading this crisis. Just now our men confirmed it, their forces number in the thousands. Our own numbers are not insignificant, but we all know the truth: our men's fighting capability pales in comparison to He Liansheng's elite. And worse, they have reserves pouring in without end, wave upon wave. We cannot withstand them, Hedon. His words had barely faded when Sha Meng leapt up, voice sharp with fury and desperation. Boss, what do we do now? They've marched straight to our doorstep. Are we really going to surrender? If we bow our heads, East Star's name will be disgraced forever across Hong Kong's underworld. Better to fight to the last breath, to shatter ourselves against them rather than break. Luo Tuo ignored Sha Meng's outburst entirely, turning instead to Gu Hualun with cold intensity. Alun, what of the assassins and the Da Quanzai mercenaries you were sent to contact? Gu Hualun drew deeply on his cigarette, exhaled a slow plume of white smoke, then shook his head in weary resignation. Brother Luo, I reached them, but they demand time to mobilize, to prepare. Their price is exorbitant, 50 million HKD. I accepted on the spot and agreed to deliver 20 million as earnest money tomorrow. At those words, Luo Tuo's expression turned ashen, rage boiling beneath his icy composure. With He Liansheng's army already at the gates, even the deposit remained unpaid. The situation had collapsed into utter deadlock. A heavy silence settled, thick, suffocating, while gray smoke coiled slowly through the dim air. A flash of frost glinted in Luo Tuo's eyes. His face hardened with resolve as he looked steadily at Gu Hualun, Bai Tu and Sha Meng. Listen carefully. Aluan, Ben Sha Meng. You will take your most trusted men and leave Hong Kong immediately. While the mountain stands, firewood will never run short. Flee now, regroup abroad, and return when the tide turns. Gu Hualun shot to his feet, instantly, voice cracking with protest. Brother Luo, absolutely not. It's you who must go, not us. You are East Star's dragon head, the very soul of our brotherhood. So long as you live, East Star's banner shall never fall. Bai Tu stared at Luo Tuo in shock, then added, voice trembling. Exactly. Brother Luo, you're right. As long as you remain alive, we will rise again and exact our vengeance. Sha Meng, normally volatile, self-serving, quick to anger, sat motionless, silent, saying not a word, a rare, unsettling stillness. Luo Tuo felt warmth bloom in his chest at Gu Hualun's and Bai Tu's words, deeply moved, profoundly grateful. As for Sha Meng's silence, he didn't even glance his way, treated him as if he were already gone. Luo Tuo sighed softly, exhaustion and ironclad resolve warring in his gaze, then spoke again. Ben, I know well your long-held ambition for the dragon head seat. Today I formally pass it to you. Take Aluan and depart Hong Kong, immediately. No sooner had the words left his lips than Gu Hualun exploded. No, never. If we flee together. If we stand together. Brother Luo, we've bled side by side for years. Gu Hualun is no coward who flees death. Bai Tu opened his mouth, hesitated, then spoke with quiet candor. Luota, you're right. Yes, I've coveted that seat for years. I've carried that resentment deep within me. Why should you sit upon the throne while I cannot? East Star isn't yours alone. It's the kingdom we forged together, blade by blade. Aluan speaks true. We faced death together and none of us ever flinched. But now we're older. Our bodies no longer bear the fire of youth nor the stamina to charge into battle with swords drawn. Yet if we leave together. We hold territory in the Netherlands, safe ground, loyal allies. You yourself said it, while the mountain stands, firewood will never run short. There's no honor in dying here needlessly. Luo Tua listened, then offered a faint bitter smile. Another sigh escaping his lips. Ah, Ben Alan. I wish I could go with you. But as East Star's dragon head, I cannot flee without battle. If word spreads that we abandoned our post, cowardly without resistance, the entire underworld will mock East Star as spineless, defeated before a single blow is struck. How then could we ever reclaim our standing? Where would our honor lie? A G advanced at the head of a formidable force, over 1,000 elite men, marching in unison toward the Dongxing Yuanlang headquarters, his aura sharp and intimidating. Victory in this battle would secure him the position of regional manager for Yuanlang. Not a moment of hesitation or slackness dared cross his mind. Meanwhile, elite contingents drawn from 11 other Halian-Shung branches had already mobilized in synchronized coordination. Their assignments were precise and clear. Every Dongxing-affiliated business across Yuanlang was marked for simultaneous assault. Luo Tua valued his reputation in the Jianghu above all else. He refused outright to flee no matter what. Despite Kowloon's earnest entreaties and Bai Tu Wang's solemn appeals, Luo Tua remained resolute, determined to stand his ground to the bitter end, unwilling to bear the disgrace of retreat without a fight. Seeing persuasion futile, Bai Tu Wang exchanged a subtle glance with Kowloon. Then, without drawing attention, he rose silently and stepped behind Luo Tua. In the split second Luo Tuo's focus wavered, Bai Tu Wang struck, his palm crashing down hard on the nape of Luo Tuo's neck. Before a single groan could escape, Luo Tuo's eyes rolled back, his head slumped sideways, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. As Luo Tua crumpled limply to the floor, Bai Tu Wang straightened, turned to Sha Meng beside him, and issued a stern command. Sha Meng, take your men now and intercept Halian-Shung's forces. Delay them as long as possible. Once this is secured, gather your most trusted lieutenants and meet us immediately at the docks. At these words, Sha Meng's face tightened with reluctant unease, his heart churning with doubt. He feared that Bai Tu Wang and Kowloon would slip away with Luo Tua first, abandoning him entirely once they vanished into the shadows. Yet with circumstances pressing in from all sides, defiance was unthinkable. He swallowed his misgivings and gave a quiet, obedient acknowledgement. Without delay, he rose and strode out of the conference room, assembling a dozen of his closest, most loyal underlings to deploy defensive positions and stall Halian-Shung's advance. The moment Sha Meng departed, Bai Tu Wang and Kowloon swiftly gathered their inner circle, began preparations without a word, and carrying Luo Tua on a stretcher slipped quietly out of the Dongxing headquarters. Within minutes, AG led his 1,000-strong host in a thunderous, unstoppable charge straight toward the Dongxing headquarters, ravaging every Dongxing-branded establishment, storefront, and territory along the way. AG's combat prowess was terrifying. Dozens of ordinary thugs could not even close the distance to lay hands on him. Should he truly unleash his fury, even 100 opponents would be unable to hold him. He would carve a path through blood and steel. His strikes were ruthless and decisive. Twin short blades, permanently gripped in his hands, cut without mercy, each slash drawing crimson life from flesh. Dongxing enforcers scattered in terror, livers trembling, gall-blanched white. Some surrendered on the spot, abandoning their turf. Others fled blindly, too shattered to mount resistance or endure another blow. Within mere minutes, over 10 Dongxing men lay dead by AG's blade. Countless others suffered grievous, crippling wounds. Soon AG arrived near the Dongxing headquarters with several dozen elite lieutenants, just as Sha Meng and his contingent emerged preparing to depart. AG's gaze hardened instantly, not a flicker of hesitation, before he surged forward with his men in pursuit. Simultaneously, Sha Meng spotted AG's advancing host bearing down upon them. One of his lieutenants urgently urged, Brother Sha Meng, there's no escape now. Let's turn and fight them, heathen. Sha Meng knew full well there was no path backward. He halted abruptly and roared, voice raw and brothers, charge forward. Slay these Halian-Shung dogs. For every one you kill, I'll pay 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Such a reward ignited fierce resolve. Greed sharpened their courage. His men erupted in blood-fueled frenzy, eyes blazing red, howling as one. Kill the Halian-Shung scum. Fight to the death. AG watched, lips curling into a glacial smirk. Their audacity to stand and snarl defiance only deepened his contempt. He bellowed in return, brothers. These Dongxing vermin have grown intolerably arrogant. Now is our hour to seize glory. Seize them all, alive or dead. With those words, AG lunged first, plunging into the fray, his blows vicious, unrelenting. His followers were disciplined junior blade wielders, rigorous, lethal, far surpassing street brawlers in skill and cohesion. At the first clash, a single exchange felled over a dozen Dongxing men, bodies falling like wheat before the scythe. AG's speed was blinding. In an instant, he closed the gap to Sha Meng and slashed downward with brutal force. Sha Meng barely raised his arm in defense. A sickening crack echoed as numbness shot up his limb. His palm split open, pain flaring violently. In that heartbeat, he knew this man was beyond his reach. Panic sparked cunning. With a guttural roar, die, he feinted a desperate counterattack. AG braced instinctively, muscles coiling for impact. But Sha Meng had no intention of engaging. Instead, he seized a nearby underling and hurled him forward as a human shield, then spun and bolted sprinting for his life. The hapless man flew helplessly toward Ag. Without blinking, Ag twisted his wrist. The short blade flashed once, slicing cleanly across the man's throat. No cry escaped, only silence, then collapse. Ag surged forward in pursuit, then flung his blade in a single fluid motion. It pierced the air with a shrill whistle and buried itself deep into Sha Meng's rear thigh with a wet final thud. The blade pinned him fast. Agony exploded through his leg. Sha Meng staggered twice, then crashed to the ground with a heavy hollow thud. Blood gushed from the wound, contorting his face into a mask of agony. Clutching his thigh, he wailed in helpless torment. Ag approached slowly, eyes glacial, steps deliberate, then planted his boot squarely on Sha Meng's shoulder. Still think you can run? Under my very gaze. And you dare use your own men as shields? Pathetic. The remaining Dongxing men, witnessing Sha Meng's utter defeat, dissolved into panic, courage shattered while broken. Some dropped weapons and knelt begging for mercy, others scattered like startled birds, fleeing in every direction. Ag's men pressed forward seamlessly, seizing total control of the battlefield. No resistance remained. Sha Meng clenched his teeth against the pain, his face twisted with terror, regret, and profound shame. He tilted his head upward, voice cracking in desperation. Big brother, I'll pay you. Just spare my life. Please have mercy. Ag gazed down, expression unmoved, voice cold as winter stone. You're Sha Meng, aren't you? Tell me, where are your Dongxing branch leaders? Where is your dragon head? Upon hearing Ag interrogate him about Camel's whereabouts, Grasshopper's eyes darted rapidly, his mind racing as he schemed to trade information for his life. Gritting through searing pain, he lifted his head and stammered. I'll tell you where our dragon head is, but will you spare me? Ag's expression darkened instantly at Grasshopper's audacity to bargain. Without a word, he raised his blade and drove it deep into Grasshopper's other uninjured leg. Agony pierced his core. Grasshopper convulsed violently on the spot, shrieking in unbearable torment. Ag's gaze turned glacial, his voice icy and unyielding. Grasshopper, I am granting you a chance, not negotiating terms. Speak truthfully or prepare to die in silence. With that, he wrenched the blade from Grasshopper's leg, spraying crimson across the ground, then raised his hand as if ready to strike again. Terrified beyond reason, Grasshopper wailed desperately. No, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Our dragon head and his men have already headed for the wharf. You must go now, or they'll escape by boat. Beneath his trembling plea, Grasshopper plotted to betray the truth and seized the first opportunity to flee. Ag snorted coldly, his eyes locking onto Grasshopper with lethal intensity. You'd better not play tricks or lie to me, or I'll ensure you beg for death, yet cannot find it. He turned sharply to his men and commanded, leave one squad behind to guard Grasshopper. Don't let him slip away. Everyone else, follow me to the wharf now. Ag led dozens of men toward the wharf, knowing the distance was too great to cover on foot, and too urgent. He sprinted to the roadside, seized a parked car, smashed its lock with brute force, ignited the engine, and sped off, tires screeching, toward the wharf. Meanwhile, Camel had long since regained consciousness. Struck down by Old Whitehead, he'd lapsed into unconsciousness only briefly, and upon waking discovered the entire group had already departed from the headquarters. The situation was irreversible. Pride meant nothing now. Ag sat in the speeding vehicle and pulled out his bulky mobile phone, dialing Fox's number. The moment the call connected, Ag spoke without preamble. Brother Fox, it's Ag. I've captured Grasshopper. He says Camel and his crew are fleeing to the wharf. I'm en route now, chasing them by car. Fox cut in immediately. Good, get there fast. I'll dispatch men right now to intercept them from alternate wharf. Hanging up, Fox wasted no time. He dialed another subordinate stationed at the wharf and ordered crisply, launch Defei immediately. Full speed to Yuanlong Wharf. Block every vessel preparing to sail. Elsewhere, 11 squads surged simultaneously toward Yuanlong's Dongxing-controlled territories, storming street stalls, bars, mahjong parlors, and entertainment venues alike. Any establishment bearing the Dongxing name. Wherever Dongxing's banner flew, their men charged without hesitation. And wherever Dongxing members were found inside, violence erupted instantly. No delay, no mercy. Their assault was swift and brutal. Wave after wave, they swept through venue after venue. After seizing each location, they left detachments behind to garrison it, preventing any counterattack from Dongxing loyalists. 11 teams advanced in perfect coordination. No overlap, no pause. Clearing one stronghold after another in relentless, unstoppable succession. Within minutes, Dongxing's entire Yuanlong empire, large and small, had fallen one by one. Faced with the ferocious onslaught of He Liansheng, Dongxing's underlings crumbled utterly, screaming in terror, collapsing in despair. Some dropped knives and clubs mid-fight, kneeling in surrender. Others fled blindly, hearts pounding, souls shattered, dashing headlong into oblivion. Dozens lay dead on the blood-soaked pavement. Many more writhed helplessly, grievously wounded. Countless others bore lesser injuries, too numerous to count. He Liansheng showed no pity, no pause to tend the wounded. Bloodied bodies were abandoned roadside, ignored entirely as fighters pressed onward. They continued seizing venues, assigning guards to hold each newly conquered territory, while Camel's group arrived at the wharf only to find the waiting fishing boat still absent. The trio, Camel, Old Whitehead, and Kowloon, alighted from their vehicles and deployed sentries across the wharf perimeter. Throughout this tense vigil, their bulky mobile phones rang incessantly, calls flooding in from desperate subordinates. Yet all three knew the tide had turned irrevocably, and none answered a single call. 5 silent, heavy minutes passed, until far out on the horizon a fishing boat finally emerged from the mist. At the sight of the vessel, Kowloon and Old Whitehead exhaled deeply, their suspended dread dissolving into fragile relief. Escape was moments away, but before the boat could dock, a thunderous roar split the air, a chorus of accelerating engines growing louder, faster, closer. Moments later, several cars barreled toward the wharf, aiming straight for the assembled men. Among Dongxing's wharf sentries, several carried firearms, and without hesitation they raised their guns and opened fire on the approaching vehicles. Aji sat in the lead car, utterly unfazed. He roared at the driver, "Don't stop," rammed straight through them. The vehicle surged forward, plowing directly into the gunmen. Some Dongxing men reacted too slowly, crushed beneath the car's hood, flung violently onto the ground, limbs twisted motionless. In rapid succession, 7 or 8 more vehicles screeched to the wharf's edge. The instant the lead car shuddered to a halt, Aji kicked open the door and leapt out, his face twisted into a chilling, predatory smile. Without pause, he lunged forward, short blade drawn straight toward the armed Dongxing men. Seeing him charge alone, they swiftly raised their guns, fingers tightening on triggers. But Aji moved with terrifying speed, leaving no time to fire. With a flick of his wrist, his blade sliced through the air like a vengeful shadow. Before the gunman's finger could depress the trigger, the blade buried itself deep in his throat. His body stiffened, then collapsed rigid and lifeless. The remaining armed men scrambled to pivot their barrels toward Aji, but he was already upon them, vanishing into their ranks like smoke. Trapped now, Aji intermingled with their own comrades. They dared not fire. A stray bullet would slaughter their brothers. Hesitation froze their hands. That hesitation became their doom. Aji's twin blades flashed, merciless, precise, savage, each stroke stripped bare of compassion. At close range, none could withstand him. 1/1 kill. Every blade sought vital organs. Several Dongxing men fell before they even registered movement, slumping to the ground, bleeding profusely, unable even to cry out. The survivors watched in mute horror as Aji carved through their ranks, trapped by their own men, unable to raise arms against him. Trembling, paralyzed by fear, they stood frozen, powerless to intervene, as Aji stormed forward, unchecked, reaping lives with cold, unhurried fury. In moments, the group of East Star underlings brandishing firearms collapsed one after another. None remained. Aji struck with brutal speed and precision. His opponents, hesitant to fire for fear of hitting their own, were utterly powerless to stop him. At that very instant, dozens of his men surged forward and swiftly fanned out. They encircled Lo Tuo by Tu Wang and Kowloon completely. No escape was possible. Meanwhile, the fishing boat dispatched to rendezvous offshore had nearly reached the pier when its crew, spotting the violent confrontation from afar, instantly recognized the peril. Terrified, they abandoned their approach entirely, halting mid-maneuver, spinning the vessel around, and accelerating full speed away. Aji ceased his assault, his body drenched in blood, and advanced slowly, deliberately, toward Lo Tuo. His gaze was glacial, his blood-smeared figure unnerving. Every East Star member present felt a jolt of dread, hearts pounding with raw fear. Stopping before them, Aji swept his eyes across the group and spoke in a voice as cold as iron. "Which of you is Lo Tuo? And who among you holds the rank of Hall Master? Step forward now." Lo Tuo by Tu Wang and Kowloon were seasoned veterans of the Underworld. Though uneasy, they bore no panic. Such confrontations were familiar terrain. After a tense silence, Lo Tuo drew a deep breath, stepped boldly forward, and met Aji's stare. His voice was low and steady. "I am Lo Tuo." "Good. Excellent," Aji sneered. "Lo Tuo, you will accompany me." With that, he gestured sharply, and 2 underlings moved in to seize him. Kowloon hurried forward to intervene. "Hold. Brother, we're all cut from the same cloth. This is about money, not annihilation. Let us leave unharmed, and we'll transfer 5 million Hong Kong dollars to you immediately, or deliver cash." Aji strode forward, halted before Kowloon, and without a word delivered a thunderous slap across his face. "Humph. Do you take me for a beggar? 5 million. You insult me." He barked orders. "Seize him too. Take him with the rest." Then, seizing a trembling underling nearby, Aji demanded coldly, "Among this lot, who else commands a—" The man stammered, pointing shakily at Bai Tu Wang. "He does. He's our East Star uncle, Bai Tu Wang." At that moment, 6 high-speed speedboats appeared on the horizon, pursuing a single fishing vessel. Within moments, they forced it ashore and immobilized it. Men leapt ashore and scanned the dock, calling out, "Who is Brother G?" Aji stepped forward. "I am Aji. Brother G, greetings. We serve Brother Fox. He instructed us to blockade the pier and prevent East Star's escape. We intercepted only this one vessel." "No matter," Aji replied, a faint smile curling his lips. East Star's dragon head Lo Tuo and all his senior lieutenants are already in my custody. Relief washed over the men. Smiling, they replied, excellent. So long as the targets are secured, Brother G. Well, once the speedboats departed, Aji issued a crisp command: escort Lo Tuo and his entire entourage back to the Tsuinwan Hall. His men moved instantly, dragging Lo Tuo by Tu Wang and Gu Hualun into vehicles and drive. Then Aji turned to the groaning and stunned East Star underlings sprawled across the ground and declared, voice icy and absolute, as of today, East Star ceases to exist. I hold no grudge against you. Those who wish to leave may do so freely. But remember this well, from this day forth there shall be no East Star in Hong Kong. He turned without another word and departed in his vehicle, leaving silence in his wake. Once Aji's convoy vanished into the distance, the remaining East Star underlings exchanged hollow glances, panic-stricken adrift, uncertain of their fate. One man ventured hesitantly, Brotherly, what do we do now? Leave immediately, or wait? Brotherly paused, then sighed deeply. Our dragon, head Uncle Bai Tu and Senior Gu Hualun have all been captured. What choice remains? First, rush the wounded to the hospital. Dispose of the dead, dump them at sea. Then every one of us leaves Hong Kong for the Netherlands. Brotherly, I have no objection to going to the Netherlands. But what of the hundreds of East Star brothers still in Hong Kong? Are we truly abandoning them? Brotherly's face twisted with helplessness. What else can we do? Our leaders are gone, and with Lien Sheng's dominance rising, even our last foothold has crumbled. To stay would be to starve. Better to regroup in the Netherlands and return stronger when the time is right. After departing the pier, Aji pulled out his mobile phone and dialed Brother Fox. The call connected instantly. Brother Fox, it's Aji. A calm, measured voice answered. Aji, how did it go? Were they apprehended? All secured, Brother Fox. Lo Tuo, the East Star dragon head, Bai Tu Wang, his uncle, and Gu Hualun, none escaped. Sha Meng, the sandhopper of East Star's 5 tigers, is already en route to the Hall under guard. Brother Fox responded with quiet approval. Well done, Aji. Escort them to Tsuinwan first, then remain. Use this opportunity to assume full control of East Star's territory and consolidate it swiftly. Aji straightened, resolute. Rest assured, Brother Fox. I will execute this flawlessly. You will not be disappointed. Brother Fox's tone warmed slightly. Excellent. Your contribution here is substantial. I will personally report your performance to Brother Yu. If all proceeds as expected, you'll soon be promoted to regional manager, your rank equal to mine. Aji bowed his head respectfully. Brother Fox, you have my unwavering loyalty. No matter how high I rise, you will always be my elder brother, and this debt I will never forget. Brother Fox replied evenly. Aji, no need for such formality. We both serve Brother Yu. Merit earns advancement. Failure, however, invites replacement. Serve Brother Yu faithfully and act with integrity. That alone is. Luo Tuo, Bai Tu Wang, Gu Hualun, and Sha Meng were seized by He Liansheng and immediately escorted to the Huan Yu building in Tsuinwan. The building's underground third level spanned 3600 square meters. Each of the 3 subterranean floors covered the same vast area, and 600 square meters on each floor had been partitioned off separately. Each of those 600 square compartments was sealed on all 4 sides with 1 meter thick reinforced concrete, further reinforced with 20 centimeter thick high-strength steel plates embedded within. Access points featured concealed mechanical doors. To outsiders, the basement's true nature remained utterly undetectable. Once isolated, these 3 levels were converted into an underground prison, designed exclusively for detaining captives. Beyond that, the remaining 30 square meters across the 3 basement levels had also undergone renovation, though construction remained incomplete. According to Lu Qingyu's vision, this space would become a world-class vault. The 4 men were marched inside in silence. The frigid, unyielding cement floor beneath their feet, the air around them suffocatingly still and eerily hushed. Before long, Huli arrived at the subterranean prison clad entirely in black, his expression detached and icy. He approached each cell and turned his gaze sweeping over the 4 men, pale, hollow-eyed, broken in spirit. His voice carried a mocking lilt as he said, "You are pillars of Dongxing, men who once commanded reverence across the underworld, whose very names stirred awe and deference wherever you walked. Who could have imagined you'd fall so low? Does the taste of humiliation sit bitter upon your tongues?" His tone shifted instantly. Playfulness vanished, replaced by glacial severity. "I'll spare you no pretense. Today I lay down the terms plainly. You will disclose, fully and without omission, every asset under your control: cash deposits, real estate, holdings, commercial properties, territorial domains, corporate enterprises. Nothing may be withheld. Once disclosed, you will sign asset transfer contracts and formally cede every last possession. Only then shall there remain room for negotiation." Luo Tuo and the others were prominent figures of Dongxing, men who had spent lifetimes amassing wealth and influence. Surrendering it all would not come easily. Each clenched his jaw, refusing to yield, defiant, unbroken, silent despite Hu Li's relentless pressure. Seeing their obstinacy, Hu Li's lips curled into a frostbitten smile, his eyes flashing with cold, lethal intent. Without another word, he turned and retrieved a gleaming, razor-sharp surgical scalpel from a nearby instrument tray. The blade shimmered with lethal brilliance. Hu Li strode directly to Sha Meng's cell, gestured for his men to unlock it, then seized Sha Meng's wrist and slammed his palm onto the icy stone slab. Sha Meng recoiled in shock and fury, thrashing and roaring, "You dare lay hands on me! Dongxing will never let this pass." Hu Li did not flinch. His face remained impassive, calm as still water. Then struck the scalpel, flashed downward, severing one finger clean off. A shriek of pure agony tore through the prison's silence. Blood erupted in a crimson arc, and Sha Meng convulsed violently, drenched in cold sweat, racked by unbearable pain. Hu Li's expression did not waver. Calmly he asked, "Will you speak now? Or must we continue?" Sha Meng gritted his teeth, enduring. This was his life savings, he would not betray it so easily. Hu Li did not hesitate. A second slash fell, another finger severed. 2 digits lay severed upon the stone, agony piercing bone and marrow. Sha Meng hovered on the edge of unconsciousness, yet still refused to break. Hu Li's gaze hardened further. No pity, no hesitation, as the third strike descended. A third finger fell, severed cleanly. Blood soaked the entire stone slab. The raw, guttural screams echoed like thunder through the dungeon. Luo Tuo Bai Tu Wang and Gu Hualun stood frozen, their faces ashen, their spines chilled to the core. At last, terror and torment shattered every shred of resolve within Sha Meng. He crumbled, utterly stripped of all defiance. Trembling uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face, he screamed in abject desperation, "I'll tell you everything. I swear. All my money, all my property, all my territories and businesses. I'll name them all, sign every contract, hand it all over. Just stop. Please, no more." Hu Li flicked blood from the scalpel's edge and cast him a disdainful glance. "Had you submitted earlier, you might have spared yourself this suffering. Now write down every asset, item by item, no omissions. Once complete, sign the transfer documents immediately." Luo Tuo Bai Tu Wang and Gu Hualun watched the carnage unfold before them, their faces drained of all color. Hu Li wiped the blade clean once more and turned toward the three, a faint, unsettling smile playing upon his lip. "Now it is your turn. Will you yield willingly? Or must I extract your confessions through pain? Choose." These men were elders of the underworld, veterans who had weathered decades of chaos and bloodshed. They knew with grim certainty that escape from He Liansheng's grasp was impossible. In past days, capture meant ransom, a payment, a bribe, and freedom. But this time was different. Wu Ye had slaughtered He Liansheng's entire leadership cadre. How could He Liansheng possibly show mercy? To survive unscathed was already miraculous. Luo Tuo exhaled deeply, turning to Bai Tu Wang and Gu Hualun with a voice heavy with despair. "Ah Ben Alun, we've fallen irrevocably. There is no honor in enduring pointless torment." He then faced Hu Li, voice hollow and resigned. "I yield. I will declare every asset under my name. Every sum, every property, every domain, every enterprise. I will sign, I will transfer, without reservation. Only grant us a swift end. No more suffering." To his astonishment, Hu Li's expression soured, not with triumph, but with genuine disappointment. "Tsk, you are among Dongxing's most formidable figures, yet you capitulate so readily. A little more resistance, let me savor the game before you confess, would have made this far more entertaining." Those casual words, paired with his regretful, almost playful demeanor, sent shivers crawling up their spines. More terrifying than any blade, more chilling than death itself. Luo Tuo's mouth twitched violently. In all his decades of dominance, he had never encountered a man like this. He drew a slow, shuddering breath, his face ghostly pale, his posture collapsing inward as he addressed Hu Li. "Enough. We are yours, completely. Take our money, our properties, our territories, our enterprises, everything. We will declare it all, sign every document, transfer every asset. No concealment, no evasion. Just grant us a merciful end." Hu Li was no sadist. His earlier taunts had been calculated theater designed solely to break their pride and force full disclosure. Now that Luo Tuo and the others had surrendered utterly, he saw no need for further theatrics. He turned to his trusted lieutenant and ordered, "Watch them closely. Ensure they list every asset, every dollar, every deed, every title, every business, down to the last detail. Nothing may be hidden. I'll dispatch legal counsel shortly to formalize all asset transfers and recover the funds they declare." Having issued his commands, Hu Li turned without another glance and departed the subterranean prison. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, the night profoundly still, and the situation in Yuanlong had long been settled. Aji, backed by a massive force, seized control across the district. Every Dongxing branch, stall, and venue in Yuanlong fell without exception. Combined with Ho Linsheng's pre-existing strongholds on 2 streets in Yuanlong, the merger cemented total tea restaurants, street-side stalls, bars, nightclubs, and every Triad stronghold buzzed with clusters of people gathered in hushed, animated discussion. Words spread like wildfire. One told 10, 10 told 100, until the entire underworld seethed with fervent speculation over this seismic event. Some spoke with palpable dread. Heavens above. We once thought Ho Linsheng was unremarkable, but in such a short span they've lost 2 leaders along with countless uncles and hall masters. Yet their first strike was terrifyingly decisive. No wonder they reign as Hong Kong's foremost triad. deeply concealed their foundations staggeringly formidable. And this Lu Qingyu, he's said to have unified them all, masterminding the complete annihilation of Dongxing from behind the scenes. Indeed, no one expected Lu Qingyu to be so formidable. With all Ho Linsheng's uncles gone, he now holds absolute authority. Others recalled the massacre at the banquet where Crow slaughtered Ho Linsheng's elders, a deed that stirred universal vindication. Now it's over for Dongxing. How brazen Crow once was. Utterly devoid of Jianghu honor, he flouted every code, slaughtering Ho Linsheng's elders and hall masters en masse, chilling the hearts of all who witnessed it. Karma has arrived. Arrogant in his brutality, he murdered senior members without restraint, shattering the very pillars of Jianghu order. Now Dongxing has been uprooted entirely, self-inflicted, fully deserved. Only one question remains: where have Crow and Laughing Tiger fled? Humph, even if Crow and Laughing Tiger escaped, what good is it? With Ho Linsheng riding such an unstoppable tide, would they dare return? The Jianghu has its codes, however fierce the turf war, slaughter must never become commonplace. Such lawlessness unravels the foundation itself. Look where their arrogance led them. Annihilated as a clan, their leader captured their territory, stripped bare. Pure self-destruction. Crow strutted like a tyrant. 5 tigers of Dongxing, a title, thundered across the land, yet crumbled instantly before true strength. Ho Linsheng swept them aside effortlessly, a humiliation echoing through the entire Jianghu. All ferocity, no fortitude, fierce in appearance, hollow at the core. The Jianghu's landscape has irrevocably shifted. Ho Linsheng's prestige now soars beyond challenge. No one in Hong Kong dares provoke them lightly. Camel and the elder uncles are all imprisoned, Dongxing's territory devoured. There will be no resurrection. Elder statesmen shook their heads sorrowfully. The gravest taboo in the Jianghu is reckless bloodshed and disregard for order. Crow's unchecked slaughter went unchallenged, and today's ruin is neither unexpected nor undeserved. Voices multiplied across the underworld, some awestruck by Ho Linsheng's profound resilience, others condemning Crow's ruthlessness, many declaring Dongxing's fall utterly justified. Some lauded Lu Qingyu's courage and strategy, countless others mocked Dongxing's hollow reputation. All across Hong Kong, one truth resonated unmistakably: Ho Linsheng's supremacy as the island's paramount Triad stood unassailable. Time slipped by. By 9 o'clock the next morning, news of Dongxing's total eradication by Ho Linsheng had saturated Hong Kong. Not only Triad members knew, ordinary citizens, neighbors, and diners and tea restaurants alike were all abuzz. From alleyways to thoroughfares, the collapse of Dongxing and Ho Linsheng's triumph dominated every conversation, universally known, inescapably seismic. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiansheng had barely risen when his subordinates delivered the latest intelligence. Upon learning that an entire major triad, Dongxing, had been utterly extinguished by Ho Linsheng, Jiang Tiansheng sat alone on the living room sofa, chain-smoking, his expression grim, silent, for a long, heavy stretch. He was profoundly shaken, never imagining Ho Linsheng's power had ascended to such terrifying heights. Until now he, and indeed the entire Jianghu, had assumed. Though Hung Hing might not hold the top rank, its heritage ran deep, its ranks vast, its raw strength unquestionably rivaling Ho Linsheng's. The two had long been regarded as equals. Yet this incident laid bare the truth: in sheer heating combat capability, Hung Hing lagged far behind Ho Linsheng's present might. After all, Dongxing and Hung Hing had been mortal rivals for decades, locked in bitter territorial disputes and ceaseless conflict. In past clashes, victories and defeats balanced precariously. Neither side could gain decisive advantage nor truly break the other. Now, however, Ho Linsheng struck once, swift, overwhelming, and erased Dongxing entirely, swallowing its territory, dismantling every hall, root, and branch. Such lightning execution, such crushing superiority, Hung Hing could never replicate it. Jiang Tiansheng clenched his cigarette, brow furrowed, ever deeper clarity dawning. From this day forward, Hong Kong's heavens had shifted, the balance irrevocably tilted. Ho Linsheng now towered over all others. Even Hung Hing would henceforth tread with utmost caution, never again daring direct confrontation. His mind raced backward through every detail, each memory weighing heavier upon his heart. Dongxing's utter ruin traced back to a single clear origin. It began with Dongxing's flag planting in Tsunwan. Then Crow and Laughing Tiger's capture, followed by Ho Linsheng's extortion of 6 million Hong Kong dollars. That humiliation festered in Crow's heart. Refusing to swallow his pride, he joined forces with Laughing Tiger and retaliated with savage, unrestrained fury, slaughtering a host of Ho Linsheng uncles and hall masters, crossing every line. That very act ignited Ho Linsheng's wrath, sparking the cataclysm that uprooted Dongxing, entirely sealing its fate in total annihilation. At this thought, Jiang Tiansheng's chest tightened, because he knew Dongxing was not alone in provoking Ho Linsheng. Hung Hing too had struck first. Chen Haonan himself had led men into Tsunwan to plant their flag. Though luck allowed his escape, the act itself was irrefutable, etched indelibly in fact. His brow knotted tighter, his face darkening further. Dongxing had fallen precisely because it initiated hostilities, repeatedly courting Ho Lin Sheng's vengeance. And Hung Hing too had drawn blood and incurred grievance. Who could say whether Ho Lin Sheng would now settle old scores, turning its gaze squarely upon Hung Hing? Dongxing's ruin stood before him as stark warning. He dared not assume Ho Lin Sheng would refrain from redirecting its wrath toward Hung Hing itself. It was shortly after 10 o'clock in the morning. After waking up, Lu Qingyu was meticulously attended to by a retinue of maidservants as they assisted him with washing, grooming, and dressing. Once fully prepared, impeccably dressed and composed, he strolled calmly into the living room and took a seat. As he settled in, he recounted in meticulous detail everything that had transpired the previous night, from Aji's forces securing all of Yuanlong's territories without resistance to the complete arrest of Dongxing's senior leadership. He left nothing out. Not even the widespread chatter across the underworld about Dongxing's collapse and Lian Shang's overwhelming triumph. Lu Qingyu listened in serene silence, his expression utterly unruffled, a faint knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. Every outcome had unfolded precisely as he had foreseen. No surprises, no deviations. Having heard the full report, he said little, rose gracefully, and proceeded to the dining room to finish his breakfast. After eating, he departed Qingyu Tower and boarded a business sedan bound for the Huanyu building in Sunwan. En route, the custom-made watch on his wrist emitted a soft, subtle vibration. With a mere thought, the watch transformed seamlessly into a vintage mobile phone. He casually pressed the answer button. Gu Qingqing's voice came through, gentle, poised, and refined. Young master, the situation is somewhat delicate. Procuring such a massive quantity of physical gold cannot be accomplished swiftly. At current market prices, 2 billion would acquire exactly 333 metric tons of gold. While sourcing dozens of tons is feasible, through coordinated efforts among institutions and dealers, acquiring over 300 tons in a single transaction is unprecedented. No financial institution or vault in the world holds that volume of spot gold readily available for immediate delivery. A full settlement in one go is simply impossible. Lu Qingyu's brow furrowed instantly. Leaning back against the car seat, he fell into quiet contemplation. Over a minute passed before a plan crystallized in his mind, and only then did he speak calm and deliberate. Qingqing, if bulk physical gold is unattainable, shift strategy entirely. Allocate every cent of that 2 billion, none held back, into gold futures. Buy gold futures exclusively. Ignore price fluctuations, whether the market surges or plummets. Hold the position for precisely 1 day, then liquidate every contract at expiry. Once funds are fully recouped, open an offshore account under your name. Transfer every dollar, without exception, into that account. Gu Qingqing exhaled softly in relief upon hearing his instructions. She knew full well what 333 tons of physical gold truly meant, an almost unimaginable scale. Even major bullion banks and central financial institutions would struggle to match such volume. Many national gold reserves fell short of that figure. Futures, however, posed no logistical burden. They could be executed instantly and flawlessly. She responded with deferential promptness. Understood, young master. I will handle this without delay. Lu Qingyu gave a quiet, approving hum. Then he continued, voice steady and unhurried. Qingqing, you're already abroad. There's no need to return immediately. One more directive: once the futures positions are liquidated and funds recovered, procure physical gold incrementally, never in one lump sum. Also establish a new company in the United States, named Starlight Capital. Begin registration formalities at once. My team will arrive to assist you there today. Gu Qingqing replied with gentle assurance, yes, young master. I've noted everything. Lu Qingyu, satisfied, added a few warm words urging her to rest well. With that, he ended the call. As the line went silent, he leaned back again, mind already calculating, strategizing. A thought flickered, and a supreme business team materialized, instantly assembling within Qingyu Tower as if summoned from thin air. With another mental command, he directed the team's leader to first secure operating capital from Lu Juanhao, then depart immediately for the United States. Their mission rendezvous with Gu Qingqing established the new company and assumed stewardship of all overseas operations. Every individual generated by the system bore an immutable nationality, all sworn to him unalterable by any external force. Otherwise, he would have deployed his remaining elite teams long ago. Without pause, he summoned 2 more supreme business. One was dispatched to the United Kingdom to found a firm named Solar Radiance Capital, the other to Canada to establish Triple Gold Capital. In Lu Qingyu's grand design, these firms would serve primarily as strategic investment vehicles, targeting future industry titans. Their scope extended beyond equity alone, encompassing finance, real estate, energy, and mineral resources. Direct industrial operation was unnecessary, acquiring controlling stakes in established enterprises sufficed. Half an hour later, the sedan drew to a smooth halt beneath the Huanyu building. He ascended directly to the 12th floor and entered his office. Scarcely seated, a sharp rap sounded at the door, and Fox strode in, posture erect and disciplined. Brother Yu, he began, I have 3 matters to report. Lu Qingyu reclined slightly in his chair, gaze tranquil. Go on, he murmured indifferently. Fox wasted no time delivering each point with crisp precision. First, Camel, Whitehead, Elder, Gowat, Luan, and Grasshopper, the 4 key figures of Dongxing, are now detained in the sub-basement, holding cells. Second, all 4 have fully disclosed their personal assets and business holdings. Cash seized totaled 856 Hong Kong dollars. 5 million illegally registered funds amounted to 330 million Hong Kong dollars. Gold reserves weighed 500 kilograms. 12 Rolex gold watches were recovered. Real estate included 35 residential units, 53 street-level commercial spaces, 1 entire office tower, in Wan Chai 3 restaurants, 5 bars, 3 nightclubs, and 6 Bethan spa centers. Third, we have reclaimed all assets previously controlled by Uncle Deng and his cohort of elders and branch. Legally accessible funds totaled 155 million Hong Kong dollars. Additional accounts remain frozen and inaccessible. Total recovered cash stood at 686 million Hong Kong dollars, of which over 300 million Hong Kong dollars originated directly from Uncle Deng's holdings. Additional assets included 600 kilograms of gold, 223 residential units, 256 commercial spaces, 4 restaurants, 2 mahjong parlors, 9 bars, 7 nightclubs, and 5 Bethan spa centers. Legal documentation for these properties is already underway with our attorneys. Full transfer should be finalized within the week. Fox delivered the entire inventory, assets, personnel, detention status, with flawless clarity and concision. Lu Qingyu was taken aback after hearing the long list of assets reported by the Fox. He couldn't help but marvel at the East Star family's substantial fortune, but given that they made their money through drug trafficking, it was hardly surprising. Then there was Deng Bo. That fat man was actually holding over 400 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, which was simply outrageous and deeply hidden. Lu Qingyu calculated everything in his mind, and then calmly began to issue orders. Arrange for all the nightclubs and bars we reclaim to be merged into our Huanyu Entertainment Company and managed. All residential properties should be transferred to Huanyu Real Estate for unified management, and that Wanchai building should be handed over directly to Qingyu Group for takeover. As for those street shops we've acquired, let Qingyu Group review them first. If they need any for their projects, they can directly allocate them, while the rest that are not needed will be returned to Huanyu Real Estate. Additionally, a new Huanyu Catering Company will be established encompassing all restaurants and dining establishments for unified operation and management. Regarding the large amount of cash we've collected, we need to arrange for it to be laundered quickly. Those funds that are legitimate should all be transferred to Huanyu Group to serve as working capital for future expansion. The Fox nodded seriously in response to Lu Qingji's series of arrangements without a single word of unnecessary. Got it, brother, you will get everything in order right away. As for the new company registration, I'll coordinate directly with the president of Huanyu Group. From now on, I will focus on managing Huanyu security, and all company operations will be handled by the president, and Jimmy, I won't interfere. Lu Qingyu nodded gently and said, "Thank you, Fox." He then specifically instructed, "By the way, don't rush to deal with those from the Camel Gang. First, ensure all asset transfer and handover procedures are completed before addressing the subsequent matters. Also, everyone who went out last night to handle things will receive a bonus of 100 Hong Kong dollars each. For those who got injured, an additional 100 will be given on top of that. Just proceed with these arrangements. As for Aji, who performed well last night, tell him that from now on he is the regional manager of Huanyu Security. Additionally, reward him with 1 million Hong Kong dollars, and all regional managers will receive 500 Hong Kong dollars. As for the remaining management personnel, you can decide how to reward them." The Fox smiled and replied, "Got it, brother. You will convey your thanks to the brothers, and I'll inform Aji as well. I trust you to handle this, and please quickly reorganize all the territories. Sign the security contracts where necessary. I give you 1 month. In a month, I want action in Causeway Bay." Lu Qingyu continued with his instructions. "All right, brother, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now," the Fox replied. After the Fox left, Lu Qingyu picked up a cigar and lit it, taking a puff. Over an hour later, Lu Junming, the president of Huanyu Group, along with Jimmy, arrived at Lu Qingji's office. After Lu Junming and Jimmy entered, Lu Qingyu raised his hand, signaling them to sit casually. Once they were seated, Lu Qingyu asked first, Jimmy, you both came together. Is there something you want to discuss with me?" Lu Junming sat up slightly straighter and respectfully replied, "Brother, Jimmy and I just discussed a bit, and came to ask if you have any thoughts or arrangements regarding the upcoming development of Huanyu Group." Lu Qingyu pondered for a moment and then slowly replied, Jimmy, I won't interfere much in the daily operations of the group. You can operate according to the existing company structure and within the territories we control. Expand reasonably wherever possible and conduct business properly, but remember, everything must be legal and compliant, no recklessness. After discussing the main matters, he recalled another issue and added, "There's one more thing. Please find the Fox. I previously instructed him to coordinate with the hometown for partnership channels, so check if that has been sorted out. Currently, resources on Hong Kong Island are in constant short supply. If we can establish transportation channels between the two regions to bring goods from the mainland to sell on Hong Kong Island, and then transport goods from Hong Kong Island back to the mainland for circulation, we can make steady profits on both ends. Please finalize this matter as soon as possible." Upon hearing Lu Qingjia's instructions, Lu Junming and Jimmy immediately nodded in agreement, promising to expedite this matter. Next, Lu Qingyu began to assign a new task. Oh, there's one more thing for you to remember. You need to go to Tsimsha Sui and Wanchai. Find me a site in each location, preferably a whole building, and it must be large enough. I intend to create a top-tier, large-scale, comprehensive leisure entertainment venue. The staff needed for these venues have already been recruited from the cherry blossom country Europe and America, and they should be arriving in Hong Kong Island in the next couple of days. Once they arrive, we will arrange for professional training, so you must finalize the site selection and agreements as quickly as possible, no delays. Upon hearing this, Jimmy was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Qingyu would recruit staff from abroad. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yu, how do you plan to organize and operate these two large-scale comprehensive leisure entertainment venues?" Lu Qingyu did not hide anything and straightforwardly replied, "Jimmy, I've already planned it out. I intend to establish two of the most high-end, top-tier comprehensive leisure and entertainment clubs on Hong Kong Island. They will have everything, including nightclubs, high-end bars, private card rooms, baths, and saunas, luxurious KTV massage, and wellness and foot massage. All the entertainment options will be provided. My goal is simple: to make these two clubs the most elite comprehensive leisure and entertainment sanctuaries in all of Hong Kong Island, and even Asia. Moreover, these venues will not be open to the public. They will operate on a membership basis. If you're not a member, even if you have money, you won't be able to enter." Lu Qingyu then paused and continued, "I will prepare a detailed plan regarding the decoration style, operational model, and membership tier system. Once I have the plan ready, you can execute it step by step according to my arrangements. Your task is to finalize the venue as soon as possible." Wong Kok, Kowloon Film Television Company. Inside the company's office, the atmosphere hung heavy and suffocating. Leung Kuen's face was ashen with fury as he glared fiercely at the trembling Sham Kung before him. His voice brimmed with venom as he barked, "It's been this long, and you still haven't tracked down Ba Bai. You're utterly—" Sham Kung, overwhelmed with grievance, lowered his voice in weary reply, "Brother Kuen, I've exhausted every lead, every channel I could possibly pursue. There's not a single trace. I suspect Ba Bai met with foul play long ago. Every business he owned has since changed hands." Leung Kuen knew the truth all too well, but refused deep in his heart to accept it. He cared not a whit for Ba Bai's fate. What consumed him was the staggering 20 million Hong Kong dollars debt Ba Bai owed him. Suppressing his seething rage, he demanded coldly, "Then tell me, who now holds those assets?" Brother Kuen. Sham Kung hesitated briefly before answering, "Honestly, all of Ba Bai's enterprises have been fully absorbed by the Walin Sheng Triad." At these words, Leung Kuen fell abruptly silent, his expression darkening further. The Walin Sheng wielded immense power, far beyond the reach of a mere Hung Hing branch leader like himself. After a long, bitter pause, he stifled his resentment and snapped, "Get out." Sham Kung fled the office like a man granted reprieve, bowing low and hurrying away. Left alone, Leung Kuen's gaze turned icy and fixed, coldly sweeping toward the fire extinguisher beside him. Gnashing his teeth, he growled, "I'm burning with rage." Meanwhile, at 4 p.m., Lu Qingyu sat leisurely sipping tea in the reception hall on the 12th floor of the Huanyu Tower. His wristwatch suddenly vibrated. With a casual twist, it transformed into a bulky mobile phone. He answered instantly. "Young master, everything is ready. We can enter the gold futures market at any moment." Gu Qingqing's voice came through the line. Lu Qingyu wasted no words. "Execute the purchase immediately." Gu Qingqing acknowledged sharply and hung up without delay. Lu Qingyu focused his mind inward and silently commanded, "Purchase gold futures with 4.2 billion. Activate the 100-fold cashback card." Instantly across Wall Street, Gu Qingqing issued the order. Full-scale, unconditional entry into the market. Within 60 seconds, the entire 4.2 billion had been deployed, transactions finalized on the spot. Then a system chime resonated directly within Lu Qingyu's consciousness. Detected host has spent 4.2 billion on gold futures, qualifying for 100-fold cashback. Disbursement in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received 420 billion. A top-tier anonymous and encrypted account has been activated, accessible only to you. Hearing this, Lu Qingyu's heart surged with exhilaration. 420 billion, a sum dwarfing even the liquid wealth of the world's wealthiest individuals in his past life. With this fortune, his commercial empire would rise, immediately, irrevocably. He steadied his breath and dialed Gu Qingqing once more. "Qingqing, sell all gold futures tomorrow. Transfer 1 billion each to Yaoyang Capital, Xingqing Capital, and Sanjing Capital. Deposit the remainder into Qingyu Group's account, and then return to Hong Kong." "Understood, young master," Gu Qingqing replied softly before ending the call. It was October 9th. The USD-HKD exchange rate stood at approximately 192. In roughly 1 week, it would stabilize at 178. Lu Qingyu promptly dialed Lu Juanhao. "Juanhao, I'm giving you an account containing 420 billion. Begin aggressive acquisition of Hong Kong's market is weak, its currency undervalued. No one will interfere. Go all in. Buy as much as you possibly can." Lu Juanhao responded crisply, "Understood, young master. I'll act immediately." "Go ahead." Lu Qingyu ended the call and drew a slow, deep puff from his cigar. At 8 p.m., night in shrouded Hong Kong. Lu Rian arrived at Suan Wan Pier aboard a ferry. Lu Qingyu had already been waiting. Within moments, she docked swiftly in a speedboat and stepped ashore. Lu Qingyu strode forward, swept her into a tight embrace, and bent to kiss her deeply, holding her close for over a minute before gently releasing her. Smiling warmly, he murmured, "Rian, you've worked so hard." "Young master," she replied, eyes gentle and voice composed. "We've assembled exactly 1350 individuals, all aged between 18 and 24. Their average aesthetic rating falls between 80 and 86 points. Among them are over a dozen elite candidates, exceptional in both appearance and poise, scoring as high as 95. Excellent work." Lu Qingyu turned to the fox standing nearby and ordered secure accommodations for all 1350 immediately. "Begin centralized training first thing tomorrow morning. The full training curriculum is on my desk. I trust you'll retrieve it personally. Ensure every individual is fully trained before the club's grand opening." The fox nodded solemnly. "You have my word, brother Yu. I'll deliver flawlessly." Having delegated all tasks, Lu Qingyu took Lu Rian's hand and led her into a waiting business sedan. Over 30 minutes later, the vehicle glided smoothly into the underground parking garage of Qingyu Tower. A full week passed, in the blink of an eye. During those 7 days, Lu Jianhao executed the directive without restraint, flooding the market with capital to absorb HKD. With covert support from the Hong Kong government, Qingyu Group acquired HKD equivalent to 50 billion in just 1 week. Backed by such colossal liquidity, Hong Kong's currency market stabilized rapidly. The USD-HKD exchange rate settled firmly at 180. In merely 7 days, Qingyu Group became a household name across Hong Kong, not only for its decisive stabilization of the exchange rate, but for the sheer staggering magnitude of its liquid reserves. Even Hong Kong's most elite tycoons, when combining their total net worth, could barely muster 5 billion. Yet Qingyu Group deployed 50 billion with effortless command, outpacing every established conglomerate, securing its undisputed position as Hong Kong's preeminent corporate entity. Moreover, Qingyu Group was wholly founded and funded solely by Lu Qingyu. No external shareholders, no dilution of control. It became universally clear Lu Qingyu, chairman of Qingyu Group, had ascended to the pinnacle of Hong Kong's wealth hierarchy. Indeed, on the global stage, he now ranked unambiguously as the world's wealthiest individual. Of course, certain reclusive dynasties and venerable financial empires possessed deeper, older legacies, vast in total asset value. Yet none could rival his unmatched command of immediately deployable liquid capital. Just yesterday, Lu Jianhao received a flood of formal invitations, dignitaries and magnates alike clamoring either to pay homage or to meet Lu Qingyu in person. Lu Qingyu instructed outright refusal of all such overtures, authorizing Lu Jianhao alone to manage receptions and diplomacy. His priority remained discretion. After all, he now held the highest rank in the Walin-Sheng Triad. His ascension to leadership had been marked by no lavish banquet. Only a quiet formal announcement circulated discreetly among underworld circles. 5 days ago, Gu Qingcheng, who had traveled to the United States to oversee financial operations, successfully returned to Hong Kong. All gold futures positions had already been fully liquidated, and the allocated funds were duly transferred into the accounts of major capital partners. The remaining substantial sum was deposited into Qingyu Group's corporate account, and every overseas matter had been meticulously resolved, leaving no loose ends whatsoever. Upon her return, Gu Qingcheng immediately met with Lu Qingyu to present a comprehensive report on all overseas financial records and fund flows. She delivered the report in person, verifying each transaction down to the last detail. Her presentation was exceptionally clear and methodical. 3 days earlier, Su Qingwei, who had journeyed across Europe and North America on official business, finally arrived back in Hong Kong aboard a private jet. Her overseas mission proved highly successful. She brought back exactly 600 fair-haired, blue-eyed Western women, tall, strikingly beautiful, and each possessing a distinct elegance and charm. News of her arrival swiftly reached Lu Qingyu, who immediately arranged suitable accommodations and ensured the entire group was settled with utmost care. Upon meeting Lu Qingyu, Su Qingwei stepped forward, respectfully bowed, and reported softly, "Young master, the mission is complete. I have brought back 600 Western women, all within the specified age range with exceptional figures and features carefully selected according to your exact requirements." Lu Qingyu nodded with evident satisfaction. He then summoned Hu Li and instructed him take full charge of these 600 individuals, integrate them with the previous 1,350, and manage them collectively under unified oversight. Implement the same systematic training program, adhering strictly to identical regulations and standards, no leniency whatsoever. "Understood, brother Qingyu. I'll arrange everything immediately and ensure all training is completed on schedule," Hu Li replied, bowing deeply. Once all matters were assigned, Lu Qingyu turned to Su Qingwei beside him and gently took her hand. His voice was warm as he said, "You've worked hard. Rest well for several days." Su Qingwei smiled, tenderly leaning gently against him and obediently assenting. After Lu Ruyan and Su Qingwei returned, they frequently spent time together, and within just a few days grew intimately acquainted with Gang Sheng. The four chatted and laughed easily, their interactions harmonious and effortless. Whether running errands or exchanging casual conversation, they cultivated an atmosphere of genuine warmth and closeness. Watching these perceptive, loyal women coexist so peacefully, without even a trace of rivalry or discord, filled Lu Qingyu with profound contentment and quiet pride. Unity among those closest to him, coupled with such a serene and supportive environment, naturally made every endeavor smoother and more efficient. A harmonious dynamic that represented precisely the ideal he had long envisioned. Seated calmly in his leather executive chair atop the corporate headquarters, Lu Qingyu gestured for Lu Juanhao to take a seat. As soon as Lu Juanhao settled, Lu Qingyu wasted no time, launching directly into a strategic sector-by-sector expansion plan. Juanhao, we are now executing a comprehensive rollout across all industries. First, personal care products. Establish our own branded line targeting both the Hong Kong and Southeast Asian markets, with parallel strategies for affordable and premium segments. Second, real estate. Capitalize on current land prices by aggressively acquiring parcels and developing residential complexes, commercial plazas, and office towers, securing dominant market share across Hong Kong's property sector. Third, pharmaceuticals and healthcare. Launch large-scale integrated hospitals and build proprietary pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities to research, develop, and mass-produce both essential and specialty medications, achieving seamless integration from production to distribution. Fourth, aesthetic medicine. Leverage our pool of elite talent to open high-end medical aesthetics salons, establishing a world-class beauty and wellness ecosystem. Fifth, industrial manufacturing. Consolidate light industry first, producing everyday consumer goods. And sixth, energy and mineral resources. Make bold moves overseas to acquire multiple mines and oil and gas fields, securing control over primary energy sources and tangible hard assets. Seventh, livelihood-oriented sectors. Vertically integrate apparel and footwear, designing, manufacturing, and branding our own fashion-forward lines. Simultaneously expand luxury hotel chains across Hong Kong, Macau, and neighboring cities. Eighth, food and catering. Construct food processing plants and launch chain restaurants and specialty dining venues, establishing dominance across mass consumption markets. Ninth, high-end technological development. Invest heavily in electronics, digital innovation, and advanced technologies. Concurrently, discreetly enter the defense industry, building secure channels and reinforcing our top-tier strategic capabilities. 10th, telecommunications. Secure critical infrastructure and build an integrated telecom ecosystem, positioning ourselves at the forefront of the information age. 11th, luxury goods. Cultivate an exclusive high-end brand, spanning handbags, jewelry, and prestige timepieces to penetrate elite social circles. Lu Juanhao diligently noted every directive, eyes alight with fervor, and bowed deeply. Rest assured, young master. I will initiate implementation immediately and execute each initiative precisely as instructed. Lu Qingyu gave a slight nod, his tone calm and measured. Proceed steadily. Deploy our ample liquidity to rapidly absorb and integrate strategic resources. He lifted his teacup, sipped thoughtfully, and continued, addressing Lu Juanhao. In addition, dispatch trusted personnel to conduct on-the-ground reconnaissance and due diligence in mainland China, prioritizing key megacities Shenzhen, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Tianjin, and Beijing. In these Tier 1 cities, prioritize establishing financial hubs, launching investment financing institutions and capital banks to anchor our financial foundation. Simultaneously, erect light industry factories en masse, covering apparel, daily necessities, and general manufacturing, to swiftly embed ourselves in the mainland market. Once southern coastal and Tier 1 city deployments are underway, allocate substantial capital and specialized teams to launch large-scale investments across northeast China's 3 provinces. The region boasts abundant natural resources and logistical advantages, ideal for heavy industry development. Steel, smelting, machinery manufacturing, and foundational heavy engineering projects will all be implemented, leveraging local policy incentives and resource endowments to firmly establish our heavy industry footprint in the north. The mainland market is vast. Early entry secures decisive first-mover advantage. Coordinate personnel, funding, and physical infrastructure, comprehensively advancing step by step to extend our industrial empire from Hong Kong across the entirety of mainland China. Rest assured, young master. I'll dispatch teams immediately. Market survey, site selection, and capital allocation will all be expedited and executed without delay. Lu Juanhao committed every instruction to memory, bowed solemnly, and accepted the mandate without hesitation. Young master, I'll select elite teams, divide them into task forces, and dispatch them to priority cities for on-site market analysis, land evaluation, and thorough assessment of local policies and influential networks. Lu Qingyu gave a faint approving nod and added, Shenzhen and Guangzhou, proximate to Hong Kong and well-connected, should see financial branches and light industry factories deployed first, leveraging geographic synergy to accelerate market penetration. Beijing and Tianjin serve as northern gateways. Focus there on premium financial services and trade logistics. Shanghai anchoring East China must become a world-class financial hub radiating influence across the entire region. Northeast China's 3 provinces possess rich resources and abundant human capital, ideal for scaling heavy industry production lines. Coal, steel, heavy machinery, and construction materials will all be strategically positioned to secure vertical integration across the entire supply chain. Initially, profitability need not be the priority. First, lay unshakable foundations, build factories, establish distribution channels, and staff operations thoroughly. Subsequent funding will flow continuously. I authorize bold, unrestrained expansion. Moreover, maintain discretion and prudence when operating inland. Strictly observe local regulations, proactively cultivate relationships across all levels, and systematically dismantle every barrier to growth. I understand completely, young master. I will act precisely as instructed. Expedite field assessments and site selection. Commence construction promptly and ensure every inland industry is fully operational without delay. Without further delay, he turned and strode briskly from the office, immediately mobilizing personnel, coordinating travel logistics, and preparing to deploy across the nation in pursuit of this vast transformative industrial vision. After Lu Juanhao departed, Lu Qingyu sat at his desk and began drafting his strategic development plan for them. In his previous life, the entire Hong Kong island had been under the dominion of Li Huanghua. Every facet of ordinary people's lives, from clothing and food to housing and transportation, was entwined with his vast business empire. Yet the present-day Li Huanghua had yet to ascend to true prominence, and his available liquidity paled in comparison to Lu Qingyu's. Lu Qingyu had long kept a close watch on Hutchison Whampoa. The intelligence gathered by his subordinates revealed that Li Huanghua currently held 41% of its shares. Li Huanghua refrained from further acquisitions precisely to avoid triggering mandatory general offer regulations. He dared not act rashly. Lu Qingyu, however, harbored no such reservations. He coveted nothing less than full control of Hutchison Whampoa. Hutchison Whampoa commanded vast tracts of prime waterfront land, including numerous undeveloped parcels of exceptional value. Its portfolio also encompassed iconic enterprises such as Watson's and Parkinshop. At present, Hutchison Whampoa's market capitalization stood at just 7 billion Hong Kong dollars, less than 1 billion US dollars, a sum trivial to Qingyu Group. Beyond Hutchison Whampoa, Lu Qingyu was equally determined to acquire the Wharf Holdings shares held by the shipping tycoon PAC. Though PAC currently controlled 49% of Wharf Holdings, it did little to deter Lu Qingyu's unwavering resolve. Moreover, 2 other titans, Wheelock Co. and Swire Pacific, had also drawn Lu Qingyu's focused attention. Swire Pacific's current market cap hovered around 24 billion Hong Kong dollars, while Wheelock Co.'s stood at approximately 3 Hong Kong dollars, 2 billion. Hutchison Whampoa valued under 7 billion Hong Kong dollars, a Wharf Holdings roughly 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Combined, the 4 conglomerates totaled less than 40 billion Hong Kong dollars in market capitalization. Even accounting for acquisition premiums, Lu Qingyu remained resolute. He would seize them all. With calculations complete, he inscribed their names on paper and underscored each with a bold red line. Having finalized his industrial strategy, he turned his gaze toward film, television, and media. This era marked the golden dawn of Hong Kong's entertainment industry. Controlling a television network meant commanding narrative authority itself. Drawing upon memories of his past life, he knew that Rediffusion Television, precursor to Asia Television, was then embroiled in internal leadership turmoil, presenting an ideal window for acquisition. Likewise, Shaw Brothers Film Company, whose fortunes were waning, offered another timely opportunity. He added both names to his list again, marking them emphatically in red. Next came talent acquisition: Chao Xingqi, Lao Qingwan, Ng Chunyu, Ng Kuan Yu, Chow Yun-fat, Jackie Chung, Aaron Kwok, and Leon Lai. All still undiscovered, all secured exclusively under contract before their rise to fame. Even rising stars like Leslie Chung, Anita Mui, Danny Chan, Maggie Chung, and Andy Lau were to be courted and secured without delay. Wong Kakao's band had only just formed this year. Wong Kekung and Wong Kun-chung had yet to join, making this the perfect moment to secure their allegiance early. As a man who had lived 2 lifetimes, Lu Qingyu possessed extraordinary recall. Every chart-topping song, every blockbuster film, every groundbreaking television program destined for success was already etched clearly in his mind. Just then, his wristwatch emitted a soft vibration. With a practiced twist, he transformed it into a mobile phone and answered the call. A deferential voice greeted him instantly. "Brother Yu, I've located the ideal site for your large-scale integrated leisure and entertainment complex. Would you like to inspect it personally?" Lu Qingyu paused thoughtfully before replying, "Yes. Send me the exact address. I'll head there now. It's at the intersection of Canton Road and Middle Road in Tsim Sha Tsui, adjacent to the Maritime Square and facing Victoria Harbor, the Golden Corridor of Hong Kong. The entire street pulses with vibrant storefronts and dazzling neon signage, teeming with foot traffic." Lu Qingyu ended the call and neatly organized the completed business plans. He summoned Su Qingyue and instructed her. "Qingyue, these are the group's core strategic initiatives. Hand them to Lu Juanhao for execution and oversee progress closely. Report back to me on any developments." Su Qingyue accepted the documents with both hands and replied softly, "Yes, young master. I will arrange everything immediately." Having settled all matters, Lu Qingyu departed Qingyu Tower with Lu Ruyan and drove directly to Tsimsha Sui. Upon arrival, Tsimsha Sui unveiled its dazzling spectacle, the very heart of Kowloon. Nathan Road, Canton Road, and the Tsimsha Sui East Commercial District merged seamlessly into a skyline of soaring towers and dense luminous signage. Day and night crowds surged unceasingly. Shops, restaurants, nightclubs, and department stores lined up shoulder to shoulder. This was Hong Kong's most dynamic and valuable real estate. Canton Road, in particular, boasted panoramic views of Victoria Harbour flanked by the Maritime Square and the Peninsula Hotel. Nearby stood Chungking Mansions and Mirador Mansion. When night fell and lights ignited, the entire street blazed like daylight, a true city that never slept. The car drew to a smooth halt at the destination. Lu Qingyu and Lu Ruyan alighted. Jimmy Zai, having waited eagerly, hurried forward to greet them. Jimmy Zai began, "Brother, I've scrutinized countless locations. This is unquestionably among the finest in all of Tsimsha Sui. This building spans 9 stories, each covering 2,400 square feet, and includes 3 levels of expansive underground parking. Current commercial property rates average HK 1,200 per square foot. My preliminary calculation shows the main structure totals 2,160 square feet across 9 floors. Adding the 3 parking levels brings the total area to approximately 2,800 square feet. At prevailing market rates, acquiring the entire building would cost merely 33 Hong Kong dollars. 6 million. Lu Qingyu nodded approvingly. The price exceeded his expectations. 9 floors, each 2,400 square feet, with 3 underground parking levels, all for just over 30 million Hong Kong dollars. To him, it was less than a whisper, a negligible sum. Accompanied by Jimmy Zai and several aides, Lu Qingyu meticulously inspected every floor, from ground level to rooftop, and even the subterranean parking levels. Satisfied, he declared Jimmy Zai purchased this property under the name of Huanyu Property Development Company and commence renovations immediately. I've provided you with the blueprint. Execute it precisely. Renovations must proceed around the clock in rotating shifts. You have 3 months. Completion is non-negotiable. Brother, you rest assured. I'll supervise every detail personally. It will be finished within 3 months without delay. Jimmy Zai beamed, pounding his chest in earnest. Lu Qingyu placed a firm hand on Jimmy Zai's shoulder and said gravely, "Good. Now take me to the next location." Lu Qingyu then escorted Lu Ruyan into a business sedan flanked front and rear by 2 identical vehicles, each filled with bodyguards ensuring round-the-clock seamless security. The convoy followed Jimmy's car all the way to Hong Kong Island, heading straight for Wan Chai, the most vibrant and bustling heart of the city. The previously agreed-upon site in Tsimsha Sui lay within Kowloon City, whereas this newly selected location stood in Wan Chai on Hong Kong Island. One in Kowloon, one on Hong Kong Island. 2 prime districts facing each other across Victoria Harbour, perfectly suited for establishing 2 large-scale integrated entertainment complexes. Soon the convoy entered Wan Chai and came to a smooth halt before a high-rise building along Hennessy Road. This structure was significantly more spacious than its Tsimsha Sui counterpart, with each floor covering a full 2,600 square meters. Like the other, it rose 9 stories above ground plus 3 underground levels dedicated to parking, its overall layout identical. Jimmy hurried forward to introduce it. "Brother, this is Wan Chai's absolute core, more lively even than Tsimsha Sui. Given prevailing market rates, this location commanded a slightly higher price, approximately HK 1,500 per square meter. I've calculated carefully, factoring in every floor and all 3 basement levels. The total gross area approaches 3,100 square meters. Acquiring the entire building outright would cost just 46 Hong Kong dollars. 5 million. Lu Qingyu remained silent, his gaze scanning the facade with quiet scrutiny. Compared to the Tsimsha Sui property, this building offered greater floor space, but had been standing considerably. The Tsimsha Sui Tower had been completed only 5 or 6 years ago. This one dated back nearly a decade. Yet its maintenance was impeccable, its appearance strikingly fresh. Lu Qingyu then followed Jimmy inside, meticulously inspecting every corner of the building from top to bottom. Emerging outside, he finally issued his instructions. "Jimmy, this building is equally outstanding. Purchase it in full under Huanyu Real Estate's name. Begin renovations immediately, aligning the timeline precisely with the Tsimsha Sui project. You have exactly 3 months to complete everything. Understood?" Jimmy nodded vigorously. "Brother, you can rest easy. I may not excel at violence, but managing businesses, that's where I truly shine." Lu Qingyu smiled and clapped him lightly on the shoulder, then proceed boldly. "Both venues will share the unified brand name, Tianshang Renjian. This Wan Chai location shall be Tianshang Renjian No. 1. The Tsimsha Sui venue Tianshang Renjian No. 2. Both centrally administered by Huanyu Entertainment Co. Ltd. Understood, brother you. I've memorized every detail. All legal procedures and preparatory work will be expedited and finalized without delay." Su Qingyue and Lu Ruyan had traveled overseas and returned with nearly 2,000 trainees. They were specially recruited for these two flagship entertainment complexes, awaiting only final training and uniform issuance before commencing service. Each selected staff member possessed exceptional beauty, statuesque proportions, and outstanding natural poise. With such elite personnel coupled with two unparalleled locations and a refined operational model, Lu Qingyu was certain upon grand opening both Tianshang Ren Jian No. 1 and No. 2 would ignite Hong Kong Island overnight and swiftly cement their dominance. Lu Qingyu departed without further delay, instructing his driver to return directly to Huanyu Tower. Upon arrival, he ascended to his private office on the top floor and sent Lu Rian to summon Hu Li. Moments later, Hu Li entered and closed the door behind him. Lu Qingyu gestured for him to sit, then spoke calmly. Hu Li, we have now fully assumed control over all assets formerly held by Dong Xing and by Deng Bo's faction. The Camel Group has been permanently removed, contributing to Hong Kong's land reclamation efforts. As for Crow and Laughing Tiger, dispatched them to Thailand, then released them onto the streets, only to eliminate them, publicly staging it as a vendetta killing by sworn enemies. Hu Li nodded, instantly understood, brother Yu. I'll arrange it immediately. Lu Qingyu orchestrated this precisely to send a message. Even if Crow and Laughing Tiger escaped, He Liansheng would never let the matter rest. He intended for the entire underworld to witness He Liansheng's overwhelming power and recognize that no one dared provoke him. Then he asked Hu Li, how did your assignment to liaise with contacts back home progress? Hu Li replied promptly, brother Yu, I've already consulted Jimmy and others. We've shortlisted 2 villages, though the final choice remains pending. Lu Qingyu's interest quickened. Oh, 2 villages? Tell me more. Hu Li responded at once. Both lie near the coast, modest fishing communities living in considerable hardship. One is Linjia Village, known locally as Tajai, the other is Qinjia Village. We plan to select one for long-term strategic partnership. Hearing this, Lu Qingyu broke into a quiet smile, his lips curling upward involuntarily. He had never imagined that Tajai, a place he knew only from another world, truly existed here. Without hesitation, he declared no need to deliberate further. Choose Tajai Linjia Village. Arrange for its chief representative to visit me personally. I wish to meet him face to face. Though puzzled, uncertain why his master had singled out this particular village, Hu Li dared not question. He bowed respectfully. Understood, brother Yu. I'll expedite the arrangements immediately. Lu Qingyu continued issuing directives. Hu Li, Sun Wan, and Yuan Long are now entirely under our undisputed control, but the remaining districts remain contested. Assess Taipei North District, Shatin, Wangtai, Sinsham, Shui, Pisai Kung, and Kuntong. Choose your targets wisely. You need no approval for each step. Systematically consolidate every territory under our authority. Also note, in 15 days we launch our decisive move on Causeway Bay. Ensure every contingency is prepared well in advance. Hu Li's face lit up with fervent excitement. Brother, you rest assured. I've already completed all preparations and my men have undergone intensive drills. I even recruited over a dozen retired PLA veterans from mainland China, each highly skilled, teaching our brothers the 3-phase combat system. Their combat effectiveness has surged dramatically. Lu Qingyu's eyes brightened. Veterans from the mainland. That's truly exceptional. Going forward, actively recruit any retired servicemen arriving from home. Even if our organization already has sufficient manpower, integrate them all into Huanyu security to expand our scale. Should Hong Kong prove insufficient, they'll serve as the vanguard for future expansion beyond the island. The Fox had long intended to recruit more demobilized soldiers from the mainland. Upon hearing Lu Qingyu's affirmative nod, he immediately and eagerly accepted. Understood, brother Yu. I'll remember this well. I'll actively seek out elite veterans returning home from military service in our hometown region. Lu Qingyu seized the opportunity to ask, what are the names of these veterans? Have they truly seen combat on the brother Yu? Every one of them is a battle-hardened elite who served directly on the front lines. Their leader is Wang Jianju, and his younger brother Wang Jiangwo serves alongside him, along with over a dozen comrades who fought beside them in the same campaigns. At the mention of those 2 names, Lu Qingyu instantly recognized them, evoking vivid memories of iconic characters from classic cinema, the brothers Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo, who appeared alongside Jet Li in Bodyguard from Beijing. He clearly recalled that Wang Jiangwo had relatively little screen time in the film, whereas Wang Jianjun's martial prowess was peerless, his combat ability nothing short of extraordinary. His mastery of the triangular bayonet was legendary, fluid, ruthless, and devastating. In battle, his strikes were invariably lethal or crippling, exuding raw, unrelenting ferocity. Recalling this, Lu Qingyu declared without hesitation, Fox, given their exceptional skill, invest deeply in cultivating these 2 brothers. Soon we'll launch our campaign into Causeway Bay. Let Wang Jianjun lead Wang Jiangwo and the rest of the team as our vanguard force. Should they successfully seize Causeway Bay, Wang Jianjun will assume the position of regional manager for Causeway Bay, overseeing all affairs there. Fox, ever unwavering in his loyalty to Lu Qingyu, promptly agreed. Understood, brother Yu. I'll brief Wang Jianjun immediately. His capabilities guarantee success in securing Causeway Bay. Lu Qingyu, fully confident in Wang Jianjun's abilities, gave a slight nod before asking, "By the way, how has Gao Jin been faring lately in Wanchai?" Brother Jin has maintained firm control there. Though occasional troublemakers occasionally appear, he handles each swiftly and decisively, keeping the entire situation firmly under command. Gao Jin possesses outstanding administrative capability. Once we identify suitable replacements, we'll appoint someone to succeed him as Wanchai regional manager. He'll then be reassigned to Tsinhuan as regional manager, and concurrently appointed deputy general manager of Huanyu Security, remaining at your side to assist you in managing operations and easing your burdens. Fox, long overwhelmed by mounting responsibilities, felt genuine relief upon hearing this. Understood, Brother Yu. I'll expedite the selection process, confirm candidates without delay, and report to you immediately. Then smoothly transition responsibilities in Wanchai and bring Brother Jin back. Lu Qingyu smiled faintly and waved his hand. No rush, take your time. Also remind all our brothers now that finances are stable, it's high time they settled down and started families. Fox flushed, slightly embarrassed. Brother Yu, please don't worry about us. We'll naturally consider marriage when the right person comes along. For now, our utmost priority remains consolidating full control over Hong Kong Island. Unifying the underground forces is our paramount objective. Lu Qingyu shot him an exasperated glance. You're all young, brimming with vitality. Don't go recklessly indulging in reckless behavior outside. You must strictly admonish your men to remain disciplined and upright. No philandering, no frivolous entanglements. One misstep could bring irreversible consequences. Regret would come too late. Flustered Fox scratched his head and hastily replied, "Rest assured, Brother Yu. I'll deliver this warning clearly to every man under me. None will stray from discipline. We're wholly devoted to building this enterprise alongside you. The best years lie ahead. We understand propriety well. We won't rush matters needlessly." Lu Qingyu sighed helplessly. Fine, follow your hearts. If you meet someone truly suited, be bold and proactive. Don't let pride hold you back. That's all. Go attend to your duties. Fox visibly exhaled in relief and hurried out of the office. Watching his flustered, almost fleeing silhouette, Lu Qingyu couldn't help but smile wryly. Just then Lu Rian approached, holding a bulky mobile phone, and spoke softly. "Young Master Lu Juanhao is called. He reports that the 100 police vehicles we procured have been fully handed over. He asks whether you'd like to personally attend the donation ceremony at the police station. Rian, tell Juanhao to handle the ceremony himself, and instruct him to use this occasion to cultivate strong ties with government officials. Expand his network diligently." "Yes, young master. One more thing. Lu Juanhao mentioned that Mr. Huadong, a prominent Hong Kong tycoon, has requested a dinner meeting with you." Lu Qingyu had nearly declined outright, yet upon hearing Huadong, he paused thoughtfully. "Tell Juanhao to accept the invitation. Arrange dinner tonight at 6 o'clock at our Qingyu Group-owned restaurant, and you'll oversee all arrangements." "Understood, young master." With that, Lu Rian nodded and withdrew to make the necessary preparations. After she left, Lu Qingyu furrowed his brow in quiet contemplation. He pondered why had Huadong suddenly extended this invitation. He knew well that in later years Elder Hua would become a national icon, draped in the national flag, and stand as a paragon of patriotic entrepreneurs. Most likely his recent meteoric rise, the Qingyu Group's growing prominence, and bold maneuvers had drawn Huadong's attention. This dinner was likely a probe, an attempt to assess his intentions and true nature. Yet whether Huadong sought to test him or simply foster goodwill, Lu Qingyu remained utterly unperturbed. He understood that Huadong, among the most esteemed of patriotic entrepreneurs, carried profound devotion to his homeland, his heart rooted deeply in the motherland, committed wholeheartedly to its advancement. Lu Qingyu shared that same deep-rooted loyalty, and if their shared ideals could forge a meaningful alliance, mutual support would be profoundly advantageous. Still, he possessed his own integrity and dignity. Genuine friendship was welcome, but subservience or sycophancy was utterly unthinkable. In his past life, though he had amassed billions, achieving considerable professional success, he stood worlds apart from figures like Huadong. Back then, wealth alone hadn't translated into tangible contributions to nation or people. Occasional charitable donations served mostly as tax deductions, not sincere civic duty. Now reborn in this era, with unparalleled opportunity, a loyal cadre of exceptional talent at his command, and personal assets exceeding 400 billion, he held transformative power. Even a fraction of that sum could catalyze immense progress for his homeland's development, a capacity vastly surpassing anything he'd ever wielded before. Moreover, he had just voiced his intention to expand operations into the mainland, so this timely overture from Huadong was an extraordinary chance he could not afford to miss. With Huadong's towering influence acting as bridge and guarantor, future investments and initiatives in the mainland would proceed far more smoothly, minimizing suspicion and resistance across stakeholders, enabling steadier, more effective execution. At 5:50 p.m., Lu Qingyu arrived at Luwelu Grand Restaurant in a business sedan. Luwelu, a chain brand under Qingyu Group's catering division, had only recently opened. Multiple branches had already sprung up across Hong Kong Island's prime districts. Tonight's meeting with Huadong was scheduled at this flagship location in Central. Lu Qingyu had long held deep admiration for this legendary figure. He immediately rose and stepped forward with a warm smile, extending his hand. Mr. Hua, it's an honor. Long have I heard of your renown. Huadong had previously learned from Shun by that Lu Qingyu was remarkably young, but seeing him in person still left him profoundly struck. Mr. Lu, it's truly an honor. What a prodigy. You're even younger than I imagined. Haha, too kind, Mr. Hua. Let's sit first and talk at ease. Lu Qingyu gestured toward the tea table. Please, Mr. Hua, be seated. Once seated, Lu Qingyu prepared tea himself and poured a cup for Huadong. Huadong lifted the cup, took a sip, then asked, Mr. Lu, may I ask, were you born here in Hong Kong? Lu Qingyu answered candidly, yes, I was born in Hong Kong. My ancestral home is Chaozhou Shantao in Guangdong province. Oh, then you and Xiao Li of Yangtze are actually fellow provincials. Huadong appeared genuinely surprised. Indeed we are, Lu Qingyu replied. Over the next 15 minutes of easy conversation their rapport deepened, and their forms of address softened accordingly. Lu Qingyu glanced at his watch. Uncle Hua, it's getting late. Shall we continue our chat over dinner? They moved to the dining table, where waitstaff soon began serving course after course. Uncle Hua, the chefs here are all personally brought in from my hometown, masters of every major Chinese culinary tradition. Please taste them and tell me whether they suit your palate. Lu Qingyu offered courteously. Huadong, a man of vast experience who had dined on state banquet fare, took a sip of soup and sampled several dishes. Then his eyes lit up instantly. After several more mouthfuls, he set down his chopsticks and exclaimed, your chefs possess extraordinary skill. Their flavors surpass even those of the national banquet chefs. Haha, delighted to hear it suits your taste. Whenever you're free, Uncle Hua, do come by any time. I'll reserve a private suite for you permanently. Huadong, never particular about food, gladly accepted such exceptional fare. With a hearty laugh, he said, then this old man won't stand on ceremony. Over an hour later, having eaten heartily and drunk, while they returned to the tea table for another round. After finishing a cup, Huadong's expression turned solemn. Straight to the point, he said, though we've just met, I hold you in high regard, and so I'll dispense with formalities. May I ask, what is your view of the mainland? Recognizing the shift to serious matters, Lu Qingyu responded openly, Uncle Hua, your life's work has always deeply inspired me. These past days many have sought meetings with me. I declined them all. I agreed to meet you precisely because of this. There's no need for probing. My heart is red, my faith is red. Does that answer satisfy you? Huadong was thoroughly pleased and unable to conceal his joy. Gaining another like-minded ally willing to contribute wholeheartedly to the mainland filled him with genuine delight. Excellent, truly excellent. My heart is red, my faith is red. What powerful words are you? I shall faithfully convey your sincerity to the relevant authorities on the mainland. And should you ever face difficulties in Hong Kong, come straight to me. This old man still carries a measure of influence here. As Huadong spoke, he raised his teacup, sipped, and smiled warmly. They exchanged further casual remarks around the tea table, shifting from business to Hong Kong's current political climate, deepening their mutual ease. Seizing the moment, Lu Qingyu added, Uncle Hua, should the mainland ever require assistance, Qingyu Group will never hesitate. We consider it our duty to contribute whatever we can. With those words, I am fully reassured. Huadong nodded firmly, his eyes brimming with approval. The world today is complex. Hong Kong especially teems with mixed elements and shifting allegiances. Yet you, so young, remain unwavering in principle. That is rare indeed. As dusk deepened and streetlights flickered to life outside the private room, Huadong checked his wristwatch and stood. It's growing late. I must take my leave. Tonight's meal was thoroughly satisfying and the tea, equally delightful. Lu Qingyu rose at once to escort him. Uncle Hua, no rush. I'll walk you downstairs. Side by side, they exited the private room. The restaurant manager, already waiting in the corridor, guided them respectfully all the way. At the grand entrance, the driver had already pulled the car smoothly to a stop. Huadong paused, placed a firm hand on Lu Qingyu's shoulder, and said, today marks the beginning of our friendship. Let's stay in close touch, and I'll certainly visit Luelu often. You're always welcome, Uncle Hua. Lu Qingyu replied with a smile. As Huadong opened the car door, he added one last instruction: tread carefully in Hong Kong. Should any trouble arise beyond your reach, send word to me directly. I'll remember. Thank you, Uncle Hua. Lu Qingyu watched the car glide away down the street, vanish into the flow of traffic, then turned back toward the restaurant. The manager hurried over, speaking softly, Mr. Lu, do you have further arrangements? None. I'll stay a while longer. Lu Qingyu waved gently and re-entered the private room. Sitting alone at the tea table, he poured himself a fresh cup of hot tea. His profound conversation with Huadong today had secured a pivotal connection. With such a heavyweight figure standing firmly behind him, navigating Hong Kong's intricate power landscape would now be markedly smoother. He lifted the cup, sipped, and a quiet smile touched his lips. He knew full well that many in Hong Kong possessed shockingly little understanding of the mainland, some clinging stubbornly to outdated prejudices, imagining it frozen in time, ideologically backward, economically stagnant. To bridge this chasm, mere declarations would fall far short. Tangible action was indispensable. In his vision, Qingyu Group would inevitably expand its operations worldwide. The mainland, however, would be paramount. After a moment's reflection, Lu Qingyu's resolve crystallized. The first step must shatter these false narratives, revealing the mainland's authentic face to Hong Kong society. His immediate priority: accelerate efforts within Qingyu Group's media division. Either acquire an existing newspaper or launch a new one without delay. Hong Kong's newspapers enjoy vast readership, ubiquitous in every neighborhood, their influence deeply rooted. Concurrently, the acquisition of rediffusion television must also be expedited. No hesitation, no delay. Newspapers offer broad, enduring reach. Television delivers vivid, immediate impact to wider audiences. Once rediffusion television is secured, the very first order of business will be to institute daily rebroadcasts of the mainland's CCTV news broadcast. No embellishment required. Just let Hong Kong citizens witness reality firsthand. Day by day, year by year, these distortions and biases will gradually dissolve. As for potential objections from Hong Kong government authorities, Lu Qingyu remained utterly unconcerned. Their reservations were their own matter to weigh, not Qingyu Group's responsibility in the slightest. Objections are permitted, as long as they remain unspoken. Lu Qingyu returned home to his penthouse atop Qingyu Tower by car. The moment he stepped through the door, over a dozen maids bowed respectfully and rushed forward to attend to him. He shed his outer garments and luxuriated in a soothing hot bath, allowing every trace of fatigue to melt away. Dressed in loose, comfortable loungewear, he entered the spacious living room. Gang Sheng, Gu Qingqing, Lu Rian, and Su Qingwei were seated on the sofa, engaged in easy conversation. Upon seeing him approach, they all lifted their eyes toward him. Smiling warmly, Lu Qingyu took a seat among them. They gathered close, exchanging light banter and laughter, warm, unhurried, and deeply intimate. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before they knew it, the clock had struck past 11 o'clock at night. In a lively bar in Wanchai, Shan Ji Bao Pai and De Tian Air sat huddled in a corner, drinking quietly. Chen Haonan's two recent attempts to rise within the ranks had both ended in failure, leaving the trio simmering with suppressed frustration. To unwind, they had decided to come here together for a drink. Shan Ji had always been lecherous. His gaze rarely lingered long on anything other than a beautiful woman. After half an hour of brooding silence and steady drinking, his eyes locked onto a lone woman sipping wine not far away. Bao Pai, I'm stepping out. I've got plans, he said casually, his lustful gaze glued to her as he prepared. De Tian Air hastily interjected. Shan Ji, tread carefully. This isn't Hongxing territory. Enough air. When Shan Ji sets his sights on someone, no woman resists. What does it matter if it's not Hongxing turf? Who in all Hong Kong dares cross the 5 tigers of Hongxing's Causeway Bay? Drunk and emboldened, Shan Ji scoffed at the warning, his arrogance swelling, his pride unassailable. De Tian Air opened his mouth to protest again, but Bao Pai waved him off. Don't bother. You know Shan Ji's nature. He can't tear himself away from a woman once he sees one. With a resigned sigh, De Tian Air gave up and resumed drinking with Bao Pai. Meanwhile, Shan Ji had already grabbed 2 bottles of beer and strode briskly toward the woman, sliding into the seat beside her. He stared at her unabashedly and leered, beautiful lady, drinking alone must be dull. How about I join you for a... The woman's name was Lei Jilan. Already weighed down by inner turmoil, she recoiled sharply at this unprovoked advance, his smirking, lewd demeanor igniting instant revulsion. She snapped coldly, staring like that. Have you never seen a woman before? Go home and visit your mother instead. Her sharp retort only stoked his perverse interest. Grinning lasciviously, he pressed on. Little sister, don't flare up so fiercely. Let big brother help cool that fire for you. Already agitated and slightly intoxicated, Lei Jilan's fury surged beyond restraint. Without hesitation, she snatched a bottle from the table and brought it crashing down onto Shan Ji's skull, roaring, go back home and find your mother. The blow sent searing pain through Shan Ji's skull. He roared in outrage and lunged for her. But Lei Jilan reacted with lightning speed, dodging sideways and delivering a thunderous slap across his face. Humiliated and enraged, Shan Ji lost all composure. Damn it, filthy whore. You dare strike your master, Shan Ji. Today you'll learn exactly what happens when you cross me. He lunged again to grab her, but she evaded him effortlessly. Furious beyond reason, he swung a brutal, open-handed strike across her cheek, his eyes brimming with contempt. Damn it, filthy whore. If Shan Ji deigns to speak to you, it's an honor. How dare you raise your hand against me? Tonight you'll be properly disciplined. Their violent scuffle drew startled glances from patrons across the bar. The venue's security team, alerted to the commotion, moved swiftly toward the disturbance. This bar belonged to the Walin Sheng Triad. Since Lu Qingyu assumed leadership, he had imposed ironclad rules: no narcotics trafficking, and absolutely no coercion or harassment of women within any affiliated entertainment venue. All security personnel underwent rigorous training, as such incidents demanded immediate intervention. Several guards approached rapidly. Their leader barked sharply, cease at once. Do you have any idea whose territory? Still reeling from the bottle blow and flushed with rage, Shan Ji's intoxication amplified his reckless bravado. He feared nothing and no one. He turned to the guard's voice dripping with insolence. I'd advise you to mind your own business. I'm in a foul mood right now. Interfere and you'll regret it. Release the young lady immediately and accompany us. Otherwise, we will take stronger measures, the lead guard warned, suppressing his anger but holding firm to protocol. Stronger measures. Let's see just how strong you are. Shan-Ji jutted out his chin defiantly. Listen well, I am Shan-Ji, one of the 5 tigers of Hongxing's Causeway Bay. Be wise, step aside now, or invite disaster upon yourselves. Seeing no de-escalation, only escalating threats, the lead guard abandoned further words. With quiet authority, he commanded his team move in. The guards surged forward, instantly reaching for Shan-Ji. Intoxicated and disoriented, still reeling from the earlier blow, he flailed wildly, losing footing almost immediately and unable to mount any coherent defense. From across the bar, Tian and Bao Pai had been watching closely. The moment they saw Shan-Ji surrounded and beaten, their expressions hardened, and without hesitation they seized nearby beer bottles and charged forward. Stop! They lunged, one from the left, one from the right, and joined the fray, striking back alongside Shan. Years of street brawling had honed their instincts. United in aggression, the 3 turned the tide in seconds. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, the 2 guards faltered, each blow landing faster, each parry growing slower, until they were forced backward step by desperate step. Shan-Ji massaged his throbbing skull, breathing heavily, his face alight with arrogant triumph. He pointed at the guards and shouted, "Humph, this is all you've got?" Daring to challenge Shan-Ji himself. "Don't you even know who I am? Remember this place well. From now on, the 5 tigers of Hongxing's Causeway Bay are not to be trifled with. Wise men will retreat now. Else tonight this bar will be reduced to rubble." Patrons scattered in alarm, the bar descending into chaos. Just as tension reached its peak, Gao Jin arrived, accompanied by several aides, for a routine inspection. No sooner had he entered the main hall than he spotted his guards battered and disheveled. His expression darkened instantly, and he strode forward without delay. He first helped the fallen guards to their feet and quickly ascertained what had transpired, learning in full detail how Shan-Ji had harassed the woman and instigated the violence. Once informed, Gao Jin spoke no further. He advanced decisively, his movements precise, swift, and devastating, each strike expertly timed to overwhelm and subdue. Shan-Ji, Tian and Bao Pai, already winded from prolonged combat, had no time to react. Within 10 seconds, each was struck in rapid succession, crying out in agony as they crumpled to the floor, utterly incapacitated. "Take these 3 to the back office," Gao Jin ordered, his voice low and unyielding. Several guards immediately moved in, hoisting the dazed, limp figures and carrying them toward the rear. Having secured the situation, Gao Jin prepared to depart for the office to handle the matter formally. At that moment, Lei Jilan stepped forward and said sincerely, "Young man, thank you for your timely intervention." Gao Jin merely nodded, brief, silent, and impassive, before turning and walking away without another. Lei Jilan, sensing the other's cold indifference, felt a pang of awkwardness and fell silent, turning swiftly to stride out of the bar. Gao Jin entered the back office, his expression unreadable as he sank onto the sofa. His gaze swept over the 3 men sprawled on the floor. Before he spoke slowly, "You claim to be members of the Hongxing." Shan-Ji struggled to rise, still brimming with arrogance. "Humph. Good that you've finally come to your senses. Let us go now, and tonight's incident ends here. If our brother Nan hears of this, your bar won't survive another day." Faced with such brazen intimidation, Gao Jin's face remained utterly impassive. Calmly he replied, "Since your brother Nan wields such influence, I'll grant you one chance. Call him here now. If he truly possesses the authority to take you away, I'll release you on the spot." Mistaking Gao Jin's composure for submission, Shan-Ji immediately demanded security, fetch a phone, and dialed Chun Haonan's number. The line connected and Shan-Ji bellowed into the receiver, "Brother Nan. Trouble's broken out. We're all detained at US bar in Wan Chai, me, Tian and Bao Pai." Chun Haonan's heart clenched. "What's your condition? Who are they?" Shan-Ji faltered. He'd been too busy causing chaos to inquire about their identity, and hastily answered, "I'm not sure yet. I'll ask right now." He covered the mouthpiece and shouted at Gao Jin, "Hey, you lot, which faction do you run with?" Gao Jin remained silent. One of his men stepped forward, voice level, "We're from the Walin Sheng." A chill ran through Shan-Ji. Into the phone he stammered, "Brother Nan, it's the Walin Sheng." "Understood. Stay calm. I'm coming with backup." Chun Haonan hung up. Shan-Ji tried to mask his unease with bravado, but dared not provoke further. Gao Jin leaned back on the sofa, serene and watchful, waiting in silence. Chun Haonan's expression hardened the moment the call ended. He strode out of his office toward Brother B's private lounge. Pushing open the door, he silenced the blaring music. The sudden hush fell like a blade. "Brother B, urgent news. It's serious. Shan-Ji, Tian and Bao Pai have been seized by the Walin Sheng at US bar in Wan Chai." Brother B's brow furrowed deeply. "How? What possibly led them into the Walin Sheng's hands?" "I don't know the details. Shan-Ji just called frantic, begging me to rush over and extract them." Brother B's face darkened further. After a pause, he cautioned gravely on Nan. "Remember, the Walin Sheng is ascendant. Do not confront them heathen. Take plenty of men, but avoid direct conflict. Your sole priority is retrieving them unharmed." "Understood, Brother B," Chun Haonan affirmed with a firm nod before hurrying off to assemble his crew. Once Chun Haonan departed, Brother B abandoned all pretense of leisure. His face grim, he exited the lounge and returned to his office. He slumped onto the sofa, lit a cigarette, and drew deep, silent drags. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted the hour, well past midnight. He nearly dialed Jiang Tiansheng for guidance, then hesitated, deciding it was too late to disturb him. Meanwhile, Chun Haonan moved with lightning speed, rallying over 20 men. They piled into several vans and sped toward USA Bar in Wanchai. The journey from Causeway Bay took barely 10 minutes. The vehicle screeched to a halt outside the bar. Over 20 men poured out in unison, flanking Chun Haonan as they marched inside. Security guards at the entrance instantly blocked their path. Chun Haonan stepped forward, voice edged with authority. "I am Chun Haonan of the Hung Hing. Bring out your manager." The guard, aware of the earlier altercation, responded tersely. "Wait here." He turned and hurried into the bar, heading straight for the back office. Pushing the door open, he reported to Gao Jin, "Brother Jin. Outside stands Chun Haonan of the Hung Hing, accompanied by over 20 men." At once Gao Jin rose and instructed his men bring the 3 of them out. Moments later, he emerged at the bar's entrance, flanked by his crew, escorting Shan Ji to Tian Air and Bao Pai. No sooner had Shan Ji crossed the threshold than he bellowed, "Brother Nan, you're here at last. Make them release us." Chun Haonan's eyes first scanned the trio. Relief flickered as he confirmed only superficial injuries. Then turning to Gao Jin, his tone softened, but remained resolute. "You're the manager here. I'm Chun Haonan of the Hung Hing's Causeway Bay branch. These are my brothers. I'm unfamiliar with the full account, but I offer my sincere apologies on their behalf. Please release them to me." Gao Jin studied Chun Haonan coolly. "Release them? Your Hung Hing men invaded our territory, assaulted my staff, and issued outright threats. And you believe an apology suffices to walk them out? Do you take us for children playing at power?" Shan Ji erupted, straining to stand, only to be pinned down by Walin Sheng enforcers. Chun Haonan's jaw tightened. He recognized the impasse and the danger of escalation. Taking a slow breath, he steadied his voice. "Then name your terms. What must we do to secure their release?" Gao Jin wasted no words. "These 3 assaulted my men inside the bar. 50,000 Hong Kong dollars for medical expenses. Additionally, their public threats inflicted psychological harm. Another 50,000 for emotional distress. 1 million HKD total. Pay it, and they walk free." Shan Ji exploded. 1 million. Why not just rob a bank? In our world, fights are commonplace. Mere bruises shouldn't warrant such extortion. Bao Pai and De Tian Air echoed his outrage, faces twisted in defiance. Chun Haonan's expression grew stormier, yet he recalled Brother B's warning and forced his fury down. He remembered Brother B's final instruction, not to inflame tensions, and deliberately smoothed his features. "We're all men of the underworld. The Hung Hing and Walin Sheng have long coexisted without encroachment. For such a minor incident, demanding 1 million is nothing short of highway robbery." Pausing, he offered a concession. "I'll pay 20,000 HKD, covering medical costs alone. Let this matter end here." Agreed. Upon hearing Chun Haonan's offer of only 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, Gao Jin, who normally wore a stern, unyielding expression, let out a faint, mocking chuckle. His gaze carried a trace of derision, as if sizing up a fool. With a sharp, defiant cry, Shan Ji, still pinned to the ground, shouted, "Brother Nan, don't waste words with them. Let's fight now." Chun Haonan's face flushed pale, then livid, his fists clenched tight. After a tense moment of deliberation, he raised his bid. 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. That is my absolute limit. Release him immediately, or we will resort to force." Gao Jin stared back, coldly, his expression unreadable, voice glacial. "It seems you've utterly disregarded my words. If you insist on violence, then come forward. I dare you. Let us see whether your Hung Hing underlings possess the skill to wrest him from my grasp." Tension crackled like live wire. The 20-odd Hung Hing members surged half a step forward, knuckles cracking, muscles coiling. The Walin Sheng faction instantly assumed defensive stances. The air thickened, charged. Riot was imminent. Shan Ji, De Tian Air, and Bao Pai had grown up alongside Chun Haonan. All 3 had joined Hung Hing together in their youth. Their bond ran deep. Chun Haonan would never abandon them. Seeing Gao Jin's unyielding resolve, he could contain himself no longer. His voice tore through the silence. "Attack." At his command, over 20 Hung Hing men charged en masse. Gao Jin's side numbered only 11, including himself, clearly outnumbered. Yet each man had undergone rigorous training. Their coordination was seamless movements, precise offense and defense flowing like a single disciplined current. 10 against 20 plus, they stood unflinching, strikes swift, brutal, economical. Within moments, they were locked in fierce, grueling combat. Gao Jin remained motionless, icy, his gaze locked unwaveringly onto Chun Haonan, refusing to lift a finger. He watched, detached and implacable, as his men clashed with the Hung Hing ranks. The disparity became evident at first contact. 3 or 4 Hung Hing men cried out in agony and crumpled to the floor. Chun Haonan's heart lurched. He lunged forward and delivered a thunderous kick toward a Walin Sheng underling. The man evaded with startling agility, retreating just in time. 2 comrades instantly closed the gap, short blades flashing downward toward Chun Haonan's exposed foot. Confident in his own prowess, Chun Haonan had not anticipated such flawless synchronization. Caught off balance, he wrenched his weight sideways, barely dodging the blade, and broke into a cold sweat. Within minutes, the tide turned decisively. More than half the Hung Hing contingent lay incapacitated. Over a dozen men sprawled, unable to rise. In stark contrast, all 10 Wulinsheng fighters remained upright. None felt. A few bore superficial cuts and bruises, but nothing more. Gao Jin continued, observing, hands idle, unmoved. In his view, real strength was forged only in relentless, unforgiving combat, and this skirmish offered invaluable experience. Shanji de Tian-Er and Bao Pai, left unguarded, struggled to rise despite their wounds, desperate to join the fray. Before they could fully lift themselves, Gao Jin blurred forward. 3 lightning kicks landed in rapid succession. Each man groaned, slammed back onto the floor, and curled in pain, howling. Chun Haonan watched, hard hammering. His strikes grew fiercer, sharper. Seizing an opening, he drove a devastating blow that sent one Wulinsheng fighter crashing down. The remaining Hung Hing men roared with renewed fury. Attacks intensified, merciless. In seconds, 2 more Wulinsheng fighters fell wounded. Only 7 remained standing, straining to hold the line. Their squad leader gritted his teeth and led a desperate counteroffensive. In the ensuing maelstrom, another 7 or 8 Hung Hing men collapsed, until only Chun Haonan and 6 or 7 battered, gasping subordinates remained upright. Then calmly, deliberately, Gao Jin stepped forward, his pace deceptively unhurried, until in the blink of an eye he materialized before the exhausted group. His assault erupted, relentless, surgical. Chun Haonan's men, already spent from prolonged battle, could neither parry nor evade. Within seconds, the last Hung Hing fighters crumpled, screaming. Chun Haonan fell too, slammed hard onto the floor. Gao Jin advanced, planted his polished shoe squarely upon Chun Haonan's face, and looked down with undisguised contempt. Is this the vaunted confidence you so proudly wield? You truly believe this ragtag band could snatch someone from my grasp? It seems Hung Hing's reputation is hollow, and you, utterly inept. I gave you your chance, and you failed it. Chun Haonan writhed beneath the boot, jaw grinding, neck straining, but every twist only deepened the searing pain across his cheek. After several futile attempts, he stilled, eyes burning with venom, into Gao Jin's. His voice low and threatening. Release us now. Wulinsheng may be powerful, but Hung Hing is no easy target to bully. If this sparks open war between our 2 triads, can you bear the consequences? Gao Jin scoffed, a brittle, dismissive laugh. War? Do you even have the authority to speak for Hung Hing? And even if you did, do you truly have the courage to declare it? He turned away, ignoring Chun Haonan entirely, and addressed his men. You fought well today. 5,000 Hong Kong dollars apiece as reward. Take Chun Haonan and the other 3, Shanji de Tian-Er and Bao Pai, down to secure holding. Release the rest. Instantly, Wulinsheng men moved in, seizing the 4 captives. The 4 raged, cursed, struggled, but overwhelmed by numbers, they were dragged, kicking and shouting, into the bar. The fallen Hung Hing men staggered upright, wincing, clutching fresh wounds. They watched their leaders vanish inside, rage boiling beneath silence, knowing resistance was futile. With grim resignation, they leaned on one another and limped away from Night Shade Bar, vanishing into the night. The bar entrance settled into eerie quiet. Gao Jin swept his gaze over his injured men, then issued orders. Those wounded, tend to your injuries first. I'll arrange replacements shortly. His men nodded and dispersed to treat their wounds. Meanwhile, the 4 captives were hauled into the office and bound tightly to chairs, wrists lashed behind their backs. Shanji bellowed, voice raw. Gao, you dare detain us? Hung Hing will never let this stand. De Tian-Er and Bao Pai joined the tirade, insults and threats echoing off the walls. Chun Haonan sat in grim silence, face like stone. He knew the rift was irrevocable. His sole hope now rested on Dai Lao Bi's intervention. News traveled fast. Soon Dai Lao Bi, still waiting in his office, received the call. Learning that Chun Haonan had not only failed to retrieve the captives, but had been seized himself, he slammed his fist onto the desk. His face darkened with fury, yet impotence gripped him. There was nothing he could do but rage, helpless and Brother B paced back and forth in his office, forcibly suppressing a seething fury as a suffocating pressure weighed heavily upon his chest. Within mere minutes, over 200 Hung Hing enforcers had gathered before his bar, imposing, disciplined, and unmistakably formidable. Meanwhile, Gao Jin swiftly caught wind of the mobilization. Calm and unruffled, he lifted his brick phone, dialed a number, and issued orders with quiet authority. 1 full battalion was to assemble immediately outside the Nightshade Bar. Before long, both the battalion and allied Wulinsheng members arrived en masse, forming precise, silent ranks before the bar's entrance. Another quarter hour passed before Brother B's territory disgorged wave after wave of reinforcements, until nearly 400 or 500 men stood assembled. He had summoned this overwhelming force deliberately, to seize unassailable dominance and leave no room for negotiation. Once the last man fell into line, Brother B raised his hand and led the procession forward, a thunderous tide sweeping toward the Mong Kok Nightshade Bar. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the bar's perimeter. Before them stood an imposing phalanx, every man armed with a cleaver clad in uniform, standing in flawless formation radiating palpable menace. Brother B scanned the opposing ranks, and for a fleeting moment recoiled in genuine astonishment. Yet the sheer numerical superiority of his own forces steeled his resolve. Without hesitation he advanced. Step by step the two forces drew closer, until only 10 meters separated them. Brother B raised his hand, halting his men. His gaze swept across the enemy line as he boomed, "I am Brother B of the Hung Hing. Who is in charge here? Step forward and speak." Gao Jin emerged from the front line, voice level and unshaken. "I am Gao Jin, regional manager of Wensheng's Wanchai branch. Bringing such numbers onto our turf, you intend to declare war on Wensheng." Gao Jin, Brother B replied, his tone icy and resolute. "You are holding 4 of my men. I'm here to retrieve them. Release them now, and I will withdraw my men immediately." Humph. A dry, contemptuous laugh escaped Gao Jin. "Do you truly believe Wensheng is yours to command? Your men came here to brawl, assault our patrons, and issue threats. Now you march in with an army expecting resolution with a single sentence. Such convenience does not exist." He stepped forward, voice hardening. "Like tempered steel, you have 2 options. First, pay 5 million Hong Kong dollars, and your men walk free. Second, draw your blades and fight." Brother B's face darkened instantly at the audacious demand. 5 million, even 50,000, or 5,000, would be refused outright. As he opened his mouth to retort, his brick phone buzzed violently against his hip. Irritated, he snatched it up and snapped, "This is Brother B. Who is it? What urgent matter brings you calling so late?" A low, commanding voice cut through the line. Chang Tin Sang, the Triads' supreme leader. "Brother B, do you have any idea what you're doing? Are you openly declaring war on Wensheng?" "Mr. Chang, you misunderstand. I seek no war. My men, Annam Shanji, were detained by Wensheng. I've only come to bring them home." Then explain precisely what transpired. "How did Annam and the others end up in their custody?" "Mr. Chang, the full truth remains unclear to me. I'm still gathering facts." Learning that Brother B had launched a mass incursion without even investigating the cause, Chang Tin Sang's anger flared anew. He spoke coldly, each word edged with restraint. "Brother B, I scarcely know what to say. You rush into battle blind, risking total war between 2 great societies. Withdraw your men to Causeway Bay immediately. I've dispatched on you to take charge. He will handle this matter." Brother B ground his teeth in silent fury, but defiance was unthinkable. With clenched jaw and shadowed eyes, he replied, "Understood, Mr. Chang. I'll withdraw at once." The moment the call ended, his expression hardened into granite. Eyes locked on Gao Jin, his voice dropped low. Venomous talk. "Gao Jin, why did you detain my men?" "My men are welcome to drink at your bar," Gao Jin shot back, unyielding. "But when they grope your patrons and beat my bouncers, then threaten to demolish the Nightshade and drive us out of business, and when Annam storms in with 20 men to seize them by force, tell me, should I not detain them?" He advanced half a step, aura intensifying. "Let me be unequivocal, 5 million, no less. And you have exactly 1 hour. After that the price doubles to 10 million. Brother B's chest heaved violently, rage surging like wildfire. Yet Chang Tin Sang's warning held him in. Through gritted teeth, he hissed, "Gao Jin, you overreach. This debt is recorded. The Hung Hing will send proper negotiators. For now, I waste no more words on you." With a sharp, furious gesture, he commanded his 400 men fall back. Now, a ripple of murmurs passed through the crowd, but they obeyed, turning as one and marching away from the Nightshade bar. Gao Jin watched their retreating backs, lips curling into a cold, dismissive smile. Once they vanished down the street, he turned to the battalion commander and said, "Dismiss your men." The commander saluted and led his 200 men away in disciplined silence. Gao Jin then entered the bar, settled into a secluded booth, ordered a bottle of liquor, and poured himself a glass. Composed, unhurried, utterly at ease. 20 minutes later, Chan Yu arrived at the bar's entrance with 3 or 4 lieutenants. As Chang Tin Sang's chief strategist, he embodied tact, poise, and measured deliberation, the antithesis of Brother B's volatility. Smiling warmly, he bowed slightly to the gate guard's young brother. "Greetings. I am Chan Yu of the Hung Hing. I request an audience with manager Gao Jin. Kindly announce me." The guard studied him briefly, then replied flatly, "Wait here." He disappeared inside and returned shortly. "Follow me. Brother Jin awaits you within." Chan Yu remained unruffled, neither offended nor impatient. With serene composure, he followed the guard inward, past the dim-lit floor, past the hushed crowd, straight to the corner booth. His eyes met Gao Jin's. Smiling, he extended a hand. "You must be Gao Jin. I've long heard of your reputation. I'm Chan Yu of the Hung Hing." Gao Jin glanced up, calm and unimpressed. "Sit down." Gao Jin picked up the bottle and poured Chan Yu a glass of wine, his movements deliberate and unhurried, then began narrating calmly. "Members of your Hung Hing came to..." Gao Jin picked up the bottle and poured Chan Yu a glass of wine, his movements deliberate and unhurried, then began narrating calmly. "Members of your Hung Hing came to our bar for leisure and publicly harassed a female patron, even attempting to drag her away by force. Our security personnel intervened with polite warnings, yet they refused to desist. Instead, they issued threats, boasting they would shut down the establishment entirely and ruin our business. To protect the patron, we had no choice but to step in and restrain them, escalating the situation into open conflict. Several of our men were injured in the scuffle. Even afterward, they remained brazen and arrogant, hurling insults and vowing to humiliate me. Then Chan Honam barged in with over 20 men, insisting on taking the detained individuals by force. I offered 1 million Hong Kong dollars, covering medical expenses and compensation, but they rejected it outright and launched a violent assault. Unfortunately for them, their skills fell short. The entire group was subdued and detained. Later, Brother B gathered several hundred men and blockaded our entrance, an unmistakable provocation. That is the full account of what transpired. Having heard him out, Chun Yao knew Gao Jin spoke truthfully. Such an incident could be verified with minimal effort. There was no motive to lie. Though inwardly he deemed the initial offer of 1 million HKD excessively generous, he betrayed no hint of it. His smile remained unwavering. Brother Gao Jin, I now understand the situation. Hung Hing accepts the on $1 million settlement. Please release the men at once. Gao Jin lifted his glass and took a slow sip, his tone unyielding. Chun Yao, you've misunderstood. 1 million was the price before. When Brother B arrived with hundreds to besiege my entrance, the nature of the matter changed entirely. Now it's 5 million. You have precisely 1 hour to raise the funds. Should the money fail to arrive within that hour, the sum will no longer be 5 million. It will double to 10 million. Even with Chun Yao's renowned composure, such abrupt, exorbitant escalation ignited a flicker of anger beneath his calm exterior. Yet his expression remained serene as he deftly smoothed things over. Brother Gao Jin, such a steep demand seems rather harsh. We're all men of the Jianghu. Fate ensures we'll cross paths again, whether face-to-face or not. Hung Hing is no minor faction. We needn't burn every bridge. Let me decide this 2 million. Release the men and let the matter end here. What do you say? Gao Jin set his glass down. His gaze hardened instantly, his voice resolute. Chin Yao, are you negotiating with me? My rules have never accommodated discounts. Either 5 million arrives punctually and you take your men, or in 1 hour it becomes 10 million. Or, he paused, a ruthless smirk curling his lips, or you'll be collecting their corpses. The air froze. The men behind Chin Yao paled, seeing Gao Jin's utter lack of restraint. No courtesy, no concession. Chin Yao's expression darkened completely. He drew a slow, deep breath and spoke gravely. Gao Jin, must you truly escalate this trivial matter into all-out war between 2 major triads? Gao Jin sneered with undisguised contempt. War? Do you imagine we fear Walin Sheng? Hung Hing has tangled with Tung Sing for years. Yet Tung Sing crumbled utterly in just 2 nights under Walin Sheng and our alliance. Tell me, how long do you think Hung Hing can possibly endure? Those words struck deep. Chun Yao's face flushed, alternately pale and ashen. He knew with chilling certainty that every syllable was true. Though Hung Hing ranked among Hong Kong's elite triads, Walin Sheng's current strength far surpassed theirs, a fact underscored by Tung Sing's overnight annihilation widely known across the underworld. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. I cannot make this decision alone. Please wait a moment. I'll call the Dragon Head for authorization. Rising, Chun Yao moved to a secluded corner and dialed Jiang Tiansheng. He reported the entire affair, every detail including Gao Jin's unrelenting arrogance, with absolute fidelity. On the other end, Jiang Tiansheng listened in grim silence, his expression darkening like a storm-laden sky. Over a minute passed before he exhaled heavily and commanded, voice low and ironclad, Yao, agree to their terms. 5 million it is. Let Brother B bear the cost himself. Chun Yao's suspended tension dissolved instantly. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Hanging up, he returned to the booth and met Gao Jin's gaze. Gao Jin, we accept the 5 million. I'll arrange for the funds to be delivered immediately. A faint smile touched Gao Jin's lips. That's more like it. A reminder, the deadline stands at roughly 30 minutes. Speed is advisable. Chun Yao bristled inwardly. Having already conceded payment, he found Gao Jin's relentless pressure infuriating. Yet he chose not to prolong the confrontation, immediately dialing Brother B on his mobile phone. The moment the call connected, he spoke first. It's Chun Yao. Gather 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Deliver it to Nightshade Bar within 15 minutes. I'll be waiting here. Brother B erupted in fury. 5 million. You actually agreed to Walin Sheng's terms. Chun Yao offered no explanation. His tone brooked no dissent. Do exactly as instructed. 15 minutes. Do you understand? Brother B knew Chun Yao spoke for Jiang Tiansheng. Defiance was unthinkable, however bitter the pill. Gritting his teeth, he acquiesced. Understood. I'll gather the funds and head there at once. Returning to his seat, Chun Yao fell silent. Gao Jin, satisfied the payment had been accepted, ceased his provocations. Drawing 2 cigarettes, he offered one to Chun Yao. He refilled Chun Yao's glass and said, we both serve our respective triads. Once matters are settled, they're settled. Come, let's drink. Beneath his composed facade, Chun Yao seethed, but outwardly he showed nothing. Raising his glass, he clinked it against Gao Jin's and drained it in one smooth motion. Thereafter the two sat in mutual silence, each lost in thought. 15 minutes elapsed, but Brother B failed to appear. Chun Yao's impatience flared. Minutes later, Brother B finally arrived, flanked by 2 underlings hurrying through the door. He placed the money bag beside Chun Yao and murmured, "Brother Yao, the 5 million is here." Chun Yao gestured for the cash to be laid upon the table. Gao Jin nodded toward a subordinate, who stepped forward to inspect the funds. After meticulous counting and verification, the man gave a single firm nod to confirm accuracy. Gao Jin acknowledged the confirmation. "The amount is correct. Bring them out." Brother B fixed Gao Jin with a venomous stare, eyes burning with suppressed rage ready to erupt at any moment. But he stood with only 2 men in tow, and this was unquestionably Gao Jin's territory. Restraint prevailed. He swallowed his fury and stood aside, face twisted in bitter resentment. Moments later, Chan Ho Nam and 3 others were escorted out, fresh wounds marring their bodies, their bearing battered and humbled. Brother B rushed forward and demanded urgently, "Nam, how are you? Are your injuries serious?" Their bodies ached fiercely, yet Chan Ho Nam, clinging to dignity, stiffened his spine and replied softly, "Brother B, we're unharmed. We've only brought trouble to the Triad." Brother B surveyed their wretched state. Though the 5 million stung deeply, urgency eclipsed regret. His voice lowered, grave and resolute, "Speak no more of trouble. You follow me. You are my brothers. I will never abandon you." At 10 o'clock the next morning, Lu Qingyu arrived at his office on the top floor of the Huanyu building. He had barely taken a seat when Fox pushed open the door and walked in. "Brother Yu, I have a report. Last night Hung Hing's underlings caused trouble in Wanshai and were detained by Gao Jin. Later, Brother B arrived with several hundred men for a standoff. It was likely Jiang Tiansheng who intervened with a phone call. Only then did Brother B withdraw with his men. Afterward, Chun Yao personally visited to negotiate. Gao Jin extracted 5 million Hong Kong dollars from them before releasing the captives." Lu Qingyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Unexpectedly, Gao Jin proved just as shrewd and calculating as he was. He paused thoughtfully, then issued his order, "Go gather all regional managers in the conference room. I have an Fox felt deep curiosity, but asked no questions, simply replying, "Understood, Brother Yu. I'll arrange it immediately." Once he left, Lu Qingyu lit a cigar and sat pensively, fingers idly cradling the slender stem. Unifying Hong Kong's underworld had long been his declared objective. Yet increasingly he sensed that the position of Hung Hing's dragon had no longer suited him. Though he had assumed leadership only days ago, decisive action demanded clarity of purpose. After careful deliberation, he resolved to formally rename Huanyu Group, henceforth known exclusively as the Hung Hing Group. Its security division would be rebranded as Hung Hing Security Company, fully shedding any trace of Triad nomenclature. Lu Junming would assume the role of Group Chairman. Jimmy would serve as Group President. Owen Fox would lead Hung Hing Security as its General Manager. An hour later, Fox returned to report, "Brother Yu, everyone has assembled. Let's go." "Meeting time," Lu Qingyu replied, rising and striding toward the conference room. Inside the vast conference hall, regional managers sat upright along both sides of the long table. Lu Junming and Jimmy were also present. Absolute silence reigned. Lu Qingyu stepped to the head of the table, scanned the assembly, and spoke without preamble. "I've called you here today to announce several pivotal decisions. Effective immediately, Huanyu Group is officially renamed Hung Hing Group, and all subsidiaries will adopt the new name in unison. From this day forward, there shall be no more Hung Hing Triad. Only the legitimate, professionally operated Hung Hing Group." A ripple of subtle expression passed across some faces, but no one spoke. Lu Junming assumes dual roles as Group Chairman and President. Jimmy serves as Group Vice President. Each holds 5% of the group's dry shares. He paused, then continued, "I am allocating 40% of the group's dry shares among all regional managers and subsidiary general managers present here today. Henceforth, the title of Dragon Head will be abolished. Hung Hing Security Company becomes the group's core pillar, and Fox as its general manager assumes the highest external decision-making authority for Hung Hing. I will hold no formal position within Hung Hing Group going forward, though I shall remain involved in all critical strategic decisions. One final point, though we are no longer a triad, outwardly one principle remains unaltered. We shall sweep aside every rival organization and ascend as undisputed sovereigns of Hong Kong's underworld." He swept his gaze across the room once more, then added, "If anyone has objections to what I've stated, now is the time to..." Silence followed. All eyes remained fixed upon Lu Qingyu. None dared dissent. Seeing no objections, Lu Qingyu turned to Lu Junming. "Retain the name Huanyu Group for now. It may yet prove useful." "Understood, Brother Yu," Lu Junming replied promptly. "Last night Hung Hing provoked chaos in Wanshai. I'm already aware. Gao Jin, you handled it superbly. Originally, I planned to seize Causeway Bay in 2 weeks, but since they've delivered themselves to our doorstep, there's no..." He looked directly at Fox. "At midnight tonight, dispatch Wang Jianjun with 5 battalions. Tell him, take Causeway Bay, and he becomes the new regional manager." Then turning to Gao Jin, "Brother Jin, occupy the street linking Wanshai and Causeway Bay. Unify our territory into a single contiguous domain." "Rest assured, Brother Yu, we'll accomplish the mission flawlessly," both men affirmed in unison. "This world, a fusion of Hong Kong's cinematic universes, differed markedly from the Hong Kong. He remembered names remained unchanged, yet scale had expanded dramatically and the population had swelled considerably. In his past life, Causeway Bay spanned merely 2 square kilometers, now it exceeded 6, more than triple the former size. Though Hung Hing held sway over Causeway Bay, it controlled only 60% of the territory. The remainder was carved up among rival organizations. But Lu Qingyu sought not merely Hung Hing's fragmented holdings. He demanded Causeway Bay in its entirety. The remaining factions entrenched there were second-tier triads. Conquering them would be effortless. He had reviewed intelligence provided by Ying Yi. Among the secondary groups was Quan Xing Society, led by Wang Dong. His influence stemmed less from power than from seniority, and his amicable ties with Hung Hing. Lu Qingyu knew this society intimately. Wang Dong's daughter bore a striking resemblance to Gang Sheng. The meeting concluded after half an hour. Lu Qingyu returned to his penthouse office. Though he relinquished all official titles within Hung Hing, this floor remained his sovereign domain. At noon, Lu Qingyu returned to Qingyu Tower. After lunch, he sat in the living room, savoring a cigar. Soon Gu Qingqing, Lu Ri, and Su Qingyue and Gang Sheng entered and settled beside him. Lu Qingyu turned to Su Qingyue and smiled. "Qingyue, I have a task for you. One requiring travel abroad. Would you accept?" Su Qingyue harbored no thought of refusal. Serving Lu Qingyu filled her with quiet elation. "Master, please give your instructions. I shall fulfill them impeccably." Taking her hand gently, he said, "I'm sending you back to mainland China to acquire antiques. Only masterpieces qualify, ordinary pieces are unnecessary. Focus your efforts on Beijing, Xi'an, Nanjing, Luoyang, and Shanghai. Master, rest assured, he'll complete the mission flawlessly." Su Qingyue murmured softly. "I trust your capability. He'll prepare a consignment of goods for you to barter with local black markets across the mainland." He then offered detailed guidance on travel protocols. Yet this antique acquisition served a dual purpose, seizing unclaimed treasures scattered across the region. Take Beijing's Prince Gong Mansion, for instance. Its vaults concealed vast hoards of gold and rare artifacts. With the year being 1983, such opportunity was irreplaceable, and he would not let it slip away. He also intended to entrust Su Qingyue with his spatial ring, enhancing her operational mobility. After brief conversation with the others, he summoned her privately into his study to finalize arrangements. For this journey, Ying Yi will assign 2 operatives to protect you covertly, and he'll provide visible bodyguards for your entourage. Understood, Master. Su Qingyue nodded. They spent over 2 hours negotiating a billion-dollar project within the study. At 4 in the afternoon, Lu Qingyu, Ying Yi, tomorrow assign 2 operatives to accompany Qingyue to the mainland. Also locate an uninhabited island near Hong Kong with Lu Juanhao and convert it into a training base. Additionally, recruit orphans aged approximately 10, both boys and girls, and train them as unwavering loyal operatives. Ying Yi asked, "Master, is there a target number?" "Handle it as you see fit. We face no shortage of capital and ill supply personnel as needed," Lu Qingyu replied with a faint smile. "Understood, Master." One more directive: establish an intelligence network, beginning in Hong Kong, then expanding to Macau, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia, and ultimately extending across mainland China, Europe, and the Americas, building a truly global web of intelligence. Ying Yi responded, "Master, constructing a worldwide intelligence network entails colossal expenditure. To yield rapid results requires full upfront investment. If built gradually, initial funding suffices. Eventually, the organization will sustain itself. No rush, steady growth is preferable. But Hong Kong must be operational immediately. This is our foundation." "Understood, Master." Lu Qingyu spoke calmly. "Name this organization Luo Wang. The celestial net, an earthly web, omnipresent, inescapable." Having settled matters concerning Ying Yi, Lu Qingyu raised his hand and dialed Lu Juanhao's number, instructing him to procure a wristwatch worth 50,000 yuan immediately. He also ordered a fresh stock of imported liquor, cigarettes, and cigars, all standard, unremarkable items. Night deepened. The clock hands silently crept toward 1130 p.m. Boss B had been summoned earlier that day by Jiang Tianxing for a blistering face-to-face reprimand and ordered to shoulder the entire 5 million yuan liability alone. A seething rage festered within him with nowhere to vent. He now sat hunched in his own bar, drinking silently glass after glass, his expression dark and stormy. Suddenly, a trusted underling burst through the door in frantic haste, footsteps stumbling and uneven. Boss B's brows snapped together in sharp disapproval, and he barked, "What is this unseemly panic? Have you no discipline whatsoever?" The underling paid no heed to the scolding, gasping for breath as he urgently reported, "Brother B, something's happened. Just now we received word Ho Lin Sheng has assembled over 1,000 men at their Wanchai branch." The word struck like ice water. Boss B sobered instantly, sitting bolt upright, his voice low and grave. "What? Say that again," slowly. "It's absolutely true, Brother B. Over 1,000 Ho Lin Sheng members have gathered at Wanchai. It looks like they're preparing for all-out war against us." The underling repeated it emphatically, his face pale with alarm. A heavy weight settled in Boss B's chest. Without hesitation, he commanded sharply, "Don't stand there. Immediately summon An Anshan-ji and Tian Air. Tell everyone to arm themselves and converge here at the bar." The underling dared not utter another word, whirled about, and sprinted out to deliver the orders. Only the soft clink of glassware remained in the bar. Boss B's face turned ashen, his fingers drummed heavily, deliberately upon the tabletop. After a moment's hesitation, Boss B snatched up the telephone on the table and dialed Jiang Tianxing's number. The moment the line connected, he suppressed his fury and spoke with deferential urgency. "Mr. Jiang, it's me, Brother B. Something's occurred. Ho Linsheng has gathered over 1,000 men at Wanchai tonight. They're clearly declaring war on us." Jiang Tianxing had already fallen asleep when the shrill ring jolted him awake. Rubbing his temples, he lifted the receiver, and as he listened to Boss B's report, his brows knotted tightly together. His voice was thick with drowsy gravity. "Are you certain they intend open war against us?" Boss B hesitated before replying. "Mr. Jiang, I can't say with absolute certainty, but my men just confirmed it. Ho Linsheng has massed over 1,000 fighters at Wanchai. I'm reporting this in advance so we may prepare, lest we be caught utterly off guard when crisis strikes." A brief silence fell on the other end. Then Jiang Tianxing spoke slowly. "You've acted prudently. Hold the line for now. I'll make a call, then contact you again shortly." The moment the call ended, Jiang Tianxing wasted no time. He immediately dialed Chen Yao's number. Before the first ring faded, he spoke in a low, taut voice. "Ah, Yao, it's me. Brother B just called. Ho Linsheng has gathered over 1,000 men at Wanchai. They appear poised to strike our Causeway Bay territory. Yesterday's incident was supposedly resolved, yet this escalation suggests they mean to wage full-scale war upon Honghing. Contact Ho Linsheng immediately. Find out precisely what they intend." Chen Yao's heart plummeted. A chill of foreboding swept over him, and he responded without delay. "Understood, Mr. Jiang. I'll call them at once." After hanging up, Chen Yao did not dial immediately. He sat motionless for a long moment, deep in thought, then lifted the receiver and dialed Fox of Ho Linsheng. He had no contact information for Lu Qingyu. Fox was his only recourse. At that hour, Fox sat in his office at Ho Linsheng's security headquarters. The phone rang once. He answered instantly. "This is Fox." "Who's calling?" "Brother Fox, it's me, Chen Yao of Honghing. We've met before." Chen Yao replied, his tone warm with practiced familiarity. Fox recognized the voice and felt a flicker of quiet surprise. Casually he asked, "Ah, Brother Yao, what brings you calling so late?" Chen Yao dispensed with preliminaries. "Brother Fox, the minor misunderstanding at Wanchai last night. We'd agreed it was settled. So why tonight assemble over 1,000 men? Are you truly intent on tearing apart our truce and declaring war upon Honghing?" Fox let out a cold, mirthless laugh. "Chen Yao, we're both men of the underworld. I won't waste time. Honghing has provoked Ho Linsheng repeatedly. Not long ago, your men from Causeway Bay tried to plant their flag in Tsuanwan and were driven out. That matter remains unresolved to this day. Then last night, someone barged into our bar and caused trouble. Each grievance stands unaddressed. Do you truly believe they'll simply vanish?" He paused, his tone hardening further. "And who told you yesterday's affair was concluded? That 5 million was ransom for the hostages, not settlement for old scores. Surely even you grasped that distinction." Chen Yao's smile vanished entirely, his face hardened into grim stone. He had never imagined Ho Linsheng would cling so tenaciously to past grievances. Earlier, Boss B had dispatched Chun Haonan to plant Honghing's flag in Tsuanwan, but Ho Linsheng had made no move in response. Chen Yao had assumed the matter was closed. Yet tonight Ho Linsheng had dredged up every unresolved incident, laying them bare one by one. He knew Fox spoke truth. Honghing was in the wrong, and for a moment he found himself utterly speechless. After a pause, Chen Yao's voice grew firmer. "Brother Fox, no need for subterfuge. Speak plainly, what must we do to lay this matter to rest? Ho Linsheng may be rising fast, but Honghing is no pliant puppet, nor are we the inept, powder-snorting youths of East Star. Should war erupt, even if you claim final victory, the cost will be catastrophic." Deep within, Fox scoffed inwardly. Honghing's threat held no weight in his eyes. He kept his smile light, almost serene. "Resolution is simple. Have Boss B withdraw his men from Causeway Bay and cede the territory outright. Then all past grudges are erased." "Absolutely impossible," Chen Yao retorted sharply. "Causeway Bay is Honghing's sacred branch. Never will we surrender it." Fox abandoned all pretense. His voice turned glacial. "If you refuse to yield willingly, then we shall take it by force." With that, he severed the connection. No hesitation, no quarter given. Chen Yao stood frozen, gripping the receiver, his face shifting between pallor and flush. As Jiang Tianxing's chief strategist, he knew tonight's conflict was now inevitable. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, he redialed Jiang Tianxing's number. Chen Yao stood frozen, gripping the receiver, his face shifting between pallor and flush. As Jiang Tianxing's chief strategist, he knew tonight's conflict was now inevitable. Drawing a slow silence stretched long and heavy on the line. Jiang Tianxing had indeed contemplated resolving the Tsuanwan incident, settling matters concerning Chun Haonan's incursion. But at the time Lu Qingyu had adopted an uncompromising stance toward Luo Tuo, and Jiang Tianxing had withdrawn. He had never imagined that dormant friction would fester, only to be seized by Ho Linsheng as pretext for seizing Causeway Bay. At last Jiang Tianxing's voice turned iron-cold. Ah Yao, order Boss B to hold Causeway Bay at all costs. Simultaneously issue directives to all branches mobilize reinforcements immediately. Understood, Mr. Jiang, I'll coordinate it at once. Chun Yao affirmed, and moved swiftly to contact every allied faction. After ending the call with Chun Yao, the fox's smile vanished entirely. He immediately dialed Wang Jianjun's number. The moment the line connected, he spoke bluntly. Jianjun Hongxing already knows we're striking tonight. Whether you ascend to regional manager hinges entirely on this battle. Wang Jianjun responded with unwavering certainty. Brother Fox, rest assured, I will not let you down. The fox's expression softened slightly before turning solemn. Jianjun, remember this well. Do not betray Brother Yu's expectations of you. Wang Jianjun sensed the gravity in the fox's tone. Though he had never met Lu Qingyu, he still replied with grave respect, Brother Fox, I understand. The fox uttered coolly. Strike precisely at the appointed hour. End of discussion. At midnight the city lay cloaked in profound darkness, pierced only by the flickering glow of neon lights. Wang Jianjun led his younger brother Wang Zhengwo and 5 squads of men from the Walinsheng, Wanchai branch straight toward Causeway Bay. Senior brother B of Hongxing had already assembled over 1,500 underlings there. Chan Ho Nam Shan Ji de Tian and the 2 Pakpai brothers stood resolutely behind him. The moment the 2 factions converged, Shan Ji stepped forward swaggering and bellowed loudly. Well, so the scum of Walinsheng actually dared show their faces. Why don't you take a look in the mirror first and see what wretches you truly are? Is Causeway Bay even your domain to tread upon? Leave now, if you've any sense left, or tonight you'll be carried out feet first. Wang Jianjun's face hardened like ice. Without hesitation he turned to his men and roared, Hongxing has provoked us time and again. Tonight we flatten this place and settle our score. Brothers, this is the hour to prove your loyalty to Walinsheng. Charge. Crush them. Shan Ji's arrogance froze instantly. Senior brother B Chan Ho Nam and the others paled. Wasn't negotiation supposed to precede battle? How could combat erupt before even a single word was exchanged? With no time to ponder, senior brother B bellowed, all of you, fight to the death. The 2 forces collided in an instant. The street erupted with deafening cries of battle. Wang Jianjun gripped a 3-edged military stiletto in one hand and lunged into the fray. A flash of cold light, and 2 Hongxing underlings rushing headlong fell wounded, screaming as they collapsed onto the pavement. Walinsheng fighters rigorously trained advanced in precise formations, 3 per squad, 10 per unit. Each trio coordinated seamlessly, offense-defense and finishing blows executed with flawless synchrony. Though Hongxing outnumbered them, their ranks surged forward chaotically only to be swiftly fragmented upon contact. When a Hongxing underling swung his blade downward, 2 Walinsheng members instantly closed in, one locking his arm, the other sweeping his legs, while the lead fighter delivered the decisive strike. Within minutes, dozens lay sprawled across the ground, blood seeping slowly through cracks in the asphalt. Chan Ho Nam charged forward, cleaver raised, attempting to tear open a breach. Yet no matter how fiercely he pressed, he could not break their formation. Instead, his own men fell wounded one after another. Shan Ji, eyes blazing, hacked wildly with his cleaver, but each time he felled an opponent, 2 or 3 weapons would instantly converge upon him, forcing him backward. In less than 20 minutes, Hongxing's morale shattered completely. Their underlings trembled, too terrified to advance, shrinking back inch by inch. Senior brother B's heart raced. He could think only of retreat. Even Chan Ho Nam and Shan Ji had long lost the will to fight. Yet Chan Ho Nam, prideful to the core, refused to voice surrender first. Shan Ji cared nothing for such pretense. He hurried to Chan Ho Nam's side. Brother Nam, they're too ruthless. We must withdraw now. Chan Ho Nam inwardly agreed, but shook his head stubbornly. With no recourse, Shan Ji pivoted urgently towards senior brother B. Brother B, further fighting will only escalate casualties. Order the retreat now. Senior brother B, already resolved to fall back, nodded sharply and shouted the command, retreat. Full withdrawal. Think you can run? Not a chance. Wang Jianjun bellowed. Split up, encircle them. Block every exit. Don't let senior brother B or his men escape. At his command, Walinsheng's forces instantly reformed. Small units fanned out rapidly, flanking from both sides to sever Hongxing's path of retreat. Senior brother B's heart sank at the sight. Gritting his teeth, he raised his long blade and slashed wildly to clear a path. Follow me. Break through. He hacked left and right, shielding Chan Ho Nam and Shan Ji as they surged toward the street corner. Chan Ho Nam clutched his cleaver tightly, parrying furious assaults as he fought step by step toward freedom. Shan Ji, consumed by fury, swung his blade blindly, desperate to carve a path to survival. Wang Jianjun exploded forward like a tiger, closing the distance in a blur, his 3-edged stiletto whirling in a storm of silver light. Senior brother B brought his blade down with crushing force. Wang Jianjun sidestepped, then countered with a lightning thrust that struck true, piercing the wrist. Ah! Senior Brother B cried out in agony as his long blade clattered to the ground. Chan Ho Nam lunged forward, instantly cleaver arcing with lethal precision toward Wang Jianjun's face. Unfazed, Wang Jianjun raised his forearm to block, then pivoted inward, driving his elbow hard into Chan Ho Nam's chest. Chan Ho Nam gasped, staggered backward several paces, his breath ragged and his composure shattered. Shan Ji, seeing this, charged madly, only to be instantly swarmed by several Walin Sheng fighters. Their coordination was flawless. One locked his weapon, two seized his limbs from either side, and Shan Ji crashed to the ground pinned. As Senior Brother B struggled to rise, Wang Jianjun drove a heavy kick into his knee, sending him crashing to his knees helpless. Chan Ho Nam stood alone, surrounded, staggering under relentless pressure. Within moments his arms were seized and all resistance extinguished. Within minutes the struggle ended. Senior Brother B, Chan Ho Nam, and Shan Ji were all subdued and captured alive. The surviving Hongxing underlings, witnessing their leader's utter defeat, were paralyzed with terror. Many dropped their weapons instantly, blades and clubs clattering in chaotic unison. The faint-hearted crouched low, heads cradled in hands frozen in place. Others fled blindly down alleyways, sprinting as if cursed with insufficient limbs. A few hesitated, shifting uneasily on the spot, utterly lost. Wang Jingwo swiftly deployed his men. Some sealed the intersections to intercept fleeing stragglers. Others stood guard over the crouching Hongxing underlings, shouting stern commands to prevent movement. The entire street fell silent, save for the groans of the wounded, its authority now wholly claimed by Wang Jianjun. Marched Senior Brother B and the others forward, scanning the scene with icy disdain before declaring in a voice like tempered steel, "Stay still. Causeway Bay belongs to Walin Sheng, effective tonight." The chaos subsided entirely. Wang Jianjun instructed his men to secure all prisoners, then retrieved a bulky mobile phone and dialed swiftly. "Brother Fox, the operation is complete," Wang Jianjun reported gravely. "Senior Brother B, Chan Ho Nam, and Shan Ji have all been captured alive. Additionally, over 500 Hongxing underlings are now in our custody." A pause echoed down the line before the Fox replied, calm and measured, "Jianjun, you've done exceptionally well. Hold Senior Brother B and his inner circle under strict surveillance. Release all other rank-and-file underlings. Then immediately deploy your forces to assume full control of Hongxing's entire Causeway Bay territory." "Understood." Wang Jianjun ended the call and issued loud authoritative orders, relaying the Fox's directives without delay. While Wang Jianjun launched a fierce assault on Causeway Bay, Gao Jin deployed 2 battalions and struck directly at neighboring Hennessy Road. That territory belonged to the Zongyixin Triad, who had long known that the Halian Sheng Triad would clash with the Hung-Hing Triad tonight. Yet they had intended only to sit back and watch the tigers fight. They never imagined the enemy would wage war on 2 fronts simultaneously and target Zongyixin itself. Hennessy Road was under the command of Afat, a trusted senior lieutenant of Lian Haolong. Afat had always disdained violence. He managed several bustling streets in Wanchai with quiet efficiency. Deep in slumber one midnight, he was jolted awake by the shrill ring of his mobile phone. Rubbing his temples, he lifted the receiver, only for his subordinate's panicked voice to burst through. "Brother Fat, something's happened. The Halian Sheng have attacked." Afat froze, certain he'd misheard. "What did you say? Repeat it." "It's true, Brother Fat. The Halian Sheng have poured in en masse. Our brothers are buckling fast. Quickly decide what to do." His underling's voice trembled with urgency. Afat shot upright in bed, every trace of drowsiness vanishing as his brow nodded fiercely. For years he had governed Hennessy Road with an emphasis on stability and commerce, rarely engaging in large-scale conflict, never anticipating fire would suddenly engulf his domain. "Don't panic," he said, suppressing his inner shock, his tone dropping low and steady. "How many men did they bring? Where exactly have they advanced?" "We're not sure precisely, but likely 500 or 600. They've seized every shopfront and street junction along the route. Frontline brothers are taking heavy losses and falling back steadily. Unless we act now, the entire street will be lost." Anxiety saturated his subordinate's voice. Afat's heart sank. Tonight the Halian Sheng were meant to commit fully to assaulting Hung-Hing in Causeway Bay. He'd assumed it would be a duel between 2 titans, leaving Zongyixin free to observe from the shore. He had never dreamed they would open a second front, striking Zongyixin's territory without warning. Swiftly throwing on his clothes, he strode toward the door and barked into his mobile, "Immediately assemble all available brothers to hold key intersections. Do not engage in costly frontal clashes, stall them instead. I'm on my way now." He hung up, his expression growing graver still. Though he abhorred bloodshed, the enemy now stood at his gates, and the fate of this glittering thoroughfare hung in the balance, leaving no room for retreat. From beyond the night air rose the distant, overlapping cries of combat. Hennessy Road's chaos had erupted in full force. Afat hurried into his car, started the engine, and instantly dialed Lian Haolong's mobile number. The call connected swiftly. Lian Haolong's calm voice came through. "Who is this?" "Brother Long, it's me, Afat." Afat spoke rapidly, voice tight with urgency. "The Halian Sheng have turned on us. Massive forces are storming Hennessy Road right now. I'm en route. I need immediate reinforcements, or we'll lose the territory entirely." Lian Haolong's face darkened instantly, disbelief sharpening into fury. What? The Haolian dared strike Hennessy Road. How audacious they are. A fat pressed urgently, Brother Long. No time for anger now. Send help immediately. I can't hold out much. Lian Haolong knew well this was no moment for outrage. Understood. I'll dispatch Tianhong and his men at once. With that he ended the call. Within 15 minutes a Fat arrived at Hennessy Road, and the sight before him chilled his blood. The battle was nearly over. His men were in full rout with only 20 or 30 holding their ground against overwhelming odds. He dared not disembark, merely sat in his car tense and waiting for reinforcements. In less than 3 minutes, even that last group fell. The entire stretch of Hennessy Road had fallen irrevocably into Gao Jin's hands. As soon as hostilities ceased, the field commander retrieved his mobile and called Gao Jin. The moment the line connected, he reported loudly, Brother Jin, Hennessy Road has been secured. Gao Jin smiled faintly. Well done. Immediately station guards at all key venues. The Zhang will surely counterattack. I'll dispatch another battalion for reinforcement. Hold this territory at all costs. Understood, Brother Jin. You may rest assured. We will hold firm. They hung up. At that very instant, the mobile rang in the office of the Universal Tower, Fox's mobile. Assuming it was either Gao Jin or Wang Jianjun, he answered casually, only to hear Lian Haolong's voice tightly coiled with suppressed rage. Fox, what exactly does your Haolian intend? Zhang Yixin has neither wronged nor provoked you. Yet you launch an unprovoked land grab. Do you truly wish to ignite full-scale war? Fox scoffed. Lian Haolong, let's not pretend innocence. This world belongs to those with strength. Might decides all. Don't speak of just Hennessy Road. If pushed too far, I'll swallow Zhang Yixin whole. Lian Haolong, naturally fiery-tempered, exploded. Fox, you overreach. Even if Haolian wields great power, don't mistake us for easy prey. Should it come to it, Zhang Yixin and Hung Hing will unite and fight you to the death. Do not treat Zhang Yixin as a soft fruit to squeeze at will. You owe us an explanation for tonight's aggression, or this ends only when one side lies broken. Fox sneered, cold and dismissive. Enough talk. Hennessy Road is ours now. If you want it back, fight for it. Bluster won't reclaim lost ground. Lacking the strength, spare us your noise. Seeing Fox's unyielding stance, Lian Haolong fell silent, then replied icily, very well. Since Haolian chooses such arrogance, Zhang Yixin's retribution awaits. He hung up without another word. Meanwhile, at his Repulse Bay village, Yang Tianxing learned of Causeway Bay's fall, and sleep vanished completely. He puffed furiously on a cigar, his face etched with agitation. Fong Ting watched silently, then murmured gently, Brother Shang, what's happened? It's so late. Perhaps you should rest. Jiang Tianxing swallowed his frustration, refusing to take it out on her, and placed a calming hand over hers. I still have matters to attend to. You go ahead and rest. Once this passes, I'll take you abroad for a proper holiday. Fong Ting leaned in and kissed him softly. All right, Brother Shang, don't overwork yourself. Take care of your health. She turned and left the living room, retreating quietly to her bedroom. Jiang Tianxing sat stewing, never imagining that Dalao Bi, whose bravado had filled countless conversations, would prove so brittle before real opposition, and now lay captured by Haolian. He knew well he'd be forced to pay a substantial ransom, just as East Star's Crow and Laughing Tiger had fetched 60 million Hong Kong dollars when seized earlier. Now with Hung Hing's top lieutenant taken, the price would be no less than 30 million Hong Kong dollars, and possibly, though he could eventually recoup the sum from Dalao Bi, the payment must come from his own coffers, for now. Worse still, Causeway Bay was already lost to Haolian. Reclaiming it seemed all but impossible. Reflecting on Haolian's earlier confrontation with East Star and tonight's multiple engagements, he understood with grim clarity that Hung Hing's martial strength simply could not match theirs. Before long, Luo Tianhong arrived at Hennessy Road, with several hundred loyal brothers immediately confronting Gao Jin's forces. Afa, who had been hiding inside a car, stepped out and strode to Luo Tianhong's side, then shouted defiantly across the divide, who's in charge here? Step forward and speak. A senior captain from the Ho Lin Sheng Triad glanced up at him with contempt. I'm the one in charge. Speak quickly, if you've got something to say. Otherwise, clear out. This is Ho Lin Sheng territory now. His brazen arrogance ignited Afra's fury. He shot back, voice sharp with indignation. The Zhong Exin has no grudge against you, neither past nor present. Yet you strike without warning, flouting every principle of the Underworld Code. The captain sneered. Underworld codes. Don't be naive. In this world, strength rules, and only fists decide who speaks. If you've got the power, seize your turf back. If not, spare us your bluster. Afa was left speechless, his face pale with rage. He turned toward Luo Tianhong beside him, whose expression had hardened into icy resolve, and who now stepped forward radiating an aura of unyielding authority. Since reason fails, let skill decide, Luo Tianhong declared coldly, raising a hand and sweeping it backward. Instantly, several hundred Zhong Exin members tightened their grips on iron rods, surging into battle formation. The Ho Lin Sheng captain remained utterly unfazed, flashing a mocking grin. We've been waiting for you. Brothers, draw your weapons. In an instant, both sides roared and crashed together. The sharp crack of swinging clubs, furious curses, and agonized cries erupting across Hennessy Road like thunder. Ho Lin Sheng's fighters moved with disciplined precision, pairing off seamlessly coordinating attack and defense flawlessly, quickly forcing their opponents into relentless retreat. Alpha watched from the rear, heart pounding with mounting anxiety. His own men had just suffered a crushing blow. All hope now rested on Luo Tianhong's reinforcements. Yet after more than 10 minutes of fierce combat, they failed to breach the enemy line, and instead wounded men kept staggering back, bleeding and broken. Luo Tianhong's brow furrowed deeper with each passing second. He saw clearly the enemy's martial prowess far surpassed his own men's. To persist would only multiply the carnage. With a swift gesture, he halted the assault. Both sides broke apart, breathing heavily as they glared across the chasm. Ho Lin Sheng came prepared. Determined to swallow our territory, Ho Luo Tianhong said, voice low and grave. We withdraw today, but this is not over. This land will be reclaimed by Zhong Xin. The captain wiped sweat from his brow, still arrogant. Anytime. Bring your best. We'll meet you, heathen. Next time you lose, there won't be such a graceful exit. Luo Tianhong uttered no further word. Knowing no advantage could be gained by lingering, he signaled retreat. His men withdrew down Hennessy Road, supporting the wounded shoulders, slumped in bitter silence. As the last figures of Zhong Xin vanished into the distance, the Ho Lin Sheng captain immediately ordered his men to reinforce their defenses. Meanwhile, Luo Tianhong and Alpha walked away, faces grim, eyes shadowed with quiet fury. Alpha sighed. Tianhong, their strength is overwhelming. Brute force won't work. We must return and await Brother Long's decision. Luo Tianhong nodded silently, but his gaze burned with glacial intensity. At Qianquan Film Company, Liang Quan had not gone home. Upon learning that Causeway Bay had fallen to Ho Lin Sheng, and that Dai Lao Bi had been captured alive, he burst into unrestrained laughter. He and Dai Lao Bi had been bitter rivals for years, locked in constant rivalry. Now seeing his archenemy humiliated so utterly brought him more joy than anything else in over a month. Liang Quan slapped his thigh and bellowed at Sa Chong beside him. Sa Chong, let's go. Tonight I'm in high spirits. We're drinking, and later I'll arrange 2 girls for you to enjoy thoroughly. Sa Chong instantly sidled closer, wearing a fawning smile. Brother Quan's so generous. Shall we leave right now? Let's go. Liang Quan strode outward, roaring with laughter, his very gait exuding smug triumph. Dai Lao Bi's downfall calls for celebration tonight. News of Ho Lin Sheng's dual assault on Hung Hing and Zhong Xin spread like wildfire across Hong Kong's underworld, echoing through streets, bars, and clan headquarters alike. At a streetside Dai Pai Dong, a group of idle underlings huddled close, whispering. Did you hear? Tonight Wan Chai exploded. Ho Lin Sheng seized both Causeway Bay and Hennessy Road in one fell swoop. Of course, Hung Hing's Dai Lao Bi was taken captive outright. Causeway Bay has changed hands forever. Zhang Tiansheng must be tearing his hair out. An Ultimer nearby puffed thoughtfully on his cigarette, shaking his head. We always knew Ho Lin Sheng fought hard, but never imagined they'd dare strike 2 top-tier clans at once. How Long and Zhang Tiansheng are likely seething with fury right now. Inside a dim bar booth, several Triad leaders spoke in hushed tones, declaring war on both Hung Hing and Zhong Xin. They're declaring Wan Chai their kingdom. They crushed East Star ruthlessly before, and now even Hung Hing buckles. The skies over Hong Kong may soon darken. Others watched with detached amusement. Dai Lao Bi, once so commanding, now utterly disgraced. What a fall. Zhong Xin fared no better. Luo Tianhong led his men to reclaim turf, and was repelled outright. They simply cannot match Ho Lin Sheng in open conflict. Rumors swirled, some gloating, others trembling with dread. Across the entire underworld, tension coiled thick and tight. All understood tonight's clash was merely the first tremor, before a storm of unprecedented scale began to gather. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyu, high atop Qingyu Tower, remained utterly unaware of the chaos unfolding beyond his walls. Tomorrow Su Qingwei would depart for her hometown, and he intended to treat her well. Tonight belonged solely to them, no one else. Since 9 o'clock, they had already concluded one round of negotiations. Su Qingwei lost first, Lu Qingyu won next, but at the cost of several $100 million. Yet Lu Qingyu had no intention of letting her off so easily. He launched another round, this time direct, decisive, and uncompromising. Su Qingwei, though formidable, yielded slightly in presence, and soon found herself retreating step by step until finally she surrendered outright. Lu Ruyin then stepped in to take over the negotiations. Though Lu Qingyu had already spent hours at the table, and his mental stamina waned, his physical endurance and mastery of negotiation tactics remained unmatched. Within 90 minutes, Lu Ruyin faltered and requested a break. Lu Qingyu refused. Victory demanded momentum. This project would be sealed tonight decisively and completely. Lu Ruyin, cornered by his relentless pressure, had no choice but to push forward. 2 more hours passed, and Lu Ruyin at last conceded defeat. Yet Lu Qingyu, in final magnanimity, granted her faction several $100 million in concessions. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Zhang Tianxing dialed Fox's mobile phone. A crisp female voice answered. Fox himself was not on the line. Hello, may I ask who's calling? Jiang Tianxing hesitated slightly before replying, isn't this Fox's number? Yes, sir. Our general manager is still resting. I'm his secretary. May I ask what matter requires his attention? Jiang Tianxing was deeply astonished. Fox was merely a hall master of Liansheng, yet he already had a personal secretary. As the dragon head of Honghing, Jiang himself commanded no such luxury. Suppressing his thoughts, he spoke firmly. This is Jiang Tianxing. Please inform Fox that I have urgent business with him, and ask him to return my call immediately upon waking. Understood, Mr. Jiang. I'll relay your message without delay. The secretary replied courteously before clutching the handset. Jiang Tianxing's expression grew increasingly grim. With two triads now at war, he couldn't even locate Lu Qingyu. No face-to-face meeting, no phone contact. By 11 o'clock, Fox strolled leisurely into the Huanyu building. His demeanor was relaxed, utterly unlike the tense, coiled posture typical of triad leaders. No sooner had he stepped into the office area than his secretary, having waited some time, approached promptly. General Manager Mr. Jiang Tianxing of Honghing called at 9 this morning. He said it was urgent and asked you to return his call as soon as you woke. Fox paused mid-step, raised an eyebrow, and curled his lips into a wry, knowing smile. Jiang Tianxing. He moved swiftly indeed. Then without hesitation he strode into his spacious office and casually draped his coat over the sofa. He settled behind his desk, picked up the telephone, and dialed back immediately. After only a few rings the call connected, and Jiang Tianxing's steady voice came through the receiver. Who is this? Mr. Jiang, seeking me out so early in the day. What guidance might you offer? Fox's tone was languid, utterly devoid of deference. Jiang Tianxing suppressed his rising irritation and cut straight to the point. Fox, let's dispense with pretense. Last night your Liansheng seized Causeway Bay and captured Senior Brother B. I'm here today about that very matter. Name your terms. Oh, so Mr. Jiang has come to negotiate a ransom, or do you harbor other intentions? Fox countered, his voice laced with playful mockery. Sensing Fox's deliberate attempt to assert dominance, Jiang Tianxing's temper flared, but he forced it down. Fox were both men of understanding. No need for circumlocution. Speak plainly, what must we do to secure Senior Brother B's release? Fox chuckled softly. Mr. Jiang, please remain calm. The decision isn't mine to make. I'll need to consult Brother Yu first. Jiang Tianxing responded instantly. If you lack authority, then give me Brother Lu Qingyu's contact details. I'll speak with him directly. That won't be possible, Fox replied, his smile unwavering. Liansheng's affairs are now fully under my purview. Brother Yu long ago withdrew from Triad matters. There's no need to disturb him. Wait a while, I'll call you back shortly. Before Jiang could reply, Fox ended the call. The sharp, insistent, busy signal echoed in Jiang's ear. His face darkened with fury. Fox was clearly stalling, playing with power-testing patience. Yet Senior Brother B remained in enemy hands, and Causeway Bay was lost. Though rage burned within him, Jiang had no choice but to wait, helpless, constrained. After hanging up, Fox made no effort to contact Lu Qingyu. His earlier remarks were pure theater, designed solely to toy with Jiang Tianxing. Only after more than half an hour did he finally dial Jiang's number again, calm, unhurried. The call connected swiftly. Fox's voice carried a light, amused lilt. Mr. Jiang, it's me. To reclaim them, it's 2 million Hong Kong dollars per person. Jiang had anticipated exorbitant demands, but hearing the figure still drew a sharp, involuntary breath. He retorted sternly, that's preposterous. This is no different from armed robbery. Mr. Jiang, Fox replied unruffled, one may eat freely, but words must be chosen carefully. Robbery is illegal. I am by contrast a law-abiding citizen. Such acts are entirely beyond me. That flippant remark ignited Jiang's fury anew. Clenching his jaw, he ground out, I'll offer no more than 30 million. Take it or leave it. Refuse, and we go to war immediately. Fox didn't yield an inch. His tone turned icy. So Mr. Jiang truly doesn't value his men's lives. Then there's nothing further to discuss. War. Liansheng stands ready to meet you at any hour. With that he hung up. The relentless busy signal filled Jiang's ear as he slammed the mobile phone onto the desk, his face ashen with fury. 2 million per person, a staggering sum that pierced his heart. Yet full-scale war would surely end in Honghing's defeat. Trapped between ruin and ransom, he stood paralyzed. Just then the mobile phone rang again. Believing Fox had relented, Jiang's taut features softened slightly, and he reached for the handset. But the voice on the line belonged to Lian Haolong. Mr. Jiang, hello. This is Lian Haolong. Jiang's pulse quickened. He recalled that last night, Liansheng hadn't only struck Honghing. They'd also seized Hennessy Road, the stronghold of Zhong Exian. Though Zhong Exian lacked sheer numbers, its members were fierce, battle-hardened fighters, formidable in their own right. Instantly grasping Lian's intent, Jiang feigned composure and smiled lightly. Ah, Mr. Lian, to what do I owe the pleasure? Lian Haolong dispensed with pleasantries. Mr. Jiang, I'll speak plainly. I propose an alliance between Honghing and Zhong Exian against Liansheng. What say you? The proposal struck precisely where Jiang's deepest anxieties lay. Yet he deliberately masked his eagerness, then affecting confidence he declared, Mr. Lien, an alliance isn't necessary. We Hung Hing can handle He Lien Sheng on our own. Lien Haolong inwardly cursed the old fox, but stifled his frustration and pressed on, let's speak frankly without veils. Last night's loss of Causeway Bay dealt Hung Hing a severe blow. In manpower and combat readiness, you now fall short of He Lien Sheng. I hold no contempt for Hung Hing, but standing alone you'll inevitably be swallowed whole given time. Jiang knew those words were truth, and abandoned pretense. Very well. If we're speaking plainly, tell me, how do you envision this alliance? Too intricate for the phone. Let's meet in person. Lao Wai Lu just opened. The cuisine is excellent. I'll host dinner and discussion side by side. Agreed. Let's meet and talk further. Jiang accepted without hesitation. They confirmed time and place, then ended the call. Fox reclined in his broad leather chair, a cigarette poised between his fingers, exhaling a slow, languid plume of white smoke. His secretary placed a steaming cup of tea beside him. He lifted it, sipped thoughtfully, serene, unbothered. Whether Hung Hing and Zhong Exin would unite held no concern for him. He Lien Sheng's registered security company alone numbered over 10,000 personnel and could mobilize far more if required. In total headcount, Hung Hing and Zhong Exin combined might outnumber He Lien Sheng, but numbers alone don't guarantee strength. He Lien Sheng's members underwent rigorous training, fought with seamless coordination, and possessed battlefield prowess unmatched by any Hong Kong triad. In addition, an inspection delegation arranged by Lu Juanhao joined the journey. Ostensibly a business tour by Qingyu Group, but in reality its sole purpose was to provide cover for Su Qing. In addition, an inspection delegation arranged by Lu Juanhao joined the journey. Ostensibly a business tour by Qingyu Group, but in reality its sole purpose was to provide cover for Su Qingwei. It was now 1983, her hometown had fully implemented reform policies and was actively welcoming foreign capital investment. Under the pretext of this inspection, Qingyu Group seized the opportunity to enter the market, with the region having only recently opened up, opportunities abounded across every industry. Securing an early foothold would grant unparalleled strategic advantage. After Su Qingyue's group departed, Lu Qingyu had originally planned to visit Sunwan. But just as he set out, he received a call from Lu Juanhao and immediately turned back toward Qingyu Tower's top-floor executive office. Not long after Lu Juanhao entered, pushing the door open, Lu Qingyu gestured for him to sit, then asked Juanhao, what good news do you bring? Brother Yu, per your instruction, we have fully acquired Rediffusion Television. The total acquisition price was 260 million Hong Kong dollars, and all legal procedures are now complete. Lu Juanhao reported with a smile. A look of satisfaction crossed Lu Qingyu's face. Well done. Renaming it Asia Television is the first step. Also contact the director of Xinhua News Agency. You are to inform him that we will officially broadcast the hometown's Xinwen Lianbuan news broadcast. Lu Juanhao furrowed his brow, hesitating. Brother Yu, direct broadcasting of their programming may provoke objections from the Hong Kong government. Lu Qingyu let out a cold snort, his tone sharpening with authority. You carry out the order. No need to overthink it. Should anyone dare obstruct us, let them feel the hand of Ying Yi and her team. Seeing Lu Qingyu's unwavering resolve, Lu Juanhao ceased his objections. Understood, Brother Yu. I'll implement it immediately. Good. And what of the newspaper acquisition I assigned earlier? Lu Qingyu continued. We've already acquired a newspaper company and are currently restructuring internally. Normal publication and operations will resume in 2 days. Excellent. Place both the newspaper and the television station under the unified management of Xingyao Media Group. Accelerate the cinema chain acquisition as well. Once completed, fully renovate every venue according to the master plan I previously outlined. Negotiations for the cinema chain are already underway. We expect final terms this week. Moreover, several dozen artists you personally selected have already signed contracts. Very well. Remember 2 principles. First, artist compensation must significantly exceed industry standards. Second, promising talents are to be supported in establishing their own studios. Third, and non-negotiable, Huanqing Media must retain 60 to 70% equity in every venture. This point is absolute. Lu Qingyu emphasized once more. The two continued discussing Xingyao Media's long-term strategic roadmap. When the topic turned to the proposed film and television production base, Lu Juanhao sighed helplessly. Brother Ui conducted an on-site assessment. Constructing a 300 square kilometer production base on Hong Kong Island is utterly unrealistic. It would consume nearly 1/10 of the entire island's land area. I recommend relocating the project to our hometown instead. Land there is inexpensive, labor costs are low, and policy support is substantial. Lu Qingyu acknowledged his earlier oversight. Originally flush with capital, he had envisioned building a production base far surpassing Hongdian in scale. Since Hong Kong Island proved unfeasible, he accepted the pragmatic alternative, transferring the entire project to the hometown. He issued immediate instructions, then contact today's inspection delegation. Task them with identifying suitable plots in Guangdong province, strictly adhering to the 300 square kilometer standard. I intend to build a world-class production base. I've already briefed the delegation on this. Lu Juanhao proceeded to outline his broader vision beyond the production base. I propose establishing several industrial parks across Guangdong, dedicated respectively to textiles, electronics, and technology, food processing, and automobile manufacturing, each spanning 2 to 3,000 mu. A sound strategy. You oversee all implementation details. Lu Qingyu nodded, then added, given our comprehensive expansion into the hometown, we shall establish a dedicated subsidiary group, also named Qingyu Group, to centrally manage all hometown-based enterprises. Understood. Upon the delegation's return, I'll personally travel there to oversee execution. We aim to invest 100 billion US dollars in the hometown before 1990, and I'll dispatch a specialized team to support the initiative. Having a professional team on site will ease my burden considerably, Lu Juanhao remarked with a grin. Lu Qingyu shot him a wry glance, then asked, how is the arcade prototype development progressing? When will the final product be ready? With technical reference from Cherry Corporation, completion within half a month is assured. I was about to ask, once the machines are finalized, will we manufacture and deploy them ourselves? We will not involve ourselves in the arcade business. Lu Qingyu waved dismissively. Transfer the entire technology package directly to Kowloon Sheng Group for commercialization. Your priority remains the MP3 project. Ensure no bottlenecks arise in production capacity. Should any issue occur, you alone will answer for it. Rest assured, brother Yu, that Suanwan factory is nearing completion and will fully meet output demands, Lu Juanhao replied confidently. Good. Once the arcade agreement is finalized, notify Kowloon Sheng immediately so they may commence factory preparations without delay. They discussed further operational matters for over half an hour before Lu Juanhao rose and left the office. After Lu Juanhao departed, Lu Qingyu lit a cigar and leaned back slowly. Moments later, he moved to his desk, switched on his computer, and began drafting comprehensive project proposals. Unaware of time passing, he worked until past 9 o'clock that evening, the dinner served to him by a maid in the office. By then, he had compiled multiple strategic plans. The first outlined a global port construction and acquisition initiative proposing the establishment of Huanyu Port Authority, a wholly owned subsidiary of Qingyu Group. The second detailed a worldwide hotel expansion, launching Global Hotel Group, also fully controlled by Qingyu Group. The third targeted the energy sector, founding Huanyang Energy Group, likewise a Qingyu Group subsidiary. The fourth focused on mineral resources, establishing Huanyu Mining Group again under full Qingyu Group ownership. Additionally, he drafted proposals for 2 major scientific research initiatives: seawater desalination technology development and nuclear power generation technology advancement. Hong Kong has long suffered from acute freshwater scarcity. A breakthrough in desalination technology would place the entire territory's water supply infrastructure firmly under Qingyu Group's control. Moreover, many overseas regions face chronic water shortages. Mastering this core technology would guarantee firm footing anywhere in the world. Even decades later, household filtration systems remain commonplace in countless homes. To researchers, such purification systems would pose little technical challenge. Having reviewed all plans thoroughly and confirmed no omissions, Lu Qingyu rose and settled onto the sofa. He lit another cigar and exhaled slowly, wreathed in smoke. At 10 o'clock that night, the conference room of the Honghing General Headquarters blazed with light. Jiang Tiansheng sat upright at the head of the table, a cigar pinched between his fingers, its smoke curling slowly upward. His gaze swept across the assembled branch leaders seated around the table as he spoke in a low, grave voice. I summoned you so late for urgent business. Last night, the Wenxing Triad openly attacked us, seizing our territory in Causeway Bay. That ground must be reclaimed. If we fail, Honghing's honor and its very standing in Hong Kong's underworld will be irreparably shattered. No sooner had the words left his lips than Liang Quan interjected sharply, Mr. Jiang, I respectfully disagree. This entire affair began with Brother B provoking them first. Had he not stirred the waters, none of this chaos would have erupted. We've tangled with the Dongxing Triad for years and gained nothing. Yet Wenxing swallowed Dongxing whole in just 2 nights. With what strength do we dare meet them, Heaton? Brother B, already seething over the loss of territory, could contain himself no longer. He slammed his palm onto the table and pointed an accusing finger at Liang Quan, roaring, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you even a member of Honghing? Do you truly relish watching outsiders mock us? Brother B's return had been part of Jiang Tiansheng's own design, to lull Wenxing into complacency. After meeting with Wenxing's leader Lin Ho Lung, Jiang Tiansheng had immediately dispatched Chan Yu to secure Brother B's release. To ransom Brother B and Chan Ho Nam's group alone, he had paid 6 million Hong Kong dollars. Liang Quan shot him a dismissive glance, sneering loud voice, and pounding tables make no argument. In our world, one owns up to mistakes and stands tall even when struck. You marched into Tsuan to plant your flag. Your men vandalized Wenxing's bar. This was all self-inflicted. Must the entire Honghing bleed for your recklessness? He paused, voice dripping with scorn. Your judgment is clouded. Wenxing kept to their own affairs, yet you sought them out, senselessly inviting disaster. Each barbed word pierced Brother B's ears like a blade, igniting white-hot fury. His eyes flared wide. He nearly lunged at Liang Quan then and there. Silence. All of you. Jiang Tiansheng brought his fist down hard on the table, barking with icy authority. This is the general headquarters, not a street-side wet market. Brother B. Everjong's loyal enforcer instantly reined in his temper and fell silent. Yet Liang Quan, long harboring resentment toward Jiang Tiansheng, retorted with biting sarcasm, a leader who lacks leadership and underlings who lack sense, now dragging everyone into the abyss. That's utterly laughable. Jiang Tiansheng's expression darkened instantly as his gaze locked onto Liang Quan. Ah Quan, do you still recognize me as Hung Hing's dragon head? Liang Quan's throat tightened. The venomous retort died unspoken, swallowed back into silence. A reluctant temporary submission. Seeing him yield, Jiang Tiansheng continued, I've reached agreement with Lin Ho Lung of the Chung Yi Shin Triad. At midnight sharp, our two organizations will launch a joint assault. Hung Hing's main force strikes Causeway Bay, our Chung Yi Shin strikes Wan Chai, catching them utterly off guard. Brilliant strategy, Mr. Zhang's foresight is unmatched. Brother B immediately chimed in, voice booming, with our combined might will crush Wen Xing's rabble once and for all. The others exchanged uneasy glances. No one dared utter a word. All knew the coming battle would be perilous, grueling, thankless, and fraught with risk. None wished to entangle themselves hastily. Jiang Tiansheng's face grew increasingly grim. With a subtle glance, he signaled Chanyu beside him. Chanyu inwardly cursed, but rose without hesitation to reinforce the call. Brothers, Mr. Jiang speaks truthfully. This matter concerns Hung Hing's very dignity as an organization. To retreat now would invite contempt across all of Hong Kong. Moreover, lips gone, teeth chill, the unchecked rise of Wen Xing leaves no sanctuary for any of us. When he finished, many faces flickered with doubt. Wavering resolve took root. 13 Sister Brother B's closest ally spoke. First, I stand with Mr. Zhang's decision. Han Bin furrowed his brow, pondered briefly, then declared, I concur. First, out of deference to 13 Sister. Second, because he had long coveted the Tsuen Wan Kwai Chung docks, seeking control for smuggling operations. Seeing Han Bin commit, his lieutenants Lung Tao and Tsai Yin nodded in swift agreement. Tai Zi broke his silence. I endorse it. Ah-K, ever the opportunist, hastened to fall in line. Then Fat Lo Lei de Yuma Wang Jin and Liang Ma followed suit, one by one declaring assent. Of the 12 branch leaders, 11 had voted yes. Every eye now turned, solely, to the one man who remained silent, Liang Quan. He spread his hands, voice languid, why all this staring? What do you expect me to say? I reserve my position. If you choose to fight, that is your choice. I will not participate. Under ordinary circumstances, he might not have opposed so openly, not least because Wen Xing had absorbed Bai's enterprises. But this conflict had been ignited by Brother B, and Liang Quan deliberately defied him, refusing to lend support to Jiang Tiansheng. More crucially, he understood Wen Xing's true strength better than anyone else. Several of his subordinates had originally belonged to Wen Xing. According to them, Wen Xing now enforced a rigorous military-style training regimen for all recruits. Those men had failed the grueling trials, and unable to remain, eventually sought refuge under Liang Quan's banner. In his estimation, such a disciplined, hardened force was far beyond Hung Hing's capacity to challenge. Jiang Tiansheng's expression turned ashen. He crushed his cigar violently into the ashtray, sparks scattering like dying stars. The room's atmosphere plummeted to absolute zero, every breath stilled, every voice silenced. Liang Quan. Each syllable fell like ice. 11 out of 12 leaders have agreed. Yet you alone defy. Do you presume Hung Hing's collective decision is yours to openly reject? Liang Quan leaned back in his chair, loosened his collar with a careless tug, utterly unflinching. Mr. Zhang, I reject no decree. I speak only plain truth. Any clear-eyed observer sees this battle is unwinnable. If Wen Xing could obliterate Dong Xing, how can we possibly stand against them? So you'd have us cower and hand over our territory with bowed heads. Brother B seized the moment, jutting his chin forward as he barked, if fear grips you, stay hidden in your branch. Don't disrupt proceedings here. Fear. Liang Quan scoffed, casting a disdainful sidelong glance at Brother B. I refuse to die alongside fools. Who, pray tell, acted without thought in Tsuen Wan? Whose men stormed Wen Xing's bar and provoked calamity? Now that the storm has broken, you demand Hung Hing shoulder the cost. Such logic belongs nowhere on this earth. As the two edged toward open confrontation, Jiang Tiansheng raised his hand and brought it down with a thunderous crack upon the table, drowning every voice beneath its resonance. Enough. His gaze razor-sharp swept over Liang Quan before he continued, the organization has rendered its verdict. At midnight, the operation commences. As a branch leader of Hung Hing, you eat Hung Hing's rice and abide by Hung Hing's rules. Your men will be present at Causeway Bay tonight. This was no request. It was a command, absolute and irrevocable. Liang Quan's casual demeanor dissolved. A flash of cold, predatory fury flickered deep within his eyes. He knew evasion was impossible, or defiance might well trigger Jiang Tiansheng's long-simmering reckoning. After a measured pause, he laughed. A brittle, humorless sound. Very well. I understand the rules. My men will fight. But let this be clear, win or lose, they fulfill only their duty. Any mess beyond that falls elsewhere, not on my shoulders. Jiang Tiansheng's expression softened fractionally, yet no warmth touched his eyes. Obey orders, and the organization will never neglect its loyalists. Tonight's expenses shall be borne entirely by the general headquarters. At that moment, Chun Yao unfolded a pre-prepared route map on the table. Gentlemen, the routes and personnel assignments are clearly marked. Return immediately to assemble your men. Meet at the alley entrance on the outskirts of Causeway Bay at 1130 m. and strike precisely at midnight. The men rose in unison, each accepting his orders. Chairs scraped across the floor, a low murmurs filled the air. In the vast conference room, tension hung thick and heavy, like the hush before a storm. Before departing, Brother B deliberately approached Liang Quan and leaned in voice lowered to a venomous whisper. Once this battle is won, I'll settle our score, slowly and thoroughly. Liang Quan didn't even lift his eyelids, replying offhandedly, Then I wish you luck, though I doubt you'll survive the night. When the others had filed out, only Jiang Tiansheng and Chun Yao remained in the room. Chun Yao closed the door and furrowed his brow. Mr. Jiang, must we truly fight Heaton? The whole Lanxing syndicate is formidable. What if? There is no what if. Jiang Tiansheng lit another cigar, smoke curled like mist as his gaze turned cold and predatory. Lose the territory and you lose face. With Chung Yik's son allied at our side, it's 2 against 1. We hold the advantage. As for Liang Quan, he thinks too much. This conflict will serve as the perfect crucible to temper his ambition. Should he dare betray us, we'll seize the opportunity to remove him entirely. Chun Yao stiffened inwardly, then gave a silent, solemn nod. Outside, night deepened over Hong Kong Island. The city streets still blazed with neon clamor, yet beneath the glitter currents churned violently in Causeway Bay and Wan Chai. Liang Quan strode out of the Hung Hing General Hall and climbed directly into his sedan. He then flipped open his phone book, located the number for Fox, and dialed it on his mobile phone. He'd acquired that number earlier, sent Sham Kung to track it down. Without that effort, he wouldn't have been able to make the call at all. The line rang 7 or 8 times before Fox answered. This is Fox. Who's calling? Brother Fox, it's me, Liang Quan of Hung Hing, he said bluntly without preamble or pleasantries. Fox sounded mildly surprised, chuckling lightly. Ah, Brother Quan, we've never crossed paths before. What brings you calling so late? I'll cut straight to the point. I have urgent news to deliver. Liang Quan spoke with crisp finality. At midnight tonight, 12 Hung Hing branches, joined by Chung Yik's son, will launch a dual assault. 1 force strikes Causeway Bay, the other raids Wan Chai. Prepare yourselves. You must not be caught unawares. Fox's mind whirled with suspicion. Why tell me this? Are you planning to betray Hung Hing? Liang Quan burst into laughter. Brother Fox, don't overthink it. I opposed this plan from the start, but at the meeting 11 of the 12 branch leaders voted to attack. My lone dissent carried no weight. Rest assured my men will not engage in actual combat. I'm calling solely to warn you. I, Liang Quan, refuse to let Hung Hing and Ho Lansheng become enemies. Fox fell silent, pondering deeply, then replied slowly, I'll remember your words. Next time we meet. After hanging up, Fox sat motionless for a moment, then lifted his mobile and dialed Gao Jin's number. As the line connected, he said, Ah, Jin, it's Fox. Brother Fox, what's happened? Gao Jin responded immediately. Fox cut to the core, just received word. Hung Hing and Chung Yik's son move tonight. Hung Hing assaults Causeway Bay. Chung Yik's son strikes Wan Chai. I've already heard. Chung Yik's son is mobilizing now. Gao Jin confirmed. Since you're aware, shall I dispatch reinforcements from headquarters? Gao Jin paused, then decided. Brother Fox sends several squads, but keep them concealed and hidden for now. Wait until their full forces arrive, then strike suddenly. Turn their ambush against them. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately and contact you again before action. Hanging up, Fox wasted no time dialing Wang Jianjun's number and recounted in precise detail Hung Hing and Chung Yik's son's 2-pronged offensive. Finally, he instructed firmly, contact Gao Jin afterward. Coordination between both teams must be flawless. Not a single misstep can be tolerated. Wang Jianjun replied gravely, Understood, Brother Fox. I guarantee absolute precision. Upon ending the call, Fox issued immediate orders. 10 elite battalions, over 2,000 men, were drawn from headquarters. They split into 2 contingents racing toward Wan Chai and Causeway Bay to take up ambush positions. All units traveled in identical Sea Lion minivans. Nearly 200 vehicles rolled out in total. Fox repeated his command relentlessly. Every man was to remain inside his vehicle. No one was to step out, awaiting further instructions by phone. Meanwhile, after concluding his call with Fox, Sham Kung whispered nervously beside Liang Quan, Brother Quan, is this wise? It's treason. If Jiang Tiansheng finds out, he'll surely come after us. Liang Quan scowled and smacked Sham Kung's head. Humph. Even if Jiang Tiansheng learns of it, so what? Hung Hing doesn't belong to the Jiang family alone. Sooner or later he'll step aside. Sham Kung muttered softly, but betrayal is still betrayal. Liang Quan's ears pricked up instantly. He struck Sham Kung's head once more and snapped. Sham Kung, how many times must I say it? Never speak ill of me behind my back. I hear everything. In truth, even without Liang Quan's warning, Gao Jin and Wang Jianjun had long since detected the movement. That morning, Gao Jin had already deployed surveillance on Cheng Yik's son, and Wang Jianjun too had assigned men to shadow Brother B relentlessly. No sooner had they ended their calls with Fox than both issued urgent orders to mobilize every available man. Though Gao Jin controlled Wanchai, his jurisdiction spanned only 10 streets, a compact, tightly knit domain. At precisely midnight, night lay thick, and ink-black neon lights flickering like restless fireflies. Brother B led over 1,000 men into the outer fringes of Causeway Bay, a vast surging tide of black-clad figures radiating raw, intimidating power. None of the other Hung Hing branch leaders appeared in person. Each had delegated trusted lieutenants to lead their contingents. All these forces fell under Chan Ho Nam's command, stationed on the opposite flank of Causeway Bay, forming a complete encirclement. Across in Wanchai, Luo Tianhong of Cheng Yik's son advanced with over 1,000 men. Ah Ham led another 1,000, two separate columns converging methodically upon Gao Jin's territory. Dozens of police cruisers lined the roadside on the peripheries of both Wanchai and Causeway Bay. Officers sat motionless inside. No one stepped out to intervene, merely observing silently from afar. The anti-gang unit refrained from intervening for two reasons. First, Jiang Tiansheng and Lin Ho Lung had already secured tacit approval from authorities, ensuring police non-interference. Second, to those officers, street-level Triad members were little more than societal liabilities, each fallen hoodlum a net gain for public order. Their presence, parked along the perimeter, was purely performative, a precautionary gesture intended only to prevent collateral damage should the violence escalate and endanger innocent civilians. De Lao Bi led over 1,000 underlings. Ai Chun Haonan commanded another 1,000 to Shanji and to Tian Air. Each brought more than 1,000 men. Altogether, the three forces, over 4,000 strong, marched in overwhelming numbers toward Causeway Bay. On the Causeway Bay side, defenses had already been meticulously arrayed. Wang Jianjun personally led 200 men to confront De Lao Bi Heaton. The remaining fighters were divided into two squads of 400 each, blocking Chun Haonan's advance, as well as those of Shanji and de Tian Air. Though vastly outnumbered, the defenders stood unwavering, fists clenched, eyes blazing, morale surging like a rising tide. As De Lao Bi approached and saw only around 200 men arrayed before him, he burst into raucous laughter, his face twisted with scorn. "You think this paltry force can stop me? Even the Liansheng alliance couldn't hold me back." Wang Jianjun cut him off without hesitation, roaring, "Brothers, kill every last scum of Hung Hing." The moment the words left his lips, the two forces crashed together like colliding tides. Wang Jianjun charged forward at the vanguard, his trident bayonet gleaming coldly, swift, precise, merciless. A Hung Hing underling swung a club downward. A Wang Jianjun sidestepped, twisted his wrist, and drove the bayonet deep into the man's abdomen. A guttural cry tore from the man's throat before he collapsed. Two others rushed in from the sides, but Wang Jianjun never broke stride. His bayonet slashed left and right in rapid succession, felling both. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Hung Hing's frontline fighters lay sprawled on the ground. Though De Lao Bi's numbers were overwhelming, the narrow street constricted their advantage. Men at the rear were jammed tight, unable to advance or strike. Their front ranks staggered backward under relentless assault, numerical superiority rendered utterly meaningless. More than a minute had passed when, without warning, 400 hidden brothers erupted from parked vehicles, sweeping around behind the Hung Hing formation for a devastating flank assault. Caught unawares from behind, Hung Hing's men panicked. Clubs and cleavers rained down in chaotic fury. Dozens fell one after another. Trapped between dual assaults, De Lao Bi's ranks dissolved into utter pandemonium. De Lao Bi's face turned ashen at the sight of enemies closing in from both front and rear. His men crushed against one another, those in front retreating, those behind surging forward. No command could be heard, no order obeyed. The ambushers showed no mercy. The whistle of clubs and clash of blades filled the air as Hung Hing fighters dropped, in rapid succession, cries of agony echoing like a chorus of despair. Wang Jianjun, gripping his trident bayonet, carved through the throng like a storm, each thrust felling another. His gaze locked unerringly onto De Lao Bi amid the chaos. With raw ferocity, he surged forward, cutting a crimson path straight through the enemy ranks. Several of De Lao Bi's closest guards instantly raised their weapons and rushed to intercept. Wang Jianjun met them without flinching. His bayonet flickered, up, down, across, forcing them all back. Seizing an opening, he lashed out with a thunderous kick to one man's chest. The underling screamed as he tumbled headlong into the crowd. De Lao Bi's confidence shattered, his heart pounding with dread. His entourage dwindled rapidly. Under the hammer of dual assault, his men fell dead or wounded in quick succession. Panic spread like wildfire. Many bolted toward side alleys, abandoning all cohesion. Then, a voice shrieked, "We're done for, run." And the final thread of morale snapped. Hung Hing's formation collapsed outright. Weapons clattered to the ground as men fled blindly in every direction, no longer intent on seizing Causeway Bay, only on saving their own lives. Wang Jianjun pressed forward with his men pursuing and scattering De Lao B's remnants. Meanwhile, Chun Haonan advanced at the head of his 1,000-strong force, confident that sheer numbers would shatter the defense. Yet the situation mirrored De Lao B's. The street was too narrow. Massive numbers became a liability. Frontline fighters were packed so tightly they could barely move. The 400 defenders stationed there stood like iron statues, faces grim, weapons raised, refusing to yield an inch. Chun Haonan gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Charge! Break them apart!" Hung Hing's men roared and lunged forward, cleavers raised high. Instantly the defenders surged to meet them, blades flashing, clubs whistling, fists flying in furious, unrelenting combat. A club smashed into an opponent's arm, bone cracked, agony screamed. Blades clashed midair with sharp ringing clangs. A single misstep meant gashes bleeding crimson across skin and cloth. Chun Haonan himself wielded a long saber at the forefront, swinging with brutal speed and power, felling 2 men in quick succession. Yet the defenders fought with seamless coordination. Trios moved as one, blocking, striking, covering, unbroken, unyielding. They held the line like immovable cliffs against crashing waves. No matter how fiercely Hung Hing charged, the defense never wavered. After repeated assaults, not only did Chun Haonan's men fail to gain ground, they lost dozens lying broken upon the pavement. Frontline fighters staggered, pale-faced, and wounded legs trembling beneath them. Then, without warning, another squad erupted from a side alley, striking hard at Chun Haonan's flank. Thud! A blow landed squarely on a man's back. He crumpled instantly. Attacked from both sides, Hung Hing's formation fractured beyond recovery. Those in front tried to retreat. Those behind pushed forward. Men slammed together, weapons tangled, strikes useless. Chun Haonan shouted hoarsely, desperate to restore order, but his voice vanished into the maelstrom. His men reeled backward under relentless assault, cries of pain rising in waves. Sensing defeat, many cast aside their weapons and fled without looking back. Within moments, the once formidable 1,000-man force disintegrated. Its ranks shattered, its momentum lost. When Shanji and De Tian Air arrived at the intersection with over 1,000 men, their fate proved identical. The confined space choked their numbers. Rear fighters remained stranded, strength wasted. 400 street defenders formed an unshakable phalanx across the thoroughfare, blades and clubs raised, eyes fierce, resolve absolute. De Tian Air snarled orders. His men charged forward, howling, weapons raised. Instantly the two sides locked in brutal, grinding combat. Clubs whistling, cleavers clashing with deafening metallic shrieks. Blades crossed again and again. Wounds bloomed on arms and shoulders, screams piercing the din. Shanji led the charge, swinging his cleaver with ruthless efficiency, dropping 2 foes in swift succession. But the defenders moved as one, covering gaps, reinforcing weak points, anchoring the line. Wave after wave of Hung Hing assault broke against them. Each repelled, each costing lives, each draining morale further. Suddenly hidden fighters burst from a nearby alley, striking the Hung Hing flank and rear with lethal precision. Surprise struck like lightning. Panic seized the ranks and cohesion evaporated. Cold steel and heavy clubs descended without mercy. More than a dozen fell where they stood. Surrounded front and back, Hung Hing's men shoved and trampled one another. Formation obliterated. De Tian Air and Shanji screamed commands, striving to rally their men, but control was gone. Wounded fighters fell one by one. The faint-hearted dropped weapons and fled. Chaos consumed the entire street. All 3 Hung Hing columns were now fully contained. 4,000 strong, yet defeated in sequence. Their grand encirclement of Causeway Bay had ended, not in triumph, but in total, irreversible collapse. Over 20 minutes passed. The entire alleyway was strewn with discarded clubs and cleavers. Injured Hung Hing underlings lay sprawled across the ground, blood seeping slowly through the cracks in the pavement. Wang Jianjun led his forces in a relentless pursuit, deploying all 3 defensive lines simultaneously. Over 4,000 Hung Hing members were driven backward in disarray. Formation shattered, resistance utterly collapsed. Panicked, the fleeing Hung Hing members crammed together in chaotic retreat, their dignity stripped bare. Clutching a trident bayonet, Wang Jianjun pressed hard on De Lao Bi, refusing to let him escape. De Lao Bi's bodyguards lay dead or wounded. Only a handful remained at his side, stumbling as they ran. Before they advanced far, they were encircled, hidden by an advancing force. Trapped with no escape, forward or back, De Lao Bi's face paled. He raised his blade in desperate defiance, only for 2 men to instantly seize his arms and pin them down. With the cold tip of the trident pressed against his chest, he trembled violently, his earlier arrogance evaporating entirely. Submissively, he was forced to the ground and bound tightly. Elsewhere, Chun Haonan likewise failed to break free. Though he fought with every ounce of strength, multiple wounds already marred his body, and exhaustion had drained him completely. Several Walin Sheng underlings swarmed him, striking with fists and kicks until he fell. They swiftly bound him, wrists crossed, and secured behind his back. Seeing their leaders captured one after another, Shanji and De Tian Air panicked utterly. Frantically, the 2 bolted into a narrow alley, but it was already sealed off on all sides. After only a few futile struggles, they too were subdued and pinned motionless to the ground. Finally, Bao Pai was apprehended. Having lingered at the rear of the formation from the start, he shrank into a corner the moment defeat became inevitable, only to be spotted instantly by Walin Sheng underlings. A few men sprinted forward, cut off his retreat, and bound him without delay. Within half an hour, every senior leader of the Hung Hing contingent had been captured. The remaining rank-and-file underlings, seeing all their commanders taken, lost all will to fight. One by one, they dropped their weapons and knelt silently on the ground, too terrified to move. In Causeway Bay, the victorious faction stood tall in the center of the street, unbroken, triumphant, radiant with dominance. In Wanchai, Luo Tianhong led over 1,000 underlings while Aham commanded another 1,000 plus. Together, more than 2,000 surged forward like a tidal wave converging upon Gao Jin's territory. Gao Jin had anticipated the assault. He personally led 400 men to confront Luo Tianhong Heiden, while 600 others, under trusted lieutenants, marched to intercept Aham. A row of cars lined the roadside, each concealing Fox faction underlings. Hidden elsewhere, Gao Jin held 600 more in reserve, and another 400 lay concealed in a second ambush position. The two forces clashed the moment they met, fists flying, blades flashing. Walin Sheng underlings possessed superior martial skill and fought in disciplined trios. One pressed the attack, another parried with precision, while the third circled wide to strike from the flank. Movements seamless, coordination flawless. Though numerically superior, the opposing force fought haphazardly, utterly unable to withstand such tactical mastery. Soldier faced soldier, commander faced commander. Rank-and-file underlings dueled in pairs, clubs and knives whistling through the air. Within moments, bodies began falling, the enemy line buckled and retreated relentlessly. The duel between leaders was even more perilous. Luo Tianhong wielded an 8-faceted Han sword, its blade carving arcs of wind and fury. Every slash, chop, and thrust gleamed with lethal intent, relentlessly aimed at Gao Jin. Yet in raw power, he remained a step beneath Gao Jin. Agile and evasive, Gao Jin deflected blow after blow, then seized openings to counterstrike with surgical precision. After several exchanges, Luo Tianhong's breath grew ragged, his stamina waning. His sword slowed, his offense faltering, until he could barely hold his ground, reduced to desperate defense. After 15 minutes of brutal combat, sweat drenched Luo Tianhong's body, his arms burned with fatigue, and his 8-faceted sword grew heavier with every swing. Gao Jin lunged, driving a crushing kick straight into his chest. Luo Tianhong gasped, a choked grunt escaping his lips, as he staggered backward and crashed to the ground. His sword clattered away. Instantly, several Walin Sheng underlings pounced, pinning him down and binding him tight on the spot. With their commander captured, Luo Tianhong's men froze in shock. Their courage dissolved like mist, limbs trembling, resolve gone, no longer willing to fight to the death. Seeing this, the Walin Sheng surged forward with renewed ferocity, trios rotating in relentless waves, clubs and blades descending in unison, pressing ever closer. Zhong Exi and underlings, now unwilling to engage, saw their defenses collapse one after another. Panic erupted, men scattering in all directions, their 1,000-strong force shattered beyond recovery. Some surrendered outright, crouching low with hands on heads, others fled blindly into alleys, chaos reigning supreme. Meanwhile, Aham's 1,000-strong assault hammered relentlessly, yet the 600 defenders held firm, coordinated with iron discipline. In tight trios, they anchored their position, repelling wave after wave of charges. The clash of steel rang ceaselessly. Zhong Exi and fighters assaulted again and again. Each time they were met with unyielding resistance, and more men fell wounded. Their commander observed coolly, noting the attackers' flagging momentum, then gave the order. Car doors along the roadside burst open in unison. 400 hidden underlings exploded from concealment, storming directly into Aham's rear flank. The ambush struck with devastating surprise. Screams erupted from the rear ranks, panic igniting instantly. Aham, stunned and furious, swung his weapon wildly, trying desperately to reorganize his lines. But caught between front and rear assaults, his men lost all cohesion. Orders went unheard, commands unraveled. Seizing the moment, Walin Sheng launched a full-scale advance, strikes growing fiercer with every step. A group of underlings converged, locked him in a grapple, and within moments brought Aham crashing to the ground, bound securely before he could draw breath. With their leader captured, Zhong Exian's remaining men lost all sense of purpose. No one dared resist further. Weapons clattered to the ground as men scattered in blind flight. Within moments, the 1,000-strong force was utterly dismantled. Both battles ended in total devastation, streets littered with wreckage. In Causeway Bay, Hung Hing suffered catastrophic losses, dozens dead, blood staining the pavement thickly. Over 100 more lay grievously wounded, limbs severed, deep gashes bleeding freely, as agonized cries echoed across the ground. Countless others bore superficial injuries, bruises, scrapes, contusions, slumped listlessly along the roadside, too demoralized to rise. By contrast, Wang Jianjun's men suffered no fatalities, 30-odd sustained serious wounds. Some bore deep lacerations from slashing blades, others lay incapacitated by heavy blows. Another 400 bore minor injuries, scratches, and bruises marring arms and backs. Though every man bore marks of battle, none complained. Spirits remained unbowed, resolve unshaken. In Wanchai Zhong, Exion's losses mirrored those of Hung Hing. Dozens dead, over 100 gravely wounded, gashes so deep bones showed, curled in pain upon the earth. Lighter abrasions and cuts covered countless others. The scene was harrowing, pitiful to behold. Gao Jin's forces suffered no fatalities. Only 24 sustained serious injuries that impaired mobility, the rest, barely 100, bore only superficial wounds easily treated and forgotten. Weapons lay scattered across the blood-soaked ground, groans rose in waves from the wounded. The Hung Hing and Zhong Exian factions, once formidable powers, had lost leaders, warriors, and prestige. This battle left them crippled, hollowed out, irrevocably broken. Walin Sheng swiftly accounted for their numbers, regrouped their ranks, and firmly consolidated control over both Causeway Bay and Wanchai. Territories now secured dominance unquestioned. The battle ended completely. Gao Jin raised his hand to signal everyone to cease fighting and issued a stern command: all personnel, stand down and rest in place. Summon the Blue Lanterns, clean this entire street thoroughly. At his words, a group of temporarily hired Blue Lanterns immediately emerged from bars and nightclubs, buckets, rags, and brooms in hand, dispersing swiftly to carry out their tasks. Some gathered scattered weapons, knives and clubs, while others scrubbed bloodstains from the pavement. Still others assisted the wounded and carried away the dead, moving with practiced efficiency. Meanwhile, Wang Jianjun gave orders to his subordinates: deploy personnel to clear the battlefield, send all Blue Lanterns into action, and restore the street to order. His men complied instantly. A large contingent of Blue Lanterns flooded the alleys, each assuming their designated duties, and the street soon bustled with activity. Wang Jianjun then turned his gaze toward Boss Bi Chun, Haonan Shan, Ji Detunger, and Bao Pai, all tightly bound. He spoke: next, escort these captives to Brother Jean. A dozen underlings stepped forward, herded the group into vehicles, and drove toward Wanchai. Boss B and the others hung their heads in dejection, disheveled and humbled, stripped entirely of their former arrogance. Before long, Hung Hing's junior members delivered them to Gao Jin's position. Gao Jin surveyed the captives before him, then swept his cold gaze across the crew, still tidying the sight. Jiang Tiansheng and Chun Yao had remained at the Hung Hing headquarters awaiting news, and received it without delay. Upon learning that Boss B had led a large force in a battle, only to suffer defeat and be captured by Walin Sheng, Jiang Tiansheng's face darkened ominously, his eyes blazing with fury. Chun Yao's heart sank. He knew instinctively that Hung Hing had suffered another crushing loss. Otherwise, Jiang Tiansheng would never have reacted so severely. Jiang Tiansheng clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked, his voice low and seething. Useless. You brought so many men, and still failed. You've disgraced Hung Hing beyond redemption. Chun Yao sat silently beside him, saying nothing. He understood full well back-to-back defeats at Walin Sheng's hands had shattered Hung Hing's reputation irreparably. Jiang Tiansheng slammed his palm onto the table, his tone thick with rage. Ah Yao. First, tend to our injured brothers. Rush the gravely wounded to hospitals. As for those who fell, contact their families immediately. Provide comfort, assurance, and compensation. Not a single misstep can be tolerated. Chun Yao hurriedly acquiesced, not daring to linger, and strode quickly from the hall to execute the orders. Left alone in the grand chamber, Jiang Tiansheng paced restlessly, his chest heaving with suppressed fury. 2 consecutive routes, captured alive both times, had left Hung Hing utterly humiliated on the streets. He strode to the window, gazing down at the street below, his expression as grim and heavy as storm-laden clouds. With Boss B and his men now in Walin Sheng's custody, a massive ransom was inevitable, if they wished to avoid retrieving corpses instead. In the conference room of Zhong Exin, Lian Haolong, Su Lian Haodong, and Fa sat in tense silence. Suddenly, a junior member burst in, breathless and trembling. Brother Long, disaster. Our assault on Wanchai has failed. Brother Tianhong and Brother Hong have both been taken by Walin Sheng. His words struck the room like a boulder. Silence descended instantly. Lian Haodong shot upright, disbelief flooding his eyes. How is this possible? We deployed overwhelming numbers. How could we lose? Su's face hardened, her voice edged with shock. What exactly transpired? How did we fall? Fa's brows knotted fiercely, his fists clenched tight, his face taut with bitter resentment. Lian Haolong, seated at the head of the table, wore a face of ashen fury. His knuckles pressed hard against the tabletop as he ground out, voice thick with controlled rage. It appears Walin Sheng anticipated our move. Otherwise, how could such a modest force possibly withstand us? He drew a slow, steadying breath, regaining composure before issuing swift orders. Immediately reinforce all territory checkpoints. Prepare for potential counterattacks. Dispatch additional scouts to Wanchai. Gather exhaustive intelligence on the situation there. We must ascertain Brother Luo Tianhong's and Brother Aheng's exact condition. The junior member bowed and departed without hesitation. The conference room grew suffocatingly still. No one could absorb the blow of defeat, their hearts churning with frustration and dread. Meanwhile, in Wanchai, Gao Jin strode directly toward the warehouse where Boss B and the others were held captive. Inside the dimly lit warehouse, Boss B, Chun Haonan, and the rest lay sprawled helplessly on the floor, bound tightly, with rope battered and broken. Gao Jin approached them, his gaze sweeping over Boss B before a sardonic smile curled his lips. Well, if it isn't Hung Hing's esteemed Boss B. Jiang Tianxing just paid your ransom. How swiftly you've returned. It seems you simply couldn't bear to part from Boss B's fury erupted instantly. He roared, Gao Jin, don't gloat. If you've got courage, release me. We'll settle this man-to man. Gao Jin let out a derisive snort, his eyes turning glacial. You dare challenge me, unknown? Understand your station. You're our prisoner. You hold no leverage to negotiate. He paused, voice calm and deliberate. If you truly crave a duel, let Jiang Tianxing deliver your ransom first. Once you walk free from here, I'll meet you anytime, anywhere. I'll honor every challenge you dare issue. Boss B flushed crimson, speechless. Just hours earlier, Jiang Tianxing had paid 60 million Hong Kong dollars to secure their release. Yet here they were again, recaptured en masse. This time with more men captured. Lin Sheng's ransom demand would inevitably soar. The thought sent a chill through him. He feared Jiang Tianxing might refuse to pay again. Seeing Boss B fall silent, Gao Jin dismissed him and turned instead toward Luo Tianhong and Ahong. So, you're Luo Tianhong of Zhong, Exin. Your martial skill is indeed formidable. When your leader pays to reclaim you, should pride still burn within you. Come find me. I'll accept your challenge anytime. Unlike Boss B's volatile outburst, Luo Tianhong, the captive, merely lifted his eyes to meet Gao Jin's gaze once, then fell into quiet resignation. Beside him, Ahong remained equally mute. Both knew well words held no weight behind bars. Finding their silence uninteresting, Gao Jin turned to his men and instructed coolly, assign several brothers to give our Hung Hing guests a proper welcome. Just don't kill them. After all, they're still worth a considerable sum. At those words, Boss B panicked. Gao Jin, what do you mean? We're already in your grasp. What game are you playing now? We're all men of the streets. Take your grievances out on me, not my brothers. Hearing Boss B's plea, Chen Haonan and the others stirred emotionally and cried out in unison, Gao Jin, face us. Don't touch Boss B. Shanji and Detoner joined the chorus, shouting defiantly for him to come after them instead. Bao Pai, however, kept his head lowered, silent throughout. Gao Jin grinned broadly at their outrage. Don't rush. Rest assured, I play fair. No one will be singled out. My hospitality shall be impartial. Every one of you will experience Lin Sheng's warmth in full measure. A frigid hush fell over the warehouse. Boss B's face paled. Chun Haonan and the others clenched their fists, fear and fury warring inside them, yet their bodies remained immobile, bound and helpless. Gao Jin, weary of further exchange, waved dismissively to his men to proceed, and strode out of the warehouse without looking back. At 10 o'clock the following morning, Lu Qingyu remained in his penthouse office sipping tea without stepping out. Just moments earlier, Ying Yi had delivered a detailed report on last night's joint disturbance staged by the Hung Hing and Chung Yi Sun Triads. He paid it no mind. Under the vigilant watch of Fox and his crew, chaos was simply impossible. After a few quiet minutes of tea, he settled at his desk and powered on his computer. The previous night inspiration had struck. He conceived an ingenious plan to boost the television station's viewership, a local adaptation of a wildly popular singing competition tentatively titled Hong Kong's Got Voice. Not only would this program dramatically elevate ratings, but future licensing rights promised immense profits. Over an hour slipped by as he meticulously outlined the entire preliminary framework. He printed the document and instructed Lu Ruyan to deliver this new proposal, alongside the files drafted the previous night, to Lu Juanhao. Having completed these tasks, Lu Qingyu reclined onto the sofa and lit a cigar. Just as he drew the first puff, his wristwatch vibrated. He casually switched it to mobile phone mode and answered the call. Huadong's voice came through the line. "Ah, you, it's me, Huadong. Uncle Hua, hello. What brings your call?" Lu Qingyu replied with a smile. "I heard you've already dispatched people back to your hometown for inspection, so you're preparing to launch formal investment there?" Huadong asked. Lu Qingyu instantly understood someone from his hometown must have contacted Huadong, prompting this call. He responded lightly, probing, "I've long planned this. I intend to build several industrial parks in Guangdong province first, while simultaneously surveying local conditions." "Uncle Hua, I suspect this call reflects some unease back home." Huadong cut straight to the point. "To be honest, yes. They reached out to me seeking information about you, and I faithfully relayed everything you'd said at the banquet hall." Lu Qingyu nodded inwardly. This generation held deep affection for their ancestral soil, and that sentiment rang true. He continued, "So what does hometown wish to convey? They've specifically invited you to visit in person, and I'll accompany you. When might you be available?" Huadong said. Lu Qingyu was genuinely surprised. The invitation had come unbidden. After brief reflection, he replied, "My schedule is entirely flexible. Uncle will please set the date, and I'll depart at once. How about 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow? We'll fly directly. Does that suit you?" Huadong asked. "No problem. By the way, Uncle Hua, who exactly will we be meeting? Any particular points I should bear in mind?" Huadong chuckled warmly. "Relax. This individual is exceptionally approachable with those he considers family. You need not feel uneasy. After hanging up, Lu Qingyu sat quietly on the sofa, his thoughts swirling with quiet excitement. He had only ever seen this figure on television, never imagined he'd one day meet him face-to-face. Before he could dwell further, the phone rang again. He picked up the mobile and heard Jimmy Zai's voice. Brother, are you free right now? I'd like to speak with you. Lu Qingyu replied offhandedly. Come straight to Qingyu Group. I'll wait for you in my office. Half an hour later, Lu Rian knocked and entered, announcing that Jimmy Zai and Lu Junming had arrived. Smiling, Lu Qingyu asked her to usher them in. As the two entered, he gestured for them to sit, then personally poured tea for both. With gentle teasing, he said, You've arrived together. Must be something you can't decide on alone. Jimmy Zai glanced at Lu Junming beside him, then spoke. Brother, it's about equity shares. After the allocation plan was finalized at the last meeting, I've pondered it deeply these past few days and concluded I'm entitled to far less. I propose settling for 4% of the dry shares, same as everyone else. Lu Junming remained silent beside him. A system-born elite business strategist, Lu Junming was unwaveringly loyal to Lu Qingyu and indifferent to wealth. Share percentages held no significance for him. Lu Qingyu glanced at Lu Junming, then studied Jimmy Zai carefully before replying slowly, I pledged 5% of the group's equity to you. I won't retract that promise. There's no need for hesitation. Brother, I've truly thought this through, Jimmy Zai said earnestly. With Qingyu Group's backing ample capital and our collective effort, Liansheng will inevitably rise to greatness. Even at today's valuation, those 5% equate to nearly 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Though I value wealth, I must earn it with integrity. Our brothers fight alongside you daily. I won't let anyone think you favor some over others. Lu Qingyu was taken aback. No one ever turned away money, especially when it had been solemnly promised. He urged again, Jimmy, take what's rightfully yours. Don't second-guess others' perceptions. I announced this publicly in the meeting. I stand by it completely. My brothers will utter no complaint. Accept it. Jimmy Zai's resolve hardened. Brother, you please don't persuade me further. I've made my decision. Like the rest, I'll accept 4% of the dry shares. Kindly reclaim that 5%. If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to leave Liansheng. Seeing Jimmy Zai's determination, Lu Qingyu turned to Lu Junming. You came with him, so you're aware of this matter. What's your view? Lu Junming shook his head with a wry smile. Brother, I've already tried persuading him, but he wouldn't listen. Since Jimmy has decided thus, so shall I also relinquish my shares and join the others in splitting 4% of the dry shares. Lu Qingyu couldn't help but laugh. You don't even try helping me dissuade him. You just pile on instead. What on earth are you aiming for? Lu Junming smiled gently. Brother, Jimmy, makes sense. We spend our days indoors while our brothers risk life and limb outside, yet our dividends exceed theirs. That simply isn't fair. Jimmy Zai immediately concurred. Exactly, brother, We're all brothers who've bled side by side. We must be treated equally. If disparities arise, I'll have no face remaining at Liansheng. Lu Qingyu himself cared little for these shares. His core empire lay entirely within Qingyu Group. Though he valued Liansheng's growth, he'd already accepted the original distribution. Holding half the shares himself was more than sufficient. Seeing Jimmy Zai's unyielding stance, he ceased persuasion and declared, fine. If you're both resolved, so be it. But Jimmy, your prior enterprises have fully merged into the group. Junming transfer 50 million Hong Kong dollars to him upon returning. It'll serve as acquisition compensation for those assets. Jimmy began to protest, but Lu Junming swiftly interjected. Jimmy, brother, you has already decreed this. Don't resist further. If you truly provoke his ire, neither of us will have an easy time ahead. Jimmy Zai swallowed his words. At that moment, profound relief flooded his heart. He felt increasingly certain that pledging allegiance to Lu Qingyu had been the wisest choice he'd ever made. To find such a magnanimous, righteous leader was rare fortune. Serving under him promised boundless horizons. The three then discussed matters concerning the future development of the Liansheng Group, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. Seeing that it was already late, Lu Qingyu invited Lu Rian, and accompanied by Jimmy, and Lu Junming departed from Qingyu Tower to dine at Lu Wai Lu and Simsha Sui. After a hearty meal, the group did not return to the tower, but instead followed Jimmy and Lu Junming directly to the Liansheng building. Upon arrival, Lu Qingyu escorted Lu Rian straight to the executive office on the top floor. He also instructed Jimmy and Lu Junming to join them upstairs. Once inside the office, Lu Qingyu settled onto the sofa with Lu Rian sitting beside him as she began preparing tea. He casually picked up 2 cigars, tossing one each to Lu Junming and Jimmy, then selected and trimmed one. After lighting it and taking a slow draw, he spoke. Junming, Jimmy, did Lu Junhao brief you yesterday on the arcade-related matters? Move swiftly to implement this plan. Not only must the factory preparations begin immediately, but we must also establish dedicated arcade parlors across our own territories. Instruct the real estate division to conduct preliminary assessments and acquire suitable commercial spaces outright. Additionally, construct 1 large-scale gaming complex each in Causeway Bay and Yao Tsimong. You are to finalize the detailed strategy yourselves. But remember, make a bold statement. Create a spectacle. Yes, brother, Jimmy and I discussed this yesterday. If executed as planned, the project will undoubtedly be an instant sensation. The factory site will be secured within a week, and recruitment and intensive training for personnel will proceed concurrently. Handle this matter as you see fit. I won't interfere. One more thing, now that Hellion Shung has embarked on its transformation to the headquarters, will relocate to Central. This building shall serve as the new headquarters for Hellion Shung Security Company. Do not hesitate to spend. Our current cash flow is robust. Idle funds are stagnant capital, whereas liquidity unlocks true value. Hong Kong property prices are currently at a low point. Seize high-quality real estate and land parcels without delay. Direct the real estate and construction divisions to act decisively whenever prime plots or properties arise. Deploy as much of our surplus capital as possible. Even if every last dollar is invested, there's no cause for concern. The arcade venture, once launched, will generate a steady and substantial daily revenue stream, ensuring flawless cash flow. Understood, brother you. We'll convene our team immediately to discuss the relocation and accelerate implementation. I have full confidence in your capabilities. You've consistently proven yourselves. By the way, I'll be leaving Hong Kong the day after tomorrow for several days. Reach me anytime if anything urgent arises. After a few more casual remarks, Jimmy and Lu Junming rose to take their leave. Just as they opened the office door, Fox entered, right on cue. They exchanged brief pleasantries and Fox stepped inside, taking a seat opposite Lu Qingyu. Smiling, he said, "Brother Yu, hearing of your arrival, I came specially to report on recent developments. 2 nights ago, Hung Hing's senior figure B and 2 of his men were apprehended by Gao Jing. Yesterday, Jiang Tiansheng paid 60 million Hong Kong dollars to secure their release. Last night, senior figure B was captured again, alongside Luo Tianhong and Ah Hung of Cheng Yi-sun. All are now detained in Wanchai. Jiang Tiansheng and Cheng Yi-sun both called earlier seeking to ransom their men. I've accepted, setting the price at 20 million Hong Kong dollars per person with no room for negotiation. Cheng Yi-sun has agreed to my terms, but Jiang Tiansheng refuses to comply and insists on speaking with you personally. I declined outright. I made it unequivocally clear all Hellion Shung affairs are now under my sole authority. Either pay the stipulated sum or prepare to collect their bodies." Fox paused briefly, then continued. By his tone, Jiang Tianxing appears resolved not to pay. So I've already leaked the news publicly. The message is that Jiang Tianxing hoards wealth so tightly he won't even ransom his own men. This money must be extracted by any means necessary. Lu Qingyu smiled faintly, deeply approving of Fox's approach. Last night, Hung Hing suffered heavy losses, not just in personnel, but in medical expenses and survivor compensation, which alone amounted to a massive sum. Now facing an additional billion-dollar ransom, Hung Hing will be severely crippled. If we seize this opportunity to drain their reserves, absorbing them will become significantly easier. He nodded and said, "Well done." Jiang Tianxing must consider both his men's morale and the Triads' reputation. This payment is non-negotiable whether he wishes it or not. Also tonight, instruct Ah Jin to lead a strike force and dismantle Hung Hing's Wanchai branch. Ensure absolute secrecy. Understood, brother Yu. I'll contact Ah Jin immediately. Fox acknowledged, then added, "By the way, the representative from your ancestral village, Ta Zhai village, arrives this afternoon. When would you like to meet?" Lu Qingyu replied at once. "Since he's arriving today, arrange the meeting. Book a private room at Lu Wai Lu in Sunwan. Host him to dinner and invite Jimmy as well. Be sure to inform him." "Very well, brother Yu. I'll make the arrangements immediately." After Fox departed, Lu Qingyu and Lu Ruyan remained in the penthouse office sipping tea and conversing idly. Over half an hour later, his wristwatch vibrated. He instantly switched to his mobile phone and answered the call. The voice of the police commissioner came through the receiver. "Mr. Lu, good day. Commissioner Fei, what can I do for you?" "Mr. Lu, your Hellion Shung group has stirred up quite a commotion over the past 2 days. Complaints have piled up so high they nearly bury my desk. Even the governor telephoned me to reprimand me sharply." Lu Qingyu saw through it instantly. The man was merely leveraging the pretext to demand a bribe. He didn't believe a single word about complaints or reprimands. Yet his expression remained warm and affable. "Commissioner Fei, we're old friends. You know full well Hellion Shung engages only in legitimate enterprises. Had Hung Hing and Cheng Yi-sun not relentlessly provoked us, repeatedly escalating hostilities, we would never have retaliated. We truly appreciate your discreet mediation during this period. Your efforts haven't gone unnoticed. A modest token of gratitude will be delivered to your office shortly." Commissioner Fei inwardly smirked, pleased by Lu Qingyu's evident compliance and feigned resignation. "Mr. Lu, you flatter me. We are indeed friends. Rest assured I'll suppress this matter entirely. Hellion Shung will face no repercussions." Hearing Fei drop the issue, Lu Qingyu silently cursed him as a greedy, fair-skinned pig. Yet his smile never wavered. "Thank you, Commissioner Fei. It's greatly appreciated. Please wait in your office. The gift will arrive momentarily. Should anything else arise, don't hesitate to contact me." Commissioner Fei chuckled heartily. "Mr. Lu, you are unquestionably our most valued friend at the sun never sets. I won't keep you further. Goodbye for now." The moment the call ended, Lu Qingyu's smile vanished. His face hardened into icy stillness. That fair-skinned pig of the sun never sets dared extort him. It was nothing short of suicide. Yet with Helian Shung's pivotal transformation underway and open warfare against Hung Hing intensifying, even his profound reluctance could not override necessity. This payment had to be made. Lu Qingyu turned his head toward Lu Ruyan beside him and instructed, Ruyan, notify Lu Junming to prepare a 30 million Hong Kong dollars check and deliver it to Chief Inspector Fei. Yes, young master. I'll arrange it immediately, Lu Ruyan replied, then promptly stepped away to make the call. After she left, Lu Qingyu's voice dropped low as he called Shadow 1. Before the words had fully faded, Shadow 1 materialized silently at his side. Conduct a thorough investigation into Chief Inspector Fei's entire background, his assets in the UK bank accounts, and all related information. Gather irrefutable evidence of his corruption, bribery, and every compromising secret he holds. Understood, young master. I'll begin at once, Shadow 1 bowed impassively. Go ahead. Lu Qingyu waved dismissively, and Shadow 1 vanished in a blur of motion. A cold sneer flickered across Lu Qingyu's mind. This pale-skinned pig is insatiably greedy, but expecting money for nothing won't be so easy. I may offer it willingly, but if he dares demand it, he'll pay the price. Within minutes, Lu Ruyan returned from her call and reported, Young master, I've informed Lu Junming. He's already en route with the funds. Lu Qingyu gave a soft hum of acknowledgement and drew Lu Ruyan gently into his arms. His earlier good mood had been thoroughly soured by Chief Inspector Fei's call, leaving him seething with anger. Thus they retreated to the lounge to discuss the project. Fueled by fury, Lu Qingyu showed no mercy during the negotiations. Lu Ruyan sensed his rage and aligned herself seamlessly with his intensity. 2 hours passed swiftly, and though Lu Qingyu emerged victorious from the negotiation, he remained uncompromising in tone. Yet in recognition of Lu Ruyan's unwavering cooperation, he awarded her a generous commission of several billion Hong Kong dollars. Time slipped by. Before long, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Lu Qingyu escorted Lu Ruyan out of the executive suite on the top floor. As they entered the lobby on the ground floor, they spotted Fox and Jimmy sitting nearby smoking. Upon spotting him descending the stairs, the two rose instantly and hurried forward. Brother Yu, the representative from Tazai, has arrived. He's waiting at Lao Wai Lu restaurant. Shall we head over now? Let's go. No need to keep him waiting, Lu Qingyu nodded. The entourage departed in 4 vehicles from the Ho Lin Sheng building and reached Lao Wai Lu Grand Restaurant in Suanwan within 3 minutes. After disembarking, Lu Qingyu instructed his bodyguards and drivers to dine on the 1st floor, while he led Lu Ruyan, Fox, and Jimmy straight up to a private VIP suite on the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Fox strode ahead and pushed open the suite door. Lu Qingyu stepped in confidently, with Lu Ruyan affectionately linking her arm through his as she followed closely behind. Inside the suite, Lin Yaodong sat by the tea table awaiting their arrival. It was his first time entering such an opulent establishment, and his nerves were already taut with apprehension. When he lifted his gaze and saw them, his heart lurched. The young man leading the group appeared barely in his early 20s, yet carried an air of extraordinary poise and authority. Beside him stood a woman of breathtaking beauty, radiant as a celestial being. Foxy recognized immediately. The other unfamiliar face was Jimmy. Lin Yaodong rose swiftly and Fox stepped forward to introduce Mr. Lin. Apologies for keeping you waiting. This is Mr. Lu, the true mastermind behind Ho Lin Sheng Group. You may address him as Mr. Lu. And this is our group president, Mr. Li Jiayuan. You may call him Mr. Li. After exchanging formal pleasantries, everyone settled around the tea table. Lu Qingyu studied Lin Yaodong carefully. His appearance matched memory almost exactly, though he looked even younger than expected. With a faint smile, Lu Qingyu began, Mr. Lin, I invited you here today for 2 reasons. First, to meet you in person, and second, I'd like to ask, do you currently hold full authority to represent Tazai in all matters? Mr. Lu, Lin Yaodong replied earnestly. I serve both as Tazai's clan chief and head of the senior branch. Our village comprises 3 branches, and I am fully empowered to speak and decide on behalf of the entire village. Lu Qingyu wasn't surprised. He gave a slight nod and continued, I'm not certain how much Fox has already conveyed to you, so let me state my proposal directly. Ho Lin Sheng Group's trading subsidiary will partner with Tazai to establish a warehouse within the village, designating it as a strategic logistics hub. We'll ship goods from Hong Kong Island and across Southeast Asia. Upon arrival, dedicated personnel will handle distribution and sales, while Tazai receives 10% of the net profits. Additionally, you'll assist in procuring daily necessities, such as meat and vegetables. At your local purchase prices, we'll acquire them from you at a uniform markup of 20%. Lin Yaodong had only grasped the general scope of collaboration, not its precise terms. As he listened, he fell into deep contemplation, weighing potential gains against risks, and assessing whether this venture truly served Tazai's interests. Minutes passed. Seeing Lin Yaodong frown deeply and remain silent, Lu Qingyu spoke again. Mr. Lin, consider the scale of the mainland market. Let's run a simple calculation. Even a single shipment valued at HK 50,000 yields a minimum net profit of HK 2,000. Tazai would earn HK 2,000 per shipment, whereas average monthly income in the mainland stands at merely 50 yuan. For most people, earning HK2000 demands years of relentless labor. And this is only the profit share from cargo transshipment. On top of that, your procurement of foodstuffs brings additional revenue, a clear demonstration of our sincerity. So what are your thoughts, Mr. Lin? He hadn't calculated the figures before, but now hearing them laid bare, Lin Yaodong's breath quickened involuntarily. The staggering returns filled his eyes with awe. If the partnership succeeded, Tizai could finally shed its reputation as the poorest, most backward village and leave poverty behind forever. And this was merely one shipment. Conservatively estimating 10 shipments per month, the earnings would already be substantial, let alone the fact that supply chains could extend throughout Southeast Asia, with transaction volumes far exceeding HK5000. Lin Yaodong fixed his gaze steadily on Lu Qingyu and declared with solemn gravity, Mr. Lu, I accept this partnership on behalf of the entire Tizai village. With such an opportunity to lift our people into prosperity, every soul in Tizai pledges loyalty to your leadership. Lu Qingyu inwardly mused. Lin Yaodong acts decisively, truly worthy of the formidable figure he would become. Perhaps this alliance can redirect his destiny and steer Tizai away from that irreversible path. After a pause, he added firmly, Mr. Lin, before proceeding, I must speak plainly. We may build a prosperous business together, but under no circumstances may Tizai engage in narcotics or any other heinous trade. I refuse to be implicated in such affairs. Lin Yaodong's heart clenched. Then without hesitation he responded with grave sincerity, Rest assured, Mr. Lu, under your guidance we stand to earn immense wealth. We would never jeopardize that for reckless, dangerous ventures. Lu Qingyu nodded soberly, his tone turning sharp and unyielding. Mr. Lin, remember these words well. Should you ever betray them, pretending loyalty while scheming treachery, I possess more than enough power to ensure Tizai pays the full price. As he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him, tensing the very air in the suite. Lin Yaodong felt his pulse spike. Beads of cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Even Jimmy, standing nearby, felt suffocated, instinctively raising a hand to wipe his own damp brow. Only after Lu Qingyu gradually reigned in his presence did both men exhale deeply, their breaths ragged and heavy. Moments later, Lin Yaodong rose, his expression resolute and reverent. Mr. Lu, I, Lin Yaodong, speak with absolute integrity. I will honor this vow without fail. Please call me Yaodong, or simply Adong. A warm smile touched Lu Qingyu's lips as he inclined his head slightly. Very well, Adong. Please sit down and join me for tea. There's no need for such formality. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong's taut nerves eased slightly, and he obediently resumed his seat. He lifted the teacup on the table and took a sip of warm tea, calming the lingering tremor in his heart. The stifling atmosphere in the private dining room gradually warmed. Seeing this, Fox burst into hearty laughter, breaking the earlier tension. That's the spirit. Henceforth we're all comrades in arms, united in purpose. With full cooperation, prosperity is inevitable. Jimmy also chimed in. As for logistical matters, warehouse site selection, personnel deployment, I'll assign dedicated staff to oversee every step, ensuring seamless execution. Lin Yaodong bowed deeply in gratitude. I'm deeply indebted to Mr. Li and Brother Fox. I'll immediately arrange manpower and facilities back in Tizai and stand ready to receive your instructions at any moment. Lu Qingyu tapped his fingertips lightly against the tabletop, speaking with deliberate calm. There's no rush regarding the venue. You have 3 days to prepare. Then my team will arrive in Tizai bearing contracts and startup capital to finalize all details. Additionally, begin securing supply channels for daily necessities without delay. Demand in Hong Kong is substantial. Your sources must be both stable and abundant. Understood. Lin Yaodong nodded emphatically, eyes alight with determination. I'll convene village elders tonight to coordinate procurement. I can secure supplies from surrounding counties. There will be no disruption. They discussed transport routes, cargo handover protocols, and security measures at length, every facet meticulously mapped out. Lin Yaodong listened with rapt attention, committing each critical point to memory. He knew this was Tizai's sole chance at redemption, no margin for error. Once all matters were settled, night had fully fallen outside. The restaurant glowed beneath a canopy of lights, streets pulsed with ceaseless traffic. Lu Qingyu glanced up at the group. Business concluded. Let us feast. A proper meal awaits. Then we accept with humility, Lin Yaodong replied with a smile. Fox immediately rose and summoned the restaurant staff, ordering several bottles of matai. Soon exquisitely prepared dishes arrived one after another, filling the private room with rich aromas, wine mingling with savory steam. Toasts were exchanged freely, talk turned from commerce to kinship, deepening camaraderie. By the third round of toasts, Lin Yaodong, though not a heavy drinker, had flushed cheeks, yet his words remained lucid and resolute. Emboldened by wine, he reaffirmed his unwavering commitment to honor every promise and execute duties diligently. Lu Qingyu observed silently, his expression unreadable, though inwardly he weighed Lin Yaodong's sincerity. As the banquet drew to a close, Lin Yaodong stood to take his leave. Lu Qingyu instructed Jimmy to arrange transportation and personally escorted Lin Yaodong and his party out of the restaurant. Watching the car recede into the distance, Fox sidled up and murmured, "Brother Yu, so it's settled? Can this man truly remain compliant forever? Human hearts are unfathomable. Absolute compliance is an illusion," Lu Qingyu replied, hands in pockets, gazing calmly at the flowing traffic. For now his desire to lift his clan from poverty ensures his obedience. "We hold the reins of interest tightly, and secretly station observers across Tizai. He cannot stir even a ripple. Should he dare entertain treacherous thoughts, we possess countless means to rein him in, reducing him instantly to ashes." "Understood, Brother Yu. I'll deploy surveillance teams immediately and handpick elite units to guard both warehouse operations and supply logistics." "It's late," Lu Qingyu said, glancing at his wristwatch. "Return and rest. Tomorrow proceed with all tasks as planned." "Yes, Brother Yu." Fox and Jimmy responded in unison before departing on their assignments. Only Lu Qingyu and Lu Ruyan remained in the corridor. She slipped her arm gently through his, her voice soft as silk. "Young master, shall we return home now?" Lu Qingyu turned toward her, the coldness in his eyes softening into quiet warmth. "Let's go back first. After today's exertions, rest is long overdue." Side by side, they stepped out of Lu Wailu and entered the waiting business sedan, which merged smoothly into the nocturnal currents, vanishing into the city's deepening shadows. The night passed quietly. By 10 o'clock the next morning, Lu Qingyu sat in his office sipping tea. At present, Hong Kong's underworld required no further intervention from him. Yet sustained growth demanded a formidable force capable of deterring rivals, a bulwark to safeguard his enterprises. Without such strength, success would merely render him vulnerable prey. He pondered whether to forge a private armed force or build an entire sovereign domain. After brief reflection, he tapped his forehead with a wry smile. "Children, choose one path. I shall claim both." His elite mercenary forces, long held in reserve, now stirred to life. With a single mental command, he summoned every unit. 10 squads of supreme mercenaries, 12 operatives per squad, totaling 120 soldiers. 10 squads of top-tier mercenaries, also 12 per squad, another 120 strong. 100 squads of senior mercenaries, 12 per squad, totaling 100. 200 squads of mid-tier mercenaries, 12 per squad, amounting to 2400. Knowing full well that no eggs should reside in a single basket, he began reorganizing them immediately. Each new formation comprised 2 supreme mercenary squads, 2 top-tier squads, 20 senior squads, and 40 mid-tier squads. Each resulting task force numbered 768 operatives, unified under the banner of the Mercenary Special Task Force. 5 such forces were established: Azure Dragon Task Force, White Tiger Task Force, Vermilion Bird Task Force, Black Tortoise Task Force, and Qilin Task Force. Having finalized their structure, Lu Qingyu assigned operational zones: the Azure Dragon Task Force deployed to Africa, the White Tiger Task Force to the Middle East. The Vermilion Bird Task Force stationed itself in Central and South America, the Black Tortoise Task Force deployed across Southeast Asia. Finally, the Qilin Task Force was positioned in northern Myanmar. With both the Black Tortoise and Qilin Task Forces operating within Southeast Asia, mutual support became feasible. And placing the Qilin Task Force in northern Myanmar reflected his long-standing strategic interest in Burmese territory. He then issued directives to all 5 task force commanders: establish firm footholds, swiftly expand recruitment aggressively, and enforce absolute loyalty among all personnel. He specifically instructed the Qilin Task Force all members must be citizens of Longwa, with preference given to retired Longwa servicemen. Once deployments were confirmed, he ordered them to settle in open unified bank accounts and contact Gu Qingcheng for fund disbursement, allocating 100 million US dollars per task force as startup capital. This sum would cover equipment procurement, operational costs, and rapid mission acquisition, ensuring swift revenue generation and swift ascension to prominence. He had little doubt soon their names would echo across global mercenary circles. Beyond armed forces, he also intended to found an elite assassination syndicate, but suitable talent remained scarce. Nonetheless, he had already dispatched Ng Yi to train recruits, a process requiring several years before yielding results. Ng Yi, following Lu Qingyu's instructions, had already dispatched Ng Air with 5 subordinates to train recruits. Leveraging Lu Juanhao's connections, Ng Air acquired an uninhabited island near Hong Kong. The island featured dense forests, natural caves, secluded coves, and abundant freshwater, making it an ideal covert training ground. Moreover, another island located a dozen nautical miles away possessed equally favorable conditions, and Lu Juanhao secured it, as well assigning it to the Heilong unit as their dedicated training base. During this period, Ng Air and her team diligently scouted for promising candidates across the region. Only Ng Yi, Ng Ba, Ng Jiu, and Ng Shi remained by Lu Qingyu's side. Once all arrangements were finalized, Lu Qingyu raised his hand and activated his personal interface. Cultivation Realm Midstage, Jishuan Realm. Martial Arts Taijiquan Baji, Quan Xingyi Quan Mizongbu, and Jinzhongjiao. Special Cultivation Art Yinyang Longevity Scripture. Skills: Divine Level Medical Arts, Divine Level Culinary Arts, Divine Level Marksmanship, Divine Level Driving, Divine Level Parkour, and Fluency in 10 languages. Companion Gang Sheng. Summoned individuals bonded Shadow Squad, 12 members bonded Housekeeper, Gu Qingqing bonded Secretary, Lu Rian bonded Assistant, Su Qingyue, and 24 bonded all-round mates. Elite Personnel 1 Elite Bodyguard Squad 6 Elite Business Teams, 10 Elite Culinary Teams, 10 Elite Medical Teams, 6 Elite Research Institute Teams, and 10 Elite Mercenary Squads. Top-tier personnel 10 top-tier Blade Masters, 10 top-tier Bodyguard Squads, 10 top-tier Mercenary Squads. Senior personnel 100 Senior Blade Masters, 100 Senior Mercenary Squads. Mid-tier personnel 1,000 Mid-tier Blade Masters, 200 Mid-tier Mercenary Squads. Junior personnel 5,000 Junior Blade Masters. Unsummoned personnel 4 Elite Research Institute Teams, 4 Elite Business Teams, 9 Elite Bodyguard Squads, 100 Senior Bodyguard Squads, 200 Mid-tier Bodyguard Squads. Pills 99, Shi Sui Dan 99, Mei Yin, Dan 99 Ding, Yin Dan 100 by, Chao Dan 100 Shou Yuan Dan 99 to Huan Dan. Items Desert Eagle Pistol Blacktech, Smartphone 1300 kilograms of gold. Enterprises Qingyu Group, Huaxing Media Corporation, Huanyu Port Authority, Huanqiu Hotel Group, Huanyang Energy Corporation, Huanchuan Electronics, Huanjin Textile Corporation, Huanwei Catering Group, Huan Cui Food Corporation, Huanya Daily Chemicals, Huanyu Mining Group, Huanxi Automobile Corporation, Huantong Transportation, Huanxiang Aviation, Huanshan Real Estate, Huanbong Property Development, Huanhong Electrical Appliances, Huanshu Security Services, Huanju Building Materials, Huankong Pharmaceutical Corporation, Huanzi Aesthetic Medicine, Huanxi Education Group, Huanhui Investment, Huanzuan Luxury Goods, Huanjin Jewelry, Huaning Heavy Industry, Huanyang Distillery, Huanyuan Technology, Huanxin Telecommunications, Huanyu Military Industry, Huanxing Trading Corporation, Starlight Capital, Yaoyang Capital, Sanjin Capital. Personal funds $37 US. 0.066 billion, 2 Hong Kong dollars. 6,156 billion. Qingyu Group funds $5 US. 22 billion, 13 Hong Kong dollars. 35 billion. Ho Lin Shen Group funds 3 Hong Kong dollars. 585 billion. Gazing upon his personal interface, Lu Qingyu realized, almost unconsciously, that 30 subsidiaries now operated under Qingyu Group. Though some were still in their infancy, each held the potential to dominate its respective industry. Take Hong Kong Pharmaceutical Corporation, for instance. It spanned pharmaceutical manufacturing, clinical research, medical equipment development, and hospital operations. In Hong Kong, the corporation had already acquired both a plot of land and an existing hospital, both currently undergoing comprehensive renovation and expansion. The hospital was expected to commence operations in approximately 2 months. Adjacent land parcels had also been purchased to accommodate future expansion of the hospital complex. Upon opening, it would become the largest hospital in all of Hong Kong. Within the facility, an exclusive wing was being constructed specifically for affluent patrons, a prudent decision given Hong Kong's considerable concentration of high-net-worth individuals. That afternoon, Lu Qingyu strolled through Hong Kong's bustling streets with Gang Sheng and Gu Qingqing, while Lu Rian attended to urgent matters elsewhere. The city hummed with vibrant energy and lively charm. Lu Qingyu walked at the center, flanked closely by Gang Sheng on his left and Gu Qingqing on his right, the three conversing lightly, laughter threading effortlessly through their easy banter. Gang Sheng's gaze drifted across elegant shop windows. Whenever she spotted a beautiful dress or exquisite jewelry, she tugged gently at their arms, prompting them to pause and browse. Gu Qingqing joined with genuine enthusiasm, offering thoughtful opinions on style and fit. Their rapport warm, effortless, and deeply harmonious. Whatever caught their eye, Lu Qingyu purchased without hesitation. Before long, the accompanying bodyguard's arms overflowed with shopping bags of every size and shape. They meandered from boutique to boutique, pausing frequently. As fatigue began to settle over Gang Sheng, Lu Qingyu guided them into a refined dessert cafe. They settled at a window-side table. Soon, fragrant pastries and refreshing beverages arrived. Gang Sheng lifted her spoon, took a delicate bite, and her eyes crinkled with delight as she animatedly recounted amusing street-side vignettes. Gu Qingqing smiled warmly in response, occasionally sharing fresh anecdotes from her own days, filling the air with gentle ease and quiet intimacy. Once rested, the trio resumed their unhurried promenade. After a day of leisure, Lu Qingyu drove them to one of Hong Kong's most renowned private dining establishments. Their private room exuded understated elegance, and course after course of distinctive delicacies graced the table. Setting aside all concerns, they surrendered wholly to the pleasures of fine cuisine and light-hearted conversation, laughter ringing out freely, unrestrained and joyous. When the meal concluded, they stepped out together into the evening air. Lu Qingyu raised a hand, signaling his bodyguards to maintain distance, opting instead to accompany the two women on a tranquil post-dinner stroll. A soft breeze swept through the streets. Pedestrians wandered in twos and threes, the atmosphere serene, unhurried, and deeply peaceful. Yet scarcely had they taken a few steps when 8 swaggering triad youths blocked their path. At the front stood their leader, lounging with arrogant nonchalance. Lu Qingyu glanced once and felt an uncanny flicker of recognition. Before he could dwell further, the so-called crown prince fixed his gaze upon Gang Sheng and Gu Qingqing, his tone dripping with lewd condescension laced with crude mocking remarks. That instant, Lu Qingyu's expression hardened, his aura turning glacial, chilling enough to freeze the very air. One subordinate, emboldened by his leader's presence, bellowed, "Kid, be smart. Leave the beauties here and scram. If His Highness gets angry, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Now, no need for such harsh words, the Crown Prince interjected with feigned civility, patting the youth's shoulder. "We wouldn't want to frighten our lovely guests." The subordinate bowed his head instantly. "Yes, Your Highness, I apologize." Gu Qingqing's eyes sharpened, her instinct urging her forward, but Lu Qingyu cast her a single subtle glance. She understood at once, restraining herself, standing motionless beside him. In that moment, the memory crystallized. This man was a figure from Dragon in the Jianghu, the heir of Hong Tai, son of the Triads dragon head Chen Mei. Nearby, the standby bodyguards sensed the disturbance and rushed toward the scene. Before they could utter a word, Lu Qingyu's voice cut through the tension. Cold, absolute, unyielding: "Sever the leader's 5 limbs. Return him to his family. Every other individual, dispose of them at sea." His command hung in the air, final and irrevocable. Without another glance backward, he took Gang Sheng's hand in one palm and drew Gu Qingsheng close with the other, then turned and walked on, leaving the chaos behind as if it had never existed.